Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1286 to Chapter 1326. What was worth mentioning was that the short films released by the Virtual Universe Company, short films, required money. Each short film didn't cost much universe dollars. Depending on the length of the film, there would be some differences in the cost. However, as more people watched, the money would naturally roll in. And the contestants who were recorded in the short films would have lifetime copyright fees. This meant that the genius fighters would be able to earn money. People like Wang Ting and Emperor's Son would definitely spread the news the most and earn the most money. This was a bit like the celebrity effect, it was just that these celebrities were all genius fighters. When Wang Ting found out about this unexpected windfall, he was very happy. When he saw the copyright sale information from the Virtual Universe Company, he immediately agreed. Nonsense, he could earn money. Whoever didn't agree would be stupid. It wasn't like he didn't want money. Recently, he was very poor and almost had to sell his body. Now, all he had to do was sell his face. He didn't have to sell his body. Why not? Wang Ting didn't know if the others agreed or not. In any case, he agreed without hesitation. The Virtual Universe Company's reputation was still passable. He didn't have to worry about being cheated. He just had to lie down and collect money. Besides, he was now a popular contender for the top 3 in the Battle of Geniuses. No matter how arrogant the Virtual Universe Company was, they wouldn't cheat a genius like him with huge potential. As for the top 3 hot contenders, they were all created by the audience. One was him, one was the Emperor, and one was constantly changing among Ling Yanshu, Ling Qianxia, Bokta, Yuan Hong, and Di Mosi. It was impossible to determine. Wang Ting and Emperor's Son were famous for being powerful. The others were slightly inferior, which was why this situation happened. After signing the contract, Yuan Gungun's surprised voice rang out in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting, the Virtual Universe Company is giving you a very high cut. How high? Wang Ting asked. He didn't pay attention before and left everything to Yuan Gungun, so he didn't know how much the Virtual Universe Company was giving him. The others are probably given 50 to 60%, Yuan Gungun said. But they're giving you 90%, 90%. Even if Wang Ting didn't know the other people's shares, he knew that 90% was really high. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Yes, the Virtual Universe Company is really generous. 90% of the profits, you can get a lot of money. Looks like your performance in the elimination battles has made them think highly of you. Hence, this is considered an early show of goodwill. Yuan Gungun exclaimed. Is this an olive branch from the Virtual Universe Company? Wang Ting smiled. Naturally, said Yuan Gungun. For the Virtual Universe Company to be able to stand tall in the universe for countless years without falling, they must be very shrewd. We have the right to broadcast the Battle of Geniuses. No one knows better than them the strength and potential of you geniuses, so they can always accurately invest in every genius that is worth investing in. After countless years, through this method, who knows how many geniuses have established such friendly relationships with them? Don't you think they're amazing? Amazing. Amazing. Wang Ting only had to think about how the geniuses of the past had grown to know how terrifying the Virtual Universe Company was. He couldn't help but exclaim. This is only the initial investment, said Yuan Gungun. When the Battle of Geniuses is completely over, they'll send people to personally contact you and provide you with all sorts of resources and benefits. That's the real investment, and according to your future development, they'll continue to increase their investment. Damn, how much money is that? Wang Ting was shocked. The growth of a genius warrior required far too much resources, especially at the universe level, domain lord level, and sector lord level. Every level required an immeasurable amount of resources. For the Virtual Universe Company to invest in so many geniuses, the amount of money spent was simply unimaginable. The most important thing was that even these geniuses could fall at any time during their growth. This meant that the Virtual Universe Company's investment could be wasted at any time. There's no helping it, said Yuan Gungun. Only now do I know that I'm poor. Wang Ting shook his head speechlessly. But if you think they're making a loss, then you're too naive. Yuan Gungun laughed and explained, as long as a genius grows to sector lord level or even undying level, they'll be able to reap huge returns. This return might be 10 times or even 100 times more than before. It'll be enough to make up for their losses on other geniuses. Good plan. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He finally understood how the virtual universe company operated. They invested according to the potential of the genius. Those with high potential would be invested more, those with low potential would be invested less. Even if they died, they wouldn't lose too much money. And those with high potential would have a higher survival rate. When they grow up, their potential would definitely be higher than those with low potential. Naturally, they'd be able to provide more benefits. This way, of course, they'd only earn and not lose. What I didn't expect was that they'd think so highly of you. Yuan Gungun said, 90%. Probably even that prince isn't as good as you. Who cares? Anyway, we'll just take the money. Now, we're just forming good karma. We won't lose anything. Wang Ting was also very crafty. He didn't take the other party's good intentions to heart. In the end, it was just a trade. Whoever was sincere would lose out. The virtual universe company will probably come and find you personally later. They might let you join. Yuan Gungun continued. Join the virtual universe company? Wang Ting was shocked. Yes. Otherwise, where do you think the strong warriors of the virtual universe company came from? Yuan Gungun said, just relying on investments won't do. They have to tie you up with benefits and pull you onto their ship. No wonder. So that's how the strong warriors of the virtual universe company came to be. Wang Ting suddenly realized. He always felt that the virtual universe company had many strong warriors. After all, their company was spread out in every corner of the universe. They needed too many strong warriors. Now he finally knew that the genius competition wasn't just a way for the 7-star academies to select students. It was also a way for the virtual universe company to provide fresh blood. There are also some who are nurtured internally. Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded. Wang Ting, did the virtual universe company give you a contract? At this time, LV Jing's voice suddenly came from the side. Did you guys receive it? Wang Ting opened his eyes and ended his conversation with Yuan Gungun. Yes, I received 40% of the profits. How is it? Not bad, right? LV Jing's eyes gleamed, looking like a money grubber. How much did you guys get? Wang Ting laughed and looked at Song Yiqing and Hong Jingho. 50% for me. Song Yiqing said. I only got 35%. Hong Jingho looked at Song Yiqing with envy and said. Song Yiqing, you actually got 50%. LV Jing's eyes widened. Shocked, she said, I thought you would be the same as me. Haha, that means the virtual universe company thinks more highly of me. Song Yiqing laughed. He seemed to be in a good mood. Damn it, I can't even compare to you. No, I must catch up with you in the next round and show the virtual universe company my potential. LV Jing said unwillingly, it's all about money. Wang Ting shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Seems like you've all received the contract. A figure walked over from afar and laughed. Your Highness the Second Prince. Song Yiqing raised his eyebrows and looked at the person in surprise. He quickly stood up and saluted. No matter what, the second prince was a member of the royal family of the Qian Empire. As people of the Qian Empire, they naturally had to show some respect. LV Jing and Hong Jingho also stood up and saluted. You don't have to be so polite. Who knows, maybe we'll be students of the same school in the future. The second prince's face was filled with gentleness. He didn't have the arrogance of a member of the royal family. Wang Ting looked at the second prince curiously. He and the second prince had some history. Back then, the second prince had sent Zhou Jingtian to rope him in. Although he didn't agree, they didn't become enemies. On the contrary, he and Zhou Jingtian got along quite well. Just as he was about to salute, the second prince stopped him and laughed. Baron Wangtang, I can't accept your salute. Your Highness, you must be joking. Wang Ting said. No, this is the truth. With your strength and potential, you already have the qualifications. The second prince said seriously. Wang Ting was surprised. He didn't expect the second prince to think so highly of him. Well, I just came to chat with you. I didn't intend to make the atmosphere awkward. The second prince smiled and waved his hand. You don't mind if I sit here, do you? Of course not. Please. Wang Ting didn't bother about the etiquette anymore. He nodded and invited the second prince to sit. After the second prince sat down, he saw that Song Yicheng and the others were still standing. He said, "You guys sit too. There's no second prince here. I'm just like you." Hearing the second prince say so, they sat down around him. Before the second prince and Wang Ting could start talking, a few more people came over. What are you talking about? You don't mind if we join, right? D. Moshe of the Calendish family came over and smiled. D. Moshe. The second prince was surprised. Your Highness. D. Moshe bowed slightly and then looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting, Uncle Baragu often talks about you. How's Uncle Baragu these days? Wang Ting asked. Very good. He's free and unfettered all day. What's wrong with that? D. Moshe smiled. Wang Ting, I'm Ji Haochen of the Ji royal family. Nice to meet you. Another handsome young man squeezed over and smiled. The genius of the Ji royal family. Wang Ting looked at the newcomer and was moved. He had a good relationship with the Ji royal family. The Ji royal family's realm master, Xianxia, had helped him before. Of course, he had also saved his life. So it's brother Ji. It's an honor to meet you. Wang Ting smiled. Ji Haochen's expression was a bit awkward. Can we change the name? Brother Ji, chicken breast, it sounds weird. Pfft. A burst of uncontrollable laughter came from the side and said, Big brother Ji, your imagination is also very strong. Sister Wan where did your also come from? Ji Haochen turned and asked. Situ Wan looked at Wang Ting and smiled. Cough cough. Wang Ting coughed dryly. This sister, why are you looking at me? He rolled his eyes and changed the topic. Wan you passed the first elimination round too. How's your ranking? Not bad, second in the fourth forbidden area. Situ Wan said, second in the fourth forbidden area. Wang Ting was stunned. He didn't expect her to be so strong. After which, Wang Ting gestured for them to sit down. For this, he took out many tables, chairs, drinks, and fruits. The group made it seem like a party. Many people nearby saw this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. This Wang Ting's network seemed to be very strong. So many geniuses took the initiative to talk to him, and their backgrounds weren't weak either. Not to mention the second prince, he even had 2 imperial family members with different surnames. Wang Ting chatted with the others. Naturally, they talked about the contract with the Virtual Universe Company. The Virtual Universe Company gave me 70% of the profits. Ji Haochen smiled. His eyes flashed with pride. I got a little more than you, DMO, she said lightly. 75% for me too. The second prince smiled. Ji Haochen's face immediately turned sour. Damn, you guys are all 50% more than me. The Virtual Universe Company is looking down on me. The second prince and DMO, she saw him like this and couldn't help but laugh. What's your share, Wan Wang Ting asked. I only got 60%. Situ Wan shook her head and looked at the second prince and the others enviously. This Virtual Universe Company sure separates us very clearly. Wang Ting chuckled. This is only the initial investment, the second prince said. The real investment will depend on the results of the second round. That's right, Ji Haochen encouraged. So don't be discouraged, Wan Do well in the second round and surprise the Virtual Universe Company. Situ Wan smiled calmly. With you geniuses ahead of me, I don't dare to say that I can surprise the Virtual Universe Company. Right, Wang Ting, what's your share? Is it 80%? Ji Haochen thought of something and looked at Wang Ting. 80% is the highest share in the history of the competition, the second prince said quietly. Only the top geniuses can enjoy it. The prince probably got 80%. The prince is probably going to get 80%, the second prince whispered to the prince, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, as if he knew something. Wang Teng, you should get 80% too, DMO, she said. You and the prince are both amazing. It's hard to tell who's better. 80%, is it very high? Wang Ting asked. Of course, Jihaochen said, nodding. The virtual universe company needs profits too. 80% means that they've suppressed their profits to the minimum. That's almost the limit. Wang Ting turned to the second prince and asked, was there a higher share before? No. The second prince shook his head. Then he was shocked and asked tentatively, your share is higher than 80%? The others were also shocked and looked at Wang Ting. It's a little bit higher. Wang Ting used his thumb and index finger to show a small gap, 85%? The second prince was stunned. He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked again. 90%. Wang Ting didn't keep them guessing and said directly. Everyone. When Wang Ting finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Wang Ting, and they seemed to be, a little dazed. 90%, an impossible number came out of Wang Ting's mouth. Those who didn't know better might have thought that he said 90%. They didn't notice that the ears of the emperor, who was sitting in the distance, seemed to twitch. People who practiced martial arts had very good hearing. Wang Ting and the others didn't hide their conversation, so they heard everything that they should hear. The emperor's face was always covered by the hazy light, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, there seemed to be a flash of astonishment in his eyes. The share that the virtual universe company gave him was 80%. In the first forbidden area, he lost to Wang Ting by a difference of 560 points. He didn't take it to heart because he knew that it was nothing. However, what the virtual universe company did now told him that they thought more highly of Wang Ting. This was the first time he had lost in the eyes of others. The gentle expression on the second prince's face was a little stiff as he said, can you say that again? I didn't hear it clearly. Wang Ting looked at him with a strange expression. He felt that the second prince seemed to be doubting life. He looked at the others and found that they all had the same expression. Was the impact of this 90% really that great? No way, Wang Ting, you really took 90%? Siduaner was wearing a veil, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. You're not joking with us, Jihaochen asked with a face full of astonishment and shock. DMO, she was originally calm. After all, 75% was already very high for him, and he didn't feel that it was inappropriate for Wang Ting to take 80%. However, 90%. When he heard this number, the hand that was holding the drink suddenly trembled. Song Yicheng, LV Jing, and the others were even more shocked. There was indescribable shock on their faces. They were already quite shocked. They had asked about Wang Ting just now, but had been interrupted by the arrival of the second prince and the others, so they did not continue to ask. Originally, they thought that they would only be able to get 40 to 50%. With Wang Ting's strength and potential, getting 70% would not be a problem. They did not expect that they had underestimated him. 90%, this was a number he didn't even dare to think about. There doesn't seem to be much difference between 90% and 80%. Wang Ting laughed and said modestly. 50% and 60%, 60% and 70%. That is indeed a difference of 10%. It is not that big of a difference. However, the difference between 70% and 80% is no longer a simple 10% difference. It's not easy for us to get 75%. We're still far from 80%, let alone the difference between 80% and 90%. The second prince shook his head and looked at Wang Ting with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. It was unclear if it was envy or something else. The others deeply agreed with the second prince's statement. Most importantly, this 90% had never appeared before. Now, it had appeared for the first time on Wang Ting. How could they not be shocked? Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case, Wang Ting said. The second prince looked at him speechlessly. He felt that this guy did not take the 90% share seriously. Actually, they did not care about that bit of money. It was mainly a matter of treatment. A 90% share represented an unprecedented treatment. I really did not expect the virtual universe company to value you so much, DMO, she said emotionally. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with more respect than before. Even the virtual universe company valued Wang Ting so much. What reason did they have to not value him? Originally, they took the initiative to approach Wang Ting because they saw Wang Ting's performance in the first elimination round and thought that he had amazing potential. Now, it seems that they did not value him enough. Let's not talk about this. This 90% share is a large sum of money, but it is nothing to everyone. There is no need to make a fuss. Wang Ting smiled and said, besides, with everyone's strength, you will definitely shine in the next round and enter the 7-star academies. This is the most important thing. Everyone smiled bitterly. This Wang Ting really did not take the virtual universe company seriously. However, when it came to the 7-star academies, their attention was immediately attracted. It would be great if we could enter the 7-star academies. Siduwaner said longingly. Yes, it is rumored that they are the 7 most powerful and oldest academies under the starry sky. They have a deep heritage. Even our Qian Empire cannot compare with them. The second prince nodded with hope in his eyes. Does anyone have a starry sky academy that you want to join? Ji Haochen asked. It is good enough to enter the 7th starry sky academy. There is no room for choice. Siduwaner shook her head. If you enter the top 10, there is room for choice. If you are below the top 10, you can only let the 7-star academies choose. There is no room for choice. The second prince said. Only the top 10 can choose? Wang Ting froze for a moment. Yes, the 7-star academies are like a whole. They are divided into 7 different places in the starry sky. Their inheritances are also very different. The second prince glanced at Wang Ting and explained, the Battle of Geniuses seems to be a selection of students by the 7-star academies. Fighters are also choosing their academies. However, only those fighters with enough talent are qualified to choose. Every genius martial artist who entered the top 10 has their own focus. Some cultivate saber arts, some cultivate spear arts, some cultivate sword arts. Some are thunder attribute martial artists, some are wind attribute martial artists, and some are the most common 5 elements attribute martial artists. At this point, he could not help but glance at Wang Ting. He had seen a lot of short videos of Wang Ting in the 5 forbidden areas. This guy is a multi-attribute fighter. Moreover, each attribute seems to be very balanced and powerful. He did not know how he achieved such an achievement at such a young age. It was somewhat unimaginable. Generally speaking, a person's energy was limited. To be able to raise 3 attributes to Wang Ting's level at the same time was already considered very talented. But Wang Ting had 5 attributes. This could only be described as monstrous. So the choice is also very important. For example, if a thunder fighter goes to an academy that does not focus on thunder inheritance, then he will be at a disadvantage. It is very likely that it will affect his future achievements. Of course, for those who are not talented enough, the difference is not big. After all, the 7-star academies have a deep foundation. It is enough for their cultivation. The second prince concluded. Then which one should I choose? Wang Ting asked thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. The second prince was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly reacted and said, your situation is a little special. Di Mosi and the others also thought of Wang Ting's situation and looked at him with a strange look. It seemed a little difficult to choose. Wang Ting, do you want to continue to develop like this? The second prince asked. Solemnly. Oh, why do you ask? Wang Ting asked noncommittally. If my guess is correct, you should be developing 5 attributes in a balanced way, the second prince said. Some of Wang Ting's information was the highest secret in the military. Even the second prince might not be able to find out, so he did not know that Wang Ting had more than 5 attributes. Even the military didn't have a clear understanding of Wang Ting. They could only see what Wang Ting had displayed in the past. You can say that. Wang Ting glanced at the second prince and said. Di Mosi and the others were shocked. Even if they had guessed it, when Wang Ting admitted it, they still found it hard to believe. You should have felt it. When you were in the star level, It was a little difficult to develop 5 attributes at the same time, the second prince said with an expression that said he had seen through everything. Wang Ting did not know how to respond. If he said it was okay, would it be a little pretentious? Looking at the second prince's expression, it seemed that he would not believe him. You don't have to explain. I know. The example of the previous multi-attribute warriors is right there. The second prince did not wait for Wang Ting to answer and continued, those multi-attribute warriors did not believe in heresy. They thought that being born with multiple attributes was their talent. They wanted to progress together. If they could grow up like this, their strength would be very strong. But the problem is, to grow up is too difficult. Many of them ended up failing. So when it comes to breaking through to the universe level, it is best to make a choice. Keep the attribute that is most beneficial to you and abandon the other attributes. The second prince said, if you have confidence in yourself, you can keep at most 3 attributes. No more, you will not be able to handle it. Wang Ting saw that the second prince was speaking so confidently. What else could he say? In the end, he didn't say anything more and looked as if he was deep in thought. The second prince and the others thought that he was thinking and did not disturb him. In fact, Yuan Gungun, is there any school that fits my situation? Wang Ting asked in his heart. The 7th Cosmic Sky Academy. Yuan Gungun knew it would be like this. He rolled his eyes and said. The 7th. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment and said, as far as I know, the 7-star academies are ranked according to strength. That's right. The rankings of the 7-star academies change, but the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy has been in this position for many years and has never changed. Yuan Gungun said. Are you saying that the weakest academy suits me? Wang Ting was speechless. He retorted with a question. Do you know why they are always at the bottom? Yuan Gungun asked. Why? Wang Ting did not think too much and asked directly. Because there are many people like you in this school who walk the path of multiple attributes. As for the result, you don't have to think to know. Yuan Gungun said. Is there no one who can grow? Wang Ting asked in dissatisfaction. There are, but like the second prince said, they can only choose 3 attributes at most. But this kind of martial artist's cultivation speed is much slower than others. Do you really think the other geniuses do nothing and just wait for them to grow? Yuan Gungun said. In martial arts cultivation, if you are slow one step, you will be slow all the time. They have already reached the immortal rank, but you are still dawdling at the domain master rank. How can you compare? As if he knew what Wang Ting was thinking, Yuan Gungun added another sentence. And those who can enter the 7-star academies are all geniuses among geniuses. It is not easy to fight above your level. Is the difference that big? Wang Ting was stunned. What do you think? Yuan Gungun said. Does the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy really have all the attributes of origin power inheritance? Wang Ting thought for a moment and asked again. Yes, they do, but it depends on whether you can get it. Yuan Gungun knew from the start that he couldn't change Wang Ting's mind, so he didn't try to persuade him. He only said with mixed feelings, those are all rumors, I don't know the specifics. If you want to make a choice, you have to wait until the end of the competition. The people from the 7-star academies will appear. You can ask them then. Wang Ting nodded. He felt that the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy was more suitable for him. He would wait and see. The second prince and the others didn't continue chatting. They also needed to rest and prepare for the second round of the competition. Wang Ting was immersed in his status panel. In the first round of elimination, his gains were not small. First of all, his wind, lightning, ice, and poison attributes had all reached the peak of star level 9, it was really worth celebrating. Wang Ting even wanted to throw flowers to celebrate. Wang Ting felt the surging star origin power in his body and a smile appeared on his face. Next was the profound meaning power. The 4 profound meanings had also reached the peak of 100% without any difference. This was a huge achievement. Even those genius warriors who comprehended domains might not be able to comprehend the profound meaning power to 100% perfection. Although profound meaning couldn't be compared to domain power, The benefits of reaching the peak of the profound meaning power were absolutely unimaginable. Next was the domain power. In the first round of elimination, Wang Ting obtained a lot of domain power. The domains of the 4 attributes had all reached rank 4. Wind domain, 31804000, tier 4, frost domain, 33404000, tier 4, poison domain, 21504000, tier 4. His poison domain was originally rank 3, but in the next few days, his poison domain had also been successfully upgraded to rank 4. At the same time, the lightning domain was completely transformed into the lightning spear domain under Wang Ting's enlightenment. Lightning spear domain, 13404000, rank 4. There was also the golden light sword domain that he got from the third prince. It was a pity that it was only rank 2. Hopefully, he could get more from the third prince in the future. Wang Ting thought as he couldn't help but look at the third prince in the distance. The third prince was cultivating to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, he felt a wave of evil intent land on him. He opened his eyes and frowned as he looked around. He looked around and didn't find anything. However, when he saw Wang Ting, he thought of something and walked over. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the third prince found out that he was plotting against him? That shouldn't be the case. He had never been discovered before. While he was thinking, the third prince had already walked up to him and said, Wang Ting, give me the horn of the vast ocean narwhal. I owe you a favor. Wang Ting thought that the third prince was going to do something. He didn't expect it to be the horn of the vast ocean narwhal. He was stunned for a moment and said, Your Highness, how confident are you in yourself? Every time you ask for a favor, is your favor worth a lot? The third prince heard Wang Ting's slightly disdainful tone. His face suddenly stiffened, and an unknown anger rose. The third prince was very angry, because Wang Ting was slapping him in the face without any hesitation. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be so rude. He was rebuked without any hesitation as soon as he opened his mouth. And Wang Ting's tone was obviously sarcastic. Wasn't he looking down on him? As the third prince of the Qian Empire, he had a noble status and was used to being superior, but he had never experienced the feeling of being humiliated like this before. The second prince and the others were also startled and woke up from their cultivation. Third prince, do you know what you're doing? The second prince's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice. He had just established a good relationship with Wang Ting, and the third prince came to mess things up. If Wang Ting hated the royal family of the great Qian Empire, they would lose everything. The Qian Empire had no reason to give up a genius like Wang Ting, who was highly valued by the Virtual Universe Company. However, the third prince had been cultivating before, so he didn't know that Wang Ting had gotten 90% of the shares of the Virtual Universe Company's contract. Now that the second prince had come to criticize him, he was even more furious. He said coldly, Second prince, don't meddle in my business. You. The second prince's expression darkened. He didn't expect the third prince to be so ignorant. He had seen Wang Ting's performance in the first round of the knockout battle. As long as he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't have offended him. The third prince, on the other hand, didn't show any goodwill, and instead came to conflict with Wang Ting. What was he thinking? Second prince, you don't have to pay attention to him. Wang Ting stopped the second prince and said to the third prince, Your Highness, the horn of the vast ocean single-horned whale is also very useful to me. You don't have to think about it anymore. I won't give it to you. He paused for a while and then said, Oh, right, I have something to say to you. As a person, don't think too highly of yourself. Others may be afraid of you, the third prince, but I am not. He said calmly. Although his voice wasn't loud, it carried a sense of confidence. His calm gaze met the third prince's. In the end, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. You. The third prince didn't know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine, making his entire body feel cold. He couldn't help but take a step back, but he immediately reacted and became angry out of humiliation. You have big guts. I've always been bold. Wang Ting nodded. The third prince choked. He felt as if he had punched cotton and almost suffered internal injuries. The second prince looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression. This person was really good at insulting others. The moment he opened his mouth, he was already a yin and yang person. You're good. The third prince took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He coldly left behind a sentence and turned to leave. Your Highness, in the future, don't try to do favors for no reason. This favor is only worth something if others take it seriously. If others don't take it seriously, it's nothing. Wang Ting said calmly from behind. The third prince's face suddenly turned green. He clenched his fists, stopped in his tracks, and walked away without looking back. Everyone looked at Wang Ting, and felt that his mouth was really a bit sarcastic. They were all born of aristocratic families. In fact, they more or less had the same mentality as the third prince. They looked down on those with low status. Very few people could resist them. They just didn't go as far as the third prince. And Wang Ting was different. Although Wang Ting's background was not high, he had great potential. Even they had to treat him with caution. The second prince looked at the third prince's back and shook his head. He said, "My third brother has always been like this. He's too arrogant. Don't take it to heart. If he doesn't come to trouble me, I won't take it to heart." Wang Ting said. "When I go back, I will mention it to the elders in the family. They will naturally restrain him." The second prince smiled bitterly. "We princes are all in competition. No one can control each other." Wang Ting nodded and didn't say anything. "Wang Ting, are you okay?" Siduaner asked through telepathy. "Don't worry. I'm fine." Wang Ting looked at Siduaner and met her slightly worried eyes. He also replied through telepathy. These words were not suitable to be said in front of the second prince. So, Siduaner expressed her concern through telepathy. At the same time, Song Yicheng, LV Jing, and the others also asked through telepathy. After all, that was the third prince. It was not good to offend him. Wang Ting didn't take the third prince to heart, but seeing how worried everyone was, he could only respond. Ji Haochen and Di Mosi were not worried. As members of the 8 great imperial clans, they had the confidence to do so. After the third prince's interruption, everyone's minds became somewhat restless. After a while, they once again sank into the state of cultivation. Time slowly passed, and 10 days quickly passed. Finally, it was time for the second round of the arena matches to begin. On this day, at precisely 8 o'clock on the battle star, that majestic voice once more resounded in the sky. The second round of the arena matches begins. All participants, prepare to enter the battle star. The participants opened their eyes from cultivation and stood up, their bodies exuding a fighting spirit as they looked around at their potential opponents. The second round of the tournament was finally about to begin. The second prince, Ji Haochen, and the others also awoke from cultivation. They glanced at each other, a hint of fighting spirit emerging in their eyes. They had been chatting and laughing earlier, but when it came to the tournament, when it was time to use their full strength, they still had to use their full strength. No one wanted to lose the battle of geniuses. Seeing the fighting spirit in each other's eyes, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Afterward, they realized that they were missing someone. Looking down, they saw that Wang Ting was still cultivating and had not been woken up. Their faces were somewhat stunned, and they couldn't help but bitterly smile. Good fellow, he's really calm, he's still able to remain calm at a time like this. At this moment, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in their depths as he stood up. The tournament is about to begin. Why is everyone still here? Wang Ting looked at everyone in surprise. Everyone was speechless. This guy still had the gall to talk about them. The sound of rushing wind could be heard as one figure after another soared into the air and charged toward the battle star. Let's go as well, the second prince said. Okay. Everyone replied and soared into the air, transforming into graceful streaks of light that shot toward the battle star. At the same time, the broadcast appeared on the virtual universe platform once more, and the spectators began to pour in and celebrate. It's begun. It's begun. The second round of the tournament has finally begun. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for so long, but it's finally here. So excited. So excited. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Cut to the screen of Wang Ting and the Emperor's son. It's here. It's here. I see Wang Ting. I see the Emperor's son. The Emperor's son is so handsome. Wang Ting is even more handsome. The Emperor's son is even more handsome. They're all adults. Can you not be so childish? Of course they're both handsome. I wonder who will make it to the end in this round, Wang Ting or the Emperor's son. It'll definitely be the Emperor's son. I can guarantee that the Emperor's son still has some tricks up his sleeve. At most, Wang Ting is just a bit faster. What? You dare to say that our Wang Ting is fast? How is he fast? He's clearly able to last for a long time, okay? Mother asterisk cur, did something just roll over my face? Bro, you have a wheel mark on your face. I think Wang Ting is stronger. He single-handedly took first place in the 5 forbidden zones. Is that something an ordinary warrior can do? He's too awesome, okay? That's right. Wang Ting is the strongest. No one is a match for him. Bullsh asterisk T, the Emperor's son is the strongest. F asterisk CK, do you guys even put me, Ling Yanshu, in your eyes? There's also my second prince. The second prince is third in the first forbidden zone, second only to Wang Ting and the Emperor's son. That's right. The second prince is also very strong. Moreover, he looks very gentle. He's simply a Prince Charming. Gunter is also very powerful. He's a poison-type warrior. He's strange and unpredictable. He also has a lot of advantages in the arena battle. I support Ling Xianxia, Goddess Lung. Her ice element is truly strong. She's definitely a strong contender for the top 10. The audience was very excited. They counted each and every talented martial artist, cheering for them and supporting the martial artists they liked. Everyone had a warrior they liked. For example, most of the male compatriots preferred Ling Qianxue, Wang Ting, and the Emperor's son. They all had to stand aside. It was very real. The battle planet was located in the center of the sea. There was a huge piece of land, different from the 10 forbidden zones. There were no star beasts here, but it was extremely vast. It was very suitable for the second round of the arena battle. This entire piece of land was the second round of the arena battle. The arena, one warrior after another entered this piece of land. They floated in the air and didn't land. Wang Ting, the second prince, and the others also came here. They curiously looked at the vast land below and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He wasn't surprised by the vastness of this piece of land, but by the desolation of this piece of land. On the same planet, the 10 forbidden zones were filled with star beasts. No matter how dangerous it was, at least there was a kind of aura of life. However, this piece of land was different. At a glance, it was really too vast. Other than the contestants who had just arrived, there was no other life at all. The grayish-brown land was full of spiderweb-like cracks. There were even some deep pits that looked like meteorites had bombarded it. There were traces of blood everywhere on the ground. A desolate and sorrowful feeling floated in the air. A fierce wind blew out of nowhere, sweeping across the land and filling the air with dust. The warriors' hair and clothes flapped in the wind. This is the arena battle arena? Seems like it. This entire piece of land is where the warriors fight. Holy sh*t. It's getting a little exciting. So the second round of the arena battle isn't confined to a single arena, but on this piece of land. Now it's interesting. The strength of a star-grade warrior is already enough to destroy mountains. What's the point of having them fight in a single arena? As expected of the battle of geniuses. How extravagant. Awesome. I can't wait to see those genius warriors fight. Hurry up and start. When the audience saw the piece of land in the live broadcast, they were all shocked. Their blood seemed to boil as they looked at the figures standing in the air above the piece of land. They wanted nothing more than to replace them. That was the stage for prodigies. Only the most outstanding prodigies of the Qian Empire had the right to set foot there. To everyone, this was an unparalleled honor. Those who did not make it through the first round of elimination were envious when they saw the scene. If they could make it through the first round, they would be the only ones standing there. Pity, pity, warrior number 1 of the Pyrax family was one of those who were eliminated. He stood in front of the live broadcast screen and stared at a figure on it. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. That figure was Wan Ting. If not for Wan Ting, he, a prodigy of the Pyrax family, would not have fallen to such a state where he could not even make it through the elimination round. Now, he had become a laughingstock. He did not know how much ridicule and mockery he would suffer. This was all thanks to Wan Ting. However, he was only incompetent and angry. He did not dare to find trouble with Wan Ting. The difference in strength between the two parties was too great. 100,000 fighters, no, it should be 99,996 fighters, all came to this piece of land. A barrier suddenly rose from the edge of the land. It was like a huge bowl had been turned upside down. Looking from outside the planet, it was exceptionally majestic. Wan Ting and the rest looked up and saw the screen. Rumble, at this moment, the ground around the land began to shake. The ground began to rise without warning, turning into stone seats that formed a huge circle. It was like a spectator stand. At the same time, 10 platforms rose from the edge and floated in midair. On each of the 10 platforms, there were 10 seats of different heights. They descended from the highest to the lowest. When the audience saw this, they were all shocked. What kind of power was this? It actually changed the terrain and forcibly created a temporary spectator stand. This was something that even ordinary sector lords might not be able to do. Wan Ting's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised. With his magnetism talent, he had to be at least at the domain lord level to be able to do this in such a short period of time. It was unbelievable. Participants, please take your seats. The top 10 participants of the first elimination round, please go to the spectator stand and take your seats according to your ranking. The loud voice sounded again, echoing in the air above the land. All the participants trembled and flew to the seats around the land. The following competition was going to be very exciting, so they had to find a good seat. Everyone was very envious of the 10 seats on the platforms, but they also knew that they were not fated to be there. They did not have the right to go up. Close to 100 figures flew out from all directions, leaping onto the platforms in midair and taking their seats. Wan Ting was among them. He went directly to one of the platforms with the number 1 engraved on it. That represented the first forbidden area. He leisurely sat on the highest seat. All the mountains looked small. This feeling was a little satisfying. Wan Ting sat on the seat, his body tilted, and found a comfortable position to sit. On his left and right, slightly lower seats were the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Seeing Wan Ting's gaze, the Second Prince smiled slightly. The Crown Prince did not look sideways, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, he probably did not feel good about being below others. At this moment, there was a commotion all around. What's wrong? The Second Prince and the others looked around and then looked at Wan Ting with a strange expression. There are 4 stone platforms, and the first seat is empty. Pfft, I suddenly laughed when I saw this. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Damn, those seats were all prepared for Wan Ting, but he's only one person. Pfft, there were originally 100 people in the top 100, but now there are only 96. 4 fewer. On the Virtual Universe Exchange platform, the audience watched this comical scene and couldn't help but laugh. The first seat that represented the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th forbidden areas was now empty. This made the second seat very awkward, so much so that it caused a commotion and attracted everyone's attention. Wan Ting was also a little embarrassed. He thought about it and waved his hand, and 4 figures appeared beside him. Ahem, you guys go over there and have a chat with everyone, Wan Ting said. The 4 figures did not say anything. They flew straight to the 4 stone platforms and sat on the first seat. They looked like 4 tools. Everyone, it could be done like this. This maneuver simply broke the audience's waists. The Second Prince, Xianxia, and the others looked at Wan Ting speechlessly. They did not expect him to come up with such a method. Was this something a human would do? The group of people could no longer control the curses running through their hearts. According to the ranking, this was a form of respect for the geniuses. It was a very serious matter, but the atmosphere suddenly changed. Everyone looked at the 5 first-place positions on the 10 stone platforms, but they all had the same face. That feeling was really a bit of a breakdown, especially for those who entered the top 10. This was originally something to be proud of and happy about, but for some reason, they couldn't feel happy at all. On the stone platform representing the fifth forbidden area, Xianxia sat in the second position. She could clearly feel a gaze falling on her from above, making her feel uncomfortable all over. This guy's gaze seemed to be able to strip off a person's clothes. Thinking back to the last time they met in the fifth forbidden area, Wang Ting teased her about not wearing shoes. Even with Xianxia's indifferent and otherworldly state of mind, she couldn't help but feel waves in her heart. Her pair of crystal-clear jade feet couldn't help but shrink, and she wanted to punch Wang Ting in her heart. Although she knew very well that it was just a clone. But so what if it was a clone? What was the difference between what the clone saw and what the main body saw? The clone technique was clearly an extremely rare and powerful battle skill, but this guy used it in a despicable way. Wang Ting didn't know that so many thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind in a short period of time. He was just curiously sizing her up. He hadn't forgotten about the holy ice body attribute he obtained from Xianxia last time. On the stone platform representing the second forbidden area, Xianxia sat in the second position. He had a handsome face and didn't look at Wang Ting. In the first round of the elimination battle, he was tricked by Wang Ting too miserably. He was still resentful. On the stone platform representing the third forbidden area, the second person sitting in the second position was the poison-type warrior, Gunter. He kept sizing up Wang Ting. His eyes were actually green, making one's scalp tingle. And he wasn't just sizing him up. That gaze was as if he wanted to feed Wang Ting to poison. Gunter licked his lips, looking very excited. He liked to use the bodies of genius warriors to test poison. Every genius physique was different, and the poison they could withstand was also very different. It was only after countless attempts that he was able to create the most powerful poison in the entire universe. Wang Ting wasn't afraid at all. He smiled and curiously sized up Gunter. He wondered if this guy had any special constitution. A poison attribute martial artist, this was very rare. How would it compare to his demonic lotus poison body? Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he last saw that little girl, Xianxia. Her demon lotus poison body had also stagnated for a long time. Otherwise, with the potential of the demon lotus poison body, it would not be at its current level. Gunter looked at Wang Ting and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He frowned. What's going on? He actually lost when it came to eye contact. What was Wang Ting thinking? It actually made him feel very uncomfortable. In the past, this feeling would only appear on other people because in his eyes, other people were his test subjects. But now, he felt like he had become a research subject. This was too absurd. Gunter's green eyes suddenly became ferocious as he coldly stared at Wang Ting. Wang Ting found it funny. This was very interesting. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He leaned back in his seat with one hand on the armrest. He propped up his chin and looked at Gunter with a smile. Contempt, it was a kind of condescending contempt. Green veins popped out on Gunter's forehead like little snakes wiggling under his skin. He coldly snorted and turned his head away, no longer looking at Wang Ting. Everything would have to wait until the competition started. Gunter was very confident in himself. The first round of elimination was only based on points. There were many factors that could interfere. Who was strong and who was weak would have to depend on the arena battles. The people representing the seventh forbidden area were all unfamiliar faces. Wang Ting wasn't familiar with them, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Once the competition started, he would know how strong they were. On the stone platform of the first forbidden area, Wang Ting stretched his back. He used his doppelganger to observe the other opponents. There was no one else. After everyone sat down, a ray of light appeared above the arena. It came from the void and turned into a huge ball of light. The ball of light was made up of countless participants' avatars and names. It was constantly changing. No one knew who would be matched up with next. It was completely random. The arena battle officially begins. Starting the random match. In an instant, the avatars on the ball of light began to change at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. All the participants held their breaths and couldn't help but feel nervous. Wang Tang and the other Empyrean warriors on the stone platform also turned their attention to the ball of light. Their eyes revealed a look of interest. The competition had truly begun. At a certain moment, the image on the ball of light froze. The match was completed. The matched warriors, please enter. A voice came out from the ball of light and echoed around. After the match was completed, the results would be transmitted to every participant's intelligent wristwatch through the participant's number. They would know immediately and wouldn't need to find their own opponents. After all, there were many warriors fighting at the same time. If they had to find their opponents one by one, it would be troublesome. The warriors who received the notification stood up and flew down from the audience seats. They followed the instructions and quickly found their opponents. Both parties found an empty space to fight. There were no arenas. The entire continent was an arena. This kind of rule was more beneficial for the warriors to display their own strength and advantages. In an instant, 10,000 people entered the arena. They were in pairs, forming a battle group of 5,000. The 5,000 pairs of warriors were in different positions. They stood in midair and looked at each other. The battle was about to start. The wind blew and yellow sand filled the sky. Boom, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded and reverberated between heaven and earth. The battle of 5,000 pairs began at the same time. One by one, the warriors rushed towards their opponents. They were like balls of blazing light in midair. They constantly collided. Everyone displayed their skills and used their strongest stance to complete this competition. At this moment, this continent was the most dazzling stage in the entire Qian Empire. No one would hold back. No one wanted to leave behind any regrets. Even if they failed, they had to give it their all to shine. The battle started and ended very quickly. For many warriors, a real battle of life and death only took an instant. However, this continent also had a protective mechanism. Once they failed, they would be teleported away to save their lives. 10,000 martial artists fought, and 5,000 advanced to the next round. After nearly 100,000 people had passed the first round of the arena battles, only 50,000 people would be left. These 50,000 people would be rematched and enter the next round of battles. As for the 50,000 people who lost, they would enter the elimination group. It wasn't that they had no chance. They would go through a resurrection battle and fight their way out of the eliminated warriors to return to the official competition. 100,000 warriors were too many. They could only use this method to compete at the same time. Otherwise, it would waste a lot of time. Wang Ting sat in his seat and looked at the battles on the entire continent. His 4 doppelgangers were in 4 different positions. He could see almost all the warriors clearly. At the same time, he quietly picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the warriors. Of course, he only picked up the attribute bubbles after the previous round had ended and before the next round had begun. During the competition, no one was allowed to interfere with the mind power of others. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. Even Wang Ting, who was first in the elimination round, was no exception. However, there was nothing worth paying attention to in the early stages of the battle. The attribute bubbles dropped by the warriors were mostly of the force attribute or the esoteric attribute. For the current Wang Ting, they weren't of much help. The only thing worth paying attention to was that these martial artists' combat skills were all kinds of strange and bizarre, dazzling one's eyes. Ha ha ha, look! Our Nasi Star's genius, Faunus, has advanced. Hey, isn't that warrior number 2 from the Pyrax family? I didn't expect him to enter the arena battles and advance. As expected of the Pyrax family. I saw that he won very cleanly just now. He's very strong. The Pyrax family's warriors aren't weak to begin with. They were just unlucky in the previous round to encounter Wang Ting. Pfft, do you think that warrior number 2 will encounter Wang Ting later? It's hard to say. They might encounter each other. Pyrax family's warrior number 3 has also advanced. Look at his arrogant expression. He's standing up again. I want to see them get beaten up by Wang Ting again. Feng Yushan from the Fengnan Star has been eliminated. His opponent is a woman. She looks very strong. Who is that woman? What race is she? Found her. She's from the Full Moon Star. She's a genius from the Full Moon clan. Her name is Yu Qiqiao. What? Yu Chao? And her name? What do you mean by Yu Chao? Pfft. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Speaking of which, Yu Chao really doesn't show off. She was only in the lower middle of the elimination round. I didn't expect her to be stronger than Feng Yushan. A lot of people's attention was attracted by a tall woman. She had defeated the famous Feng Yushan and entered the public's vision. At the same time, a lot of contestants had recognized Yu Qiqiao from the Full Moon clan. No one could guarantee that they would encounter her in the next round. Full Moon clan. Wang Ting heard the discussions around him and was surprised. Full Moon Star is one of the more famous planets in the Qian Empire. Its economy and culture are very prosperous, and it has a very deep foundation. The race that controls that planet is the Full Moon clan. They are quite talented, and there would be a few geniuses from time to time. They travel the universe, but they keep a low profile. Yuan Gungun introduced in Wang Ting's mind. What are their racial talents? Wang Ting had not been in the Qian Empire for long, so he didn't know as much as Yuan Gungun. Therefore, he asked curiously. They don't have any special racial talents. However, they once had an immortal rank warrior. They have an extraordinary bloodline, so they are quite talented in cultivation. Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He paid some attention to the woman named Yu Qiqiao, waiting to see how she would perform. The competition continued. Another large group of warriors entered the arena and began to fight. Wang Ting's interest was piqued when he saw some outstanding martial warriors. He watched the competition seriously. That warrior from the Three-Eyed Clan is quite strong. He defeated his opponent in a short while. The Three-Eyed Clan is one of the big clans in the Qian Empire. They have a large population. It's not surprising that they have some powerful warriors. That's true. It's great to have so many people. That guy seems to be from the Lute clan. His hidden talent is very good. Eh? Why do I feel that his hidden talent is similar to Wang Ting's? That's nothing. There are all kinds of strange races in the universe. There are countless scriptures too. Some scriptures were created by imitating the hidden talent of the Lute people. Wang Ting must have mastered a similar scripture. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wang Ting isn't from the Lute clan. Wang Ting, damn, I found a rabbit. It's a warrior from the Rabbit Human clan. I didn't expect to see a Rabbit Human clan warrior here. She jumps so fast. Her opponent can't even catch her. Her talent is unparalleled. In one of the battlefields, a young girl from the rabbit tribe was constantly flashing in the sky, as if she was jumping continuously. In addition, she was wearing pink clothes, which made her look like a real pink rabbit. It was very comical. Behind her, a Boar Human clan warrior with a battle axe was chasing after her. However, he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. The battle axe in his hand would send out a sharp blade from time to time. He couldn't hit her no matter how hard he tried. You. Don't run. The Boar Human clan warrior was panting. His chubby face was full of helplessness and frustration. He was actually being chased around by a rabbit. If I don't run, am I supposed to let you hit me? I'm not stupid. The Rabbit Human clan girl rolled her eyes. This is a competition. Why do you keep running? The Boar Human clan warrior said. As long as you can't catch up with me, I won't lose. The Rabbit Human clan girl said. Then you can't beat me. I can't catch up with you. I can drag it out with you. The Boar Human clan warrior rolled his eyes and flashed a cunning look. Then come at me. Let's see who can drag it out longer. The Rabbit Human clan girl wasn't afraid at all. She waved her finger at the Boar Human clan warrior behind her. The Boar Human clan warrior. Wang Ting had also noticed the competition between the rabbit and the Boar Human clan warrior. His expression was weird. From the start of the competition until now, this was the first time such a funny scene had happened. The others' gazes were all drawn over. They couldn't help but laugh. It was too funny. On the virtual universe platform, everyone was even more excited. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. This is too funny. Is this a pig and rabbit race? Rabbits are so cute. Why are they hitting them? That Boar Human Clan warrior is so ugly. Hurry up and admit defeat. This competition can't hold you any longer. Go struggle in the revival battles. Boar Human Clan, I feel wronged but I won't say it. I feel that Boar Human Clan warrior is so pitiful. He's obviously not weak but he's being chased around by a rabbit. In that area, the Boar Human Clan warrior chased for half a day. His fat body was covered in sweat and his face was pale. He looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. Hee hee, you've lost. The Rabbit Human Clan girl flashed and appeared behind the Boar Human Clan warrior. A carrot-like weapon appeared in her hand and she placed it on his neck. Ha ha ha, you're the one who lost. The Boar Human Clan warrior laughed loudly. His fat body nimbly dodged to the side. The battle axe in his hand was fiercely raised and he actually slashed at a weird angle towards the Rabbit Human Clan girl behind him. This scene shocked many. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for the Rabbit Human Clan girl. Just when everyone was worried about the young girl from the Rabbit Clan, she was still giggling. Rumble, in the next moment, the Boar Man warrior's battle axe landed on the Rabbit Man girl's body, cutting her petite body in half. Many had already closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. What an adorable rabbit, how could it fall just like that? However, very quickly, everyone realized something was amiss. That Rabbit Man's body actually didn't have any blood splattering everywhere, instead, it was slowly disappearing. Not good. The Boar Man warrior's expression changed. Hee hee, you've lost. The Rabbit Man girl once again appeared behind the Boar Man warrior, holding her carrot-like weapon and hitting his head. With a pung, the Boar Man warrior answered. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the young girl from the Rabbit Clan. The outcome was too sudden, causing them to be unable to wrap their heads around it. What just happened? I don't know, I didn't even see anything. So. Bunny won? She definitely won, that Boar Man warrior has already fallen, how pitiful. This is really shocking. On the virtual universe platform, the audience was in an uproar. Interesting, this little rabbit's speed is quite fast. Wang Ting looked at the Rabbit Man girl with interest, saying. Yes, she was very fast. When the Boar Man tribe warrior moved, she had already left in a flash. The second prince nodded and said with a serious expression. Is this a rabbit's talent? Wang Ting's expression was strange. How come I didn't know that the Rabbit Man race had such a talent? The second prince looked at him weirdly. It could be a mutated rabbit. Wang Ting rubbed his chin, guessing seriously. The second prince was speechless. What mutated rabbit? She was from the Rabbit Man race, not a real rabbit, and a mutated one. Who knew what Wang Ting was thinking? Wang Ting saw that the second prince didn't know either. Shaking his head regretfully, he felt that his guess was quite reasonable. What if it was? He glanced at the name of the Rabbit Man girl. Rabbit Little 8, good heavens, this name is amazing. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. Why don't you call him Bugs Bunny? The young girl of the Rabbit Human tribe, Little 8, successfully advanced to the next round. Her two big ears stood up, looking a little proud. Then, she skipped down the stage. The competition continued, and the second round of the arena battles ended quickly. The remaining 25,000 people continued to be matched. In this round of competition, even more genius martial artists were forced to reveal their true strength. It was a young man dressed in a gray robe and holding a long sword. His opponent was a martial artist from the 8-man race. He was very powerful and had grasped 80% of the metal profound. He brandished his saber with vigor, and a golden saber light swept across the sky. However, the gray-robed youth attacked. His sword swept across the sky, and a dazzling sword light illuminated the dusky sky. All of the golden blade lights were destroyed. The gray-robed youth had killed his opponent in an instant, which attracted a lot of attention. Eh? Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a bright light as he exclaimed in surprise. This gray-robed youth was the young man that he had been paying attention to before the competition started. At that time, Wang Ting felt that this young man's strength was not bad. There was a very subtle sword intent emitting from his body. He should be a martial artist who focused on swordsmanship. Now, it seemed that he was right. so powerful. Who is this young man? Where did he come from? Why didn't I notice him before? His name is Xianxia. He comes from a place called the White Stream Galaxy. It seems to be a galaxy of a middle-level universe civilization under the Qian Empire. Another genius from a remote galaxy? A middle-level civilization. His background is not strong. However, it seems that Wang Ting is more powerful. He comes from a galaxy under a low-level civilization. Why does it have to be worse? Oh, the worse it is, the more powerful it is. You're really a logic genius. However, Xianxia's sword was really powerful. It appeared in a flash and defeated his opponent. Looks like another dark horse. Is this Xianxia a martial artist who specializes in swordsmanship? It looks very ordinary, but when it struck out just now, it was very sharp. Genius swordsmanship. There are many swordsmanship geniuses in this competition. The third prince seems to be one of them. I remember that Wang Ting also uses a sword. I wonder how his swordsmanship is? I'm so excited. I want to see them fight. You're wrong. Many people were shocked by Xianxia's strength and started discussing. Some people even tried to dig up Xianxia's identity. Actually, all the geniuses participating in the competition had registered their origins. It was not difficult for the spectators to find out. Moreover, Xianxia did not hide his identity. The White String Galaxy where Xianxia came from was located in the Tianluo Empire, a middle-level universe civilization. Xianxia represented the Tianluo Empire, so the higher-ups of the Tianluo Empire were paying attention. Seeing him draw his sword, many of the higher-ups of the Tianluo Empire became excited. However, they did not personally come to the battle planet. Instead, they stayed in the capital of the Tianluo Empire to watch the competition. Tianluo Planet, Tianluo City Center, inside a magnificent palace. The Tianluo Empire's king sat on his throne. His figure was tall and hazy, making it hard to see him clearly. A group of sector lords stood on both sides. Each of them had a powerful aura, making it hard for people to look at them directly. In front of them, a huge screen was displayed. On it was the situation of the competition. King, with Jianxin's strength, entering the top 1,000 should not be a problem. A sector lord from the Tianluo Empire said respectfully. Ha ha ha, Jianxin's talent is not any weaker than those geniuses from the Qian Empire. The Tianluo Empire's king was an immortal rank existence. He looked at Xianxia in satisfaction. This was his favorite disciple. With Jianxin's strength, if he fully explodes, he might be able to fight it out without Wang Ting. A sector lord said. That's right. That Wang Ting only came from a low-level civilization. He doesn't have an immortal rank to guide him. However, Jianxin is different. He is personally guided by the king. It's just that Jianxin didn't steal the limelight in the first round of eliminations. Another sector lord said. With Jianxin's personality, if he could easily pass the first round of eliminations, he definitely wouldn't waste too much effort on it. Otherwise, his ranking would be much higher. The Tianluo Empire's king nodded. If he can defeat that Wang Ting, that would naturally be the best. All the fame he accumulated before will become Jianxin's stepping stone. Our Tianluo Empire will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves in the battle of the geniuses. The sector lord below said excitedly. Battle planet, the arena was on the continent. Many warriors with sharp eyes noticed Xianxin's sword and looked at the gray-robed youth solemnly. What a powerful sword. The second prince said seriously. On the other side, Xianxia sat up straight and looked sharply at Xianxia. Another strong opponent? He hoped he wouldn't be disappointed. Xianxia's expression was still calm, but her eyes were more serious. Berkta grinned and looked at Xianxia with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Gunter squinted his eyes with interest. He had another target to test his poison on. He had poisoned many sword-wielding warriors to death, but these guys were harder to deal with. If he wasn't careful, he would be injured. The third prince unconsciously clenched his fists. He suddenly remembered that he didn't have the habit of carrying a sword with him. Weapons were just tools, and he always kept them in his spatial equipment. It was just that he was stimulated by Su Jianshan's sword light and subconsciously wanted to hold his sword. 2 hours later, the arena had already gone through a few rounds. The number of people kept decreasing, but the arena battles were getting more and more intense. Another figure appeared in front of everyone, attracting a lot of attention. That figure wasn't very tall and wore a black cloak. His true appearance couldn't be seen. A thick scaly arm stretched out from under the cloak, crushing a martial artist to death. Yes, crushed to death. The protective mechanism of the arena battles wasn't omnipotent. In the end, it couldn't save the person. However, the black-cloaked figure was too fast, and his attacks were extremely ruthless. The moment he attacked, he killed them. Not far from Wang Ting, the Pyrax family's Stretch suddenly stood up with an ugly expression. The person who died was a warrior from the Pyrax family. This Pyrax family warrior wasn't number 2 or 3. Wang Ting didn't recognize him. But Ling Yanshu immediately recognized him. This was number 4. Who is this person? On the Pyrax family's ship, the Raging Flame Sector Lord and the others were furious. A genius martial artist who had the potential to enter the top 1,000 had died here. This was a huge loss. Moreover, the other party didn't put their Pyrax family in his eyes. And killed without hesitation. This was an insult, they absolutely couldn't tolerate it. According to the information, he's called Farum, from the lizard scale race. Walter Gu said in a deep voice. Lizard scale race, a lizard scale dared to kill a genius of my Pyrax royal family. The Raging Flame Sector Lord's voice was ice cold, his eyes almost spitting fire. The lizard scale race wasn't a powerful race. Their status in the Qian Empire wasn't high and they didn't have any powerful powerhouses. But now, a lizard scale race warrior dared to kill a member of the Pyrax royal family. This was no different from poking a hole in the sky. But they were in the middle of the battle of geniuses, so they couldn't make a move. It was useless for the Raging Flame Sector Lord and the others to be angry. Wang Ting used the eyes of truth to take a look and memorize that person's appearance. He would have to thank him if he had the chance, truly. Beautifully done, he hadn't even made a move yet and he had already gotten rid of a Pyrax family's warrior. The second prince and the others were also stunned. They sized up Farum before turning to look at Stretch. No matter who it was, they could see his anger. Who knew what would happen to the black-cloaked martial artist if he angered Stretch, but the other side seemed to be very powerful. They hadn't even noticed how he had attacked before. Stretch, calm down. It's a competition, so injuries and deaths are unavoidable, Wang Ting said. Stretch suddenly turned his head and coldly looked at him. The second prince and the others were speechless. Wang Ting felt that this matter wasn't big enough and was still adding fuel to the fire. But the strength of your Pyrax family's warrior doesn't seem to be enough. He was instantly killed, how can he be considered a genius? Wang Ting didn't seem to notice Stretch's gaze as he continued to provoke him. The second prince and the others were left speechless. Wang Ting, you are courting death. Stretch suppressed his anger and coldly said. Oh, you're angry. Wang Ting looked scared as he reminded, don't mess around, our competition hasn't started yet. If you make a move here, he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew the rules. If they made a move without permission, they would be disqualified. The 7-star academies wouldn't let them do as they pleased. Humph. Stretch's expression changed. Finally, he coldly snorted, sat down, and closed his eyes. Wang Ting shook his head with a look of pity. The second prince and the others were left speechless. What was this guy feeling pity about? The competition continued. More than half a day passed, and more people were eliminated. At this point, every warrior who remained was very powerful. Whether it was profound meanings or combat skills, they had all cultivated to an extremely high level. Moreover, every genius martial artist had rich combat experience and was not a rookie martial artist. Therefore, every arena battle was very exciting. All kinds of combat skills exploded, and different profound meanings surged in the sky. Everyone was excited to see this. Their blood was boiling as they imagined themselves fighting the various geniuses in the arena. This was the true battle of geniuses. If they could participate, they wouldn't have lived in vain. Many warriors fought their way out of the resurrection battle and re-entered the top 1,000. Some were still eliminated, while others fought their way through, defeating many opponents and staying in the end. Very quickly, 3 days' time passed, and the top 1,000 martial artists were finally determined from the arena battles. Many unknown geniuses rose to the top and entered everyone's sight. They more or less received attention and support. For example, Xianxia, Rabbit Little 8, and Su Jianchen were all participants who rose to prominence in the arena battles and were rather popular. Many people didn't expect that Rabbit Little 8 could enter the top 1,000. Because she was hiding throughout the battle, she didn't seem to be very strong. In the end, she relied on her unfathomable speed to rush into the top 1,000, which really made many people's jaws drop. Wang Ting was also very surprised, but he was more interested in Rabbit Little 8's talent. He felt that this little rabbit must have mutated. There was another discovery that surprised Wang Ting. The second and third warriors from the Pyrax family actually entered the top 1,000. They didn't get eliminated in the previous round, and they actually made it through this round. Were they so tenacious? Also, the Pyrax family had 2 warriors who didn't get a bye, Stretch and Landang. These 2 were sitting not far away from him because they entered the top 10 of the first restricted area. The Pyrax family really hit it well. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. His eyes flashed. No, the top 1,000 already have the qualifications to enter the 7-star academies. I have to find a way to trick them again. This thought flashed in Wang Ting's mind and couldn't be dismissed. He was a vengeful person. The Pyrax family was always looking for opportunities to kill him. How could he not return the favor? Going to the 7-star academies was such a good opportunity. Of course, he couldn't let them take advantage of it. One could kill in the arena battles. After all, fists and feet had no eyes. That black cloak had tried it before. As long as one could get rid of the opponent before the protective mechanism of the arena battles took effect, there wouldn't be any problems. The second and third warriors from the Pyrax family suddenly felt a malicious intent descending on them. They felt a chill down their spines. What was going on? Could it be that the black cloak had targeted them? The top 1,000 of the second round of the arena battles had finally been decided. Out of 99,996 martial artists, only 1,000 martial artists would be selected. This elimination rate could not be said to be low. However, this was the battle of prodigies. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was 1 in 100 million. The second prince, Stretch, and the other Skyprides were already itching to make a move. They were about to lose control of their restless battle intent. However, as the most talented martial artists, ordinary contestants weren't worthy of their attention. They were only interested now that the top 1,000 had been decided. The top 1,000 prodigies have been decided. The final battle will begin in 10 days. In the sky above the arena, a loud voice rang out. We still have to wait for 10 days. Everyone was disappointed when they heard the announcement. Although they had already watched the competition for 3 days, they didn't find it boring at all. Instead, they found it more and more exciting. To martial artists at the planetary state level and above, going without food and water for 3 days was nothing. It would pass in the blink of an eye. Watching the competition was more important. Moreover, the final battle for the top 1,000 was about to begin. The top 10 were about to leave the arena. That would be the most eye-catching moment. Now that it had come to an abrupt end, who could stand it? Don't go, continue. However, this was the rule of the Battle of Prodigies, and no one could change it. Many of the contestants had already been injured in the previous 3 days, and they needed time to recuperate. Wang Ting and the rest didn't leave the arena grounds. They were all cultivating in their respective spots. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The competition began again. All the spectators were excited as they looked at the top 10 prodigies on the stone platforms. This was the most crucial moment of the Battle of Prodigies. The martial artists who had fought their way into the top 1,000 all had solemn expressions as they looked at the stone platforms floating in midair. In a sense, the martial artists on the stone platforms represented the strongest in this Battle of Prodigies. Those cultivators had already made their names known in the first round of elimination battles and had proven their strength. No one dared to underestimate them, even the newly risen Xianxia, Rabbit Little 8, Su Jianchen, and the others didn't dare to underestimate these people. Many people on the virtual universe platform were excited as they guessed whether the newly risen prodigies could compete with the top 10 prodigies. On the huge fortress of the military headquarters, General Fu Xinglan and the others slowly opened their eyes and looked at the screen. They didn't pay much attention to the previous battles, but now that the Battle of Prodigies was at its final stage, even they paid attention to it. Could Wang Ting make it to the end? On the royal family's spaceship, the middle-aged man from the royal family had a calm expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Come on, let's see who's stronger between you and the emperor." Yu Xingxing, Wu Xingyun, Old Han, and the others looked at the light screen in front of them and sat up straight. Would Wang Ting be able to walk to the end? Everyone from Earthstar was filled with anticipation. They hoped that Wang Ting would shine brightly in this battle of prodigies. If they were doubtful about whether Wang Ting could make it to the top 10 before the Battle of Prodigies began, then now, they felt that Wang Ting was qualified to compete for the top 10. Because his performance in the first round of elimination battles was too eye-catching, people couldn't help but believe that he could compete with the top prodigies of the Qian Empire. Ji Xiaoming, Han Zhu, and the others had complicated expressions. There was envy, yearning, and a trace of bitterness. They also wanted to know how far Wang Ting could go. On the Battle Rock Mercenary Group spaceship, Lin Chuhan stared at the screen with burning eyes. He stared at the figure on the screen. Everyone who knew Wang Ting was paying attention to the Battle of the Geniuses. They wanted to see if this young man from a backward planet could ascend to the throne that represented the highest honor of the Dacian Empire. Even Earthstar was connected to the virtual universe network. Countless people from Earthstar were watching the Battle of Prodigies. Those prodigies really opened the eyes of Earthstar's people. And Wang Ting's growth was even more shocking. That young man from Earthstar had already grown to such an extent, he actually wanted to compete with the top prodigies of a high-level universe civilization like the Qian Empire. It was unbelievable. On the Pyrax family's spaceship, Wrath Flame Sector Lord and the others stared at the screen with gloomy expressions. "Have you notified Stretch and the others?" Wrath Flame Sector Lord asked. "Yes." Walter Gu's eyes flashed as he replied. "This time, we must get rid of Wang Ting and that Faramir. Anyone who goes against the Pyrax royal family must die." Wrath Flame Sector Lord's voice was filled with endless coldness. "Stretch and Landon will definitely do their best. They still have that thing they haven't used yet," Walter Gu said. On the Calendesh family spaceship, Dubois, Baragu, and the others stared at the screen. They were paying attention to Wang Ting, D. Moses, and the others from their families. In the top 1,000, besides D. Moses, there were several other prodigies from the Calendesh family. They were also people who had hopes of going to the 7-star academies. The Calendesh family was one of the 8 royal families with different surnames. They weren't much weaker than the Pyrax family. At the same time, the Rodriguez family, Perez family, G royal family, G royal family, Jiang royal family, Xiaohou royal family, and so on were all paying attention to the top 1,000 fighters. In addition to paying attention to the prodigies of their families, they were also paying attention to the outstanding prodigies like Wang Ting and the Crown Prince. Bang! Bang, bang! Just as everyone's eyes were focused on the arena, the continent where the arena was being held suddenly shook, and the sound of war drums resounded. Excitement, surging, it was as if countless fighters were beating invisible war drums. It was extremely sudden, but it resounded through the clouds. In an instant, it was deafening and earth-shaking. A majestic aura filled the air above the continent, lingering for a long time. Everyone was stunned for a moment before their expressions turned solemn. Their hearts beat violently with the sound of the war drums, and the blood in their bodies began to boil. It was as if they were in the middle of a huge battlefield, and a great battle was about to unfold. This scene was truly unexpected. Wang Ting's eyes widened slightly. Even his heart couldn't help but beat with the beat of the war drums. Even if he tried his best to control it, he still couldn't calm it down. The sound of the war drums seemed to have a demonic nature. Isn't it just a competition? Is there a need to go so far? Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he softly ridiculed. The second prince and the others couldn't help but look at him. This guy was really bold. He actually dared to ridicule the 7-star academies. Wasn't he afraid that they would make things difficult for him? Even the crown prince couldn't help but glance at him. Although he also felt that it was a little unnecessary to do so, it was, after all, the work of the 7-star academies. It was also a tradition, so he couldn't really say anything. Ahem. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Wang Ting's face turned serious, as if he hadn't said anything. At this moment, the remaining 1,000 fighters' avatars and names suddenly appeared on the light ball above the continent, and it began to change rapidly. Everyone's heart trembled, and they immediately looked over. In the blink of an eye, the image froze, and all the names and avatars disappeared, leaving only 2. The candidates for the first round of the competition were out: Wang Ting versus Wade. Wow, when everyone saw the avatars and names on the light ball, they couldn't help but be stunned, and then burst into an uproar. Wang Ting, it's actually Wang Ting. The first to fight is actually Wang Ting. So exciting, Wang Ting, the hot contender for the championship, is the first to come up. Ha ha ha, we didn't wait for so many days in vain. I'm so excited, I don't know if you guys moved. I didn't move. Don't move. Is this a coincidence, or is it real? I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but the 7-star academies definitely can't wait. Why isn't anyone paying attention to Wade? Who's Wade? Wade. When the people from the various forces saw that the first to fight was actually Wang Ting, they were a little stunned. Interesting. But soon, they looked at the screen with great interest, at the young man who was in a daze. Wang Ting was sitting in his seat, ready to watch the competition, when he suddenly realized that he was the one who was going to fight, and he was instantly stunned. The probability of this happening was very, very small. He was the first in the 5 forbidden areas, so it should be very difficult for him to be the first to fight, right? At this moment, he even suspected that the light ball had been tampered with so that he would be the first to fight. Wang Ting, hurry up and fight, your opponent is already waiting for you. The second prince couldn't hide the smile on his face as he reminded Wang Ting. This guy was actually the first to fight. This was simply too good. Many people wanted to see how strong Wang Ting was from all aspects. In the first round of the elimination battles, Wang Ting had always used some tricks. Even if there were a few limited attacks, they were all big moves, and nothing else could be seen. Now was the best time to observe him. Stretch, Jihaochen, D. Moses, the third prince, and the others all had the same idea, and they all looked at him as if they were looking at a magical animal. Why do I feel like you're smiling very happily? Wang Ting glanced at the second prince and said. Am I? I don't think so, I'm not smiling. The second prince turned serious and denied. Next time, control your expression better. Wang Ting was speechless. Then, he shook his head and stood up. The second prince and the others suddenly raised their eyebrows. Because they found that Wang Ting in front of them was actually disappearing slowly. They didn't know when he had left the stone platform. In the next moment, Wang Ting's figure abruptly appeared in the sky. In front of him was a fat human young man. His body was 3 times the size of Wang Ting, almost turning into a ball. This man was Wang Ting's opponent, Wade. So fast. Wade saw how Wang Ting appeared, and he was stunned. His eyes became serious, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Wang Ting was too fast, and he barely saw how Wang Ting appeared. To be able to get first place in the 5 forbidden areas, he really deserved his reputation. He felt that he was very unlucky to meet such a strong opponent in the first round. His chances of winning were very low. Do you have a brother called Duanda? Wang Ting looked at the fat man in front of him and asked with a strange expression. Duanda? Wade was obviously stunned. He was a little confused, but he immediately shook his head and said, no. Do you have a brother called Keida? Wang Ting asked again. Keida? Wade didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, I don't have a brother. Okay. Wang Ting said with a little disappointment. Wade looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. What's with this guy's disappointed expression? Does he have to have a brother called Duanda or Keida? So many people are watching, then let's start. Wang Ting didn't waste any more time. He said with a serious expression. Wait a minute, boss. Wade hurriedly called out. Boss? Wang Ting's expression became even more strange. He asked, what? That, can you be gentler later? Wade scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Wang Ting. Is this fat man such a coward? Wade wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His small eyes looked at Wang Ting nervously and asked, that, can't I? It's not that you can't. Wang Ting touched his chin and said, okay, I'll give you a decent beating. On the virtual universe communication platform, everyone heard the conversation between Wade and Wang Ting and laughed. 23333, I'm dying of laughter. Why is this fat man such a coward? They haven't even started and he's already asking Wang Ting to be gentler. Wade, bullshit, I'm not being a coward, I'm following my heart. Right, following your heart, following your heart. I'm dying of laughter, this is the first time I've seen such a weird opening match. The main thing is that Wang Ting is too strong, he's making the fat man dumbfounded. He doesn't even have the courage to fight. I suddenly feel pity for Wade. I feel pity for Wade for 3 seconds. Wade, can you be gentler? Wang Ting, okay, since you're such a coward, I'll reluctantly agree to your request. Match, begin. Seemingly speechless by the conversation between Wang Ting and Wade, a voice came from the ball of light, urging the two to quickly start the match. Wang Ting and Wade's expressions immediately became serious. Rumble. In the next moment, the two silhouettes disappeared from where they were and became two beams of light that collided in the center. Wang Ting held his sword and clashed with the incoming axe. The sword and axe collided in the air, releasing an extremely tyrannical radiance. His opponent used fire origin power, so Wang Ting directly used water origin power to deal with him, choosing not to expose more of his origin power attribute. Not bad, fatty, you're playing the pig to eat the tiger. Wang Ting felt the surging origin power fluctuations from his opponent and laughed. Boss, you're mistaken. I'm so fat, I'm definitely a pig, how could I be a tiger? Wade grinned. Interesting, again. Wang Ting chuckled, his figure flashed, and disappeared from where he was. From another direction, he swung his sword and slashed at his opponent. Wade's fat body was agile too. He moved swiftly in a small area and dodged Wang Ting's attack by a hair's breadth. Then, he took the initiative to attack. The two collided more than 10 times in the air in an instant, erupting in waves of explosions. Why does it feel like something's not right? The audience watched the intense battle on the screen in a daze. Why does that fatty look so strong? Someone asked suspiciously. F***CK. Look at the fatty's previous battle videos. He's always a coward, but he always manages to defeat his opponent unexpectedly. F***CK. It's true. I was almost fooled by his appearance. This fatty is just pretending to be weak. That's too sinister. Well, have you forgotten that Wang Ting is the most sinister one? In the first battle of the top 1000, Wang Ting and Wade fought fiercely. The audience was abuzz with discussion. Especially that fatty Wade. His style was quite wretched. He had been hiding his strength all this time. His previous battle videos had been dug up and analyzed. They found that he just happened to beat his opponent every time. Moreover, he won barely, that was why no one paid much attention to him. They didn't even know who he was before. They didn't expect him to hide his strength so well, no wonder he could enter the top 1000, no wonder he was matched with Wang Ting. Although the match was random, it wasn't unreasonable for the two of them to meet. It was the will of the heavens. Boom, in the sky, there was a loud explosion. The two figures crossed each other. Wang Ting was strolling in the air calmly. Fatty Wade was panting and his face was pale. They formed a sharp contrast. However, at this moment, everyone was looking at Wade suspiciously. Was this guy faking it? If Wade knew what everyone was thinking, he would definitely spit. F***CKU, faking it? I'm about to be squeezed dry. He really wasn't faking it this time, he realized that this guy in front of him was a freak. He attacked so fiercely, but he still looked as if nothing had happened. Did he not use up any energy? Not bad. Wang Ting walked forward with his sword in hand. Boss, didn't you say you'd be gentle? Wade's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but take a step back. I've already been gentle. Wang Ting put on an innocent look and asked, "Didn't you feel it?" Wade was speechless. "Boss, do you have some misunderstanding about the meaning of gentler? What other tricks do you have? If not, it's time to end it," Wang Ting said nonchalantly. The sword in his hand was wrapped with the power of water profound, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. "Wait, wait." Wade hurriedly called out. "What are you doing?" Wang Ting looked at him. "Let me prepare one last move." "Just one move." Wade raised a finger. "You can try," Wang Ting said calmly. Wade swallowed his saliva. He felt that this sentence carried a very frightening meaning, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. It was impossible for him to give up just like that, so he decided to take a gamble. His eyes focused, and the origin in his body surged wildly. It condensed on the battle axe in his hand, and a mysterious power was contained within. Is this the power of a domain?" Wang Ting was stunned. He didn't expect this fatty to have mastered the power of a domain. However, from what he could see, this power of a domain was at the first level at most. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was very difficult for him to use it. Wade knew that the power of a domain he had comprehended wasn't very strong, so he didn't spread it out. Instead, he condensed it on the battle axe and concentrated it all into one attack. The battle axe vibrated, and an endless amount of fire origin spread out. It condensed into the phantom of a giant beast in the sky. There seemed to be a whirlpool spinning inside the phantom of the giant beast. It gathered a large amount of fire origin, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Roar, a roar reverberated and resounded throughout the world. Domain. The second prince and the others focused their gazes on the phantom of the giant beast. They couldn't hide the shock on their faces. A fatty who came out of nowhere actually mastered the power of a domain. The audience looked at the phantom of the giant beast and couldn't help but be shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. This attack seems to contain the power of a domain? Are you kidding me? This ordinary-looking fatty actually mastered the power of a domain? Is this for real? Is the power of a domain so easy to master? Any random person can master it. One of my elders said that the phantom of the giant beast does indeed contain the power of a domain. It's not strong, and it's compressed within and didn't spread out. The power of a domain isn't strong? That's a stellar-level martial artist we're talking about. Good heavens, can Wang Ting block it? Of course, Wang Ting also has the power of a domain, and he's definitely stronger than this fatty. Just as everyone was staring at the phantom of the giant beast, Wade's eyes were wide open. He had already drained the origin in his body and channeled it all into the phantom of the giant beast. Then, he roared and swung the battle axe in his hand. Roar, the giant beast roared as if it had come alive. It suddenly pounced toward Wang Ting. The vortex in its body spun at high speed and emitted a violent energy. Wang Ting shook his head. The battle sword in his hand condensed a sword light. It looked ordinary and unremarkable, and he swung it out just like that. The azure sword light silently slashed through the giant phantom of the giant beast, causing it to freeze in midair and unable to move an inch forward. Wade's face stiffened and quickly turned pale. This time, it was real, it couldn't be any more real. Boom, with a loud bang, the phantom of the giant beast exploded, and the terrifying energy within it suddenly swept out without a carrier to restrain it. Flames filled the sky as boundless origin power ripples spread out in all directions. Wade quickly retreated. His pupils contracted violently as he watched this scene with a shocked expression. Too strong, this Wang Ting was really too strong. One sword, just one sword was enough to break his attack that contained the power of a domain. How did he do it? Wade couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. How could a stellar-level martial artist be so strong? It gave him the illusion that he was facing a domain master. It was truly inconceivable. The last hope in his heart was completely extinguished. So strong. This is Wang Ting's strength? One sword to break an attack that contained the power of a domain. Too strong. Amazing. Wang Ting is really strong. Let's see who dares to doubt him now. Fatty is too pitiful. He clearly comprehended the power of a domain, but he's going to lose in the first round. It doesn't matter. He can still fight with other geniuses later. He comprehended the power of a domain, so his ranking might not be too low. At this moment, the audience had a new understanding of Wang Ting's strength. One sword to break an attack that contained the power of a domain. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. One had to have an extremely deep understanding of a domain to be able to break it so easily. The second prince, Stretch, and the others also thought of this, and their faces all turned serious. The aftermath of the explosion slowly dissipated, and the raging force disappeared. Wade looked at the calm young man in the distance and couldn't help but gulp. He wanted to admit defeat. Have you heard of a saying? Wang Ting suddenly said. What saying? Wade was stunned. This sentence means, you will die if you try, stupid fatty. Wang Ting's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Not good. Wade suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, I admit your head. Wang Ting appeared behind him, and a brick appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He mercilessly smashed it toward his opponent's head. Pung! 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 Crackle, mournful screams reverberated in the sky. The audience was stunned, the second prince and the others were also stunned, the third prince's face twitched. He looked at the flipping thunder brick in Wang Ting's hand and was a little afraid. Stretch and Landon glanced at each other expressionlessly, but their violently beating eyes betrayed their restless state of mind. Xianxia was stunned. Why was this person always unexpected? Gunter was expressionless, but if one looked closely, the corners of his eyes were faintly twitching. Bokta subconsciously touched his head, but he couldn't help but grin, full of fighting spirit. So cruel. The audience couldn't help but gulp. Damn, what weapon is that? Why does it look a little like a brick? It can even discharge electricity? I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a weapon. I've learned something today. Why do I feel that it's so easy to use? I want to try it. Try and die. I believe what Wang Ting said. Fatty kicked an iron plate. He wanted to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but in the end, he really became a pig. He didn't even have time to admit defeat. So miserable. What happened to dignity? Moments later, Wade's face was bruised and swollen. His fat face was even rounder, and he really became a pig. He directly fainted and crashed to the ground with an afro on his head. Damn fatty, you still want to trick me. Wang Ting slowly put away the thunder brick, clapped his hands, and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Fire Star Force * 3200, Fire Domain * 100, Area Master Level Comprehension * 1 300, Fire Domain is only 100 points. It's better than nothing. Wang Ting shook his head, quite disappointed. Wade's domain was only at level 1, which wasn't as much as he had, so naturally, it couldn't increase his domain power. However, Wang Ting was a little surprised that his opponent's comprehension had reached the Area Master level. But thinking about how Wade was able to comprehend a domain power at the stellar level strength, his comprehension must be quite high. At this moment, the light ball showed that Wang Ting had won. Wang Ting glanced at it and immediately returned to his seat on the stone platform of the first forbidden area. He sat down as if nothing had happened, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. The second prince and the others looked at him strangely. Everyone, don't look at me like that. I'm usually very friendly. Wang Ting paused and said, unless I can't help it. The second prince and the others were speechless. What do you mean by very friendly? There was no sign of friendliness at all. Unless you can't help it? If you want to beat someone up, just say so. It's just an excuse. Wasn't that fatty just a little despicable? Did he have to beat him up like that? Isn't that bad? Everyone was speechless. The light ball matched again. Xianxia versus Flower, two figures appeared in midair, staring at each other, as if there were sparks flying. Everyone ignored Wang Ting and focused on the match. The look in their eyes is a little strange. Were they a couple before, but were separated by someone, so now they love and hate each other? Wang Ting touched his chin and said. Xianxia is from the Ji royal family, and Flower is from the Rodriguez royal family. The second prince said without turning his head. He shook his head and said, I didn't expect that the warriors from these two families would meet. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Ji Tianquang, what do you think now? Stretch asked lightly. My Ji royal family will definitely win. Ji Tianquang said coldly. You're very confident. Wang Ting glanced at him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Ji Tianquang looked at Wang Ting and felt that there was a trace of contempt in his smile. He couldn't help but feel angry. But when he thought of the scene where Wang Ting beat up Wade, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, extinguishing his anger. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Ji Yujia and Flower had already started fighting. The warriors from these two families didn't like each other and had a grudge against each other. Once they met, it was like fire and water that couldn't get along. Boom boom boom, in the sky above the continent, the two were fighting fiercely. They used their strongest combat skills, and the profound power swept out in all directions. 100% profound power. Wang Ting looked at Ji Yujia in surprise. In the first round of the elimination battle, he hid behind the Ji royal family to steal points. At that time, Ji Yujia only used 80% of the profound power of water. He didn't expect that she had actually hidden it. In reality, she had already comprehended 100% of the profound power. Flower is going to lose. A thought appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Flower's strength was not bad, but it was obviously weaker. Boom, the profound power collided, and Flower was indeed defeated. He fell from the sky, and Ji Yujia won. How is the strength of my Ji royal family's genius warrior? Ji Tianquang looked at Wang Ting proudly and asked. SOSO. Wang Ting said lightly. Ji Tianquang felt that he had punched cotton. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. A day passed, and there were a total of 50 matches. The speed was already considered very fast. Some geniuses were able to determine the winner in a single blow. It was unbelievably fast, making people exclaim in admiration. This showed that even in the battles of the top 1,000, there was still a huge disparity in strength between some people. For those in the back of the top 1,000, when they encountered those in the front, it was basically a matter of one move. The battles of the top 1,000 are all fought one by one. There's no need to be dazzled like before. Exciting. Really exciting. Although it takes more time to fight one by one, it's indeed more enjoyable than before. The battles of these genius martial artists are really eye-opening. I'm looking forward to Wang Ting's next battle more and more. The first battle was so satisfying. I want to see a brick smash someone. I don't know why, but my hands are itching to watch. I'm itching too. Same here. Where's that fatty? Where did he go? He's probably hiding in some corner and crying. If you pretend to be a pig too much, you'll eventually become a pig. He's too ashamed to face others. But his strength is still okay. There's still a resurrection battle of 500 people. He should be able to kill his way out. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically. Although some people felt that Wade was a little wretched, his strength was indeed not bad. He should be able to go further. This was how the universe was. Strength reigned supreme, and everything depended on strength. For those who were strong, some of their shortcomings would be ignored. People would only remember their strength and potential. There was also Wang Ting. His style of doing things was also freewheeling. Sometimes, he was very black-bellied and shameless. But in front of his absolute strength, most people only felt that it was a trivial matter. They were more concerned about how strong Wang Ting was. Some people even felt that his fighting style was very special. Many people wanted to learn it. This was the effect of a prodigy. The actions of a peerless prodigy at the very top of the world would be imitated by other martial artists. Of course, the most important point was that Wang Ting was handsome. Handsome people could be recognized for everything they did. No one knew what the imperial prince looked like, but Wang Ting's appearance and temperament were definitely the most outstanding in this year's Battle of the Geniuses. Even the princes of the imperial family and the geniuses of the 8 imperial families couldn't compare to him. This was ridiculous. One had to know that the princes of the royal family, the geniuses of the 8 major royal families, and so on were all produced through generations of the best bloodlines. Not to mention their talents, their appearances were absolutely excellent. As for Wang Ting, he was just a warrior from a backward planet. To put it bluntly, in the universe, he was even more commoner than a commoner. There was no such thing as a bloodline. But for him to have such an appearance, it was a bit inconceivable. Wang Ting's inhuman appearance was not fake. Many people guessed that he might have mutated, otherwise, how could he be so monstrous? Not only was his strength extraordinary, even his appearance was so outstanding, not giving others a way out at all. The next day, the competition continued. 1,000 people, a total of 500 arena matches. At 50 matches per day, it would take 10 days to determine 500 people to enter the next round. Then, from the 500 eliminated people, 50 people would be resurrected, and the 500 people who won would be matched up again. From the 550 people, 275 people would be chosen, and 5 people would be resurrected, for a total of 280 people to continue to the next round. After 140 people were chosen, 2 people would be resurrected. From 142 people, 71 people would be chosen, and 1 more person would be resurrected. From 72 people, 36 people would be chosen, and no more resurrections. From 36 people, 18 people would be chosen. These 18 people would take turns to fight to determine the top 10. The competition was in full swing, and the people who entered the arena now shocked many people. Landon versus Edwina, Landon of the Pyrax family. Wang Ting looked to his left. Landon was also in the top 10 of the first forbidden area, but compared to Stretch, he was more low-key and didn't have much of a reputation. His opponent, Edwina, was in the top 10 of the third forbidden area, ranked 5th. In an instant, this match attracted the attention of many people. It was actually a clash between the top 10. Since the start of the competition, this was the first time the top 10 had clashed. Logically speaking, the top 10 of the third forbidden area was definitely not as good as the top 10 of the first forbidden area, but those who could enter the top 10 were not weak. No one could guarantee that they would be able to display their full strength in the first round of elimination. So, there was still a lot of anticipation. Landon stood up with a faint smile on his face. He was very confident, and with a leap, he rushed into the sky. At the same time, on the third forbidden area's stone platform, a beautiful woman with long reddish-brown hair also slowly stood up, and her graceful figure rushed into the sky. The two of them stood still in the sky. A heavy atmosphere spread out, and swords were drawn and bows were drawn. Begin! A light shout came from within the ball of light. Boom! Landon and Edwina both attacked at the same time, turning into streaks of light and rushing towards each other, exploding in the sky. Edwina's weapon was a long metal whip. It was like a giant python, divided into many sections. As she danced, the whip slithered like a snake, circling in the sky. It was very difficult to deal with. Not to mention, under the eruption of her water origin power, it condensed into a real giant python phantom. Its huge body coiled up, almost covering the entire sky. It stared covetously at Landon, who was in the center, like a giant beast staring at its prey. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but gulp. These genius martial artists were all freaks. However, Landon, who was the target of the attack, didn't move at all. There was still a faint smile on his face, and he was abnormally confident. This made Edwina's pretty face darken. Go! With a deep shout, the long whip in her hand danced. The giant python hissed at the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards Landon. Landon's weapon was a long spear. It turned into an afterimage, bringing with it endless grayish-white flames as it stabbed towards the giant python. Boom! The spear light filled the sky, as if it could pierce through the sky. Only the spear was left in the world. The giant python was instantly pierced, and it could no longer hiss. Its body, which was condensed from origin power, crumbled inch by inch, and the aftershock spread out in all directions. The long metal whip in Edwina's hand drooped down powerlessly, as if it had lost its life force. Her face was filled with shock, and her pupils rapidly contracted. A figure stepped through the air and appeared in front of her in an instant. The sharp tip of the spear was still on her throat. The cold touch made Edwina's entire body tremble. "You've lost," Landon said indifferently. Edwina's face quickly turned pale. She had lost too quickly and too directly. She couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. Whoosh, the audience was in an uproar. They were both in the top 10, but the difference was so great, Landon had won cleanly with only one attack. Many people didn't even see how he had attacked or how he had won. The match ended, and both sides left the arena. Many of the audience members were still discussing. Landon used a special kind of flame just now, right? A grayish-white flame. I've never seen it before. It might be some kind of beast flame or a special flame formed naturally. This is the symbol of the Pyrax family. Almost every member of the family has a type of flame. It's said that the Pyrax family has even raised a few astral beasts with special beast flames for them to use all year round. I know about this too. It's basically out in the open. Many people know about it. I wonder what kind of flame that grayish-white flame was. It seemed very powerful. It shouldn't be a worldly wonder flame, right? Definitely not. A worldly wonder flame is much more powerful than this. That's right. Worldly wonder flames don't appear so easily. The second prince and the others watched Landon descend from the sky and return to his seat. They all had different expressions, but there was a hint of respect in their eyes. They hadn't expected this Pyrax family warrior, who had always been by Stretch's side, to be so powerful. His brilliance had always been hidden by Stretch, and only now did it shine. Many people knew that Stretch wasn't the only Stretch in the Pyrax family. Wang Ting had a strange look in his eyes. He first glanced at Landon, then quickly swept out with his psychic energy and picked up the attribute bubbles floating in the sky. Dragon Blood Battle Body, Rank 4, *100, Fire Star Force *2600, Greystone Flame *1000, Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. A meaningful smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He glanced at Landing again. Rank 4 Dragon Blood Battle Body. If he remembered correctly, when Stretch went berserk during the battle with the vast ocean single-horned whale, he had dropped a Rank 3 Dragon Blood Battle Body. In other words, Landon's battle body was one rank higher than Stretch's. Now this was interesting. A guy whose brilliance was hidden by Stretch actually had a constitution higher than Stretch's. Wang Ting really wanted to ask Stretch if he knew about this. If he didn't know, what kind of expression would he have when he found out? These people from big families were indeed not easy to deal with. They had a lot of thoughts. Could this be the legendary brotherhood? Wang Ting touched his chin and thought to himself. Landon seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. When his eyes met with Wang Ting's, his heart skipped a beat. Why was this guy's gaze so strange? Wang Ting smiled and glanced at Landon. He didn't pay any more attention to him and turned his attention back to the attribute panel. Dragon Blood Battle Body, 100/40,000, Rank 4. His Dragon Blood Battle Body had increased by 1 rank, but the attribute value wasn't much, only 100 points. This was because Landon didn't use his Dragon Blood Battle Body, so he couldn't have dropped too many attribute bubbles. But at least it had increased by 1 rank. Other than that, there was also a special flame called Greystone Flame. During the battle, Wang Ting had noticed that Landon had used a special Greystone Flame. He now knew that it was called Greystone Flame. It was a special flame born from Greystone, and not a beast flame. Of course, it wasn't a heaven and earth strange flame either. The difference between the Greystone Flame and the heavenly flame was like heaven and earth. However, it was an earth attribute flame, different from normal flames. The reason why Landon had been able to defeat Edwina so easily was because he had the advantage of Greystone Flame. Earth countered water. Greystone Flame's earth attribute energy had been used on Edwina's attack, causing her water origin power to immediately collapse. Otherwise, Edwina wouldn't have lost so badly. It could be said that Wang Ting was probably the only person who could see through everything so clearly. Other than those sector lords and immortals. This made Wang Ting very satisfied. Earth attribute flames were very rare. Flames were originally of the fire attribute but were mixed with the earth attribute. This required certain conditions and luck. Normal flames didn't have this kind of luck. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel happy. He had obtained the wood fire from Stretch, and now he had obtained Greystone Flame from Landon. 2 special flames. One was of the wood attribute, the other was of the earth attribute. They were completely different and had their own special points. However, if he wanted to strengthen these two flames, he would need to take advantage of Stretch and Landon. In his happiness, Wang Ting checked the void-devouring beast's inherited memories to deepen his understanding of Greystone Flame. He was suddenly stunned, he almost jumped up. Holy shit, a curse was about to burst out from his mouth. His actions attracted the attention of the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, Stretch, and the others nearby. What's wrong? The Second Prince asked. Nothing. Wang Ting's expression didn't change as he said calmly. Crazy. Stretch snorted. Do you want to die? Wang Ting's gaze turned cold as he stared at him. Why don't you try? Stretch said disdainfully. Bite me, Wang Ting said. The veins on Stretch's forehead bulged. This bastard called him a dog. Alright, let's watch the match. The Second Prince tried to smooth things over. Humph. Stretch turned his head and snorted. Tisk, looking for trouble, Wang Ting said calmly. The Second Prince and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The grudge between Wang Ting and the Pyrax family wasn't ordinary. They would quarrel over the slightest thing. He was suddenly worried that Wang Ting wouldn't gain anything by constantly angering the Pyrax family. The Pyrax family's waters ran deep. Wang Ting ignored Stretch and closed his eyes, immersing himself in the memories he had just found. Greystone Flame. After a while, Wang Ting opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that in the inherited memories of the Void Devourer, there was a type of flame called Greystone Flame that was related to Greystone Flame. Greystone Flame was a special flame that was born from Grey Sunstone. Not many people knew that places with Grey Sunstone would give birth to a strange geological environment called the Grey-White Lands. For some reason, Greystone lands were filled with greystone gas that would turn all living things that came close to it. Be it plants, animals, or other living things, as long as there was life, they would be petrified. In Greystone lands, there was a certain chance that Greystone flames would be born. Greystone flames were born from the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly flame, of course, not every Ashen land would give birth to the Ashen flame. Ordinary Ashen lands were just terrifying and dangerous places, and there was only that terrifying Ashen flame. Wang Ting did not expect to hear news of another heavenly flame here. It was a pleasant surprise. This was truly a pleasant surprise. However, it was just a piece of news. If the probability of the Greystone flame being born was 1 in a million, then the probability of the Greystone flame being born was 1 in a trillion. It was too rare. The probability of the Greystone flame being born was even lower than the green jade. Glass flame and 10,000 beasts true spirit flame that Wang Ting had previously obtained. However, Wang Ting obtained a piece of information from his inherited memories. Many people only knew that the Greystone flame was born from the Greystone stone, but they did not know that the Greystone flame could be considered the companion flame of the Greystone flame. Therefore, if the Greystone flame existed in the Greystone ground, then there was a high probability that the Greystone flame would exist as well. And the person who knew the location of the Greystone ground was Lan Dang. Wang Ting did not look at Lan Dang, but his heart was filled with excitement. It was a heavenly flame. No one would complain about having too many heavenly flames. He already had 4 heavenly flames, so he did not mind having one more. Moreover, it was a heavenly flame that he had snatched from the Pyrax family. Did they not want to snatch his heavenly flame? If they found out that the heavenly flame that they originally had the chance to obtain had been snatched away by him, how would they feel? Would they be angered to death? The only uncertainty now was whether the Pyrax family's higher-ups knew about the Greystone flame's existence. Perhaps they did not know about the relationship between the Greystone flame and the Greystone flame, or perhaps Lan Dang did not tell the family about it. Based on Wang Ting's understanding of the Pyrax family, they most likely did not know about the Greystone flame's existence. Otherwise, they would have found it at all costs and subdued it. Once they found it, they would definitely give it to their family's disciples because it would raise their family's overall strength by a level. The heavenly flame was too important to the Pyrax family. In the end, it was impossible to hide it. However, they did not reveal any signs of obtaining the heavenly flame, so it was obvious that they did not obtain the Greystone flame. If that was the case, Wang Ting's plan of action was very effective. However, this matter could not be rushed. It had to be planned slowly. With Lan Dang's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the 7-star academies. Wang Ting would definitely enter the 7-star academies as well. Naturally, he would have the opportunity to obtain information from Lan Dang. 5 days after the competition, the second prince, third prince, Stretch, Ji Tianquang, and other geniuses from the imperial family, as well as the geniuses from the imperial family, came down one after another. Their matches ended very quickly. Their opponents could not withstand more than a few of their attacks. Generally speaking, the rankings of the first round of elimination battles were still very authoritative. Those who could enter the top 10 were not weaklings. Among them, Lin Qianxia, Gunter, Bokta, Yuan Hong, and the other top 10 geniuses from the other restricted areas also entered the arena. The battle also ended quickly, making people exclaim in admiration. Even Su Jianchen, Rabbit Little 8, Yu Qiqiao, Faramo, and the others successfully advanced and did not suffer any setbacks. Some people speculated that the strength of these people might really not be weaker than the top 10 of the first forbidden area. Unfortunately, they were not matched with the top 10 of the first forbidden area. No one knew which side was stronger. Everyone was looking forward to it. On the 10th day, the matched contestants on the light ball caused an uproar among the spectators. It's the Thearchus Sun. It's finally the Thearchus Sun's turn. After waiting for 10 days, they actually put our Thearchus Sun last. This is too much. It started with Wang Ting and ended with the Thearchus Sun. This is intentional, right? It must be intentional. No matter what, we can finally see the Thearchus Sun in action. The Arch, I like you. The Thearchus Sun vs. Bop, the name list was displayed on the light ball. It was actually the Thearchus Sun and a cultivator who was ranked 3rd in the 10th forbidden area. Bop's expression was a little ugly. He did not expect that he would be so unlucky to encounter the Thearchus Sun in the top 500. What kind of luck was this? His face could not be that dark, right? Wang Ting looked at the Thearchus Sun in the second seat beside him. At this moment, he slowly got up. His face could not be seen clearly as he walked toward the sky step by step. Bop also arrived in the sky and looked at the Thearchus Sun. His face was tense as he stared at the Thearchus Sun in front of him. He seemed to be extremely nervous. This could not be blamed on him. No matter who it was, facing the famous Thearchus Sun would not be any better. Begin. The voice that announced the start of the competition came from the light ball. Bop's expression changed. He let out a roar as if to boost his courage. He clenched his hands into fists, and the earth origin force in his body surged out crazily and gathered on his fists, forming a huge fist mark. Boom, both fists smashed out. From afar, one could feel the terrifying profound force contained in the fist mark. However, the Thearchus Sun did not take it to heart at all. He did not even look at it as he walked forward confidently, allowing the fierce wind to blow his black hair. Just as the fist mark was about to land on his head, he slowly stretched out his hand and pointed a finger. The huge fist mark instantly froze in midair, unable to move an inch forward. Bop's expression changed drastically as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Boom, in the next moment, a loud boom rang out and echoed between heaven and earth. The fist seal collapsed and turned into boundless origin power shockwaves that swept out in all directions. Bop looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was sent flying backward for several thousand meters before he could stop. He clutched his chest and looked at the Thearchus Sun in shock. The Thearchus Sun did not look at him again. He turned around and walked toward the stone platform of the first forbidden area. Bop's expression changed, and he finally admitted defeat. It's over just like that? The audience was stunned. It had ended too quickly. It was hard to believe. I just started watching, and he's already finished. Does he have to be so fast? The Thearchus Sun is awesome. He's too strong. He's so strong that there's no end to it. As expected of the Thearchus Sun. With such strength, who can compare to him? Speaking of which, even Wang Ting can't finish off an opponent so easily, can he? I think we have to reevaluate the gap between Wang Ting and the Thearchus Sun. Wang Ting might not be a match for the Thearchus Sun. The Thearchus Sun, when I get serious, Wang Ting has nothing to do with me. Don't you think it's too early to talk about victory and defeat now? Let's wait until the two of them are done. It was the Thearchus son's first time fighting someone, and it was so shocking that everyone felt that they had underestimated the Thearchus son's strength. Originally, many people thought that Wang Ting could compete with the Thearchus son. However, the Thearchus son destroyed his opponent's fist with a single finger. That kind of strength was simply unimaginable. Could Wang Ting do that? His previous battles were indeed very shocking, but it seemed that he was not as strong as the Thearchus son. As the competition progressed, some people's thoughts and opinions changed constantly. Of course, there were also people who insisted on their opinions. This was the charm of the battle of geniuses. Until the last moment, no one knew who was the strongest. The second prince, Stretch, and the others all looked serious when they saw the Thearchus son attack. The Thearchus son was indeed the Thearchus son. He was too strong. Stretch looked at Wang Ting with a cold smile at the edge of his lips. However, Wang Ting was very calm. He was not affected by these external factors at all. Stretch's gaze could not stir up any waves in his heart. The Thearchus son was quite strong, but he was not afraid at all. Ever since Wang Ting embarked on the path of martial arts, he had encountered countless strong opponents. He even dared to fight against a sector lord powerhouse, not to mention the Thearchus son, who was also a stellar-level powerhouse. To Wang Ting, he was invincible among those of the same level, but then again, the Thearchus son was a little pretentious. He could have just attacked, but he had to make it so shocking. He would not believe that he did not do it on purpose. He was not like him, who gave his opponent enough respect. Even if he could defeat his opponent in one blow, he would not do so. The Thearchus son did not respect his opponent at all. At this moment, the Thearchus son walked over from afar. His gaze was very calm, but it swept across Wang Ting's face without a trace. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. What was the meaning of this? Was he provoking him? Would the Thearchus son do such a thing? Wang Ting clearly felt a trace of battle intent in the Thearchus son's eyes, and he was very surprised. He originally thought that the Thearchus son should be an extremely indifferent person. Even if he was provoked, he would not show the slightest bit of emotion. Now it seemed that the Thearchus son was not indifferent when he snatched the first place of the first forbidden area. No wonder the Thearchus son wanted to defeat his opponent in such a tyrannical way. He wanted to let Wang Ting know his strength. The two of them would eventually have a battle. Wang Ting thought of this and could not help but smile faintly. He swept out his spiritual force and picked up the attribute bubbles that the Thearchus son had dropped. Earth Element Star Force * 5800, Dragon Breaking Fist * 2200, Metal Star Force * 6500, Tyrant's Finger * 1500. Several attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body and mind, causing a strange light to appear in his eyes. An image appeared in his mind. A huge finger pointed out from the void. It was incomparably domineering and landed on a planet. Boom! With a loud bang, the planet exploded. Magma, seawater, and other things floated in the void. This scene was abnormally shocking. The image disappeared, and a cultivation method of a battle skill appeared in Wang Ting's mind and merged into his memory. Tyrant's Finger. Wang Ting comprehended the additional finger battle skill in his mind. His eyes were filled with shock, and at the same time, he came to a realization. No wonder the Thearchus son could defeat his opponent with a single finger. It turned out that he relied on this battle skill. The Tyrant's Finger was a sector lord level battle skill, and it could contain the power of a domain. It could compress a domain into a finger, and it was extremely powerful. Although that fatty Wade had also compressed a domain into his attack, the two were different. One was a battle skill, while the other was just a rough compression. The power was completely incomparable. If Wade also grasped a battle skill that could unleash the power of a domain, Wang Ting would have to unleash even more strength to defeat his axe. Not bad. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. This was the first sector lord level battle skill he had obtained since the start of the competition, and it was a finger-type battle skill. Wang Ting remembered that the first finger-type battle skill he had obtained should have been a long time ago. It wasn't even at the star planet level, so it naturally couldn't be used at all. There were too few finger-type battle skills, and very few people went to learn them. In comparison, fist techniques and palm techniques were used by more people. After all, these techniques were more powerful. However, it couldn't be generalized. The tyrant emperor's finger, was quite strong. In the memories, that finger had exploded a planet with a single point. It was extremely domineering. This wasn't something that could be done with an ordinary battle skill. Tyrant's finger, 15003000, elementary. Unfortunately, 1,500 attribute points were only enough to reach the elementary level. If this tyrant's finger wanted to unleash the same power as the Thearchas, he would need to continue accumulating attribute points. From this moment onwards, Wang Ting had set his sights on the Thearchas finger. Other than the tyrant's finger, Wang Ting also obtained another battle skill. Dragon Breaking Fist. This was a universe esoteric battle skill. It wasn't bad. However, compared to DZ's Tyrant Emperor's finger, it was much weaker. Of course, he had to take it. No matter what, it was still a universe esoteric battle skill. It was rare. Wang Ting was actually quite surprised. He didn't expect the warriors participating in the competition to be so rich. It was fine if they didn't take action, but once they took action, it was either a Sector Lord level battle skill or a universe esoteric battle skill. Wang Ting felt that his great task of picking up attributes could start again. Previously, the battle skills dropped by the warriors were too ordinary and not worth paying attention to. However, from now on, there might be unexpected gains. Wang Ting was about to retract his gaze from the attribute panel when he suddenly noticed a problem. Among the attribute bubbles that he had just obtained, one was Earth Star Force, which should have come from Bop, and the other was Metal Star Force, which came from the Thearchas finger. If he remembered correctly, the Thearchas finger seemed to have used Water Star Force in the first round of the elimination battle. Could it be that he was also a multi-attribute warrior? Wang Ting was suspicious. Wang Ting wasn't the only one who noticed this. Many spectators also noticed that the finger that the Thearchas finger used seemed to contain Metal Star Force. The Thearchas finger is actually a dual-attribute warrior. In the first round of the elimination battle, he used Water Star Force. Just now, he used Metal Star Force. Both origin forces are very powerful. It seems that other than Wang Ting, the Thearchas finger has more than one origin force attribute. This is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to the Thearchas finger and Wang Ting's origin force clash. Ha ha ha. The scene will be very beautiful. I'm afraid it will be very scary. It's not easy for others to cultivate one origin force, but both of them have multiple origin forces. Just the amount of origin force alone is more than others. Multi-attribute origin force. If it's not an ordinary genius, I'm afraid he won't dare to cultivate them at the same time. The Thearchas finger's gaze towards Wang Ting was not noticed by others. His gaze was very subtle. If Wang Ting wasn't the person involved, he probably wouldn't have noticed anything. With the end of the Thearchas battle, Wang Ting didn't pay much attention to the battles of the other warriors. Naturally, there wasn't anything interesting about them. The competition for the top 500 had come to an end. Tomorrow, the defeated 500 will begin the resurrection battle. A voice came out from the light ball. Among the 500 winners, many people were relieved. They had finally taken another step forward. Wang Ting took a look and found that Song Yicheng, LV Jing, and the others from the military department were still there. It seemed that they had also successfully advanced to the top 500. However, after the previous battles, they all had serious injuries on their bodies. Their faces were a little pale. They could only recover from their injuries as soon as possible during the resurrection battle. Otherwise, the next round of the competition would be in jeopardy. The next day, the resurrection battle began. Wang Ting, the second prince, and the other winners could only continue to watch the competition. Fortunately, the resurrection battle was not carried out one by one. It was a group arena battle. What was a group arena battle? It was to put 500 defeated contestants into the arena at the same time and let them fight. They were not allowed to group up. In the end, the 50 people who defeated the most opponents would be resurrected. Wang Ting sat in his seat, feeling a little bored. The main reason was that he had seen all the battles of these people. There was nothing interesting to watch again. Suddenly, he noticed a person. It was Fatty Wade, who he had defeated before. This guy's strength was indeed very good. He was like a slippery fat fish, swimming among the other contestants and defeating them one by one. On the light ball, Fatty Wade's name was actually ranked first. He had defeated 8 opponents. 666, this Fatty is really a talent. Even if Wang Ting kicked him out of the top 500, he still stubbornly struggled and climbed back up. Yes. Just based on his strength, I will support him. I suddenly want to see how far he can go. I wonder if he can squeeze into the top 100. I bet 100,000 universe credits that this Fatty will definitely enter the top 100. Is there anyone who wants to bet with me? I'll do it. The audience on the virtual universe platform suddenly had a good impression of Wade. They felt that with his slick strength, he would definitely achieve great things. It was not that easy to enter the top 100. However, these people placed Wade in a very high position. No one knew if he could reach that step. The revival battle lasted for a day, and 50 contestants came out. Fatty Wade was one of them, and he was number 1. He defeated 15 people, which was the most among all the contestants. This also confirmed everyone's guess that this guy had great potential. Wang Ting, that Fatty stubbornly came back to life again, second prince said in amusement as he looked at the Fatty whose face was still bruised and swollen. This Fatty was obviously not weak, but he pretended to be a coward, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. I hope he can stubbornly go on and meet me again. Wang Ting glanced at Wade. Others only saw the Fatty's cowardly appearance, but he noticed the light that flashed in his eyes from time to time. As if he noticed Wang Ting looking at him, the Fatty couldn't help but shrink his neck, and his expression became even more cowardly. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Are you a devil? Did the Fatty provoke you? Ji Haochen couldn't help but laugh. Ahem, one has to experience setbacks in life. I might be sent by the heavens to train him. Wang Ting coughed and said nonsense seriously. If the Fatty heard you say that, he might cry himself to death in the toilet. D. Moses also smiled and shook his head. That means his will isn't strong enough. Wang Ting said. Everyone was speechless. What a good will isn't strong enough. If it was anyone else who was smashed by you in front of so many people, they would have a mental breakdown. Tomorrow is the competition for the top 275. The probability of you meeting each other will continue to increase. Let's think about tomorrow's competition. Wang Ting changed the topic and said. Everyone heard this, and their faces couldn't help but become more serious. They looked at each other. We will meet those who are destined to meet. The second prince said. I hope someone doesn't meet me in the competition. Otherwise, I will let him know that some fantasies will eventually be shattered. The third prince, who had been silent all this time, said at this moment. Everyone immediately looked at him. Everyone knew who he was talking about. Stretch sneered. Ji Tianquang looked at Wang Ting. Third prince, what are you saying? Aren't fantasies meant to be shattered? Wang Ting said with a faint smile. The third prince. Why do I feel so depressed, everyone? The next day, battle star time, 8 a.m. sharp. In the early morning, everything came back to life. Without the contestants wreaking havoc in the 10 forbidden zones, the surviving star beasts walked out of their nests, enjoying their freedom, and began to reproduce. It was time for everyone to watch the competition, and on the desolate land in the center of the 10 forbidden zones, the top 275 matches began on time. On the virtual universe exchange platform, countless viewers flooded in, heated discussions once again erupted. The ball of light flashed, and the 550 contestants began to be matched. The scene froze. Sawyer versus Xianxia, everyone was shocked. Sawyer was a genius of the Rodriguez family, ranked 10th in the first forbidden area, while Xianxia was a genius of the Jiang royal family, ranked 4th in the second forbidden area. Two royal clans with different surnames collided. Sawyer stood up and soared into the sky. The second Forbidden Zone stone platform was to the left of the first Forbidden Zone stone platform, but it was very far away. A graceful figure flew out from there and into the sky. Wang Ting recognized her. When he had held the Baron banquet in the imperial capital, the Jiang royal clan had been present, and Xianxia had been among them. But at the time, Wang Ting and the Pyrax clan had clashed. The Jiang royal clan chose to watch from the sidelines and did not interfere. Later on, they deliberately distanced themselves from Wang Ting, probably thinking that he was no match for the Pyrax clan. This was understandable. The Jiang royal clan was not a charity. In the end, Wang Ting had nothing to do with them, so they naturally had no obligation to help Wang Ting. Of course, Wang Ting did not have much of a good impression of them. They were just passers-by. What was a passer-by? They would smile when they met on the road and then forget about it. They would not take it to heart. This was a passer-by. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Sawyer and Xianxia had already started fighting. The two collided in the air, and the shockwaves rolled back, plowing deep marks on the ground. Both of them are very strong. They have comprehended more than 90% of their profound meanings, very close to 100%, the second prince commented. Let's see if they have comprehended a domain, Xiahozun said calmly. Although Sawyer was in the top 10 of the first forbidden zone like them, whether he had comprehended a domain was a watershed. There was a huge gap between those who had comprehended a domain and those who had not. Xiahozun's words were undoubtedly like a veil that had been lifted. Many people's eyes flashed. Sawyer is very likely to have comprehended a domain, but Xianxia is not so sure, D. Moses said, shaking his head as he watched the two fight. In fact, in the current situation, no one wants to use a domain first. After all, a domain is a trump card, the second prince said. Indeed. It's only the top 275 competition. If they reveal their trump cards so soon, how can they play later? Ji Haochen laughed. While they were chatting, the competition in the sky above the continent also came to an end. Sawyer didn't use his domain, it was unknown if he had comprehended it or not. However, when he blasted out his final palm strike, it contained an incomparably powerful law of the law, forming a gigantic palm imprint in the air. Green wind-type astral energy circulated around the palm imprint, causing the wind to sweep out in all directions. Boom, Xianxia was slapped to the ground. Blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth, and her long black hair was messy. She was in a sorry state. In the end, she admitted defeat. Sawyer returned to the stone platform of the first forbidden zone without changing his expression. Storm Palm, the second prince said. Storm Palm? Wang Ting murmured and looked at the second prince. It's the inherited battle technique of the Rodriguez family. It's very powerful. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its name. The second prince smiled and explained, however, this battle technique is very difficult to cultivate. It requires a strong comprehension ability. Ordinary people can't cultivate it to a high level. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. On the stone platform of the second forbidden zone, Jiang Weixing, who was in the third seat, did not look good. Only the two of them from the Jiang royal family were left in the top 500. The others were all eliminated. Now that even his sister was defeated, he was the only one left. On the Jiang royal family's flying ship, Jiang Weixing and Jiang Chenxi's father, Jiang Hanfeng, frowned. In front of him was a sector lord-level old ancestor of the Jiang royal family. This batch of geniuses from our Jiang royal family have truly disappointed me. The Jiang royal family's sector lord old ancestor said indifferently. Jiang Hanfeng's heart tightened. He knew that the old ancestor was angry, but he did not dare to refute. He only said, I will go back and focus on the cultivation of the younger generation. With Chenxi's strength, she might be able to fight her way out of the revival battle. However, this is also her last chance, the sector lord-level old ancestor said. Yes. Jiang Hanfeng also understood this point. In the next resurrection battle, they could resurrect 5 people, and after that, they could only resurrect 2 people. With Jiang Chenxi's strength, this was probably her last chance. Whether or not she could advance further in the ranking would depend on this resurrection battle. With Wei Xing's strength, if he performs normally, there is hope for him to enter the top 100. The sector lord-level old ancestor of the Jiang royal family said and shook his head. Unfortunately, compared to the geniuses of the other royal families, there is still a big gap. Sageway was so close to comprehending a domain. Jiang Hanfeng didn't finish his sentence as he sighed. Compared to the gloomy atmosphere of the Jiang royal family, the Rodriguez family was in a good mood. Their family had produced a few good geniuses this time. Needless to say, Sawyer was definitely the most outstanding one. Being able to enter the top 10 of the first Forbidden Zone proved his strength. The sector lord level of the Rodriguez family had high hopes for him. They hoped that he could defeat Ji Tianquang and suppress the Ji royal family. That flower who fought with Ji Yujia before was also okay. Although he lost to Ji Yujia, he managed to kill his way out of the revival battle and was one of the top 50. Wang Ting used his spiritual force to scan the place where the two fought and picked up a few attribute bubbles. Wind attribute star force * 6700, storm palm * 2100, storm profound * 1500, wood attribute star force * 6000, wood profound * 1200. In that instant, the attribute bubbles merged and an image appeared in Wang Ting's mind. A huge palm print surrounded by endless storms. When the palm was unleashed, the wind would follow and it had immense power. This was a wind-type sector lord level battle technique. The emblem of the Rodriguez family was a storm griffin. Their family talent was wind-type, and this storm palm was a palm-type battle technique passed down in their family. It was the same as what the second prince had said. Wind-type battle techniques were rarer than elemental battle techniques. Other than Tornado, Wang Ting didn't have any other battle techniques he could use. Tornado was a domain lord level battle technique, while Storm Palm was a sector lord level battle technique. It was undoubtedly stronger than Tornado. This was a decent gain. He wondered if the members of the Rodriguez family would fall out with him on the spot if they knew that Wang Ting had learned all the battle techniques that had been passed down in their family. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and a smile appeared on his lips. He then looked at the status panel. Storm Palm, 11003000, proficient. The 2100 attribute points allowed Wang Ting's mastery of Storm Palm to reach the proficient stage. He was able to unleash some of the power of this skill. The second prince had said that one needed a high level of comprehension to learn this battle technique. Yet, he had directly picked up the attributes. It was too simple. If the Rodriguez family knew about this, they would probably be jealous to death. There was also the profound meaning of storm, which was a type of profound meaning of wind. Wang Ting's wind lullaby had reached 100%, so this storm lullaby was better than nothing. This was because Wang Ting's wind profound was the most comprehensive profound. Storm was just one of the forms of wind. As for the other force and profound, Wang Ting had already reached perfection. They could only be stacked and couldn't be broken through. Thus, they weren't very useful. Wang Ting didn't pay any more attention and continued to watch the competition. As for Xianxia, who had been eliminated, he didn't even look at her. She couldn't even beat Sawyer. Her strength was at most in the bottom 500. Even if she came out of the revival battle, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 140. It was a huge gap. As time passed, one genius warrior after another went on stage. In the 36th match in the afternoon, Xianxia went on stage. Her opponent was also a female warrior who specialized in earth force. She was tall and had wheat-colored skin. She looked healthy and wild. Such a woman, if she wasn't standing in front of Xianxia, would attract the attention of many male warriors. After all, many people liked bigger ones. Unfortunately, in front of Xianxia, very few female warriors could surpass her. Xianxia stood in the air like an ice fairy. The power of ice swept out and froze her opponent's attack. The match ended easily. After Xianxia, Gunter's opponent in the 40th match was Wade. That poor fatty, he had a sad face as if he had encountered something extremely tragic. Many people had strange expressions. Pfft. Forgive me for laughing. Did this fatty offend the 7-star academies? Why does he meet such a terrifying opponent every time? 7-star academies, don't talk nonsense. We 7-star academies always adhere to the principle of fairness and openness. We never do such shameless things. This fatty's bad luck has nothing to do with us. This fatty must be possessed by bad luck. Last time, he met Wang Ting. This time, he met Gunter. Stop talking. The fatty is about to cry. Leave him some dignity. Fatty, thank you so much. On the virtual universe platform, many spectators saw the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Even Wang Ting felt pity for Wade when he saw him appear. What kind of sin did he commit? Both sides began to battle. This was after all a genius battle. They couldn't just admit defeat, everyone wanted to perform well and leave a good impression on the invigilators of the 7-star academies. The competitors' performances were all in their eyes. Speaking of which, Wade's strength was not bad. As long as he was careful, Gunter might not be able to defeat him quickly. Wade was very clear on his own advantages too. Hence, he didn't fight Gunter head-on. Instead, he used a roundabout battle strategy, flashing about and using his nimble speed to continuously attack from afar. At the same time, Gunter couldn't lock onto his position. Such a battle method was extremely wretched. In the eyes of the spectators, it was just a fatty madly running in circles, occasionally shooting out a cold bullet. It was hard to defend against. Gunter creased his eyebrows and snorted coldly. The genetic energy within his body had the poison attribute. It emanated and formed a formless poison. Wade didn't notice at all. He was still madly running in circles. He was secretly excited. He felt that he had found a way to counter Gunter. As long as he didn't get too close, he wouldn't be poisoned and Gunter wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Wang Ting's expression was weird. What was this fatty so excited about? He didn't even know that he was about to die. Very quickly, Wade's excited expression froze. He had been poisoned. The poison had entered his body, causing his face to turn green. Weird, why do I feel dizzy? Wade muttered. His entire body fell from the sky. With a pung, he smashed into the ground, creating a deep hole and raising a cloud of dust. Gunter didn't even look at him. He turned and returned to the third forbidden area's stone platform. Everyone felt pity for the fatty. He had lost so mysteriously. Everyone could see that he had been poisoned. However, no one knew how he got poisoned. Instantly, everyone became even more fearful of Gunter, this poison attribute fighter. Several of the top 10 fighters had easily won. This caused the spectators' speculations of their strength to increase. However, it wasn't Wang Ting's turn yet. He could only continue to wait. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Wang Ting's image and name appeared on the light sphere. Wang Ting vs. Pyrax Family's Fighter Number 2. Wang Ting vs. Pyrax Family's second fighter. Cough, hold on, he actually has a name. Second fighter is called Gladers. So it should be, Wang Ting vs. Gladers. The two's avatars and names appeared on the light sphere, shocking everyone. It's Wang Ting's turn. Is that, a Pyrax Family's fighter? Oh, it's second fighter. Turns out second fighter is called Gladers. I still like to call him second fighter. Second fighter is so pitiful. Yeah, so pitiful. The audience wasn't unfamiliar with Gladers, because he had been tricked by Wang Ting during the elimination battle. At that time, many people had paid attention to him. Later, as Wang Ting became famous, more and more people went to watch the short video of his elimination battle, and second fighter was in it. Bah, it was Gladers. The expressions of the Pyrax family's realm lord changed. How could it be so coincidental? Gladers had managed to squeeze into the top 550 with great difficulty, but he actually ran into Wang Ting. Although he didn't want to admit it, Gladers definitely wasn't Wang Ting's opponent. He would only be abused if he went, but it wasn't good for him to directly admit defeat, unless he didn't want to enter the 7-star academies. At this time, the Raging Flame Realm Lord and the others were at a loss. Wang Ting's mouth curled into a strange smile as he slowly stood up. Stretch frowned and looked at Wang Ting. Rest assured, with my relationship with your Pyrax family, I'll definitely make him leave with more dignity than that fatty. Wang Ting grinned, revealing his white teeth. The corner of Stretch's eyes couldn't help twitching. What kind of relationship does Wang Ting have with the Pyrax family? Their relationship is too good. So good that I want to kill him. Hold on, die. Stretch's expression slightly changed as he had a bad premonition. He wanted to remind Gladers, but he simply couldn't do it. When others were competing, no matter who it was, they couldn't influence the other side's match, otherwise it would be considered a violation. He didn't dare to gamble with his future. Wang Ting smiled and walked towards the sky. He came in front of Glader's. Glader's expression was very gloomy, and his eyes were very complicated. He wanted to take revenge for being tricked in the elimination battle, but he was also very afraid of Wang Ting. He knew that he was definitely not a match for Wang Ting. This was very contradictory. He knew that he was no match for Xianxia, but he couldn't admit defeat so easily. A martial artist who did not even dare to fight and admitted defeat, the 7 Starry Sky Academies would never accept him. You seem to be very afraid of me? Wang Ting looked at him and asked. What a joke. Do you think you can win against me? Gladers naturally wouldn't admit that he was scared. He coldly snorted and said. In that case, let's begin. Wang Ting smiled faintly. This was exactly what he wanted. She was obviously scared to death, but she had to pretend that she wasn't scared at all. She even had to bite the bullet and fight with him. Isn't that interesting? Didn't you say that you would fight me to the death? I'm giving you a chance now. Gladers recalled the harsh words he said during the elimination battle. His facial muscles twitched, and he wanted to go back and slap himself. However, he saw contempt and ridicule in Wang Ting's calm eyes. Obviously, Wang Ting had seen through his cowardice. This made him a little angry, but he didn't lose his mind. Facing an opponent that he couldn't defeat, but had no choice but to fight, the best way was to strike with all his strength, and then, admit defeat. In his opinion, this wasn't cowardice, but a wise choice. A wise person should do this. This thought quickly flashed through Glader's mind. He gritted his teeth, the muscles on his cheeks bulged, and he let out a loud roar. Boom, with a roar, a crimson flame erupted from his body. The flames wrapped around his body, and then suddenly contracted, adhering to his body in an instant, forming strange crimson flame patterns all over his body, causing his muscles to bulge, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Dragon Blood Battle Body. That's the Pyrax family's Dragon Blood Battle Body. This is the first time I've seen the Dragon Blood Battle Body. What a strong duck. The Pyrax family's physique talent is really enviable. Wow, a fierce man. Little brother loves fierce men the most. Stinky little brother upstairs, big brother is also a fierce man. Want to go out? How fierce? Super fierce. Hey, there's someone driving illegally here. Please arrest them immediately. Gladers unleashed his Dragon Blood Battle Body as soon as he saw Wang Ting. It seems that Wang Ting is giving him a lot of pressure. Nonsense, he didn't know Wang Ting's strength before. Now that he knows, he'll naturally go all out. Wang Ting, what happened to fighting to the death? Why did he suddenly cower? Number 2 is in trouble. I want to know how many punches can number 2 take from Wang Ting after unleashing his Dragon Blood Battle Body? It's the Dragon Blood Battle Body, after all. He'll need at least a few hundred punches. When the audience saw Gladers unleash his Dragon Blood Battle Body, their eyes lit up as they curiously stared at the special physique. There weren't many opportunities to see the Pyrax family unleash their Dragon Blood Battle Body. Even in the universe, there were very few martial artists with powerful physiques. They were equivalent to a rare species. Some people were also guessing how many moves Gladers could take from Wang Ting after unleashing his Dragon Blood Battle Body. That was the question. A Dragon Blood Battle Body that's not even at rank 3. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he looked at Gladers in front of him. He could feel the scorching aura emitting from Gladers and instantly determined that the Dragon Blood Battle Body had not even reached rank 3. Moreover, the beast fire he used was a very familiar flame. Raging Bestial Flames, this was the beast fire he obtained from the Raging Flame Realm Lord. Very good. It seemed that he could obtain a lot of Raging Bestial Flames from this wave of attacks and strengthen his own Raging Bestial Flames. These beast fires were not like heavenly flames that could absorb origin force to replenish their own consumption. After they were taken out from the astral beast's body, they became rootless duckweeds and would disappear after a period of time. As for the beast fires in Wang Ting's body, they were nourished by heavenly flames from time to time, which was why they were not extinguished. However, at most, they would maintain their original appearance. They were still as big as they were when he obtained them. Therefore, Wang Ting still hoped to obtain some corresponding attribute points to increase the size of these beast fires. After unleashing his dragon blood battle body, Gladers raised the battle saber in his hand. The origin force of the blazing star origin force was condensed, and the tyrannical fire profound was integrated into it. It turned into a 100-meter-long crimson saber light that pierced through heaven and earth. Just this aura alone was already extremely terrifying. Many people were amazed. As expected of the Pyrax royal family. Even if he wasn't the top genius, he was still so strong. This combat power surpassed at least 80% of the contestants. If he hadn't met Wan Ting, he would have been able to go even further. However, it didn't matter. Even if he lost to Wan Ting, with his strength, he would still be able to fight his way out of the revival battle. Many people thought so. Glader's saber light brewed for a short while. It was very fast and formed in the blink of an eye. However, Wang Ting only watched as Gladers used it. He didn't have any intention of stopping him. He didn't even look like he was going to use any combat skills. He just looked at his opponent with interest. What is Wang Ting doing? The audience was puzzled. Stretch frowned and felt uneasy. He didn't think that Wang Ting would do nothing and let Gladers go just like that. The second prince, the third prince, Jihaochen, and the others all looked over. They wanted to know how Wang Ting would end this battle. After all, they all knew about the grudge between Wang Ting and the Pyrax family. They were almost certain that Wang Ting wouldn't let Gladers go so easily. Just as everyone had different thoughts, Gladers had already staked everything. He roared and slashed down with his saber. Slash! A crimson-red saber light that was hundreds of meters long slashed down from the sky with terrifying heat. It was so terrifying that even the void around it was distorted, as if it was going to cut open a crack in the void. The extreme heat swept out along with the violent force of the origin power. Before the saber light had even landed, there were already scars on the ground and endless yellow dust was kicked up. Wang Ting and Gladers' figures were covered by the dust. In the blink of an eye, the saber light slashed down and arrived above Wang Ting's head. At this time, Wang Ting suddenly raised his head. A green light flashed in his eyes, as if there was a green flame dancing in them. At this moment, if someone were to take off his clothes and take a look, they would discover that there were green flame patterns on his body. After obtaining the rank 4 Dragon Blood Battle Physique, Wang Ting discovered that he could control the position of the flame patterns at will, unlike the ordinary Pyrax family members. Once they activated the Dragon Blood Battle Physique, the flame patterns would spread all over their body and could be seen at a glance. This was naturally a good thing for Wang Ting, the thief who had stolen the physique talent of others. There were some things that were better not exposed in front of everyone. Gladers was the closest and immediately felt a familiar aura. He couldn't help but frown, a trace of doubt in his eyes. At this time, Wang Ting had activated the rank 4 Dragon Blood Battle Physique. Terrifying flame origin power condensed on his fists and turned into a fist that blasted out. 5 elements fist, fire element, boom. The terrifying fist brought with it an unparalleled force that pushed away all the yellow dust and collided with the saber light. A loud explosion shook the heavens and earth. Gotcha! The saber light broke inch by inch and collapsed in an instant. However, the fist mark didn't disappear. Instead, it continued to fly towards Gladers without slowing down. Gladers was shocked. His eyes were covered by the yellow dust and he didn't know what had happened. All he saw was a terrifying fist coming towards him and he couldn't block it in time. Boom! In the next moment, the fist imprint smashed onto his body. Bang! His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. It fluttered down from the sky. Silence, a deathly silence, the entire world seemed to have lost all sound. One could hear a pin drop, the yellow dust that filled the sky had been pushed away by Wang Ting's fist. The scene just now was seen by everyone. Gladers Pyrax, who had activated the Dragon Blood Battle Physique, was blasted apart with a single punch. He was truly blasted apart, his entire body had exploded into a bloody mist and was drifting down, leaving nothing behind. This was too shocking and terrifying. Since the beginning of the competition, many participants had died. However, it was the first time someone had died in such a shocking manner. Moreover, that was a warrior from the Pyrax family. Everyone knew how powerful the Dragon Blood Battle Physique was. However, he had been blasted apart with a single punch. No matter How one looked at it, it was filled with a sense of unreality. How powerful was Wang Ting's punch? This question surfaced in everyone's hearts and filled them with shock. A trace of seriousness appeared in the crown prince's eyes. He stared at Wang Ting as if he wanted to see through him. However, Wang Ting's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. He couldn't see clearly. The second prince, the third prince, Xianxia, and the others couldn't help but sit up straight in their seats. Their eyes widened as they stared at Wang Ting as if they had seen a ghost. Stretch's face was extremely ugly. His eyes trembled violently as he clenched his fists tightly. Ling Qianxia, Gunter, Bokta, Yuan Hong, and the others were also shocked. They looked over from afar and stared at Wang Ting without moving. What a ruthless method. What a powerful strength, Ling Qianxia's heart trembled. She felt that she had never seen Wang Ting clearly. What kind of person was this man? When they first met, he was sloppy and shameless. Now, he was so cold-blooded and ruthless. He didn't seem like a person at all. Gunter licked his lips. He felt his cold blood boiling. He suddenly felt that Wang Ting was the same kind of person as him. Bokta and Yuan Hong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This guy was very strong. Bastard! The raging flame realm lord was unable to restrain his anger. His eyes were almost blood-red. He punched down and smashed the spaceship's instruments, causing a string of sparks to appear. Balku and Sinclair's faces were so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. They stared at Wang Ting, wishing they could cut him into pieces. Little bastard! I'll kill you! The raging flame realm lord's roar echoed in the spaceship. Inside the military's huge fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the other two looked at each other with a trace of surprise on their faces. This little guy's murderous nature is quite big. General Habakkuk laughed, not caring at all. It seems that the Pyrax family really pissed him off. General Fu Xinglan shook his head and said indifferently, I know a little about the grudges between them. The Pyrax family could be considered to have asked for it. Heh, the style of a big family. General Habakkuk sneered. Don't worry about it. What's done is done. He's just a Pyrax family's martial artist. General Fu Xinglan said calmly, on the other hand, I admire Wang Ting's way of doing things. He kills without hesitation. He's decisive. Only people like him can walk further in the martial world. People like you and me have killed countless people. This is just the beginning, General Habakkuk said with a smile. Wang Ting killed a cultivator from the Pyrax family with one punch, shocking countless people. Firstly, they were shocked by his ruthlessness. Secondly, they were shocked that he dared to kill a cultivator from the Pyrax family in front of so many people. He was going to fight to the death with the Pyrax family, too fierce. Was this something that ordinary people dared to do? Under countless gazes, Wang Ting stood in the air, letting the blood mist drift in the air, but not a single drop of it touched him. I think I went a little too hard. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Wang Ting shook his head and muttered. Everyone. What the hell was that supposed to be? Wasn't it too late to say that now that the cultivator had been beaten to a pulp? Wang Ting walked back to the stone platform of the first forbidden area and returned to his seat. As he walked over, the second prince, Xianxia, Stretch, and the others all focused on him, not moving for even a second. It was obvious how complicated their feelings were. Wang Ting, you're ruthless. Stretch gritted his teeth and said coldly. Oh, I'm sorry. Wang Ting said with a serious expression. Everyone. He actually apologized. What the hell was this? For a moment, everyone looked at Wang Ting in shock. They were stunned by him, especially when they saw his serious expression. They almost believed him. Stretch's words were stuck in his throat, and he suddenly couldn't say anything. According to the normal progression of events, Wang Ting should be angry at him, and he should be angry at him. But Wang Ting apologized directly? What the hell was that apology? Did he think that he could forget about it and pretend that nothing had happened after apologizing after killing someone? The veins on Stretch's forehead bulged, and he was on the verge of exploding. Wang Ting ignored him and turned to continue watching the competition. The others didn't say anything. The grudge between Wang Ting and the Pyrax family was out in the open, and everyone knew about it. The next round was probably going to be a battle of life and death, the deathmatch between Wang Ting and the Pyrax family. If they could kill the other party, they would definitely go all out to kill the other party. They would not hold back at all. On the virtual universe platform, everyone was discussing this matter. The grudge between Wang Ting and the Pyrax family had become a hot topic. At the same time, many people were analyzing the punch that Wang Ting had used to defeat Gladers. Given the strength of the Pyrax clan's Dragon Blood battle body, Wang Ting was able to destroy it with one punch. This was a very unbelievable thing. Did anyone see what level of combat skill Wang Ting's punch was? It's at least a Sector Lord level battle technique, right? So strong. That's too terrifying. What kind of Sector Lord level battle technique can do that? It's definitely a Sector Lord level battle technique. Didn't Wang Ting come from a backward planet? How can there be a Sector Lord level battle technique? Wang Ting is a genius that the army thinks highly of. Isn't it normal for them to teach him Sector Lord level battle techniques? That makes sense. He's a genius, of course he'll be treated differently. Battle techniques are ultimately just battle techniques. If they were given to you to train, would you be able to destroy a fighter from the Pyrax family with one punch? To be honest, I can't. Very good, you're very honest. Now tell me how to contact your wife. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to have a discussion about you not being able to do it. Get lost. Cough cough, in the end, it's still Wang Ting's talent that's strong. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to do it. Those who said that Wang Ting is weaker than the prince, please step forward. What do you think now? The prince defeated his opponent with one finger, Wang Ting defeated the fighter from the Pyrax family with one punch. So conflicted, who's stronger? Many people guessed that Wang Ting's punch was a Sector Lord level battle technique and thought that the army had taught it to Wang Ting. However, they didn't know that it was created by Wang Ting himself. However, it made sense. Even General Fu Xinglan and other immortal rank experts wouldn't think that it was created by Wang Ting himself. Unlike the other spectators, they knew that Wang Ting didn't exchange for any Sector Lord level battle techniques from the army. Therefore, there was only one possibility. This battle technique was very likely a powerful inheritance that Wang Ting had obtained by chance. According to the information about Wang Ting, he had obtained the inheritance of the Fire River Sector Lord. That punch was also a fire element battle technique, so it was a perfect match. General Fu Xinglan and the others felt that their guesses weren't far from the truth. Wang Ting naturally didn't know that everyone was guessing. His 5-element fist was strong, but if he didn't have the rank 4 Dragon Blood battle body, he wouldn't be able to reach this level. The top 275 battles would be split into 275 battles, and it would take 6 days. On the 3rd day, it was Stretch's turn. Stretch versus Song Yicheng. When the two names appeared on the light ball, it caused a wave of shock. Song Yicheng was a genius of the army. The Pyrax clan's Stretch was going to meet a genius of the army. Stretch stood up and glanced at Wang Ting. He grinned, "I'll take good care of him." "Oh, up to you." Wang Ting leaned against his seat with one hand under his chin and said calmly. "Do you think I'll beat him to death?" Stretch's lips moved as he transmitted his voice. "If your Pyrax clan isn't afraid of offending the army, you can try." Wang Ting looked at him strangely, as if he didn't understand why he would have such a stupid idea. Stretch's expression froze. He was so focused on competing with Wang Ting that he forgot that the army was also a monster that wasn't easy to provoke. Moreover, the army had always been protective. Although the Pyrax clan wasn't afraid, they didn't want to offend the army. Therefore, he definitely couldn't kill Song Yicheng. Damn it, Stretch was so angry that his liver hurt. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Go." Wang Ting waved his hand and said impatiently. Stretch snorted coldly and charged into the sky. Boom, loud explosions rang out in the sky. Stretch had nowhere to vent his anger, so he had no choice but to vent it all on Song Yicheng. Wrapped in fire origin power, he didn't use any weapons, but every punch he threw out contained peerless power. Song Yicheng was able to fend them off at first, but it became harder as the fight went on. He was constantly hit by Stretch's attacks. Bang, in the end, Song Yicheng was defeated. He was stomped to the ground by Stretch and vomited blood. He was heavily injured. Stretch was ruthless. Although he didn't kill Song Yicheng in the end, he severely injured him and made him unable to participate in the next round. More importantly, he was stepping on Song Yicheng's head with one foot. It was an extremely humiliating act. Song Yicheng's eyes were red and he vomited blood. Hiss! The audience gasped. Stretch was so ruthless. He actually stomped a military martial artist under his foot. Wang Ting's expression darkened, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Song Yicheng had suffered an undeserved calamity. His grudge with the Pyrax clan had affected someone else in the end. If it was just a normal match, he wouldn't have cared. Although Song Yicheng was a military genius, if he lost, then he lost because he wasn't strong enough. However, Stretch was obviously venting his anger on him. He wanted him to lose miserably and even stepped on his head to humiliate him. On the other side, Hong Jingho and LV Jing clenched their fists when they saw the scene. Their eyes were filled with anger. Other than Wang Ting, they were the only military martial artists in the top 500. Now, one of them had been kicked out by Stretch and was severely injured. This made them extremely angry. Stretch returned to his seat and glanced at Wang Ting. After the day's match, Wang Ting finally left his seat to check on Song Yicheng. Stretch sneered. Song Yicheng's injuries weren't light. He had broken bones all over his body. When Wang Ting saw him, he was awake but very weak. He probably wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. He had no chance of competing in the next round. I'm sorry, Wang Ting said after a moment of silence. This has nothing to do with you. I don't blame you. Song Yicheng shook his head with a pale face. Even if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had a good ending if I met Stretch. This was the truth. With Stretch's personality, the way he defeated his opponents was always so cruel. All the martial artists who met him before were severely injured without exception. However, that kick must have been because of Wang Ting. Don't worry. I'll avenge you. He stepped on you once, so I'll step on him 10 times. Not one less. This is what I said, Wang Ting said. Song Yicheng was a little stunned, but then he laughed. He knew that with Wang Ting's strength, he would have no problem dealing with Stretch. Others might not know Wang Ting's strength, but how could they, the military, not know? Wang Ting was a powerful martial artist who had walked out of the battlefield. Then I can withdraw from the match without worry. This Stretch is too King ruthless. Song Yicheng fainted after he finished speaking. It turned out that he had been holding on. Stretch can't go to 7-star academies. He'll end up worse than you. Wang Ting muttered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was Wang Ting's original plan. Now, it was a promise to Song Yicheng. This matter started because of him, so he had to take revenge. 3 days after the match, the top 275 were chosen. Almost all of the top 10 geniuses entered the top 275, except for a few unfortunate ones who met extremely strong opponents and were kicked to the revival match. As for Hong Jingho and LV Jing, one of them advanced, while the other was injured. The one who advanced was actually LV Jing, which surprised Wang Ting. Hong Jingho met a stronger opponent and was defeated, so he could only go to the revival match. This revival match had 5 days of rest. The previous matches were very intense. Many people were injured and needed time to recuperate. These 5 days were for the contestants to recuperate. However, this period was very boring for Wang Ting and the others, because they didn't even lose a single hair, let alone get injured. They didn't need to recuperate at all. Fortunately, the 5 days passed quickly, and the revival match began. From the 275 eliminated contestants, 5 people were chosen. The competition this time was undoubtedly much more intense than the previous matches. These 275 people were much stronger, and the number of people who were revived was much, much less. This revival match was also a group battle. The 5 people who defeated the most opponents could fight their way out of the revival match. Wang Ting and the others were shocked. The revival match had finally begun. 275 contestants entered the arena and fought each other. Eh? Ji Haochen was surprised and said, that Fatso has actually recovered? There was some doubt in his voice, as if he had seen something strange. Everyone couldn't help but follow Ji Haochen's line of sight, and saw a wretched, fatty. Wang Ting was surprised. Wade was poisoned by Gunter's poison force, but now he was alive and kicking. Not bad. Gunter's face turned dark. Apparently, he wasn't in a good mood. His poison was actually cured by a bloody fatty. The others all had weird looks on their faces. They glanced at Gunter, but didn't say anything. Even Ji Haochen and the others were quite afraid of Gunter, who had the power of poison. If they really ran into each other in a competition, Ji Haochen and the others might not even be able to defeat him. But now, this unknown fatso had actually made him suffer a little. The others all looked at Wade with great interest, wondering if he could fight his way out of the revival match this time. Wang Ting, do you think he can come back to life this time? Ji Haochen couldn't help but ask. Ahem, half and half. Wang Ting coughed and said. Could he say that he couldn't see through this fatty anymore? That's amazing. Even we can't guarantee that he can recover quickly after being poisoned like that. The second prince sighed. The others didn't say anything, but they all had the same thought. They suddenly started to pay more attention to Wade. Of course, they only paid attention to him, and didn't see him as an opponent. After all, with the fatty's strength, they could all defeat him. At the same time, many people in the audience also noticed Wade's figure. They all stared at the fatty's figure on the screen with their eyes wide open. No way, this fatty came back to life again? So magical, how did he do it? I remember he was poisoned before, and his entire body turned green. Damn, his entire body turned green. Why don't you say he's green? He's not that green yet. So tenacious, he can even recover like that. Does he have some special body type? Now that you mention it, it's possible. This fatty hit it really well. Hello, I'm from the Universal Institute of Strange Creatures. Mr. Wade, please come to XX Planet XX City XX Street 56 after the match. Our secret institute is here, and we're looking forward to your arrival. Haha, what Institute of Strange Creatures? Is this fatty a strange creature? I'm laughing like crazy. Secret Research Institute? Can you please delete the address before saying this again? Do you think we're stupid? Many people guessed that Wade might have some special body type, but he never showed it, which made people very curious. The competition was very intense. Battles were happening everywhere on the arena continent. 275 warriors were killing each other crazily for the 5 resurrection spots. One day later, the resurrection battle ended. When everyone saw the fatty swaying figure among the 5 resurrection candidates, their expressions became even more strange. They didn't know if he was really going to fall or if he was just pretending. F*CK, this fatty is godly. He came back to life again. If you say he's not weird, I'll eat *T while standing upside down. You can't judge a book by its cover. This year's Genius Tournament taught me to never underestimate a fatty. Friendly reminder, please don't underestimate any of the fatties around you. Please give them the greatest care and love. Maybe one day, you'll get a strange fatty. Upstairs, my waist broke. Can anyone tell me what kind of strange creature a strange fatty is? How strange is it? Wooden chicken. On the Virtual Universe Exchange platform, a group of people saw the fatty rise in rank. They couldn't help but discuss and complain. Wade's popularity soared and rose to rank 18, catching up with the geniuses of the 8 imperial families. Following the end of the revival battle, 5 people were revived, bringing the total number of contestants to 280. The top 140 contestants were about to face off. After another 3 days of rest, the competition resumed. There were only 280 contestants left. At least 1/3 of them were the top 10 contestants in the elimination battle. The competition was even more intense and difficult. At this moment, the second prince, third prince, Ji Haochen, Stretch, and the other contestants all felt a sense of oppression. It was the pressure from the other contestants, just like Yu Qiqiao, Rabbit Little 8, Su Jianchen, and Farum, the other contestants who rose up later. They had also reached this stage. Their strength was shocking enough to pose a threat to the second prince and the others. Wang Ting was very calm. His expression was calm. These talented martial warriors weren't enough to shake his confidence. The crown prince was also calm. He even closed his eyes from beginning to end and did not watch the competition at all. It was as if these contestants' battles could not attract his attention at all. With the crown prince's strength, he indeed had the ability to do so. He did not need to watch these contestants' battles. Because they were not strong enough, he had seen more powerful contestants. Those were the ones who were worthy of his attention. Of course, there were a few contestants in the Genius Tournament who were worthy of his attention. However, they had not appeared yet. The battles continued, but it was not Wang Ting's turn yet. He was looking forward to meeting the Pyrax family's contestants. There were only 3 left. One was number 3, who he had tricked previously, and the other 2 were Stretch and Landon. It did not matter who he met, as long as they were from the Pyrax family. However, the more he thought about it, the more he could not meet them. The 3 contestants from the Pyrax family had appeared one after another. Their opponent was not Wang Ting. Number 3 could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The scene of Gladers being defeated was still vivid in his mind. He could not imagine what would happen if he met Wang Ting. He could not just admit defeat. His family would not allow him to retreat without a fight. It would be a disgrace. However, if they fought, he might be defeated with a single punch from his opponent. Fortunately, he did not meet Wang Ting in this round. This was a blessing in disguise. The 280 contestants only needed to fight 140 battles. The competition would be over in 3 days. Everyone stepped onto the stage one after another, and the geniuses clashed with each other. It was a fierce competition. LV Jing met Su Jianchen and was defeated. She could not go any further. So far, the 3 martial artists from the military had withdrawn from the competition. Wade's opponent this time was Yuan Hong, so it was going to be a tragedy again. Naturally, he was no match for Yuan Hong. He was also defeated and kicked out of the competition. Fatty is so pitiful. Fatty suffered a burden that he shouldn't have. Every time I meet a strong opponent, I end up in the elimination group after 3 rounds of competition, and I'm forced to struggle in the revival battle. It's the worst in history. I'm very curious as to whether this fatty will be able to fight his way out of the revival battle again. This is the 3rd time. If he can kill his way out this time, I'm willing to respectfully call him Fat God. Pfft. Fat God? What kind of nickname is that? Why isn't it God V? God V is another great god, you can't blaspheme him. He's just as ugly, but he's just as awesome. I hope Fatty can create another miracle. Come on, Fatty. On the 3rd day, Wang Ting waited for his name to appear on the ball of light. Wang Ting vs. Berkta, the audience had been waiting impatiently for a long time. As soon as they saw Wang Ting's name, they immediately became excited. Wang Ting. It's finally Wang Ting's turn. It wasn't easy, I waited 3 days for Wang Ting to appear. In the previous match, Wang Ting only threw 1 punch. I didn't even get to watch it before it ended. The main thing is that Wang Ting is too strong. If he doesn't meet a competitor of the same level, he's basically a noob. Everyone instantly looked at the name on the ball of light. As Wang Ting was too famous, many people were attracted by his name and neglected another name. However, soon, someone noticed who Wang Ting's opponent was. Berkta. It's actually Berkta. Berkta, the 1st place of the 6th forbidden area during the elimination battle. It's actually him. Damn, they've met. Oh no, I'm getting excited. This is the first time that the 1st place contenders have met since the start of the arena battles. That's great. I have a feeling that this match will be the most exciting one so far. Let's start, I can't wait. When the audience recognized Berkta, they became excited again. Wang Ting was too strong. Ordinary geniuses were no match for him. However, if it was Berkta, the 1st place of the 6th forbidden area, it would be a different story. Berkta had attracted a lot of attention during the 1st elimination battle. His performance in the elimination battle was very eye-catching, not at all inferior to the top 10 geniuses of the 1st forbidden area. People from various factions paid attention to him. They had to rope in such a genius. Thus, many people investigated Berkta's background and found that he was born in a small galaxy under the Qian Empire called the Boulder Galaxy. There lived a powerful race called the Boulder Tribe. The Boulder Tribe was born with an affinity with Earth origin power. Their bodies were as if they were cast from stone. When they reached adulthood, they would be 7 to 8 meters tall, like a small giant. Berkta was a member of the Boulder Tribe, a member of the Boulder Tribe with great talent. In the Boulder Galaxy, there was a large yellowish-brown planet. It was the main planet of the Boulder Galaxy, the Boulder Planet. Large numbers of Boulder Tribe fighters lived here. On the Boulder Planet, a group of boulder giants were gathered together in a large hall made of boulders. They were staring at the light screen in front of them with their eyes as big as bells. This scene was comical. It was like a group of giants watching a movie together. "Berkta, it's Berkta!" A Boulder Tribe member suddenly shouted. "Is Berkta going to fight a genius from the Qian Empire?" A Sector Lord Boulder Tribe member was sitting on a large stone chair. He heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. "Yes, Lord Kellogg, Berkta's opponent is a super genius called Wang Ting." A Boulder Tribe domain lord explained, after which he said seriously, that Wang Ting is a fighter from the Qian Empire army. "He's very strong. Berkta will probably have a tough battle." "Ha ha ha, Berkta is our Boulder Tribe's most talented young fighter. No matter how strong his opponent is, he'll definitely win." The Sector Lord Kellogg laughed loudly. "Right, Berkta is a genius that only appears once every few thousand years. He has a chance of becoming an undying warrior. He definitely won't lose." The other Boulder Tribe fighters all had resolute looks in their eyes. On the virtual universe platform, a large group of Berkta's supporters suddenly flooded in. They were all from the Boulder Tribe. "Berkta! Berkta! Berkta will win!" Countless Boulder Tribe fighters shouted Berkta's name, boosting his morale. To the Boulder Tribe, having a genius participate in the genius competition was an absolute honor. All the Boulder Tribe fighters were proud of him. This was a race's pride. Just like Su Jianquan's explosiveness before, he had attracted the support of countless Tianluo Empire fighters. Because he was from the Tianluo Empire, the further he walked in the competition, the more the Tianluo Empire fighters would feel proud of him. In the future, when he walked in the universe, people would say, "Look, that's the genius Su Jianquan from the Tianluo Empire." Similarly, at this moment, Berkta was representing the Boulder Tribe, and on Wang Ting's side, there were even more people supporting him. Countless people from the Qian Empire starfields were supporting him. All the Qian Empire's army fighters were supporting him too. Even in the remote Milky Way, people from Earthstar were supporting Wang Ting. Those familiar faces were all standing in front of the live broadcast screen of the genius competition, watching the hero of Earthstar, the genius who had walked out from Earthstar. However, the population of Earth was far too small compared to the number of people who supported Wang Ting in the Qian Empire. That was why it didn't seem that conspicuous. It was like a small pool of water in the vast ocean that would be drowned in the blink of an eye. This kind of scene shouldn't have happened so quickly. However, as Wang Ting and Berkta were about to fight, everyone got excited. This caused a huge commotion. Wang Ting slowly got up and walked up to the sky. The Crown Prince opened his eyes, his gaze following Wang Ting's back. The second prince and the others turned to look at Wang Ting as well. On the other side, Berkta was much more violent. He stepped on the stone platform, and with a boom, his tall and muscular body shot out like a cannonball. A corner of the sturdy stone platform instantly collapsed. "Ha ha ha!" Berkta's laughter echoed in the air, and he was already in front of Wang Ting. Wang Ting looked at the big guy, speechless. It was just a competition. Why was he laughing like a fool? Is it that funny? Shouldn't I be happy to meet a strong opponent? Berkta held a huge warhammer in each hand, his eyes filled with excitement. I'm afraid you won't be happy later," Wang Ting said. "Hee hee, I like confident opponents like you. Let's hurry up and start." Berkta didn't care at all, his battle intent high. "Okay." Wang Ting nodded. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Berkta stepped into the void, causing the air to explode, creating a huge explosion. His huge figure left an afterimage in the air as he charged toward Wang Ting. The warhammer in his hand emitted a dazzling yellow light as it smashed down from above. Wang Ting raised his head calmly. His body seemed a little skinny compared to Berkta's huge body. His eyes were calm, and terrifying force erupted from his fists as he punched forward. Boom, a loud boom resounded through the sky. The two figures were sent flying backward, and they only managed to stop after flying for more than 10 meters. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Wang Ting had actually used his bare fists to clash with Berkta's giant warhammers. More importantly, both sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. However, everyone could see that Wang Ting had the upper hand because he didn't use any weapons, only his fists. Powerful, valiant, this was the most direct feeling Wang Ting gave everyone at this moment. This feeling was even more intense than when Wang Ting had blasted gladiators apart with a single punch, because there was no comparison. At this moment, however, Wang Ting's thin figure formed a stark contrast with Berkta's huge frame. Wang Ting and Berkta's gazes met in the air. Berkta's fighting spirit grew even stronger. He could sense Wang Ting's strength. This was the first person who could block his warhammers with his fists. Boom, the two erupted once again, transforming into two beams of light that clashed repeatedly in the air. Berkta's warhammer smashed down madly, transforming into a series of giant yellow warhammer phantoms, almost as though he wanted to suppress Wang Ting. However, Wang Ting's fists transformed into fist radiance that shot into the sky. The Earth Element Fist Seal of the 5 Elemental Fist Seal evolved and shattered the warhammer phantoms with unparalleled momentum. What a powerful fist technique! Many people exclaimed, their eyes wide open as they watched Wang Ting's fist technique. No, this is a fist seal condensed from Earth Origin power. Wang Ting also has Earth Origin power? Earth Origin power. How many types of origin powers does he have? Can anyone come out and count? I'm going crazy. Water, wood, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. He already has 6 types. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. How can one person have so many types of origin powers? Could it be that this is the legendary evildoer of evildoers? Wang Ting is truly a monster. It's unimaginable. Wang Ting's use of Earth Element Star power to fight Bacta shocked countless people. The eyes of the second prince, Ji Haochen, stretched, and the others flashed rapidly. Ling Qianxia, Gunter, Yuan Hong, Su Jianchen, and the others were also stunned. Earth Element Star power, a martial artist who had displayed 5 types of force was now displaying a completely different type of force. What kind of monster was this? They originally thought that 5 types of force was the limit, but they did not expect Wang Ting to display a 6th type of force. How in the world did this guy cultivate, in the distance? Fatty Wade shrunk his neck and muttered in his heart, freak. Stretch remembered that before the start of the competition, his family's ancestor had told him that Wang Ting might have an extremely rare talent, and that he must be careful. 6 types of force and that kind of talent, Wang Ting's talent was really enviable. Even though Stretch came from the Rax royal family and had a powerful dragon blood battle body, he could not help but feel a trace of jealousy. He had a royal bloodline, but he was inferior to a commoner from a backward planet. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the sky, Wang Ting and Bacta's collision became more and more intense, and a terrifying explosion erupted. Origin power shockwaves rolled out in all directions. Both parties were fighting with Earth Origin power, and the incomparably dense, earth and yellow origin power pervaded the air, causing the area where the two were fighting to become extremely heavy. It was as though a gravitational field had been applied. If an outsider were to recklessly step in, they would probably be ruthlessly crushed by this gravitational field. Wang Ting's body is so strong. Someone swallowed, feeling incredulous. From beginning to end, Wang Ting had been using his body to fight Bacta, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. Bacta's body was already strong, and everyone knew that. However, Wang Ting's body was also so strong. This was a little illogical. How could his body, which did not look very strong, be so strong? All along, Wang Ting had given everyone the impression that he was a martial artist who focused on techniques and comprehension. Now, it was the other way around. He could still be so strong. Ha ha ha. Good. Very powerful. Bacta wasn't frightened by Wang Ting's strength at all. Instead, he became more excited and couldn't help but laugh. He swung his warhammer and collided with Wang Ting. Both of them were sent flying again. Boom, the two were hundreds of meters apart. Bogda panted slightly and said, "You're a respectable opponent. If I don't use my full strength, I won't be able to defeat you. Please do your best. Otherwise, I won't be able to enjoy myself to the fullest." Wang Ting loosened his bones and said indifferently. Bogda was speechless. He felt that the guy in front of him was acting cool, but he couldn't find any evidence. However, he didn't really care. Was it considered acting cool for a powerhouse to act cool? That was style. In his eyes, Wang Ting was an absolute powerhouse. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Bogda's body. Strands of yellow light wrapped around his body, causing strange yellow patterns to appear on the surface of his body. It was as if a carving knife was carving the world's origin patterns on his body. Rumble, as the pattern spread all over his body, Bogda's body actually grew taller. There was a rumbling sound coming from his body as though a terrifying beast was roaring inside. Bogda's body was originally 8 to 9 meters tall. Now, he instantly reached more than 50 meters tall, becoming a true giant. He looked down at Wang Ting from above. The warhammer in his hand also swelled up, matching his body. This wasn't strange. There were many metals in the universe that could expand and shrink. With the uncanny craftsmanship of a blacksmith, any strange weapon could appear. In this way, the warhammer seemed a little terrifying. Disregarding the powerful origin power of a stellar-level warrior, just the brute force of the hammer alone was enough to smash a small mountain. Hiss! Countless spectators sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared dumbfoundedly at the terrifying giant in the arena. What is this? Bogda's talent? Transformation, giant body? I've never heard of the boulder race being able to transform into a giant. Such a huge hammer. I feel like I'm going to pee my pants standing in front of him. Then, did you pee? Yes. Is this really a star-level martial artist? He's too strong. On the Boulder planet, Realm Lord Kellogg laughed. Bogda is the prodigy of our boulder race who awakened the boulder talent. That Wang Ting's body is indeed very strong, but he's definitely not a match for Bogda who uses the boulder talent, a boulder race Realm Lord said. That's right. Bogda will definitely win and enter the next round, another boulder race being said. Outside the battle planet, on the ship of the Calendish family, Tiki's expression was strange. Why does this Bogda's talent look a little familiar? On the stage, Wang Ting looked at the boulder giant before him. He put his hand on his forehead and looked up. Wow! So tall! So big! Wang Ting exclaimed. Everyone, why did they feel speechless? Shouldn't they be admiring the opponent's strength now? What the hell did he mean by so tall and big? Wang Ting. Bakoda's voice boomed from above, echoing in Wang Ting's ears. It was deafening. What? Wang Ting asked. Bogda was silent for a moment before saying, "It's not too late for you to admit defeat." "Being big doesn't mean I'm strong," Wang Ting indifferently said. "Then I'll show you my true strength." Bogda's voice boomed as he swung his hammer down. Boom, a huge hammer pressed down on the void, causing the surrounding space to distort. A loud boom rang out. Wang Ting's figure flashed, not taking this hammer head-on. However, just as he appeared in another location, the first giant hammer swept over from the left. The momentum was equally terrifying as it squeezed the void. While Bogda's body was huge, he was surprisingly fast, not at all slow or stiff like a giant. Wang Ting was very familiar with this feeling. Because he had played this game many times, after Bogda transformed into a giant, his explosive power was extremely terrifying. Every strike was enough to severely injure a star-level martial artist. Hence, even Wang Ting wouldn't take him head-on. "Why are you hiding? Come and fight me, come." Bogda's loud voice came from above like a war giant craving for battle. The audience on the virtual universe platform was in an uproar. Is Wang Ting going to lose? No way. No matter how strong Bogda is, can he be stronger than the Thunder Monster? But Wang Ting keeps dodging. He doesn't face Bogda head-on. He seems to be wary of his power. Seems like it. Wang Ting is actually dodging. He's not taking him head-on like before. Unless he uses that big move that defeated the Thunder Monster, it'll be hard to defeat Bogda now. That big move can't be used casually. It'll probably consume Wanting a lot. Everyone started discussing among themselves. All sorts of guesses were made. Many people were worried for Wanting. On the arena continent, Wanting frowned. After transforming into a giant, Bokta's body was even stronger. Wanting used the 5-element punch many times, but he couldn't shake Bokta's body. In that case, I'll show you what a true giant is. Wanting murmured in his heart, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. Magnetic heart, open. In an instant, Wanting's body shot into the sky, emitting a strange wave that spread in all directions. Rumble, the ground began to tremble, and huge cracks appeared on it. It was as though someone was hammering underground, causing the ground to shatter. Then pieces of gravel and dust shot into the sky. And Wanting was right in the center of the gravel. This is? Everyone was stunned. They looked at this scene in confusion. They didn't know what Wanting wanted to do. Even Bokta could not help but stop in his tracks as he looked ahead in fear. Could it be that the other party was going to use some powerful battle technique? It's coming, it's coming. Tiki's eyes lit up. I remember now. It's that move. He remembered the move Wanting used on defense planet number 4. At that time, Wanting was only a planet-level warrior. However, when he used that move, it was already very terrifying. He killed several Demon King-level dark apparitions and even many low-level Demon Emperor-level dark apparitions. Now, Wanting was a star state. If he used it again, what kind of power would it have? Rumble, under everyone's gazes, all the rocks that were floating up from the ground gathered towards Wanting. In an instant, they turned into a huge ball. Bokta's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Just when everyone was confused, the huge ball changed. Four thick stone pillars extended out of the ball, turning into a pair of huge rock arms and a pair of legs that could support the ground. The entire ball also changed. It became extremely slender and muscular like a human's body. Rumble, another rumble sounded, and a rock head extended out of the body. It turned into a rock head with distinct edges and corners. Its huge eyes glowed with yellow light as it looked down at Bokta. This giant was 100 meters tall. In comparison, Bokta, who was 50 meters tall, was like a child. Bokta's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't believe his eyes. Boulder Planet. Thud, Realm Lord Kellogg suddenly stood up. The stone throne beneath him suddenly exploded. His eyes stared fixedly at the stone giant that appeared in the screen. Similar, it was too similar. The surrounding Boulder tribe members were dumbfounded, unable to utter a single sound. Outside the battle star, countless people stared with wide eyes at the stone giant that had appeared on the arena continent, only one thought echoing in their minds: what the hell was that? If Bokta's transformation into a giant was shocking, then Wanting's creation of a rock giant was shocking. It was truly unimaginable that a normal person could condense such a huge body of rock. What kind of talent could accomplish such a feat? On the arena continent, Wanting's voice rang out from within the stone giant's body. His voice was also booming, reverberating between heaven and earth, causing everyone's ears to ring. I'm bigger than you now. Bokta was speechless. Who was the one who said being bigger didn't necessarily mean being stronger? Come, feel my power, Wanting said. Bokta's expression shifted. He wanted to retreat, but the battle intent in his heart forced him to stop. The hammers in his hands began to glow with terrifying origin power. Wanting controlled the rock giant and charged at Bokta. Rumble, the rock giant's massive feet stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. However, its speed was unbelievably fast, and it arrived in front of Bokta in the blink of an eye. Fight! Bokta let out a deafening roar and struck out with his twin hammers. Wanting controlled the rock giant, still using the earth elemental fist seal to smash down. Direct, violent, boom, with another boom, Wanting's rock fist smashed into Bokta's hammers. Clang, a clear metallic clang reverberated through the air, causing everyone to tremble and their teeth to ache. Bokta's expression shifted. His hands almost lost their grip on the hammers, and they were almost sent flying. Oh, my God! Even if there were several of me, it wouldn't be enough to take on Wanting's punch. Too valiant. This kind of fighting style is truly eye-opening. Daddy, Mommy, and I will kneel and watch the broadcast. Wang Ting followed up with another attack. His rock hand reached out and grabbed Bokta's arm. He swung Bokta's 50-meter-tall body up and smashed it down. Before Bokta could react, the world spun before his eyes, and he was smashed to the ground. Rumble, the ground shook violently, causing the gravel and dust on the ground to rise 2 to 3 meters into the air. Bokta reacted. He struggled madly, kicking at the rock giant controlled by Wang Ting. Generally speaking, the bigger the body, the more unstable the lower body. Bokta targeted this. He wanted to kick the rock giant down so that he could break free from Wang Ting's grip. However, Wang Ting was prepared. He leaped up and bent his knees slightly, avoiding Bokta's kick while slamming into his stomach. Bokta's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in great pain. Wang Ting got up and grabbed Bokta's legs. He swung his arms and slammed Bokta to the ground. Rumble! 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 Booms rang out. Bokta was smashed to the ground without any resistance. He was in a daze. It was a spectacular scene. A 100-meter-tall giant was dragging another giant's legs and slamming them to the ground. The audience felt their scalps go numb. After a while, Bokta finally couldn't take it anymore. His body shrunk to its original 7-meter-tall size. He lay on the ground, doubting his life. All the spectators, including the genius martial artists who were watching the competition, fell into a strange silence at this moment. It's over? All the spectators stared at the screen, still in a daze. It felt extremely surreal. Bokta was stunned by Wang Ting's attack and had no chance to retaliate at all. Their battle, in particular, was exceptionally simple. Yes, it was simple. It gave people the illusion that they were fighting hand-to-hand. It wasn't entertaining at all, but there was a different kind of shock to it. The result of the match appeared on the ball of light. Wang Ting won. Everyone snapped out of their daze and broke out into discussion. Bokta's a bit pitiful. He seems to have been smashed into a daze. Wang Ting's battle style is always unexpected. When you thought he was going to use the move he used to deal with the Thunder Monster, he immediately changed the method for you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Does anyone know if Wang Ting's rock giant is a talent or a battle technique? I suddenly want to learn it. Maybe it's a battle technique? How can a human have such a strange talent? Did you guys notice that his rock giant and Bokta's back of the giant are very similar? Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Their bodies are different and their appearances are different. But if you really want to talk about it, aren't they both made of stone? That's a pretty good summary. That's for sure. I'm in this line of work. Bro, what do you do? Oh, an elementary school student. What elementary school student? Sigh, I'm often asked to write an apology letter by my teacher. My teacher said that I'm very good at summarizing my mistakes. Get out of here. Now's not the time to talk about this. No matter what, their battle techniques and talents are indeed similar. Could it be what? Could it be that they're related? Some people felt that Wang Ting's rock giant and Bokta's giant were inexplicably similar. They all wondered if the two were related. Of course, this was just a joke. Most people guessed that they might have cultivated similar battle techniques. After all, there were many similar battle techniques in the universe. However, the probability of them bumping into each other was very small. Wang Ting returned to the stone stage in the first forbidden area. Prince Yu, Xianxia, and the others all looked at him in a weird way. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Wang Ting felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by them. He raised his eyebrows and asked. Ahem, what battle skill did you use just now? The second prince coughed dryly. He hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask. Xianxia, Sawyer, and the others also looked over. Stretch, the third prince, Ji Tianquang, and the other martial practitioners who didn't get along well with Wang Ting didn't look over, but they pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Just now, Wang Ting's rock giant had given them a fright. They didn't want to have their legs smashed like Bokta. Not only was it embarrassing, but it was also very painful. At this time, they were already thinking about how to deal with the rock giant if they encountered Wang Ting. Sort of, Wang Ting replied. there's such a battle skill? I've never seen it before, Dimosi said. The universe is so big, there's nothing there isn't. Wang Ting laughed. He couldn't say that it was a talent he picked up from other races, could he? Speaking of which, how many types of origin powers do you have? The second prince didn't argue and asked with a hint of surprise. Guess? Wang Ting said with a smile. If you don't want to say, then forget it. The second prince shook his head. Stretch and the others were disappointed that they couldn't get anything out of him. Wang Ting, this bastard, was very tight-lipped. On the other side, Bokta stood up shakily. His head was still a little dizzy. He glanced at Wang Ting from afar with a complicated expression. He had actually lost after using his rock giant talent, moreover, he had lost so thoroughly and miserably that he was smashed into the ground. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't care about such things, he might have really died. But for him, who carried the hopes of the entire rock tribe, this defeat would disappoint many people. Bokta gazed into the starry sky in the direction of Boulder Planet. The rock tribe warriors were indeed disappointed. They hadn't expected the most talented Bokta of their tribe to lose. But they could understand. That Wang Ting was really too powerful, a human warrior could actually condense such a huge rock giant. It was practically grinding Bokta to the ground. On Boulder Planet, Realm Lord Kellogg shook his head and didn't say anything. But his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light as if he was thinking about something. Wang Ting sat in his seat and saw Bokta's gaze. He had already given his opponent the respect he deserved and defeated him with sufficient strength. That was enough. Bokta dropped a lot of attribute bubbles. Wang Ting swept them up with his spiritual force and picked them all up. Earth Element Star Force *8500, Profound Meaning of Earth *2000 Boulder Talent *1600, a few attribute bubbles merged into his body. Some turned into origin power, while others turned into comprehension. They were all absorbed by him. Boulder Talent. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, but he wasn't too surprised. This, Boulder Talent, was completely inferior to his magnetic heart. It was even inferior to the massive boulder heart that he had obtained previously. However, he realized that this Boulder Talent was like a weaker version of the Boulder Heart. Could this rock tribe be related to the Boulder tribe? This thought flashed through Wang Ting's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, it had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to take it to heart. He immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind. Wang Ting was a little disappointed. He could only continue watching the competition. After Wang Ting and Bokta's match ended, there were still many people who hadn't fought. The competition continued. Soon, the top 140 matches ended. At this point, there were still revival matches available. 2 people could be revived. It was still a group arena match. In the end, Fatty Wade lived up to everyone's expectations. He revived and entered the next round. This was godly. What was this Fatty made of? He was so resilient. He was eliminated time and time again, but he still managed to climb out of the revival matches. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. The other person who revived was Bokta. It was obvious that it was him. Bokta was very strong. If he hadn't met Wang Ting, he wouldn't have been eliminated at all. The next round was the top 71 matches. As the competition neared the end, the time to rest was shortened from 5 days to 3. Even if they were injured, they still had to fight. 3 days later, all the participants were ready again. The competition began. The 71 matches were split into 2 days. It didn't take much time. At this point, even many of the top 10 warriors in the elimination matches might be eliminated. The names and portraits on the ball of light were fixed. The first match was revealed. Yuan Hong vs. Su Jianchen. Just as both names appeared on the ball of light, it caused a huge uproar. Yuan Hong, the first one to fight was Yuan Hong. Moreover, his opponent was the recently famous Su Jianchen, Tianluo Empire. The monarch of Tianluo Empire narrowed his eyes and looked at the opponents on the screen in surprise. Yuan Hong was the first in the 4th forbidden area of the elimination matches. He was already famous and very strong. Could Su Jianchen win against him? This was bound to be an intense battle. The crowd couldn't help but get excited and burst into heated discussions. On the stone platform of the first forbidden area, the second prince, Xianxia, Stretch, and the others all looked at the arena. Yuan Hong and Su Jianchen were both people they were paying attention to. Su Jianchen was the direct disciple of the monarch of Tianluo Empire. The monarch of Tianluo Empire was an immortal rank existence. To be able to become an immortal rank disciple, Su Jianchen's talent was self-evident. Under the guidance of an immortal rank expert, his strength must be very strong. He might not be any weaker than the princes of the royal family or the geniuses of the 8 royal families. Yuan Hong was also the disciple of an immortal rank expert of the ape race. The ape race itself was a huge race with a large population in the Qian Empire. There were always some lucky ones who could become immortal rank. Yuan Hong's teacher, an immortal rank expert, was the ruler of a star sector in the Qian Empire. He was the star sector leader of the Qian Empire. At this moment, Yuan Hong and Su Jianchen flew into the sky and looked at each other from afar. Yuan Hong had a strong body. He was a young ape man with yellowish-brown hair all over his body. He wore a ferocious battle armor and carried a huge battle axe on his back. Su Jianchen, on the other hand, wore a gray robe and carried an ordinary iron sword in his hand. He didn't look special at all. Wang Ting looked at the battle between the two with interest. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. The battle began, boom, with a loud noise. The battle axe on Yuan Hong's back suddenly appeared in his hand. He rushed out and chopped at Su Jianchen's head. Clang, a crisp sound was heard. Su Jianchen unsheathed his long sword and swung it. Boom, the sword radiance and the battle axe clashed, creating a loud noise. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. They kept colliding in the sky, and the aftermath of the force swept in all directions. It was terrifying. Yuan Hong was a metal elemental warrior. The battle axe in his hand emitted a dazzling golden radiance. It was unusually sharp, and every strike carried a strong ultimacy. Su Jianchen was also a metal elemental warrior. The sword light on his sword was dazzling, blooming with countless sword lights that circled around his body. It was also infused with the power of ultimacy. Each of his sword strikes was easily infused with ultimacy. It was very powerful. This is a battle between metal elemental warriors. Many people exclaimed with their eyes shining. This kind of battle was too rare. When two metal elemental warriors clashed, they would definitely display their strongest understanding of the metal elemental ultimacy. It would be a competition of who had a deeper understanding of the metal elemental ultimacy, and not just ultimacy. Many metal elemental warriors stared at the battle intently, hoping to get some inspiration from the battle between the two geniuses. The third prince was a metal elemental warrior himself, and he also used a sword. He stared at Su Jianchen and thought highly of him. He also hoped to see Su Jianchen's true strength through this battle. Boom, the attacks of both sides were annihilated at the same time and collapsed in midair. The two of them retreated. Su Jianchen pointed the ordinary iron sword in his hand at the ground. A strong ultimacy of the sword was faintly bursting out. It was frightening. Yuan Hong's face became serious, but he suddenly grinned. His battle axe also began to emit an incomparably strong aura, which carried a soaring murderous aura. This Yuan Hong has such a strong murderous aura. The second prince stared at the battle in front of him and couldn't help but say, "Yes, I don't know how many people and star beasts he has killed to cultivate such a murderous aura." Jihaochen shook his head and said, "As disciples of immortal-level powerhouses, their cultivation methods are completely different from ours. It's hard to say who is stronger, but it's definitely more difficult than us. It's okay. This murderous aura isn't that scary." Wang Ting yawned, raised his eyebrows and glanced at the battle. "This isn't scary enough. None of us have this kind of murderous aura. Without going through crazy slaughter, it's impossible to reach this level." Dimosi glanced at Wang Ting and said, "Yuan Hong is very strong. Be careful not to sprain your tongue." Stretch sneered. Wang Ting glanced at Stretch. Just when everyone thought he was going to refute, he suddenly stuck out his tongue and checked it. Then he said happily, "Good, good, it didn't sprain." Stretch was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with black lines on their heads. What kind of brain circuit could make him do such a shameful thing? The second prince and the others couldn't bear to watch. Stretch was too lazy to say anything to Wanting. He turned to look at the battle in front of him. The battle between Su Jianchen and Yuan Hong had reached the most critical moment. Yuan Hong's battle axe condensed a terrifying axe light. Although it was condensed from metal origin power, it was entwined with a black murderous aura. It wasn't a simple metal profound. Su Jianchen's battle sword, on the other hand, exploded with a golden sword light. It was sharp and pure, there was nothing else, only this sword. Suddenly, the two attacked at the same time. Yuan Hong's battle axe swept across the sky. The golden axe light carried with it a murderous aura. Just the murderous aura alone could affect a person's mind, causing them to fall into a state of endless terror. They would lose their mind and be unable to fight anymore. But who was Su Jianchen? He only had the sword in his heart. After practicing the sword for more than 20 years, his mind was already indestructible. How could he be shaken by this murderous aura? Boom, with a slash of the sword, only a terrifying sword light was left between heaven and earth. This sword light cut through the murderous aura and collided with the powerful axe light. Crack, with a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the axe light and it collapsed in an instant. The sword light rushed forward and landed on Yuan Hong's body. If it wasn't for the armor's defense, this sword light would have cut his body in half. Even so, the sword light still managed to break through the defense of his armor, leaving behind a deep wound on his chest that exposed his bones. A large amount of blood flowed from the wound. I lost. Yuan Hong lowered his head and looked at the sword mark on his chest. A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said in a low voice. Su Jianchen sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Whoosh! Yuan Hong lost. Yuan Hong actually lost. I didn't expect Su Jianchen, who rose to prominence later, to be stronger than Yuan Hong. This is unbelievable. Su Jianchen's sword was too strong. It was very pure. What should I do if I suddenly want to practice the sword again? I practiced the sword for 300 years. I feel that I'm not as pure as Su Jianchen. I'm trash. Has Su Jianchen's swordsmanship reached the level of one with the sword? Man and sword as one, this was a realm, you might not believe it, but this realm was terrifying. However, there were very few people who could reach it. This realm was different from sword intent, sword profound, and sword domain. It was more like a spiritual cultivation. Many warriors who practiced the sword only used it and controlled it, treating it as a tool to attack and kill. However, some people were born different. They would treat the sword as an extension of their body, like their limbs. They would never leave their body, as if the sword was a part of their body. The audience seemed to have seen this realm from Su Jianchen. Some warriors were shocked as they looked at Su Jianchen from the screen. A very talented kid. An immortal rank warrior commented. This comment shocked countless warriors. Su Jianchen's sword talent was praised by an immortal rank warrior. This was enough to explain the problem. Immortal rank warriors usually wouldn't comment so easily, especially those who had nothing to do with Su Jianchen. However, Su Jianchen's talent was too shocking, to the point that an immortal rank warrior couldn't help but praise him. The Tianluo Empire's monarch laughed as he looked at Su Jianchen on the screen with a gratified expression. Congratulations, monarch. The sector lord warriors below all congratulated him. On the army's huge fortress, General Fu Xinglan said, "It is indeed shocking. I didn't expect Su Jianchen's sword talent to be so strong." General Habakkuk said. On the royal family's ship, the royal family's middle-aged man was shocked as he said, "Such a genius actually appeared in the middle-level civilization country below. Indeed, no one cares about where a hero comes from." He thought of Wanting, but this Su Jianchen was also very amazing. Was he a match for Wanting? Although this youth's talent is not bad, he still can't compare to the prince. The royal family's sector lord elder shook his head and said. The royal family's middle-aged man didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed with disgust. These stubborn old men always had their own prejudices and pride. They never looked at other geniuses. On the stone platforms that represented the 10 forbidden regions, the top 10 geniuses of the elimination battles were also shocked by Su Jianchen. They all looked at each other in shock. Even the prince's eyes showed a hint of interest. This Su Jianchen made him think of the geniuses outside of the Qian Empire. The geniuses of the Qian Empire were indeed full of surprises. His return from the outside world was not in vain. The third prince's expression changed slightly. He felt that his sword principle was not as good as Su Jianquan's. At the very least, he wasn't able to become one with the sword. This was hard for him to accept. His talent in swordsmanship had once been praised by the imperial family's patriarch. He had comprehended a domain at such a young age. It could be said that he was outstanding among the younger generation of martial artists. However, he had now been surpassed by a martial artist from an intermediate civilization. How could he tolerate such a thing? Suddenly, a trace of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. He wanted to defeat Su Jianquan and use Su Jianquan's reputation to boost his own. Second Prince, Jihaochen, Stretch and the others were all shocked as well. While talking about Su Jianquan, they started to pay more attention to him, and no longer despised him. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they did look down on Su Jianquan and thought that he might not be their opponent. But from the looks of it now, this was definitely a formidable enemy. Su Jianquan and Yuan Hong left the arena one after another. Their match was over, and Su Jianquan was the winner. At this time, the Tianluo Empire's martial artists finally cheered and shouted Su Jianquan's name. Su Jianquan! Su Jianquan! Su Jianquan! A prodigy from the Tianluo Empire had defeated a top-notch martial artist. He had become more and more dazzling in the genius battle. To the Tianluo Empire's martial artists, this was something to be proud of. After watching the match, Wang Ting exclaimed in his heart. Su Jianquan was really strong. His talent must be very good. Yuan Hong was also very strong. He was also a prodigy. The attribute bubbles they dropped must be good stuff. With that thought, he immediately swept out his spiritual force and picked up the attribute bubbles floating in the air. Metal Star Force * 10,200, Metal Esoteric * 2,800, Domain Master Level Comprehension * 3,500, Star Level Spirit * 4,200, Saint Level Metal Talent * 1,800, Metal Star Force * 13,800, Metal Esoteric * 3,200, Area Master Level Comprehension * 4,100, Star Level Spirit * 5,600, Saint Sword Technique Talent * 2,600, Saint Tier Metal Element Talent * 2,300, One with the Sword * 1,000. This time, he had picked up a lot of attribute bubbles. It was so many that Wang Ting was slightly surprised. Force and esoteric were basic attributes that could be obtained. Almost every martial artist would drop them. Su Jianquan and Yuan Hong were no exception. However, they had dropped even more. This made Wang Ting's Metal Star Force even more dense. After reaching the peak of Star Level 9, he had already gained an unknown amount of force. As a result, the force in his body had become even more dense and pure. If other martial artists' force storage was 1, then Wang Ting's force storage was 10, or even more. Hence, even if he only used one type of force, it was enough to crush most of the prodigies. Of course, prodigies like the Emperor's Son and Su Jianquan were different. There was no need to look at them with the eyes of ordinary martial artists. If Wang Ting wanted to defeat them, it would be impossible if he didn't use some tricks. Other than that, he had also gained quite a lot of esoteric attributes. This also made Wang Ting's comprehension of esoteric power deeper and deeper. If others only comprehended it once, it would be fine. However, he had to comprehend it repeatedly. Luckily, he didn't force himself to comprehend it. He could just rely on picking up attributes. Otherwise, Wang Ting felt that he would go crazy. Who would have nothing better to do than to comprehend the same esoteric power over and over again? Next was the Star Level Spirit. As Wang Ting absorbed more and more spirit attributes, his spirit became more and more terrifying. It was evolving in a very perverted direction. At the same time, Wang Ting also gained quite a bit of Domain Master level comprehension. This greatly increased his comprehension. The martial artists who came to participate in the genius battle were all super prodigies. Many of them had Domain Master level comprehension. This really made him gain a lot. Comprehension, 6250-020-0000, Domain Lord level. Wang Ting looked at his stats and was a little shocked. It had unknowingly reached over 60,000. If this continued, wouldn't he be able to break through to the sector master level soon, he thought happily as he continued to look at the other attribute bubbles. The main gain this time was the talent attributes. 2 talents that Wang Ting didn't have. Saint level metal talent, saint level sword talent. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. Damn, they were all geniuses. Were saint level talents all worthless? Even he, before he participated in the genius battle, his talent was still emperor level. In terms of talent, he couldn't compare to them at all, the innate difference was too great. Luckily, he could make up for it. Right now, his talent was getting stronger and stronger. In the genius battle, almost no one could compare to him. The 2 saint-level talents fused into his body. Wang Ting felt his body change. One was his ability to sense and absorb metal origin power, the other was his ability to understand the sword path. Both of them became stronger and clearer. Of course, this was just a feeling. His comprehension didn't increase, but some things in the past became clearer. It was like reading a book. There were many parts that you didn't understand before, but now that your talent had increased, you would be able to recall it and feel enlightened. This was the benefit of increasing talent. Saint-level metal element talent, 4100500000 saint-level sword talent, 2600500000. Wang Ting looked at his stats. His saint-level metal talent had increased a lot. This was an interesting part. Su Jianchen and Yuan Hong's metal talent were both saint-level. In this aspect, they were on par. However, Su Jianchen's sword talent had also reached saint-level. This allowed his understanding of the sword path to be very deep, even surpassing Yuan Hong's. It was already very rare for a person to have 2 saint-level talents. Wang Ting couldn't help but look at Xianxia and Xianxia in the distance. These 2 were also geniuses with double saint-level talents, and what surprised Wang Ting the most was the last attribute bubble. One with the sword. After the attribute bubble fused, Wang Ting's body trembled. He felt a huge change in his body. In an instant, an image appeared in his mind. In that image, there was a figure who was accompanied by a sword all day long. Cultivating, eating, sleeping. His body never left his sword, and his sword never left his body. Day after day, year after year, until he could use the sword in his hand freely and reach perfection. Then, a realization suddenly appeared in his heart. There was a sword in his hand, but there was no sword in his heart. There was no concept of man and sword. There was no distinction between man and sword. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of sword light in his eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 3rd prince looked over, but he didn't find anything. In the end, he turned his head away. The crown prince also glanced at Wang Ting. He frowned slightly and was a little puzzled. They were too close to Wang Ting. So even though the sword intent in Wang Ting's eyes was very obscure, they still noticed it. It was just that they didn't find anything, so they thought it was an illusion. One with a sword. Wang Ting's eyes were strange, and his expression was a little strange. He became one with the sword just like that, then, should they call him? Shaking his head, Wang Ting threw away this absurd thought. He looked at the next match in the sky above the arena. The top 71 matches were very intense. This could already be predicted when Su Jianchen and Yuan Hong collided in the first match. After the 2 of them finished their matches, the top 10 warriors in the elimination round left the arena one after another. The 5th prince of the imperial family met Xianxia. He knew how powerful Xianxia was, and his expression changed slightly. But as the 5th prince of the empire, he couldn't show his cowardice. He could only bite the bullet and enter the arena. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've investigated you. You're from the Ice Spirit Star, and you're from the Ice Spirit clan. The 5th prince's eyes flashed, and he transmitted his voice. Xianxia's expression didn't change. She looked at the 5th prince calmly. I also know that you and the Ice Spirit Emperor of this generation of the Ice Spirit clan have a grudge. The 5th prince transmitted his voice again with a smile. Xianxia's face was expressionless, but there was a slight fluctuation in her heart. The 5th prince said the thing she didn't want to mention the most. Join me, and I can help you, the 5th prince said through the voice transmission. A trace of pride appeared on his face. Xianxia did give him a lot of pressure. But he suddenly thought of the information about Xianxia that he had asked someone to investigate, and he suddenly became confident. Xianxia was speechless. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. She ignored the fifth prince and stretched out her hand. Endless ice and snow power swept out. The proud expression on the fifth prince's face suddenly stiffened. "You don't know what's good for you." He snorted coldly in his heart. He was a little angry out of humiliation. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the ice and snow power sweeping toward him. The two sides fought in the air above the arena continent. Xianxia was still elegant and proud. Ice and snow froze everything. The fifth prince used all his combat skills and profound meanings, but he couldn't resist. He was in a sorry state. He had completely lost the elegance of a prince. A gust of ice power invaded his body. His face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. Xianxia seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for him, making him suffer a lot. The fifth prince was so angry that he couldn't speak. But he was no match for Xianxia. In the end, his body was pierced by an icicle condensed by Xianxia. He vomited blood and was defeated. He was seriously injured. Xianxia won. She is indeed my goddess. Xianxia is very powerful. Even the fifth prince of the imperial family is no match for her. But why is she so cruel to the fifth prince? Isn't she afraid of offending the imperial family? Yes, she was never so cruel to her previous opponents. She always stopped when it came to a certain point. Could it be that the fifth prince did something to annoy Xianxia? I saw that the fifth prince's eyes were filled with lust. One look and I can tell that he's not a good person. Yes, that's right. I was wondering why his eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia. It turns out that he's up to no good. The fifth prince is really a bad person. Don't be afraid, Goddess Leng. We support you. Even the fifth prince can't cover the sky with one hand. Yes, support Goddess Leng. On the virtual universe communication platform, everyone was surprised to see that Xianxia had seriously injured the fifth prince. After all, the fifth prince's identity was there. A competition was a competition. No one was willing to offend him. But soon, everyone guessed that the fifth prince must have done something to annoy Xianxia. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have hurt him so badly for no reason. One had to admit that the netizens of the universe had a rich imagination. Their observation was also very sharp. Although they didn't guess the real reason, it didn't matter. The result was the same. If the fifth prince knew that his reputation was instantly labeled as a pervert, he would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood. Of course, even if he didn't know now, he would eventually find out in the future. There was no way to explain it clearly. In this round, Burke didn't meet any strong opponents and successfully advanced. Fatty Wade was once again eliminated in a magnificent fashion. Everyone felt that it was impossible for him to be revived. In the last revival round, only one person could be revived, and Yuan Hong was in this revival round. He definitely didn't have a chance. How could Wade be a match for Yuan Hong? Wang Ting had been waiting for a chance to make a move, but it still wasn't his turn. Fighter number 3 of the Pyrax family saw that the number of people was decreasing. Wang Ting hadn't appeared yet, and he hadn't been matched with an opponent. He suddenly panicked. The panicked kind. Could he be so unlucky? Wang Ting versus Malthus. When Wang Ting saw his name appear on the ball of light, he was quite surprised. Malthus equals Pyrax family's warrior number 3. Although Wang Ting really wanted to meet a warrior from the Pyrax family, he did not expect to meet them again. He even felt that the chances of meeting Stretch and Landon were higher. Reality proved that his luck was better. Wang Ting got up. This time, he did not even look at Stretch and directly flew into the sky. Stretch's expression was ugly. He had an ominous feeling. He hoped that Malthus would admit defeat, or else, but no matter what the outcome was, it was an unacceptable humiliation for the Pyrax royal family. Damn that Wang Ting, Stretch had never felt so aggrieved before. He hoped that he would meet Wang Ting soon. He had to take revenge. Even if he had to use all his strength and use that thing, he had to kill Wang Ting with his own hands. Malthus was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his entire body stiffened. His mentality collapsed. He wanted to find someone to check if his mouth had been blessed. It was just a thought, and he really meant wanting. Damn it, he wanted to give up immediately. No matter what, his life was more important. But when he thought about losing the greatest opportunity of his life, he was unwilling. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed into the sky. One move, he would only use one move, he would use his strongest move to show his strength, then admit defeat as quickly as possible. As long as he admitted defeat fast enough, Wang Ting would not be able to kill him. Malthus instantly flew into the sky and looked at Wang Ting from afar. He did not dare to get too close. The black-haired youth in front of him was really too dangerous. He never thought that as a member of the Pyrax family, he would be so afraid of someone. Why are your eyes so bloodshot? A voice came from the other side. Malthus looked at Wang Ting's mocking expression and felt a chill running down his spine. It rushed straight to his head. Then, he felt angry at his cowardice. None of your business. These 3 words almost slipped out of his mouth. Wang Ting was speechless. What he said was so reasonable that he actually had no way to refute it. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. Damn, what kind of luck does the Pyrax clan have? They've met Wang Ting again and again. How are they going to survive? Not only did they meet in the elimination round, they even met in the arena. I suspect that the 7-star academies are trying to get on Wang Ting's good side. Pfft. What kind of goodwill are you talking about? Only you can think of that. Why would the 7-star academies try to get on the good side of a student who hasn't been accepted yet? It's impossible. Even if Wang Ting was accepted, the 7-star academies wouldn't do something so despicable. Then the Pyrax clan can only blame themselves for being unlucky. Will Malthus be killed in one punch? Probably not. After all, there's Gladers as an example. If he can't win, he'll just admit defeat. God, please bless Malthus. I hope he doesn't die too tragically. On the virtual universe platform, the audience collectively mourned for Malthus. They couldn't understand why he was so pitiful, meeting Wang Ting once again. Could it be that he was rejected by the goddess of fate? She was going to send him to reincarnate earlier. Match, begin. At this moment, a voice came from the ball of light, announcing the start of the match. Hong, a cold expression appeared on Malthus's face. His entire body was covered in a sea blue flame. It wrapped around his body and formed a flame pattern. This flame was one that Wang Ting was more familiar with, the sea whale flame. It was different from the angry bestial flames that Gladers used previously. He held a blade in his hand, and the blue flame condensed into a terrifying blade aura. It soared into the sky and slashed fiercely. Go to hell. Malthus's face was full of malevolence. No one knew if it was because he wanted to use this method to eliminate the fear in his heart or because he hated Wang Ting. Hong, the blade aura swept across the sky and slashed toward Wang Ting. At the same time, Malthus was prepared to admit defeat. On the other side, Wang Ting looked at the blade aura coming toward him. He had already guessed Malthus's plan, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Hong, immediately after, he took a step forward and punched out. The water-type star force condensed into a terrifying fist imprint. It was also integrated with a dark blue energy, making it seem even more profound and dark. The fist imprint blasted out and directly collided with the blade aura above his head, creating a violent roar. The blue flame blade aura collided with the fist imprint and suddenly froze in midair, unable to slash down anymore. Wang Ting seized this opportunity and dashed towards Malthusian in a flash. He turned into a shadow and dashed towards Malthusian. So fast. Malthus's pupils contracted rapidly, and his heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he immediately wanted to admit defeat. However, before he could say anything, a purple light suddenly came from afar at a speed faster than Wang Ting's. Malthus wanted to dodge, but he realized that it was too late. The purple light instantly smashed into the center of his face. Hong, a muffled sound echoed in the sky. Malthus was forced to take a few steps back. The word surrender was stuck in his throat, and it turned into a blood-curdling scream. Which part of his face was the most painful? His nose, Malthus's nose had been smashed, and it was so painful that he was about to cry. And what was on his face was the flipping thunder brick, lightning exploded and thunder roared, and all of it was used on Malthus's head. A cloud of black smoke rose. It caused his brain to shut down. Wang Ting walked over from the front. Behind him was the explosion caused by the fist imprint and the blade aura. The strong wind blew, causing his clothes and black hair to dance wildly. A real man would never look back at an explosion. He appeared in front of Malthus and pressed his hand on the flipping thunder brick. Before Malthus could react, he had already pressed him down with the flipping thunder brick. The two of them fell from the sky at high speed and finally crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Dust flew everywhere, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared all around. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Everything just happened too quickly. From Malthus's attack to Wang Ting blocking the blade aura with a punch, then rushing forward and smashing the flipping thunder brick on Malthus's face. The series of movements were done in one go, without any gaps, dazzling the eyes of those who saw it. F***ck. It was too fast. What happened? I didn't see clearly. Malthus is in trouble. There's only faster, there's no fastest. That brick seems to be the one that hit Fatty, right? It's purple and it's emitting electricity. It must be it. I saw smoke coming out of Malthus's head. What a pitiful person. That brick looks really good. Is there a similar one? Everyone, don't be anxious. I'm a blacksmith master from the Alliance. I'm preparing to make a replica of the same brick, and it will be on sale soon. If you want to buy it, please hurry. It's first come, first served. Previous poster, I'm Wang Ting's manager. Have you paid the copyright fees? Forget it, I'm leaving. Wang Ting's speed is really fast. Is there anything he's not good at? You can't be fast. Previous poster, aren't you afraid that Wang Ting will hit you with the brick? Actually, it's mainly because that brick was too strong. Otherwise, Malthus would have been able to call out surrender. This is really the style of that brick. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. From now on, I won't be convinced by anyone. Uncle supports Wang Ting. On the virtual universe platform, there were all sorts of discussions. Some were discussing Wang Ting's speed, some were discussing how pitiful Malthus was, and some were discussing the brick. The brick's popularity even exceeded Malthus's. On the stone platforms corresponding to the 10 forbidden areas, the genius warriors who were participating in the competition also looked down, their expressions a little strange. Stretch's face twitched, and he gritted his teeth. Under everyone's gaze, the dust below began to disperse, revealing the situation. They saw Wang Ting pressing Malthus into the ground. And in Wang Ting's hand was that purple brick, and he was madly smashing Malthus with it. Pong, 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 pong sounds could be heard. It was accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but twitch when they saw this. While they sympathized with Malthus, they also felt a little scared. Who would want to be smashed by Wang Ting like that? Previously, Wade's face was bruised and swollen. This was still fresh in their minds. They couldn't forget it. This Malthus was probably going to follow in his footsteps. After a while, the sounds gradually died down. Wang Ting stood up and carried a figure up into the sky, as though he was carrying a dead dog. And the live broadcast showed this scene to everyone. It was an eye-piercing sight. The light ball displayed the result. Wang Ting won. Stretch's expression was extremely ugly, and his gaze was fixed on Wang Ting. The others also looked at the person in Wang Ting's hand, and their expressions were stunned. Dead, they could all see that Malthus had completely lost his life. The entire arena was silent. Wang Ting's viciousness once again appeared in front of everyone. Looking at his extremely calm face, they didn't know why, but they felt a chill. This youth wasn't as harmless as he looked. Being harmless was just his disguise. Under that disguise, he was a terrifying beast. Wade, who had fought with Wang Ting before, couldn't help but shudder. His fear of Wang Ting increased by a few degrees. On the other side, the 7 to 8 meter tall youth, Bokta's expression was somewhat unnatural. He suddenly felt that Wang Ting was too gentle when he swung his leg a few times. The audience outside the arena couldn't sense whether Malthus was dead or alive, but they saw him being carried by Wang Ting like a dead dog. In the end, Malthus was carried away, and there were no signs of him waking up. Thus, all sorts of discussions erupted again. Malthus isn't dead, right? It's very possible. How could Wang Ting let a warrior from the Pyrax family go? Isn't that too ruthless? Ruthless my ass. Wang Ting is just a warrior from a backward planet, while the Pyrax family is one of the 8 royal families. How do you think they have a grudge against each other? If Wang Ting wasn't forced, why would he provoke one of the 8 royal families? That's right. I'm on Wang Ting's side. You don't have to think to know that the Pyrax family brought this on themselves. Who doesn't know how those big families do things? No matter what, another warrior from the Pyrax family has died. The Pyrax family won't let this matter rest. Why do I feel that Wang Ting purposely brought Malthus out like a dead dog? It's as if he wants people to see him. Wang Ting returned to his seat and picked up the attribute bubbles that Malthus had dropped. Unfortunately, he didn't gain anything special. The main ones were his Fire Star Origin Power, Stellar Level Mental Power, and Domain Level Perception. Malthus' Dragon Blood Battle Body was only at rank 2, so it was useless. Wang Ting's Dragon Blood Battle Body was already at rank 4. On the other hand, he had obtained quite a number of Sea Whale Flames, which had strengthened the Sea Whale Flames stored in his Sea of Consciousness. It's useless. Wang Ting shook his head, looking down on Malthus. Poor Malthus. If he knew that his death was only in exchange for such an evaluation, he would probably crawl out of his coffin in anger. The second prince, Jihaochen, and the others had complicated expressions. They didn't expect Wang Ting to continue killing and not let any warrior from the Pyrax family go. If they were in his shoes, they wouldn't be able to be so ruthless and decisive. After all, they were facing the Pyrax family, so they might choose to compromise. This was the law of survival between big clans. Not everything was a matter of life and death, and they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, they also understood one thing. Don't try to persuade others to be kind without their involvement. After all, they didn't see how the Pyrax family forced Wang Ting. Naturally, they couldn't understand how Wang Ting felt. Moreover, the second prince and the others didn't know that the Pyrax family had sent people to kill Wang Ting many times. This hatred had long been irreconcilable. Not long after Wang Ting's match ended, the Crown Prince appeared. His opponent was the first place of the 8th Forbidden Area. Huang Xinghua. Many people couldn't help but be stunned. Another genius warrior who had won the first place of the Forbidden Area in the elimination battle had encountered the Crown Prince. An intense battle was about to begin. However, Huang Xinghua wasn't very famous before. In fact, the first place of the 8th, 9th, and 10th Forbidden Areas didn't have particularly outstanding performances. The competition in these 3 Forbidden Areas wasn't very intense, so it wasn't a big deal for them to win first place. The first place of the first few Forbidden Areas didn't take them seriously. Even the 7th Forbidden Area, if it weren't for the existence of Wang Ting's clone, might not have attracted so much attention. However, Wang Ting, this weirdo, used a clone to increase the popularity of the 7th Forbidden Area by a lot. It was enough to compare with the first few Forbidden Areas. Huang Xinghua's background wasn't simple. He was a direct descendant of an ancient family in the Qian Empire. His Huang family had once produced an immortal rank powerhouse. However, since that immortal rank powerhouse died, their family only had a sector lord to support them for tens of thousands of years. Huang Xinghua was the most outstanding genius of this family in the past 1,000 years. He had been carefully nurtured by the Huang family's sector lord since he was young. His strength and talent weren't weak. That was why he was sent to participate in the genius battle. Huang Xinghua didn't disappoint the Huang family. At this point, he was considered to have entered the top 100. It should be enough to attract the attention of the 7-star academies. According to past practice, besides the top 10, the 7-star academies would select the top 1,000 warriors. Through the competition, they would observe their strength and talent potential and finally decide whether to accept them. The only pity was that Huang Xinghua had met the emperor's son. He would probably stop here. The people of the Huang family all sighed when they saw this scene in front of the light screen. the emperor's son appeared in the sky, his eyes extremely calm. On the other side, Huang Xinghua walked out with a solemn expression and floated in the air. This was a young man with an outstanding appearance and temperament. He wore a bright yellow battle armor and held a battle sword in his hand. Even facing the emperor's son, he didn't have the slightest fear. The competition began, boom, with a roar. Huang Xinghua actually made the first move. His battle sword slashed through the air, and countless sword rays shot out. This time, the emperor's son didn't use the tyrant's finger that he had used before. Instead, a battle sword appeared in his hand. With a slight shake of his right hand, endless sword rays burst out. All the sword rays were annihilated. The emperor's son walked over and placed his sword on Huang Xinghua's neck. Huang Xinghua, defeated. In the distance, Su Jianchen opened his eyes. His eyes were shining as he looked at the emperor's son in the sky. What a powerful sword! Wang Ting looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Everyone. Although the second prince and the others also felt that the sword was very powerful, for some reason, when it came from Wang Ting's mouth, it sounded a little strange. It was like when they were discussing whether a bed was comfortable or not, and someone suddenly said that the bed must be very comfortable. And Wang Ting was undoubtedly that weirdo. But no matter what, there was no doubt that the crown prince was powerful. No one had expected the crown prince to be so proficient in swordsmanship and to have cultivated it to such a high level. The sword just now was not inferior to Su Jianchen's previous sword. Many people noticed that after seeing the crown prince's sword, Su Jianchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, it wasn't because Su Jianchen had taken a fancy to the crown prince, but because he saw the crown prince as an opponent who could compete with him in swordsmanship. The crown prince's strength is like a bottomless pit. I can't see through him at all. The second prince's eyes flashed as he sighed. The crown prince's strength was unpredictable, and now that he had displayed such powerful swordsmanship, it was really shocking. The third prince clenched his fists. Su Jianchen was one thing, but now even the crown prince's swordsmanship was so powerful. The third prince felt that his swordsmanship attainment had been greatly impacted. His opponent was the crown prince. Even the third prince found it difficult to compete with him. In the royal family, the crown prince's status was above that of the princes. And the crown prince's status came from his strength and talent. He was an existence that the princes had to look up to since they were young. As soon as the second prince finished speaking, Di Mosi, Ji Haochen, and the others couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. The two of them were too similar. From the beginning of the genius competition until now, Wang Ting and the crown prince were the only two people who couldn't be seen through. Their trump cards seemed to be endless, and they refreshed everyone's understanding again and again. The light ball announced the result. The crown prince won. Huang Xinghua smiled bitterly and left the field. The crown prince's eyes were still calm as he returned to his seat. At the same time, there was a burst of intense discussion on the virtual universe communication platform. What a powerful sword art! I didn't expect the crown prince's swordsmanship to be so strong. Huang Xinghua didn't lose unjustly. It's just that he lost too quickly. No matter what, he was the first in the 8th forbidden area. It's a pity that he encountered the emperor's son, that's why he suffered such a crushing defeat. Yes, Huang Xinghua's strength is not bad. It's a pity that he met the crown prince. Many warriors couldn't block that saber strike just now. I wonder if he can kill his way out of the revival battle? Yuan Hong has met his match. Originally, his resurrection in the resurrection battle was set in stone, but now there's an additional variable. What a pity, what a pity. This is the last resurrection battle, and only one person can be resurrected. Between Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua, one of them will be kicked out. Yeah, what a pity. Everyone marveled at the emperor's strength, but they also felt pity for Huang Xinghua. In the battle just now, even though Huang Xinghua had only used one move, he had already displayed enough strength to obtain everyone's approval. Even though he had lost, it was still a glorious defeat. In fact, none of the warriors who fought with the emperor's son could block his move. The emperor's son was too strong, so strong that it was a little ridiculous. Huang Xinghua was already considered good. At least he had forced the emperor's son to use a powerful sword technique and not be defeated by a single finger. Wang Ting saw everyone's gaze, but he didn't care. He knew that these people would definitely compare him to the emperor's son. There was nothing to say. Before they really fought, no one could tell who was stronger between him and the emperor's son. Even Wang Ting himself couldn't see the emperor's son's depth now. The emperor's son was indeed a shocking figure. Among the geniuses that Wang Ting had met so far, the emperor's son was definitely the first. Even the genius of the Pan-Universe Alliance, Philia, whom he had met not long ago on the Velvet Planet, might not be able to defeat the emperor's son. At this moment, when he saw the two of them leave, he hurriedly swept out his spiritual force and picked up the attribute bubbles. Earth Attribute Star Force * 8600, Earth Profound * 2200, Domain Lord Level Comprehension * 2400, Stellar Level Spirit * 3100, Yellow Sky Blade * 3000, Metal Star Force * 11000, Metal Profound * 2400, Domain Lord Level Comprehension * 2800, Stellar Level Spirit * 4000, Overlord 12 Swords, Sword 1, * 4500, one with the sword * 1200, one by one, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body and mind. He couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes revealed a look of shock. The harvest this time was huge, it was so big that Wang Ting found it hard to believe. Origin, force, profound, comprehension, spirit, these few attributes didn't need to be mentioned. The most important thing was the two battle techniques that he had obtained from the emperor's son and Huang Xinghua. First of all, the first battle technique that he had obtained from Huang Xinghua, Yellow Sky Blade. As the attribute bubbles of Yellow Sky Blade merged, an image appeared in Wang Ting's mind. In the vast void, two majestic and powerful figures were fighting, erupting with terrifying roars. Everywhere they passed, planets exploded, galaxies were broken, and it was like the end of the world. Suddenly, one of the figures slashed out with his blade. This slash was extremely stunning. It was just a slash, but an endless yellow aura filled the air, as if forming a yellow sky that replaced the endless pitch-black void. With one slash, the yellow sky directly tore apart the universe, as if the sky was being opened. Everything was silent, and the world was vast. Phew! Wang Ting received this inheritance memory and couldn't help but let out a long breath of turbid air. His eyes were still filled with shock, and there was still lingering fear in his heart. What a terrifying slash! At that moment, even in the memory, he thought that his soul was about to be destroyed. This was very shocking because it was only a memory, but Wang Ting felt as if he had returned to the time when the two experts were fighting. He was deep within the attack range of that slash, and his soul was threatened and was about to be killed. Fortunately, the memory ended in time, and he was pulled back by an invisible force. Such a situation had never happened before. No, Wang Ting had encountered such a situation twice. The first time was when he received the divine level inheritance in front of the white jade staircase in front of the Great Qian Imperial Palace. The other time was when he received the primordial light Bible on the Velvet Planet. Now that he thought about it, the memory was so similar, as if his soul was about to be pulled back to a certain point in time to receive the inheritance of those supreme experts. Wang Ting's expression changed. He always felt that the divine level inheritance was not that simple. When he received the Void Destruction Sword technique on the White Jade Staircase in the Great Qian Imperial Palace, he felt as if he had been discovered. Now, it seemed that the feeling might be true. Fortunately, the way the system obtained the inheritance through the attribute value seemed to be very special, so his inheritance method was full of rationality, as if he had comprehended the inheritance himself. It was equivalent to telling those who left the inheritance that this was the successor they were looking for. Ahem. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it, Wang Ting thought a little guiltily. In fact, Wang Ting felt that he had done a good thing. Those inheritances had been left there for tens of thousands of years, and there might not be a successor. Instead of wasting it, it was better to pass it to him and let him carry it forward. Wasn't this beneficial to both sides? Back to the topic, there was no doubt that the single stroke of the yellow sky was a divine-level saber technique. Moreover, this saber technique only had one stroke. What kind of power could be unleashed depended entirely on the extent to which the person who learned the saber technique could comprehend it. To put it simply, this saber technique was very dependent on talent and comprehension. Because of this, many people underestimated the saber technique. Many people would never have guessed that the Huang clan actually possessed a divine-level saber technique. Even the Huang clan themselves did not know the level of this saber technique. Back then, the immortal rank expert of the Huang clan had obtained the saber technique by chance. In addition to his high comprehension, he had comprehended the single stroke of the yellow sky to the small success stage, and could unleash the power of a peak immortal rank. This allowed him to roam the universe for a period of time, leaving behind quite a name for himself. That was how the Huang clan came to be. Unfortunately, ever since that immortal rank expert died, not many people had comprehended the saber technique to a high level. As a result, the single stroke of the yellow sky was covered in dust. Therefore, it was not that this saber technique was not strong enough, but that Huang Xianxia had not comprehended it to a high level. What's with this saber technique? It's obviously looking down on people with low comprehension, Wang Ting muttered in his heart, and then he could not help but laugh. To others, this saber technique might be difficult to learn, but to him, it was not impossible to improve. Even if he did not rely on picking up attributes, with Wang Ting's current comprehension, he should be able to comprehend the single stroke of the yellow sky to a high level with some time. Of course, picking up attributes was still the best, it was convenient and fast. Single stroke of the yellow sky, 300-010000, beginner. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel, and his eyes almost popped out. What the hell, just the beginner level alone required 10,000 attribute points. Among all the combat techniques that he had obtained, this could be considered the most ridiculous one. Void Destruction Deity Sword Art did not count, as that was a combination of cultivation technique and combat technique. This single stroke of the yellow sky was only a combat technique, but it required 10,000 attribute points to reach the beginner level. Wouldn't that mean that the realm in the future would be even higher? Moreover, there were not many people who cultivated this single stroke of the yellow sky. Perhaps only the people from the Huang clan were cultivating it. However, from Huang Xinghua's level of mastery, it could be seen that the warriors from the Huang clan would not surpass him by much. Therefore, even if he took their attribute points, it would probably be very limited. Wang Ting suddenly felt that he might have to take back what he had said just now. Even if he used attribute points to increase it, it would not be good enough. Shaking his head, Wang Ting did not think too much about it. Then, he looked at the other attribute bubble. Overlord's 12 swords. As the attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's mind, a blurry figure that was as majestic as a deity appeared. It was overbearing, as if it was the center of the world. In its eyes, it was as if everything was beneath it, and it was the only supreme being. This majestic figure held a broad, huge sword in its hand and casually swept it out. The sword. Light seemed to have become the only existence in the void, splitting the void. It was extremely overbearing. Wang Ting once again returned to reality from the legacy memory. While he was shocked, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. What happened today? 2 god-level combat techniques in a row. Did he wash his face especially white today? Obviously, the 12 Overlord Swords was also a god-level combat technique, and it was of the same level as the single stroke of the yellow sky. However, the 12 Overlord Swords, as its name suggested, had 12 swords, while the single stroke of the yellow sky only had 1 sword. Wang Ting had obtained the first sword of the 12 Overlord Swords. This was very deceptive. Because the emperor had only used 1 sword, he could only obtain 1 sword, and no more. This was like a friend preparing to give you a full set of equipment, but you had to pay for it in installments. First, you would get a glove, and then the rest of the equipment would be distributed one by one. Later, you would be given them bit by bit. This feeling would drive people crazy. Forget it, at least I got 1 sword. Wang Ting shook his head. Thinking about the power of the sword that the emperor had used before, he suddenly felt that he had been too greedy. One had to know how to be content with what one had. 12 Overlord Swords, Sword 1, for 500100000. Beginner. Wang Ting looked at the stats on the stats panel and could not help but sigh in his heart. So it was like this, beginner required 10,000 stats, and the requirements were terrifyingly high. Moreover, this was only the Sword 1. Wang Ting could not imagine how many stats the Sword 2, Sword 3, and Sword 4 would require. Could it be 100,000? What a joke. If that was the case, he might as well comprehend it himself. Wang Ting felt that he could do it. Wasn't it just a sword technique? His sword talent had reached the saint level, and with the comprehension of an area lord, he did not believe that he could not comprehend the sword one. Wang Ting was about to retract his gaze when he thought of another problem. Overlord Finger, 12 Overlord Swords, this Emperor's son seemed to have a full set of battle techniques? Could it be that he had obtained the inheritance of some expert, and it could even be a true god-level expert, or it could be the inheritance of the royal family? However, if it was the inheritance of the royal family, the second prince, the third prince, and the others should also know a little. It was impossible that they did not know a little. Wang Ting planned to watch the battles of the second prince and the others. If they used some battle techniques with the word overlord in them, it meant that it was very likely that the battle techniques were the inherited battle techniques of the royal family. Otherwise, it could only be the emperor's son's own inheritance. This was not strange. Wang Ting could obtain the inheritance of a true god powerhouse. How could the emperor's son not have such a talent? Luck had always been ethereal and difficult to find, but there would always be a hint of it in the bodies of powerful prodigies. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he looked at the last attribute bubble, one with the sword again. Wang Ting was quite surprised by this attribute bubble. He did not expect the emperor's son to have also mastered the one with the sword realm. No wonder his sword was so powerful. From now on, Wang Ting was no longer alone. He had another sword. After absorbing the emperor's one with the sword attribute bubble, Wang Ting's understanding of one with the sword had increased by a lot. He felt that he could use his sword in the next round. After the emperor's son appeared, this round of the competition quickly ended. There were 71 people left, and they still had to undergo a resurrection battle. After resting for 2 days, the resurrection battle began. Sit down, sit down. Everyone, sit down. Put the melon seeds and watermelons on the table. The last round of resurrection is about to begin. What? The last round of resurrection battles? After I finish squatting, I'll log into the virtual universe immediately. Awesome. Awesome. Stop squatting. Hurry up and break it. What do you mean break it? Please be human. Stop arguing. The resurrection battle is about to begin. 2 days later, on the virtual universe platform, viewers from all over the Qian Empire swarmed in and watched the live broadcast screen excitedly. Because this was the last resurrection battle, the competition was bound to be intense. Moreover, Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua, 2 powerful prodigies, would also be participating in this revival battle. Many people wanted to see who would emerge victorious in the end. In the sky above the arena continent, 71 fighters gathered for the group arena battle. Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua stood among the 71 martial artists. Their expressions were grave. This match would determine whether or not they could continue to advance. Prodigies like them naturally didn't want to stop here. They all wanted to get a higher ranking. And this would be their last chance. Their gazes collided in midair. Their solemn and sharp gazes were filled with fighting spirit. They both knew that each other was their biggest opponent in this resurrection battle. The others were nothing to be afraid of. The only thing that could threaten them was each other. Competition, begin. A voice came from the light ball. Hong, a series of roars exploded in the sky above the arena continent. The 71 fighters had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, they all attacked the fighters closest to them at the same time. These fighters all wisely stayed away from Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua. However, Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua were like tigers in a flock of sheep. Under their attacks, not many fighters could withstand and were kicked out one after another. Fatty Wade was like a slippery loach, taking advantage of the loopholes everywhere. However, under Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua's attacks, he was also in a predicament. His fat face was full of bitterness. This time, he might really have to stop here. On the stone platform of the first forbidden area, the second prince and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. With Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua here, the others have no chance at all, Mosi said. Yeah, these two are way too powerful. They shouldn't have entered the resurrection battle, said Ji Haochen. Wang Ting, who do you think is more likely to win? The second prince first glanced at the crown prince and seemed to think that he might not answer him, so he turned to look at Wang Ting and asked. While Wang Ting was happily picking up the attribute bubbles, Huang Xinghua dropped a lot of Blade of the Yellow Sky attribute bubbles, which improved his understanding of Blade of the Yellow Sky. Suddenly hearing the second prince's question, his eyes flickered. He smiled and said, I think it's Huang Xinghua. Huang Xinghua? The second prince wondered if he had heard wrong. Even Di Mosi, Ji Haochen and the others turned to Wang Ting. They didn't think that Huang Xinghua would be the answer they heard from Wang Ting. Wang Ting, do you dare to make a bet with me? Stretch's eyes flashed as he suddenly said. Bet on what? Wang Ting looked at him in surprise. If you think Huang Xinghua will win, then you bet that he will win. I bet that Yuan Hong will win. The loser will take off his shirt at the edge of the stone platform and shout, I'm an idiot. Stretch's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. Do you dare? Hearing this bet, everyone's eyes became strange. This bet seemed to be a little vicious. The loser not only had to take off his shirt, but also shout, I'm an idiot. If he lost, wouldn't he be humiliated all the way to his grandmother's house and die on the spot? If this bet was proposed by Wang Ting, they wouldn't find it so strange. However, it was proposed by Stretch himself. This was very surprising. Given Stretch's personality, why would he do such a thing? How deep was his hatred for Wang Ting? Your bet. Wang Ting gave a contemplative look. He was halfway through his sentence. What, you don't dare? Stretch goaded. Wang Ting glanced at Stretch, the corner of his mouth curling up as he said the second half of his sentence, that's great. Stretch. Why did he feel that something was wrong? The second prince and the others looked at Wang Ting with strange expressions. This guy was indeed this kind of person. Stretch's suggestion of this bet was exactly what he wanted. Did he not know what kind of person Wang Ting was? However, Wang Ting actually agreed. Did he really think that Huang Xinghua would win, based on the current situation? It was clear that Yuan Hong was stronger and had defeated more opponents. He was ahead of Huang Xinghua by 2 points. Didn't you want to bet? I agree. Wang Ting looked at the crowd and said, everyone be witnesses, in case someone wants to go back on their word. Stretch hesitated. The main reason was that Wang Ting looked extremely confident, as if Huang Xinghua would definitely win. This made him seem a little foolish, taking the initiative to ask for a beating. Could it be that Huang Xinghua still had some trump card that he hadn't used? That couldn't be right. Even if he had a trump card, how would Wang Ting know? This must be Wang Ting deliberately mystifying things. He couldn't refuse, so he used this method to make Stretch back out. Stretch felt that he had seen through everything. He lightly harumphed and said, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. I swear on the reputation of the Pyrax clan that I won't go back on the bet. Your Pyrax clan still has a reputation? Wang Ting said in surprise. Stretch, everyone, this guy was really sarcastic. Don't insult my Pyrax clan, Stretch said angrily. Fine, I'll bet with you this time, Wang Ting said helplessly. Wang Ting, don't you want to reconsider? The second prince couldn't help but hesitate. He still felt that Yuan Hong had a higher chance of winning. After all, one was the first place of the 4th forbidden area, while the other was the first place of the 8th forbidden area. The difference was quite big. There's no need to reconsider. I choose Huang Xinghua, Wang Ting said. Seeing that he was so insistent, everyone didn't say anything more. However, they were even more curious. Could it be that Huang Xinghua really had some trump card that they didn't know about? They didn't notice that when Wang Ting said that Huang Xinghua would win, the crown prince opened his eyes and glanced at Wang Ting. He seemed a little surprised. As time passed, the revival battle gradually reached the second half. Many martial artists had lost their ability to fight and were kicked out. At this time, Yuan Hong had already defeated 8 martial artists, while Huang Xinghua was still behind, only defeating 6. As for Fatty Wade, he was very surprising. He actually defeated 3 martial artists and tenaciously held on, not being kicked out. This kind of tenacity really made people have a whole new level of respect. Stretch looked at Wang Ting proudly, as if victory was already in his hands. Wang Ting's expression was calm and composed, as if he didn't care about the bet at all. This made Stretch a little depressed. After another 3 hours, Huang Xinghua actually closed the gap and was only one person short of Yuan Hong. At this time only Fatty Wade, Yuan Hong, and Huang Xinghua were left in the arena. The three of them stood in a triangle in the sky, looking at each other. Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua couldn't help but look at Fatty with strange expressions. Fatty Wade wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and revealed a silly smile, looking harmless to both humans and animals. Ha ha ha, this Fatty is too funny. There are only 3 people left, and one of them is even a fatty. How unexpected. This Fatty is really capable. He's on par with Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha, indeed I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Even if Fatty doesn't win this match, I'm still willing to respectfully call him Brother Wei. Pfft, what Brother Wei? That's a good name. I'll call him Fatty Brother Wei from now on. Brother Wei, hello, please pay the copyright fee. On the virtual universe platform, everyone looked at Wade's expression and couldn't help but laugh. This Fatty and Yuan Hong standing together was too out of place. It was inexplicably funny. Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua looked at each other and rushed toward Fatty at the same time. This was the last fighter. Huang Xinghua could only tie with Yuan Hong if he defeated Fatty. Yuan Hong also hoped to get rid of Fatty and secure the victory. Damn. Fatty was in trouble. Seeing the two of them rushing toward him, he immediately shouted and ran away. The audience burst out laughing again. This Fatty was here to be funny. Don't run. Yuan Hong shouted and slashed with his battle axe, wanting to kill Fatty. Huang Xinghua didn't stay idle either. Rays of light shot out and completely blocked Fatty's escape. Rout. I'd be an idiot if I didn't run. Fatty ran madly, not giving the two a chance. His movement technique was too slippery, even faster than Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua. The two couldn't even catch him. After a while, the Fatty panted and stopped. He waved his hand and said, I can't. I'll admit defeat, okay? Both of you, stop chasing me. Who did I offend? Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua couldn't help but stop and look at each other, speechless. This Fatty actually admitted defeat. What do they do now? 23333, I'm dying of laughter. Fatty admitting defeat, who does it belong to? Let's split it 50-50. Pfft, ha ha ha, what a joke. This Fatty actually led the crowd. He's the most arrogant brat here. Brother Wei. Brother Wei. Brother Wei is awesome. On the virtual universe platform, the audience laughed like crazy. As Fatty admitted defeat, Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua couldn't help but look at each other. At this point, they had no choice but to fight. Although Huang Xinghua was one person behind Yuan Hong, only one person could be revived in this revival battle. Hence, as long as Huang Xinghua defeated Yuan Hong, he would have the same number of people as Yuan Hong. And as the one who defeated Yuan Hong, he would definitely be the one who would be revived in the end. Originally, if Yuan Hong defeated one more person, he would have won the battle. However, he was one person behind, which led to such a perfect situation. The two looked at each other in midair, panting slightly. The previous battle had consumed a lot of their energy, so it was hard to say how much power they could exert now. The next moment, their gazes focused, and without hesitation, they used their strongest attacks. A dazzling light condensed on the battle axe in Yuan Hong's hand. 90% of his profound energy condensed and emitted a terrifying ripple. The energy waves formed by the force rolled in all directions, and the space around the axe rippled as if it was going to cut the space apart. Yuan Hong's attack seems to be stronger than before. There's a domain of power. On the stone platform of the first forbidden area, the second prince and the others were shocked. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. To be able to comprehend the power of a domain in battle, this Yuan Hong seems to be quite talented. Then won't Huang Xinghua lose? Ji Haochen looked at Wang Ting. You can't be sure until the last moment, Wang Ting smiled calmly. Stubborn duck, Stretch sneered. Wang Ting ignored him and looked at Huang Xinghua. The others couldn't help but look over as well. Huang Xinghua's eyes suddenly became extremely deep. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and raised it above his head. Then, an angry roar came from his mouth. Boom, a terrifying sword light shot into the sky, almost piercing through heaven and earth. An endless yellow aura spread out and covered a small part of the sky. This yellow sky was far inferior to the one Wang Ting saw when he received the inheritance, but it was still condensed. Previously, Wang Ting noticed that Huang Xinghua's control of the yellow sky sword wasn't weak. It was just that he didn't use it fully against the crown prince. Everyone thought that Huang Xinghua had used all his strength. Only Wang Ting knew that he hadn't used the yellow sky sword completely. Now that he was fighting Yuan Hong, the two of them were evenly matched. Huang Xinghua should have a high chance of winning. After all, it was a divine-level battle skill. This is? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Clearly, they didn't expect Huang Xinghua to be able to use such a terrifying attack. Stretch's expression changed slightly. Yuan Hong's pupils shrank. Knowing that he couldn't wait any longer, he suddenly swung his battle axe at Huang Xinghua. Boom, Huang Xinghua's eyes were sharp as he swung the sword in his hand. The yellow sky seemed to have turned into a yellow heavenly sword and slashed out. The two attacks collided in midair, almost occupying half of the sky. It was a spectacular scene that made people speechless. Boom, with a loud boom, the aftershock of origin power spread out in all directions. Crack, crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the axe light, and it began to collapse. That blade was extremely overbearing as it cut through the axe and headed for Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong's face was filled with disbelief. This blade actually made him feel like he was facing Su Jianqin's blade. Boom, with a loud boom, Yuan Hong flew backwards. A blade mark appeared on his chest, crossing with the one left by Su Jianqin. Fresh blood spurted out. Yuan Hong, defeated, everyone instantly fell into a strange silence. Huang Xinghua, won. It can't be, Yuan Hong actually lost. Huang Xinghua's blade was so powerful. What battle skill was that? Too powerful. I've never seen such a blade technique before. It's at least an undying battle skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unleash such terrifying power. Hiss, an undying battle skill. Huang Xinghua can unleash an undying battle skill. That's terrifying. If it's really an undying battle skill, then Yuan Hong's loss is justified. On the virtual universe exchange platform, everyone was discussing. To many, Huang Xinghua's victory was too unexpected. Everyone thought that Yuan Hong would be stronger. They didn't expect Huang Xinghua to win in the end. It was hard to believe. Within the army's huge fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the others sized up Huang Xinghua on the screen. That blade just now seemed to be the famous battle skill of the Huang family's undying ancestor? General Fu Xinglan said hesitantly. Right, I think it's called Yellow Soil One Blade. It's so old-fashioned. General Habakkuk nodded. Old-fashioned. General Tang Wuwei nodded. Even General Tang Wuwei couldn't help but comment. It was obvious how old-fashioned the name was. If Wang Ting knew that the Huang family's undying warrior actually named Yellow Sky One Blade as Yellow Soil One Blade, he would probably have to call that senior a genius. This wasn't a name that normal people could come up with. However, using such an old-fashioned name to cover up a god-level battle skill was a good idea. How is it? Wang Ting looked at Stretch Chi. Stretch Chi's expression changed. It was as if he had eaten shit. He felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. The second prince and the others looked at him, wanting to laugh but feeling embarrassed. After all, he was from the Palix royal family. They had to give him some face, unless they couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Go, there are so many people watching. Wang Ting urged. Stretch Chi's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. He finally had no choice but to stand up and walk to the edge of the stone platform. He took a deep breath and took off his shirt, revealing his robust body. He shouted, "I'm an idiot." That voice traveled very, very far. The audience was filled with question marks as they looked at Stretch Chi like he was an idiot. The raging flame sector lord and the others were stunned. Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua's battle was extremely eye-catching. The final result was even more shocking. However, the attention on the two of them was quickly snatched away. Stretch suddenly ran out and shouted, "I'm an idiot." This was like a bolt of lightning, striking everyone's hearts, leaving them charred on the outside. What did he just shout? I don't think I heard it clearly. I think I'm an idiot? Ah, the person above is an idiot. Scram. That seems to be Stretch from the Pyrax family. Is he an idiot? Maybe his head was clipped by a door? He even took off his clothes. What is he doing? He's quite well built, he's my type, I want to battle him for 300 rounds. This battle of yours, is it serious? No, I still don't understand what happened. No idea, other than his head being clipped by a door. I can't think of any other reason for him to shout that he's an idiot. It's confirmed, he was clipped by a door. Ah, the Pyrax family sure is pitiful, 3 dead and another idiot. Isn't that so? What sin did they commit? On the virtual universe platform, everyone was discussing, shaking their heads and sighing, what a pitiful person. What is he doing? The raging flame sector lord was so angry he was shaking. He couldn't understand, how could a normal person suddenly become an idiot? The Pyrax family's face had been completely thrown away. Waltagu and Synchroman exchanged glances. They had no idea what was going on with Stretch. Before the battle, he was still a normal person. How did he become such an idiot? The other 7 imperial families were all gloating, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the edge of the first Forbidden Area's stone platform, Stretch's expression was extremely dark. He swiftly put on his clothes and returned to his seat with a gloomy expression. The second prince, Diamoshi and the others all looked at him strangely, their gazes filled with respect. If it were them, even if they lost, they wouldn't dare fulfill their end of the bet. Stretch was a vicious person. Stretch, I respect you as a man. Wang Ting gave him a thumbs up. Stretch's chest heaved up and down violently as the blood in his body rushed to his head. This was not a compliment, but a humiliation. The second prince and the others glanced at Wang Ting, speechless. Wang Ting's mouth was really poisonous. He killed people without spilling blood and scolded people without using vulgarities. But was it really a good idea to provoke Stretch like this? Didn't you see how angry Stretch was? Stretch no longer paid any attention to Wang Ting. He took a few deep breaths and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He regretted it now. He shouldn't have bet with Wang Ting to see who would win. In the end, he got himself into trouble. It was so King embarrassing, but who would have thought that Huang Xinghua actually had such a strong saber, and how did Wang Ting figure it out? Stretch couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He could only sit there and sulk. I must get back at him. He swore in his heart. His hatred for Wang Ting grew like wild grass. The last round of the revival battle finally ended. Yuan Hong and Huang Xinghua both left the stage. Huang Xinghua advanced to the next round of the top 36. Everyone sighed. They never thought that it would be Yuan Hong who would be eliminated and stop here. Wang Ting, how did you figure out that Huang Xinghua had such strength? The second prince asked curiously. Di Mosi, Ji Haochen, and the others also looked over curiously. Even the crown prince was curious. He had fought with Huang Xinghua before. He knew his opponent's strength very well, so it wasn't strange for him to figure it out. However, Wang Ting only watched the battle from afar. He didn't fight with Huang Xinghua, so how did he figure it out? Could it be that Wang Ting's vision was much better than his? I was just guessing. Wang Ting smiled. The second prince and the others rolled their eyes. Like hell, I'll believe you. In a situation where no one was optimistic about Huang Xinghua, only Wang Ting was certain that he would win. This wasn't something that could be guessed blindly. After the revival battle, there were still 2 days of rest. Wang Ting and the others waited again. With nothing to do, Wang Ting immersed his mind in the attribute panel. His attention skipped the other attributes and stopped at the battle skill column. Yellow Sky Single Blade, 7500100000. Entry level. Just now, Huang Xinghua had dropped many attribute bubbles during the battle. Wang Ting picked them all up, increasing his understanding of the single blade of the yellow sky. Unfortunately, this god-level battle skill was still at the basic level, which made him feel very helpless. It was too difficult to improve, so what if it was a god-level battle skill? Why did it need so many attribute points? Wang Ting couldn't help but complain in his heart. Then, he rolled his eyes and glanced in Huang Xinghua's direction. He muttered to himself, only 2,500 points left. Huang Xinghua will appear in the next match. At that time, I can take advantage of him again. Huang Xinghua was cultivating, trying to recover before the next battle. Suddenly, he felt a throbbing in his heart. He opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Who was thinking about him? 2 days later, the battle for the top 36 began. There were only 72 genius warriors left. They were all geniuses among geniuses. Each of them was extremely powerful. It could be said that none of them had reached this stage by luck. The name of the first battle appeared on the light ball. Ji Tianquang vs Yu Qiqiao. When these two names appeared, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Ji Tianquang was a genius of the Ji royal family. He was in the top 10 of the first Forbidden Areas elimination battle. He was definitely very powerful. The other name, Yu Qiqiao, was a genius warrior who came later. She was from the Full Moon clan. Her previous battles had already proven her strength. Among the many warriors in the Battle of Geniuses, there were relatively few female warriors. Those who could stand out were even fewer. Other than Xianxia, who was in first place, the next was Yu Qiqiao and Rabbit 8. Yu Qiqiao's fame was even higher than Rabbit 8's. The two girls had different styles. Yu Qiqiao was like a fairy, tall and slender, graceful and elegant. Rabbit Little 8, on the other hand, was cute and naive, even a little mischievous. However, there was a saying that in front of sex appeal, cuteness was nothing. Although it was a little one-sided, everyone had their own preferences. Maybe some people liked Rabbit 8. However, overall, there seemed to be more people who liked Yu Qiqiao. At least her popularity was 1 or 2 places higher than Rabbit 8's. Hence, the moment Yu Qiqiao appeared, many fans appeared on the virtual universe platform. Yu Qiqiao, go for it. Get rid of Ji Tianquang. What's the Ji Imperial family? They're trash in front of Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess, defeat him. Moon Goddess will win. Scram, Ji Tianquang is the most handsome. He will definitely win. Ji Tianquang's coolness and arrogance is my favorite. Yu Qiqiao is nothing. Isn't she just a little good-looking? The Battle of Geniuses doesn't care about looks. Impressive, a large-scale double standard. No way, such an idiot like Ji Tianquang actually has people supporting him. These girls must have lost their minds. Right, this Ji Tianquang is an idiot. During the elimination battle, he randomly messed with Wang Ting and got tricked by Wang Ting. After the battle ended, he probably knew he was tricked. However, he didn't dare say anything. Ha ha ha. Coward. The virtual universe platform was in an uproar. Some supported Yu Qiqiao, some supported Ji Tianquang. At this time, Ji Tianquang and Yu Qiqiao had already appeared in the sky. As the battle began, an intense battle erupted. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, the clashing sounds resounded throughout the area. Ji Tianquang's strength was extremely strong. His blade swept out continuously, profound energy condensed within. Every slash was extremely terrifying. Yu Qiqiao held a sword in her hand and slashed out sword lights formed by the profundity of water, colliding with Ji Tianquang's saber lights. In an instant, the sky was filled with blade and light. The two's profound energy seems to be about the same. I didn't expect the Full Moon clan to have such a genius. The second prince commented. Ji Tianquang should have already comprehended his domain. Yu Qiqiao probably isn't his match. Dmoshi shook his head. As everyone was discussing, the battle ahead grew more intense. A peculiar ripple suddenly erupted from Ji Tianquang's body and spread out, forming a special domain that pulled Yu Qiqiao into it. It's indeed a domain. Ji Haochen said. Yu Qiqiao is about to lose. The second prince and the others' eyes gleamed. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but focus on the domain. The result would be out very soon. Rumble, suddenly, a violent rumbling sound came from within the domain. The domain started to shake violently, as if a powerful force was rampaging within it. What's going on? The second prince and the others were shocked. Rumble, in the next moment, Ji Tianquang's domain actually exploded. A violent energy ripple swept out in all directions. That was the uncontrollable energy formed after the domain exploded. Ji Tianquang was blown away, spitting out blood. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The domain was broken? Ji Tianquang is about to lose? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't accept this result. Ji Tianquang was a genius of the Ji royal family. It was unbelievable that he lost just like that. On the Ji royal family's spaceship, Ji Xiangming, a sector lord, was staring at the screen with a gloomy expression. He hoped that Ji Tianquang could still stand up, but things didn't go as he wished. Ji Tianquang was severely injured and had lost completely. Lost, a genius of the Ji royal family actually lost to a warrior of the Full Moon clan and couldn't even enter the top 36. This was simply a joke. Ji Xiangming was exasperated. The first battle of the top 36 was a highlight. The Ji royal family lost, and Yu Qiqiao successfully advanced. Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess. Yu Qiqiao. Yu Qiqiao. Young leader. On the virtual universe communication platform, a group of people was cheering. Some called Yu Qiqiao goddess, some called her name, and some called her young leader. Most of these people were members of the Full Moon clan, and they were all watching the battle. Seeing Yu Qiqiao win, they were all extremely excited. Yu Qiqiao was the young leader of the Full Moon clan. She represented the entire clan. Seeing her win, how could they not be happy? Full Moon Planet. This planet was the territory of the Full Moon clan. On the central continent of Full Moon Planet, there was a group of beautiful palaces. This was where the leader and elders of the Full Moon clan lived. In the center of the palace complex, in a large hall, a beautiful middle-aged woman and another group of women, old and young, were gathered in front of a light screen. They were watching the competition on the light screen with happy and gratified expressions. Qiqiao, this child indeed didn't disappoint us. The leader of the Full Moon clan, Yu Qinghua, smiled. Right, this child's talent has been strong since she was young. She's the most exceptional bloodline of our Full Moon clan in the past few thousand years. A Full Moon elder nodded. I hope she can go further. A glimmer of hope flashed across Yu Qinghua's eyes as she said so. It would be great if she could enter the top 10. Another elder said expectantly. It's too difficult to enter the top 10. But if she could enter the top 10, she would definitely be valued by the 7-star academies. Another elder nodded and said. Those geniuses on the high stone platforms are unimaginable, especially the prince and Wang Ting from the Qian Empire's military department. I can't see through their power at all. Yu Qinghua shook her head and said. Not to mention those two, even the second prince of the Qian Empire and that Su Jianchen are the top geniuses of the Qian Empire. An elder said. It's too difficult to enter the top 10. Everyone sighed. Yu Qiqiao stood in the sky above the arena continent, attracting the attention of the entire world. She had made a name for herself in this battle. Many people were captured by this genius from the Full Moon clan. In the distance, Ji Tianquang's face was filled with unwillingness as he clutched his chest with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The battle ended and both sides left the arena. Wang Ting hurriedly swept out his spiritual force and picked up the attribute bubbles in the arena. Metal element star force asterisk 8700, star level spirit asterisk 3500, domain master level comprehension asterisk 5400, metal domain asterisk 1200, water star force asterisk 9000, star level spirit asterisk 4600, domain master level comprehension asterisk 6300, water moon domain asterisk 1800. One by one, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body and mind. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Water moon domain. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. A related realization appeared in his mind, causing him to be even more surprised. This was a dual domain that combined both spirit and water. Yu Qiqiao was the same as him, a spirit reader. In the previous battles, she had never revealed that she was a spirit reader. It was only during the battle with Ji Tianquang that she was forced to reveal it. One had to admit that she hid it very well. In the end, even Ji Tianquang lost to her water moon domain. This was unexpected. After Wang Ting obtained the Water Moon domain, he immediately grasped the Water Moon domain. Naturally, he knew how powerful this domain was: flower in the mirror, moon in the water. The Water Moon domain was a domain that could create endless illusions. Ji Tianquang probably fell for the illusions and lost regretfully. Wang Ting was quite interested in the Water Moon domain. He planned to merge this realization into his underworld domain. He was familiar with this. After all, he had already grasped a few domains that combined spirit and other elements. He was not unfamiliar with this aspect at all. At this moment, he closed his eyes and sat on the stone platform to comprehend. The competition continued. The second prince and the others were surprised when they saw Wang Ting close his eyes, as if he was no longer paying attention to the upcoming matches. One had to know that this was the selection competition for the top 36. Those martial artists would definitely reveal their absolute skills and trump cards one by one. They were all watching the matches carefully, hoping to know more about their opponents so that they could prepare for the upcoming matches. However, Wang Ting just closed his eyes and didn't even bother to watch. Was he so confident? The others didn't know what to say about him. If not for Wang Ting's strength, they would probably think that he was too arrogant and didn't take the other warriors seriously. The second prince and the others shook their heads and didn't try to persuade him. They turned back and continued watching the matches. However, they seemed to have forgotten that Wang Ting's real body wasn't watching the matches, but his 4 clones were. The 4 doppelgangers who were used as tools were about to be forgotten by people. The matches went on intensely until Huang Xinghua, whom Wang Ting was paying attention to, appeared. He opened his eyes again. Huang Xinghua versus Ji Haochen. Wang Ting was a little surprised and looked at Ji Haochen. Although I admire him, I won't hold back. Ji Haochen stood up and shrugged. The second prince and the others couldn't help but feel pity for Huang Xinghua. Why did he always meet a strong opponent? Ji Haochen wasn't so easy to deal with. Moreover, looking at Ji Haochen's confident look, they knew that he hadn't used his full strength before. Unless Huang Xinghua had an even stronger technique, it was very likely that he would lose. This time, Wang Ting didn't think that Huang Xinghua could win. As a genius of the Ji clan, Ji Haochen was definitely not simple. Huang Xinghua was in danger. Ji Haochen and Huang Xinghua flew into the sky and the battle instantly broke out. Ji Haochen had comprehended the profound meaning of water to perfection. The battle sword in his hand shook and turned into countless sword lights that filled the entire sky. Huang Xinghua didn't want to be outdone. He slashed out countless sword lights with his battle sword and collided with the sword lights. However, he was indeed inferior to Ji Haochen in the profound meaning and was forced to retreat. In the end, he had no choice but to use yellow soil slash. Endless yellow aura filled the sky, condensing into a terrifying peerless saber light on his saber. He's here. Ji Haochen's eyes sparkled. He dared not to be careless. After all, even a powerful being like Yuan Hong was defeated by this move. However, he believed that he wouldn't lose. Boom, a powerful fluctuation swept out from his body, turning into a water blue domain that enveloped him. Huang Xinghua's pupils shrank when he saw the domain, but he had no intention of retreating. All he did was pour all of his origin power into the blade radiance and launch an all-out attack. Slash! In the next moment, Huang Xinghua let out a roar. The blade light swept across the sky and slashed towards Ji Haochen's domain. Ji Haochen's domain was like a huge blue egg. The yellow blade light descended along with the yellow sky, causing a thunderous boom. Boom, cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the blue egg-like domain. Huang Xinghua's eyes flashed with surprise. But at this moment, the blue domain suddenly separated on its own and spread to both sides like a stream of water. Huang Xinghua's yellow soil slash slowly sank into it and actually felt as though it was being devoured. The origin power on its surface was quietly disintegrating. How is this possible? Huang Xinghua's expression changed. But before he could react, more than half of the huge blade light had already sunk into it. Cracking sounds kept coming out, causing Huang Xinghua's expression to become more and more aghast. Boom, at a certain moment, the blade light suddenly exploded into countless origin power fragments that drifted down from the sky. A terrifying aftershock swept out in all directions. Huang Xinghua didn't even think and immediately retreated. The blue domain in front of him spread rapidly and instantly pulled him in. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. They all knew that Huang Xinghua was definitely going to lose. Sure enough, before long, the blue domain disappeared. Huang Xinghua fell out with heavy injuries, but Ji Haochen was unharmed. It was clear who won and who lost at a glance. Huang Xinghua still lost. What a pity. He fought so hard to kill his way out of the resurrection battle, but still lost in the end. It can't be helped. Ji Haochen is a genius of the Ji royal family. Moreover, he comprehended a domain. Ordinary cultivators can't compare to him at all. If Huang Xinghua had comprehended a domain, the outcome of this battle would be hard to say. Unfortunately, he only has one blade. Yeah, he only has one blade. On the virtual universe exchange platform, everyone felt sorry for Huang Xinghua's loss. After all, they all watched him fight his way out of the resurrection battle. Everyone understood his unwillingness. At this point, no one would be willing to accept it. However, the battle of geniuses was just like that. There was no luck. If one's strength wasn't enough, losing was losing. Wang Ting shook his head. Even though he sympathized with Huang Xinghua, he still had to pick up the attribute bubbles. He couldn't let them go to waste. Earth attribute star force * 6500, Earth profound * 2800, yellow sky blade * 3000, water star force * 8200, water profound * 3500, water domain * 1500, 3000 points of yellow sky blade. Wang Ting's eyes immediately lit up. His yellow sky blade was exactly 2,500 points away from that damned beginner level to the proficient level. These 3,000 points came at the right time. Yellow sky blade 500/30,000 proficient. Wang Ting glanced at the single blade of the yellow sky on his attributes panel. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. It had finally leveled up. It wasn't easy at all. He had to scrape Huang Xinghua 3 times before raising yellow sky blade to the proficient level. He had never encountered such a situation before. Just the beginner level required him to scrape so many times. Hard work pays off for those who work hard. Thanks to Huang Xinghua, he was a good person. I will bring this yellow sky blade to greater heights. Wang Ting thought to himself. At the same time, when Wang Ting saw that the proficient level of the yellow sky blade was 30,000 points, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. At least it wasn't 100,000 points. Wang Ting was afraid that it would suddenly reach 100,000 points. If that happened, he would really have to study this yellow sky blade day and night. This time, other than the yellow sky blade that Wang Ting paid special attention to, only the water domain was worth mentioning. The 1,500 points of water domain turned into a lot of insights that entered Wang Ting's mind and deepened his understanding of the underworld domain. Underworld domain 2100/4000, rank 4. Although it was still a rank 4 domain, the power of the underworld domain was constantly increasing. Especially since Wang Ting had already fused the water moon domain into it, causing the underworld domain's original attack style to have the illusion attack of the water moon domain. Therefore, even though the underworld domain was still a rank 4 domain, its power was increasing. Perhaps no one would have thought that Wang Ting would add so many condiments to a domain. Ji Haochen returned to his seat from the sky above the arena continent. His expression was very calm, as if he had just experienced an ordinary battle. Brother Ji, what do you think of that blade? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he asked. This question aroused the interest of the second prince and the others. They all looked over one after another. I told you not to call me Brother Ji. Ji Haochen glared at Wang Ting and said in a low voice, that blade, I think it can be stronger. If Huang Xinghua had comprehended the profound power to perfection, I might not have been able to block it so easily. Ji Haochen said. Oh? The second prince and the others were very surprised. Just with the profound power to perfection, he can contend with your domain? Yes, as long as the profound power reaches perfection, he can break the rank 1 domain that I just used. Ji Haochen said. Rank 1 domain? Mosi rubbed his chin and said, very shocking. A blade without the power of the domain can break the domain. This battle skill of the Huang family is not simple. If I'm not wrong, it should be very difficult to cultivate this blade skill. Otherwise, with Huang Xinghua's talent, it would be impossible for him to only comprehend the profound power to 90%. It's probably because of the delay in cultivating this blade skill. Ji Haochen said. Normally, powerful battle skills have both advantages and disadvantages. The more powerful it is, the harder it is to comprehend. The second prince nodded and said. Wang Ting's hands were itching now. He wanted to test the power of this blade immediately. Soon, it was his chance to make a move. Wang Ting's name appeared on the light ball. Wang Ting vs the third prince. Eh? When Wang Ting saw his opponent, he was a little surprised. He looked at the third prince who was not far away from his left side. The third prince also turned his head and looked at him. Their gazes collided in the air, and a series of electric sparks seemed to have burst out. The second prince and the others were also very surprised. Their eyes moved between Wang Ting and the third prince. Stretch was a little gloating. His eyes were full of ridicule. Wang Ting and the third prince were facing each other. Now there was a good show to watch. The second prince frowned and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why did these two guys have to face each other? What a headache. Ji Haochen, Di Mosi, and the others' eyes flashed. Their two families had a good relationship with Wang Ting. After interacting with Wang Ting, they felt that he was a person they could befriend. Now that he was facing the third prince, they couldn't help but look at him with worry. After all, his opponent was the third prince. If he went too far, it would be difficult to explain to the royal family. However, the relationship between the two was not good. Even if Wang Ting didn't go too far, the third prince wouldn't let him go. This was very contradictory. However, when they thought of Wang Ting's unscrupulous character, it seemed that even if it was the third prince, he wouldn't be merciful. From their point of view, Wang Ting was stronger than them. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Ting and the third prince stood up. Third prince, after you. Wang Ting chuckled as he stretched out his hand and made a after-you gesture. Humph. The third prince snorted and directly rushed into the sky. Wang Ting moved his feet and turned into a blur, following him. The two sides stood in the sky and looked at each other. I didn't expect it to be a duel between Wang Ting and the third prince. This is too surprising. Both of them are very strong, but when they encounter each other, one of them is destined to stop here. I remember the third prince used his domain during the elimination battle. Wang Ting has met a strong opponent this time. It's not like Wang Ting doesn't have a domain. I wonder whose domain is stronger between the two of them. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see a duel between domains. The competition has been going on for so long, those geniuses should be revealing their respective domains. Why is it that they are all stellar-level martial artists, but these geniuses have either comprehended the profound meaning or the power of a domain, while we have nothing? Otherwise, they are geniuses. When the audience saw Wang Ting and the third prince appear, they immediately started discussing. In the sky above the arena continent. Wang Ting, I have given you many chances. The third prince was extremely conceited. He looked at Wang Ting with an arrogant look on his face and said lightly. Then I must thank your highness for your appreciation. Wang Ting's face was calm as he said indifferently. You lowly people, why do you always not know what's good for you? The third prince shook his head, and a hint of disgust finally appeared on his face. He said, I really hate people like you who can't see your own status clearly. If you have a low status, then just obediently be a low-status person. Do you think that relying on talent can make up for all this difference? Lowly person? Wang Ting looked at the third prince in amusement and said, Your Highness, do you really think you're something just because I called you Your Highness? No matter how you refute, you can't change the gap between our status. The third prince said disdainfully. I said last time, don't think too highly of yourself. Wang Ting ignored the third prince's disdain and said lightly. His calm demeanor caused the anger in the third prince's heart to burn even more fiercely. He was the third prince of the Qian Empire, and this Wang Ting dared to look down on him again and again, even mocking him. Very well, you think you are very talented and use this talent as your confidence. Then I will show you that your talent is actually not worth mentioning. The third prince took a deep breath and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. A battle sword appeared in his hand. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. This third prince was a bit overconfident, or was he still hiding some trump cards? No matter what, Wang Ting didn't take him seriously. His opponent couldn't be this arrogant third prince. Then come. A sector lord level battle sword appeared in Wang Ting's right hand, emitting a tyrannical wave. He stretched out a finger and beckoned the third prince. The third prince looked at this extremely insulting gesture and his face became completely gloomy. He didn't say anything else, and the battle sword in his hand exploded with sword light and swept out. 100% gold profound. The third prince actually also possessed 100% mastery of the profound mysteries of metal. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He didn't care and condensed 100% fire profound on the sword light, clashing with the third prince. Fire restrains metal. They were both 100% profound, but Wang Ting wanted to see if his fire profound or the third prince's gold profound was stronger. Boom, rumbling sounds rang out as countless sword lights and saber lights clashed, almost covering the entire sky. The third prince's face suddenly changed. He felt that his gold profound was faintly suppressed by Wang Ting. His eyes focused, and another type of origin power erupted from his body. Water star origin power. 100% profound power, erupting. Two types of origin power. And both profound are at 100%. Wang Ting was a little surprised, but he didn't panic. Another type of origin power also erupted from his body. Earth star origin power, 100% profound power, erupting. In an instant, Wang Ting unleashed 100% of his profound meaning of earth, suppressing the third prince once more. Boom. Boom. Boom, rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the heaven and earth as terrifying origin power shockwaves rolled out continuously. The third prince's face was a little ugly. He originally thought that Wang Ting had so many origin powers and couldn't comprehend all of them to 100% perfection. He didn't expect that Wang Ting's earth origin power had also reached 100% perfection. Your Highness, what else are you hiding? Take it all out. Wang Ting smiled faintly as he attacked. He looked very casual and didn't take the third prince seriously at all. Humph. The third prince's face became more and more ugly. He snorted coldly, and the third type of origin power erupted from his body. Thunder star origin power. A purple light flashed in mid-air, and the power of thunder descended like the power of heaven, twining around his body and emitting a powerful profound power. Thunder profound, 100% perfection, boom. The eruption of the profound meaning of thunder instantly destroyed Wang Ting's profound meaning of fire and profound meaning of earth. Hua, the surrounding genius martial artists were already greatly shocked. The third prince actually possessed three types of origin powers, and one of them was the rarely seen thunder star origin power. More importantly, he had comprehended all three types of origin powers to 100% perfection. What kind of talent was this? Some people who looked down on the third prince immediately changed their minds. The second prince, Jihaochen, and the others' faces changed slightly. They also didn't expect the third prince to have hidden his strength so deeply. He had three types of origin powers and had comprehended all of them to 100% perfection. This meant that it was very likely that he had mastered three types of domains. So you have three types of origin powers? Wang Ting suddenly said, no wonder you look down on people so much. Wang Ting, don't think that you're the only one with multiple types of origin powers. This prince's talent isn't inferior to anyone. It's just that this is the principle of biting off more than one can chew. You obviously didn't move. Do you think that you're strong just because you have mastered multiple types of origin powers? The third prince bathed in thunder, calmly looked at Wang Ting and said, wrong. Very wrong. You have mastered too many types of origin powers. It's impossible to cultivate them to perfection. If I'm not wrong, your thunder profound has never reached perfection. At the end of his words, the third prince was extremely confident, as if he had seen through everything. Who told you that mastering too many types of origin powers can't reach perfection? Wang Ting had a strange expression on his face. The third prince was still too young. He thought that he knew everything, but he didn't know that there was another type of person in this world, who had cheats. Don't be stubborn. If you've comprehended the third type of origin power to perfection, why haven't you used it yet? The third prince sneered and unleashed all of his thunder profound. Boom, the majestic power of lullaby pressed down on Wanting. Sigh, that's because no one is worthy of me using 3 types of profound to perfection. Wanting shook his head and said, but since you want to see, then I'll fulfill your wish. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed through Wanting's eyes. A rumbling sound came from his body as a surge of profound thunder burst out. 100% perfection. The third type of profound had also reached 100% perfection. The profound thunder of both sides exploded in the sky. It was as if the sky had been completely divided into 2 halves. How is this possible? The third prince's eyes widened slightly, and his pupils contracted rapidly. Thunder boomed in the sky. Wanting and the third prince unleashed their ultimacy of thunder, wreaking havoc in all directions, spreading to the sky. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Silver-white electric arcs shuttled in the void like silver snakes. Perfection in 3 intents. In the distance, the second prince and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. They had already guessed that since Wanting cultivated so many origin powers at the same time, it would be impossible for him to cultivate all of them to a profound level. There had to be a focus. This thought was the same as the third prince's, but now, Wanting had displayed 3 intents to perfection and was on par with the third prince, mercilessly destroying their guesses. At this moment, everyone was even more shocked than when they had learned that the third prince had comprehended 3 intents to perfection. The third prince could cultivate 3 origin powers at the same time, which was still within the limit. But Wanting cultivated 6 origin powers at the same time, which was too much of a mess and would definitely take up a lot of time and experience. How could he have the time to cultivate intents? But Wanting had actually comprehended 3 intents to perfection, which was inconceivable. It wasn't just the second prince and the others. The spectators outside Warstar were also stunned speechless by this scene. After a long while, the virtual universe platform erupted into discussion. Wanting has actually comprehended 3 types of profound meaning to the perfected stage. Did I hear wrongly? It can't be wrong. He really did reach perfection in 3 intents. Just look at the third prince's expression. He's on par with the third prince. When I think of how confident the third prince was just now, I suddenly feel like laughing. Third prince, who am I? Where am I? What happened? Ha ha ha, the commenter above is a genius. He described the third prince's stupefied expression very vividly. Stop talking. The third prince is about to faint from crying in the bathroom. The audience suddenly cheered up. The third prince had been too conceited before and looked down on people of lower status. This had undoubtedly provoked public anger. Now that everyone saw his deflated appearance, they were naturally gloating over his misfortune. In the air above the arena continent, the third prince took a deep breath. His complexion was a bit ugly. If one carefully analyzed his expression, they would discover that this was anger after being slapped in the face. He didn't say anything else. Since he couldn't crush Wanting with his profound meanings, he could only use his domain. The third prince's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, a strong and unique fluctuation radiated from his body, radiating in all directions. Domain. In an instant, the third prince unleashed his domain, forming a golden domain that enveloped Wanting. However, Wanting's expression was very calm. He looked up at the domain that appeared at this time. The surroundings were filled with boundless golden light. Densely packed golden sword lights hovered above his head. They were sharp and domineering, emitting a dense and dangerous aura. Golden Light Sword Domain. This was the Golden Light Sword realm that the third prince had used before. Furthermore, this domain had reached the 2nd level. Under my sword domain, how are you going to block it? The third prince's body floated in the middle of countless golden sword lights. The golden light set off his figure, making him look even more majestic. At this moment, he was the master of this sword domain. All the golden sword lights would listen to his orders. 2nd stage domain. Wanting's lips curled into a smile, with a hint of contempt. Arrogant. When the third prince saw that Wanting actually looked down on his 2nd stage domain, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He shouted coldly and pointed at Wanting. Countless golden sword glows changed their direction abruptly and aimed at Wang Ting. They didn't give him any time to react as they shot towards him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the swords fell like rain, so dense that there was nowhere to hide. The third prince's lips curled into a cold smile. He looked down at Wang Ting as if he was looking at a dead man. However, Wang Ting's expression was still very calm. Even in the face of these sharp swords of death, he didn't move at all. Just as the golden sword rain was about to land on Wang Ting's body, a scorching wave suddenly erupted from his body. Boom, the scorching aura instantly spread out, forming a special crimson domain within 50 meters of Wang Ting's body. The golden sword lights suddenly melted and couldn't hurt Wang Ting at all. Fire domain. The third prince's pupils shrank slightly, but he didn't find it too strange. He had long guessed that with Wang Ting's talent, he would definitely be able to comprehend domain power. However, Wang Ting wasn't using a water domain, but a fire domain. This still surprised him. This guy had grasped two domains. Wang Ting used the thunderstorm to deal with the thunder giant monster. Although he used the wind domain and thunder domain, only a few immortal rank experts could see it. Naturally, the third prince wouldn't know. Your Highness, you're not the only one who has comprehended a domain. Wang Ting's domain spread out a little more, but it was only maintained within 100 meters. He stood in his domain with his hands behind his back. Strands of flames wrapped around him, making him look like a king of flames. His calm voice slowly spread out. The third prince's eyes flickered. He pointed again, and countless golden sword lights gathered, forming a huge golden sword that slashed down. Wang Ting squinted his eyes. The flames in his domain instantly turned into a huge flaming dragon and fiercely collided with the sword. Boom, a rumble sounded. Under the entanglement of the huge flaming dragon, the huge golden sword quickly melted. It couldn't hurt Wang Ting at all. I remember that you still have a water domain. Why don't you use it? How long are you going to hide it? The third prince sneered. Don't you also have another domain? Wang Ting didn't comment. Whether you can force me to use another domain depends on your strength. The third prince said. Wang Ting seemed to have heard something extremely funny. Shouldn't he be the one saying that? Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with this third prince. The next moment, his flame domain suddenly expanded and spread out in all directions. It attacked the third prince's golden light sword domain, causing it to continuously retreat. What? The third prince was instantly shocked. This flame domain had completely exceeded the range of a rank 2 domain. Rank 3 domain. He looked at Wang Ting in shock and said in disbelief, so this is your strongest domain, rank 3 flame domain. Strongest? Wang Ting's expression was strange. He didn't reply, but he was thinking in his heart. If he raised his domain to rank 4, wouldn't the third prince be scared to death? At this time, as the domain spread out, the people outside finally saw Wang Ting's domain. Fire domain? Many people couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't Wang Ting's water domain? Why is there a fire domain? This is a rank 3 domain. Rank 3 domain? No way, a star-level fighter comprehended a rank 3 domain? Mom asked me why I knelt down again. I said my legs were weak from watching the competition. Damn, is he still human? Could this be Wang Ting's strongest domain? The water domain from before seemed to be something he just comprehended. So this fire domain is indeed his strongest domain. The second prince is going to lose. His domain is only at rank 2. Not only were the spectators on the virtual universe platform shocked, but the strong fighters from various forces were also very surprised. This Wang Ting was too shocking. The water domain from before was fine, but now there was a fire domain, and a rank 3 one at that. Just how many trump cards did he have? The second prince and the others exchanged glances. They couldn't help but be stunned, feeling like their brains weren't enough. Inside the domain, Wang Ting did not waste time talking nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the endless power of flames swept out and turned into a series of attacks, bombarding the third prince's golden light sword realm. The third prince's expression changed. He immediately condensed countless golden light blades and welcomed Wang Ting's attacks. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, rumbling sounds erupted. Under the attacks of Wang Ting's rank 3 domain, the Golden Light Blade domain was finally on the verge of collapse. It violently trembled, almost as though it would collapse at any time. The third prince's expression gradually turned solemn, and a trace of graveness flashed in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to have comprehended a domain to the 3rd level. You are already qualified to make me use another domain." As soon as his voice fell, a trace of purple actually appeared in the golden domain. Traces of lightning arcs suddenly appeared in the Golden Light Blade domain. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The domain, which was originally completely golden, now merged with this trace of purple, turning into a purple-gold color, exceptionally majestic and noble. Thunder domain. Wang Ting raised his head to look, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. At this time, looking from the outside, the Golden Light Blade domain of the third prince had undergone a huge change, allowing people to see the difference at a glance. This is a fusion domain. Many genius warriors saw something and exclaimed in surprise. Good fellow, so the third prince has comprehended a fusion domain. No wonder he's so fearless. Jihaochen said in surprise. This should be the domain of the fusion of the gold and lightning attributes. These 2 attributes are known for their powerful attacks. After the fusion, their power will probably be even more powerful. The second prince's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice, "My third brother is really surprising." Ha ha ha, at this point, who hasn't hidden a trick or two? Dimosi laughed. Wang Ting is going to lose. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Stretch's lips as he spoke. Within the domain, the third prince looked at Wang Ting, a trace of purple flashing in his eyes, and his voice sounded, "Wang Ting, it's time to end this." Boom, the sound of thunder resounded in the domain, and endless thunder appeared out of thin air. All the golden light swords were covered with a layer of thunder, making them bloom with a purple-gold color, with arcs of thunder dancing on them. Die. The third prince spat out the word coldly. His face was cold, and his killing intent was boiling. He suddenly waved his sword at Wang Ting. The sword light fell with the endless power of thunder, instantly submerging Wang Ting's domain. Rumble, a terrifying roar sounded in the domain, almost shaking the heavens and the earth, as if tearing the space apart. It was like the power of heaven. Courting death. The third prince spat out a mouthful of murky air, as if he had already foreseen Wang Ting's death. He felt a sense of exhilaration in his heart. However, before he could finish speaking, his pupils constricted abruptly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His expression froze. The purple-gold sword light did not destroy Wang Ting's domain. Instead, it stagnated on the surface of Wang Ting's domain, and did not advance any further. The power of thunder continued to strike, but it could not destroy the domain. It was as if there was a powerful force that blocked all of his attacks. How is this possible? At this moment, the third prince's eyes finally showed a trace of panic, and his previous confidence began to waver. Even when he saw Wang Ting comprehending 3 ultimacies to perfection, he did not show such an expression. But now, he was panicking. Why could his attacks not penetrate? This question kept echoing in his mind. Wasn't Wang Ting's domain at the 3rd order? How could an ordinary Tier 3 domain possibly block his lightning metal dual-element domain? He had relied on this domain to defeat many powerhouses with 3rd order domains. How could this Wang Ting's 3rd order domain block his attack? The third prince's eyes widened, and he finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. He saw that Wang Ting's fire domain had been surrounded by countless boulders at some point in time. The surface of these boulders was burning with flames, and they were like falling meteors, blocking the third prince's thunder and sword light. Fusion domain. The third prince's expression changed, and his face was filled with disbelief. Your domain is actually a fusion domain. I said before, don't think too highly of yourself. You are nothing. Wang Ting's gaze pierced through the domain and looked at the third prince. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Above his head, a round boulder that was even larger than the others was slowly rotating, like a small planet in the universe. As Wang Ting pointed his finger, this huge boulder came crashing down, and endless flames dragged a long tail behind it. It was abnormally beautiful. The third prince's face was pale, and he was shocked by the scene. He retreated in panic. Boom, a loud boom rang out, and wherever the huge stone ball passed by, the thunderbolts and sword light would be annihilated and explode. Then, the huge stone ball smashed onto the third prince's domain. Gotcha! The third prince's domain couldn't block the impact of the boulder at all, and it suddenly shattered. This scene was like a huge meteor flying in from outer space, ruthlessly smashing into a peaceful planet, bringing about destruction. The second prince and the others opened their mouths slightly, and they didn't know how to describe their feelings at this moment. Wang Ting's domain is so strong. The spectators were also shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. This shocking scene was something they had never seen before in their lives. Boom! The third prince's domain finally exploded completely, turning into a terrifying origin power shockwave that swept out in all directions. The third prince's figure was also engulfed by it. On the opposite side, Wang Ting stepped out into the air, and the domain behind him slowly dissipated. The remnant force formed by origin power wreaked havoc in the sky, and strong winds blew. Wang Ting's black hair fluttered wantonly in the air, but his expression was extremely calm. Looking at the explosion of the domain in front of him, it made him even more difficult for people to look at him directly. Aura, that was a formless aura that only experts possessed, even if they were very far away, even if they were only seeing it through the live broadcast, everyone could still feel that formless aura that belonged to experts. At this moment, Wang Ting had become the focus of everyone's attention. In the sky, the aftershock of the explosion slowly dissipated, and a figure appeared before everyone. The third prince's hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in wounds. He was bleeding, and he looked like a ghost. When everyone saw his appearance, they couldn't help but be shocked. The refined and noble third prince had actually become like this. He was in a sorry state, too miserable. The strong contrast before and after made many people unable to accept it. The third prince, he's quite miserable. What's there to be miserable about? He looked down on others before, and now he's just eating his own bitter fruit. Retribution came too quickly, just like a bolt of lightning. What do you mean just like a bolt of lightning? Seeing the third prince in such a miserable state, I'm relieved. However, Wang Ting is really strong, even the third prince's fusion domain was destroyed. What domain was that just now? It seems to be a fusion domain too, an earth and fire fusion domain. Too strong, that's a fusion domain, yet it appeared on 2-star level fighters. Many domain lord level fighters can't even do that. Is this a prodigy? Is there a need for us ordinary fighters to work hard? People who are more talented than us are working hard. What's the point of us working hard? On the virtual universe platform, some of the audience were gloating, and some were shocked by Wang Ting's strength. In the sky above the arena continent, the third prince was in a sorry state. His eyes were bloodshot and full of unwillingness. How can I lose? How can I lose? That huge stone ball didn't just destroy the third prince's domain, it also completely destroyed his pride. What he couldn't accept the most was losing to someone he used to look down on. If he lost to the emperor, he wouldn't be like this. However, losing to Wang Ting was the greatest humiliation to him. This third prince can't have gone crazy, right? Wang Ting looked at him strangely and thought to himself. No, I won't lose to you. The third prince's hair was disheveled, and he glared fiercely at Wang Ting as he roared. Idiot! Wang Ting couldn't help but roll his eyes. How dare you? The third prince was driven mad by his expression, and his mentality finally collapsed completely. He actually charged toward Wang Ting once more and slashed out with the combat sword in his hand while exhausting the last of his origin power. Do you think you're not miserable enough? Wang Ting was shocked by his tenacity and deeply admired him. Thus, he decided to fulfill his wish. In the next moment, Wang Ting's figure flashed, and the battle sword in the third prince's hand slashed out with a stream of sword light, slashing fiercely at the spot where Wang Ting had been standing, slashing his figure into two. Before the third prince could rejoice, he saw the shadow slowly disappear. Where are you looking? Wang Ting appeared directly behind the third prince. It was unknown when a purple brick had appeared in his hand, but he had already raised it high up. When the third prince heard the voice, he suddenly quivered. His anger disappeared without a trace, and he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. His expression changed, and he wanted to dodge, but a gust of evil wind suddenly attacked him from behind. Bang, a muffled sound was heard, and the third prince felt a sharp pain in his head. His vision turned black, and his body swayed, almost falling down. Then, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his head, it spread from the top of his head to his spine, causing his whole body to tremble violently. It was as if he was performing a strange dance. The third prince didn't lose consciousness. After all, he was a thunder attribute martial artist, and had a certain degree of immunity to the power of thunder and lightning. Moreover, he immediately understood that this was Wang Ting's doing. Wang Ting! A mournful cry came out of his mouth. The third prince shook his head violently, trying to keep himself awake, but the sharp pain still made him dizzy. To be honest, I've wanted to beat you for a long time. Wang Ting's faint voice traveled into the third prince's ears. The third prince's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly felt a little regretful. Bang bang bang, before he could react, another series of sharp pain came, accompanied by that muffled sound. At the same time, there were bursts of thunder and lightning power. Crackle, crackle, the third prince's head swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his whole body trembled as if he was in a trance. Finally, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground, sprawling on the ground, completely losing the dignity of a prince. Only then did Wang Ting stop and shake his head regretfully. He hadn't beaten the third prince enough. This third prince was too weak, even weaker than Fatty, I'm going to crab you. Controlling his restless hands, Wang Ting put away the thunder flip brick, and then with a sweep of his spiritual power, he picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Metal element star force asterisk 8200, lightning star force asterisk 7600, water star force asterisk 8000, stellar level spirit asterisk 4 100 area master level comprehension asterisk 3 600 saint level thunder talent asterisk 1 800, saint sword technique talent asterisk 2100. Metal esoteric asterisk 2 500 thunder esoteric asterisk 2 800 water esoteric asterisk 1 900 golden light sword realm asterisk 1000 metal lightning sword realm asterisk 1 500. The third prince dropped quite a number of attribute bubbles, which made Wang Ting quite satisfied. Among them, there were 2 saint level talents. Saint level thunder talent, saint level sword talent. Although they were all saint level talents that he already had, the increase in attribute values would also make these 2 talents increase by quite a bit. This was a good thing. When it came to increasing talents, Wang Ting would never complain about having too many attribute bubbles. Other than that, there were the 2 domains that the third prince had mastered. One was the Golden Light Sword Realm, which Wang Ting had already obtained before. Golden Light Sword Realm, 1-500/2000, Level 2. With these 1000 attribute points, Wang Ting's current comprehension level was about the same as the third prince's. The other was the Fusion Domain, Metal Lightning Sword Realm. The power of this domain was still very strong. Wang Ting had used the Level 3 Meteor Domain to finally defeat the third prince, which was enough to explain the problem. Metal Lightning Sword Realm, 500/2000. Level 2, with 1500 attribute points, he was able to raise his domain to Tier 2. That was pretty good. Wang Ting looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but touch his chin. There were more and more domains, and he would fuse them when he had the time. The match ended, and Wang Ting was announced as the winner on the light ball. The third prince is indeed the third prince, with such outstanding talent. Wang Ting looked at the third prince below and was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He couldn't help but mumble to himself. However, he didn't expect that his words would be broadcasted through the live broadcast without missing a single word. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. What an outstanding talent. Forgive me for laughing unkindly, but it really is an outstanding talent. This outstanding talent is well used, the third prince will definitely like it. Who would have thought that even the third prince couldn't escape from that brick? That's too ruthless, he was smashed into a pig's head. Ah, my handsome and competent third prince. On the Pyrax family's spaceship, the raging flame realm lord's eyes flashed, and he said with a sullen expression, who would have thought that even the third prince wasn't a match for this little bastard? Stretch and the others still have a trump card. They can definitely defeat him, Valtegus said as if to encourage himself. Yes, if Stretch and Landon use their trump cards, they can definitely defeat Wang Ting, Sinclair said. Humph. The raging flame realm lord nodded and coldly snorted, saying, even if this little bastard won the match, he has offended the royal family. Does he really think that this matter is over? With the third prince's temperament, he definitely won't let this matter go so easily, Valtegu sneered. We can take advantage of this, Sinclair suddenly said, his eyes flashing. No rush, wait until the end of the match. The raging flame realm lord pondered for a moment and waved his hand, not saying anything else. On the royal family's spaceship, the royal family's sector lord old man had an unhappy expression, saying, this Wang Ting is too presumptuous. No matter what, the third prince is still our royal family's prince. How can he allow him to humiliate him like this? Cough, cough, this kid is indeed a bit evil. The royal family's middle-aged man coughed and said, what a pity for the third prince. The fusion of lightning and metal element domain is very powerful. He could have gone further. When the match is over, we must demand an explanation from him. The dignity of the royal family cannot be violated, the sector lord old man said coldly. Enough, why do you care so much about the matters of the young? The royal family's middle-aged man said unhappily. This? The old man hesitated. What this? My words are useless, the middle-aged man said indifferently. I dare not. The old man quickly lowered his head. I hope this can teach the third prince a lesson. He is too arrogant. The middle-aged man shook his head. The old man glanced at the middle-aged man and wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he just sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. As soon as Wang Ting returned to his seat, he immediately received strange looks. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Ting asked. Wang Ting, you are too cruel. If the third prince wakes up and sees his ugly face, he will probably go crazy. The second prince said faintly. You can't blame me for this. I was going to let him go, but who knew he would rush over at the end? Wang Ting said innocently. But you don't have to do this. Ji Haochen shook his head and sighed, you know the third prince's temper. You have offended him to the core. After this, he will probably hate you to the core. They were not speaking for the third prince. They were just worried that Wang Ting and the third prince would fight like this, which was not a good thing for Wang Ting. You think too simply. Wang Ting shook his head and said blandly, I took the horn of the single-horned whale. Do you think the third prince will let me go easily? The second prince and the others couldn't help but be stunned for a second. Then they reacted and sighed, saying no more. I knew it. With the third prince's temper, he will suffer sooner or later. The second prince said with a complicated look, but I didn't expect him to suffer such a big loss in your hands. Not long ago, in the eyes of the second prince and the third prince, Wang Ting was only a talent that was worth roping in. But now, Wang Ting was undoubtedly at the same level as them, and was about to enter the 7-star academies. Even Wang Ting's talent might be better than theirs. Such a person could no longer be restrained by the power of the Qian Empire. At least, the second prince and the third prince's power could not restrain him. Perhaps only those ancestors of the empire were qualified to rope in Wang Ting. Fortunately, Wang Ting was a man of the Qian Empire after all. Then, the competition continued. There were no big waves in the later rounds, and no one worthy of attention appeared. Wang Ting closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the power of the realm. A day passed quickly, and the competition ended smoothly. At this point, the top 36 were decided. Up until now, there was already a royal family with a different surname that was completely disqualified from the competition. They could no longer compete in the top 18, which made people sigh. That was a genius of a royal family with a different surname. Who would have thought that even they would be defeated? This made Ji Xiangming, the realm master of the Ji royal family, almost die from anger. All the other royal families with different surnames had advanced, and only the Ji royal family had stopped. This was simply a joke. The people of the Rodriguez family couldn't help but gloat. Although the two families' geniuses didn't clash in the competition, they couldn't be happier to see their opponents fall. Of course, the unluckiest one was the third prince. If he didn't meet Wang Ting, it was very likely that he could continue to advance. But there were no ifs. He was destined to be defeated by Wang Ting. After the competition ended, there was another 2 days of rest, and then the top 18 began. the atmosphere became more and more tense. Every genius had a serious expression on their face. Now, everyone saw everyone as their opponent. The 36 cultivators were paired in pairs, so the chances of everyone meeting each other were very high. On the light ball, everyone's portrait and name appeared, and they were randomly matched. In just a few seconds, the scene froze, and the first match was decided. Xiahozun vs. Wei Chong. The Xiahou royal family's Xiahozun is the first to fight. Everyone was surprised and looked at Xiahozun. Xiahozun was the only remaining genius of the Xiahou royal family, and he was definitely very strong. The other person wasn't from the royal family. That Wei Chong seems to be in the top 10 of the 6th Forbidden Area. The top 10 of the 6th Forbidden Area actually fought all the way to the top 36. He only showed his strength at the end. Interesting. I wonder if he can beat Xiahozun. At this moment, Xiahozun and Wei Chong flew into the sky and began their intense battle. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. The two of them used all their skills, esoterics, and battle techniques. As a member of the royal family with a different surname, Xiahozun had a deep foundation and cultivated top-notch battle techniques. Moreover, the esoterics he comprehended were all at great perfection and were very powerful. Rumbling sounds echoed, and it was very shocking. In the end, Wei Chong was defeated. Xiahozun used an extremely powerful axe-type battle technique, and the power of esoterics exploded, directly striking Wei Chong down and heavily injuring him. The second prince and the others also went up one by one and defeated their opponents after an intense battle. It could only be said that the second prince and the others were far stronger than ordinary geniuses. Unless they met each other early, they wouldn't be eliminated. In the 13th match, Wang Ting's name appeared on the light ball. Wang Ting vs. Faramir. Eh? Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that his opponent was the black-cloaked and mysterious Faramir, he couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Faramir had always given him a very strange feeling, but his eye of truth couldn't see anything. Moreover, Faramir's performance in the previous matches was very normal, except that he was a little bloodthirsty. Every opponent that came into contact with him was mercilessly killed by him. He was like an emotionless killing machine. However, because of this, Wang Ting's interest in Faramir grew. Wang Ting vs. Faramir. As soon as the names of the two sides were announced, it immediately attracted the attention of all the spectators. One of them was Wang Ting, who was very popular. Every time he appeared, there would be a lot of discussion. Wang Ting's fighting style was very special. Whether it was torturing or directly defeating his opponent, it was very enjoyable and irresistible. At the same time, Wang Ting was too dazzling, comparable to the Emperor's son. Now, only Wang Ting and the Emperor's son's popularity remained high, and the two of them exchanged first place. Every time Wang Ting appeared, he would definitely suppress the Emperor's son and take first place. When the Emperor's son appeared, he would suppress Wang Ting again. This situation was very interesting, however, it also meant that Wang Ting and the Emperor's son's status in the hearts of the spectators was actually very similar. It was difficult to determine who was stronger. Faramir. It's that ruthless Faramir. This is great. With Wang Ting appearing, can he kill Wang Ting? Haha, that Faramir is probably going to be killed this time. Wang Ting is not someone to be bullied. I really like Wang Ting's style of doing things. It's fine if others don't provoke me, but if they do, I'll kill them. Even the third prince is no exception. Pfft, what does it have to do with the third prince? Don't always use the third prince as a classic example. Upstairs, are you a fake fan of the third prince? Ha ha ha, the third prince has already become a negative example. This battle was very strange. Everyone was on Wang Ting's side, and no one even came out to speak for Faramir. This person's popularity seemed to be extremely poor. If it were other cultivators, they would at least have the support of their own clan, and some people would take the initiative to support them. However, this Faramir had none. This was very strange. To be able to do this, he was considered a miracle. Wang Ting stood up and prepared to go on stage. On the side, the second prince frowned and said, Wang Ting, be careful. I keep feeling that this Faramir is a little strange. Wang Ting looked at him in surprise. It turned out that he was not the only one who had noticed. At this time, the emperor's son also opened his eyes and looked at Wang Ting. He did not close his eyes to cultivate, and seemed to be preparing to watch the match. Wang Ting nodded at the second prince and stepped into the air. He was calm and composed. On the other side, Faramir was wearing a black cloak. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly under the cloak. He walked step by step into the air, standing opposite Wang Ting. The closer he was the strange was, and the stronger the emperor he still couldn't. That black cloak seemed to have some kind of function that could prevent detection. Faramir didn't say a word. He could only feel that under the black cloak, there was a gaze on Wang Ting, as if he was sizing up Wang Ting. He was very interested in Wang Ting. Match, begin. A voice came from within the sphere of light. A gale suddenly blew across the desolate continent, blowing up yellow sand into the air. Boom, the next moment, Wang Ting and Faramir's figures disappeared from their original spots. Only their afterimages slowly drifted away with the yellow sand. Thousands of meters away, two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Wang Ting and Faramir. Wang Ting was retreating. Faramir followed him like a ghost, his black cloak fluttering in the air. A scaly hand reached out from under the cloak and grabbed at Wang Ting's neck. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he punched out, hitting the other party's palm. Boom, the force of origin power surged out, exploding with a boom. Faramir's body trembled, as if he'd lost all of his power, and he charged at Wang Ting again. Interesting. Wang Ting was expressionless. He used the five elements fist, punching out one fist after another. Faramir seemed to know that he couldn't kill Wang Ting with a single claw like he could with the others, so he gave up on his original plan. He also used a fist technique to counter Wang Ting's attack. Boom, Wang Ting used the five elements fist to the extreme. Water, earth, wood, and fire fists blasted out one after another. It was terrifying. What a powerful fist technique. The second prince was shocked. A fist technique that contains 4 types of origin power. What kind of fist technique is this? I've never seen it before, D. Moses said. It doesn't look like 4 fist techniques. It's the same type, but the variations are very mysterious, Ji Haochen said, staring at the match. The imperial son beside him didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he was very interested in this fist technique. Boom, suddenly, Wang Ting's fist landed on Faramir's body. He was sent flying, and a small part of his cloak exploded, revealing his sturdy body covered in scales. It was said that he came from a tribe called the Lizard Scale Tribe. You dare fight me with only one hand? Who gave you the confidence? Wang Ting's expression was calm. He stepped into the air, his thick black hair dancing in the wind. Faramir looked at his body, then raised his head to look at Wang Ting. However, his face still couldn't be seen clearly. The cloak on his body had been torn apart by Wang Ting's punch, but his head was still shrouded in the shadow of the cloak. This puzzled Wang Ting. Was there something shameful? You're very strong. Faramir opened his mouth. This was the first time he'd spoken since the start of the competition. His voice was very hoarse, like 2 pieces of metal rubbing against each other. It was very ear-piercing, but it also seemed to carry a trace of fanaticism and thirst. What the hell? Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. This guy didn't have any special fetishes, did he? The stronger the genius, the more interesting it is to kill them. Faramir's voice gradually became more and more excited. Since it's so interesting, come, let's continue. Wang Ting chuckled. He raised his hand and hooked his finger at the other party. Suddenly, Faramir disappeared from the spot. His speed was actually twice as fast as before. Wang Ting immediately felt a gust of wind behind him. He twisted his waist to the side and swept out with a whip kick. Bang! Wang Ting's whip kick immediately struck Faramir's elbow. He hadn't expected Wang Ting to react so quickly. He didn't have time to continue his attack and could only block with a backhand. Wang Ting punched out again. Fist seals erupted. Faramir's other hand reached out from under his cloak and clawed at Wang Ting's fist seals. Wang Ting's strength had exceeded his expectations. He had no choice but to take this seriously. The hand that he hadn't used all this time finally reached out from under his cloak. Wang Ting's eyes couldn't help but focus on Faramir's left hand. This hand was completely different from his right. Although his right hand was covered in scales, it still looked like a human hand. However, this left hand was like a beast's arm. It was a size larger than his right hand. The palm also looked like a beast's claw, and every finger was as sharp as a sickle. Wang Ting, this is a sign of atavism. Yuan Genggen's voice suddenly rang out in Wang Ting's mind. Atavism. Wang Ting was a little surprised. That's right. This guy is a warrior from the Lizard Scale clan. One of his hands has atavism, and he possesses the ancient and powerful bloodline of the Lizard Scale clan. It can be considered a physical talent, Yuan Genggen said. This physical talent. It's a little ugly. Wang Ting couldn't help but say. Yuan Genggen was silent for a moment. He originally thought that Wang Ting would be a little wary, but he didn't expect him to pay attention to the other party's looks. He really didn't know what to say. Be careful. Beings with atavism are all very powerful, Yuan Genggen still reminded him. Wang Ting nodded slightly, then asked, speaking of which, does atavism only affect one hand? It looks strange. Yuan Genggen was silent for a moment, then said, the probability of atavism is very small. Being able to atavism on one hand is already considered a very powerful bloodline talent. Most races now have very thin ancient bloodlines. It's almost impossible to atavism on the entire body. After this explanation, Wang Ting didn't ask any more questions. His expression became serious. Boom, that arm stretched out with a claw, almost tearing the space apart. It left a white scar in its wake. It was abnormally terrifying. Wang Ting collided with the arm once and was pushed back. He felt his arm go numb, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This atavism arm was indeed something. Since that was the case, at this moment, Faramir charged over again and launched a frenzied attack. His atavism arm swung out repeatedly, as sharp as a weapon. Origin power condensed on it, turning into sharp claws. If he was hit, he would lose an arm, or a leg, or even die on the spot. Fortunately, Wang Ting was very experienced in battle. Under the bombardment of his fist, he directly swatted away the opponent's claws. Both sides used the power of profundities. Wang Ting's fist was infused with the profundities of various elements. It was incomparably powerful. Faramir's claws were also infused with the profundities of metal. Moreover, it was 100% complete metal profundities, making the attack even sharper and more powerful. This scene shocked the spectators. Many people also recognized that it was atavism because Faramir's left arm was too conspicuous. Everyone knew at a glance that it was unusual. Then, knowledgeable people came out to give pointers, and the news of atavism immediately spread. Atavism. One of Faramir's arms actually showed signs of atavism. Doesn't that mean he's very strong? Bloodline power awakened. Don't you think he's strong? Wang Ting won't be in danger, right? He shouldn't be. Wang Ting is so strong. With Wang Ting's strength, he can't beat a lizard scale warrior. Don't joke around. The lizard scale race is just a small race, not a big one. Even atavism shouldn't be that great. In the sky above the arena continent, Wang Ting gradually frowned. This lizard scale warrior's physical body was extremely powerful after atavism. His 5-element fists actually couldn't do anything to him. He didn't hesitate and directly used the dragon blood battle body. At this moment, boom, a loud bang reverberated in Wang Ting's body. A few strange flames spread silently in his body and circulated around his entire body. In order to not alert the Pyrax family, he didn't activate his beast fire. At the same time, strange flame patterns bloomed on Wang Ting's body. However, they were all hidden under his clothes. Scorching heat suddenly radiated out from Wang Ting, and there was even a vapor that permeated his body. The air around him distorted. Faramir suddenly sensed something and hesitated in his attack. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and looked over. He dashed forward and threw a punch. His fist carried the endless power of fire as it exploded. Boom! 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 The dragon blood battle body was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Wang Ting's dragon blood battle body had reached the 4th stage. On top of that, this battle body was activated by flames, and Wang Ting's flames were undoubtedly the most abundant. Wang Ting, who used the dragon blood battle body, was extremely terrifying. Faramir immediately couldn't block his punches. Even his atavistic left hand cracked under Wang Ting's attacks. His sharp nails broke, and the scales on it also bled. Under the high temperature, his blood evaporated, and the pain was excruciating. So powerful. Why did Wang Ting suddenly become so ferocious? Did anyone notice anything? It seems to be a type of body constitution, or a body-refining battle technique. From the looks of it, it seems to be some kind of fire-type battle technique? I can't tell. It's very obscure. Why is Wang Ting hiding it so deeply? On the virtual universe communication platform, everyone was shocked when they saw Wang Ting's sudden outburst. Even Faramir's atavistic arm was broken apart. It was extremely violent. Although many people said that Faramir's lizard scale clan was only a small clan, atavism was atavism. No one dared to underestimate it. It wasn't just the strength of one's arm, it would greatly increase the opponent's overall strength. In short, warriors who atavism were not weak. The second prince and the others were also shocked when they saw Wang Ting's outburst. They all carefully observed his current state, and their expressions were somewhat solemn. What kind of body constitution is this? Diamoshi couldn't help but mutter. Even you guys don't know? The second prince asked. Those who are more familiar with Wang Ting are Tiki, Uncle Baragu, and a few others. Diamoshi's meaning was obvious. He didn't know. This state. Stretch and Landon exchanged glances with each other and frowned. Why did it feel a little like their family's dragon blood battle body? However, they were only thinking about it. They couldn't be sure that it was the dragon blood battle body. How could an outsider have a body constitution that was passed down in their family? They didn't even think about it. They just felt that it was very similar. At the same time, Stretch also felt a little spying in his heart. After all, to their family, powerful fire-type battle techniques were very much desired. Hung! 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 The roars in the sky continued to reverberate. Faramir retreated step by step. The black cloak on his body finally burst apart under Wang Ting's bombardment, revealing his true appearance. Hua! When everyone saw his appearance, there was a sudden uproar. The second prince and the others stood up abruptly, and there was a trace of astonishment in their eyes. What is this? Why are there so many black lines on his face? They look like demonic lines? Demonic lines. Dark apparitions, demonic lines. There's a kind of evil and chaotic feeling. After looking at it for a long time, I feel disgusted. There seems to be something murmuring beside my ear. These must be demonic lines. Is this Faramir a dark apparition? That can't be. If he's a dark apparition, how could he escape the eyes of the 7-star academies and enter the genius tournament? This isn't right. Maybe he used some special method to hide the power of darkness. No wonder he's been wearing that black cloak. It's to hide the demonic lines. Faramir's cloak shattered, revealing his true appearance. Everyone was shocked. Both sides of his face were covered in fine scales. His appearance was no different from the lizard scale clans, except that his face was covered in twisted black veins, causing one's scalp to go numb and one's heart to palpitate. The audience was in an uproar. Even though they only saw it on the screen, they felt their minds being invaded. There were even strange murmurs in their ears. Within the military's huge fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the other two frowned. Their expressions were grave. It does seem to be demonic runes, General Fu Xinglan said. However, this Faramir is a lizard-scale race fighter. We didn't detect anything abnormal about him before. Could it be that he was bewitched by the dark apparition after the competition? General Habakkuk muttered. It's like a haunting ghost. General Fu Xinglan snorted. The dark apparition is becoming more and more unrestrained. It dares to cause trouble in the genius competition. No matter what, let's think about how to deal with this Faramir, General Habakkuk said. General Fu Xinglan pondered for a moment and said, let's leave it to Wang Ting. We can't afford any mishaps in the genius competition. Not involving external forces is the best way to deal with this. However, what if this dark apparition has some scheme? General Habakkuk hesitated. Let the people below prepare. You and I will scout the surroundings just in case, General Fu Xinglan said. That's the only way. General Habakkuk nodded. Old Tang, you stay here. General Fu Xinglan turned to the silent Tang Wuwei. Tang Wuwei's expression finally showed a trace of seriousness. He nodded. Leave it to me. Don't worry. After the three immortal rank powerhouses came to an agreement, they went their separate ways. General Fu Xinglan and General Habakkuk both disappeared into the fortress at the same time, their whereabouts unknown. On the royal family's ship, the middle-aged man from the royal family also received the news. However, he didn't do anything. His eyes flickered as he watched the situation on the screen. It seemed like he was planning to continue watching the competition. What the hell are the military people doing? They actually let someone who was bewitched by the dark apparition enter the genius battle and reach the top 36. The royal sector Lord Elder raged. That Faramir has been fighting under our noses for so many times. Have you noticed anything wrong? The middle-aged man asked. This? The sector Lord Old Man's face froze. The most important thing now is to stabilize the situation, not hold them accountable, the middle-aged man said. Then let's have the military directly kill Faramir. The sector Lord Elder said. No. The middle-aged man shook his head slowly. His eyes flashed. Let Wang Ting continue. You mean? The sector Lord Old Man's heart jumped. Letting the experts from the military department fight him won't be able to intimidate him. Only by letting the participants defeat him can we motivate the people and eliminate the fear in their hearts, the middle-aged man said. But for Faramir to be able to enter the battle of the prodigies, he must have been given some ability by the dark apparition. I'm worried. The old man said. You underestimate Wang Ting too much. The middle-aged man smiled. Do you think the military exaggerated what he did on Defense Star 6? He's just a star-level fighter, the sector Lord Elder said. Anyway, I don't believe it. Then keep watching. The middle-aged man smiled. A fighter bewitched by a dark apparition appearing in the Battle of the Prodigies made many normal fighters panic. It was as if the sky had fallen. To normal fighters, dark apparitions were the synonym of terror. They were panicked, scared, and even terrified. For a moment, the virtual universe communication platform was in an uproar. The second prince, D. Moses, Stretch, and the others all stood up and walked to the edge of the stone stage, looking at Faramir. Even the crown prince stood up and frowned. In the air above the arena continent, Wang Ting looked at Faramir in front of him. Shock flashed through his eyes. This is a magic pattern. He wasn't unfamiliar with dark apparitions. When he saw the black pattern on Faramir's face, he immediately thought of the dark apparition's magic pattern. He, a weird, ear-piercing laughter came from the front. Wang Ting frowned and looked over. Faramir lowered his head and shrugged his shoulders. It seemed that he was the one laughing. Hey, what's so funny? Wang Ting yelled. Tell us and let's laugh together. The weird laughter stopped abruptly, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Even the virtual universe communication platform was silent for a moment. Then, I really didn't want to laugh, but I couldn't help it. Faramir can't even laugh. I suddenly feel that dark apparitions aren't that scary. Isn't Wang Ting afraid at all? Why would he be? Have you forgotten where Wang Ting came from? He's a fighter from the military. The number of dark apparitions he's seen is probably more than the number of meals you've eaten. More than the number of meals I've eaten. The military doesn't seem to have any intention of interfering. Are they going to continue the competition? They probably want Wang Ting to deal with him? With this interruption, the audience's fear actually dissipated quite a bit. They didn't seem that scary anymore. In the distance, the second prince and the others were stunned for a moment. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, they exchanged glances and slowly returned to their seats. In the sky. After a moment of silence, Faramir slowly raised his head. Unknowingly, his eyes had turned pitch black, and he glared fiercely at Wang Ting. I originally planned to wait until the next round of the competition to kill all the geniuses. I didn't expect you to ruin it. However, your strength is indeed not bad. You can be considered one of the top geniuses of the human race. If I kill you, my mission won't be considered a complete failure. So, how do you want to die? Hong, as soon as he finished speaking, an extremely dense dark force erupted and engulfed the sky. It directly transformed into a cloud of black fog and entangled him. At the same time, the black veins on his face had already crawled all over it. They flickered and twisted slightly, as if they were alive. It looked extremely horrifying. However, on the other hand, Wang Ting was sizing up the Mageweth with great interest. He realized that the reason he hadn't been able to see through Faramir's abnormality before was entirely because the black pattern had sealed off the darkness origin power in his body. That black cloak also had some sort of ability to isolate probing. Bewitchment. A phrase popped up in Wang Ting's mind. You've been bewitched by the dark apparition, haven't you? You can be a human, but you insist on becoming a dark apparition slave? Bewitchment? Slave? Kakik. Faramir seemed to have heard something extremely funny. He sneered. What a joke. Do I need to be bewitched? You don't know anything. Wang Ting frowned. He felt that Faramir's words had a hidden meaning. Moreover, he seemed a bit like an antisocial personality who came out to take revenge on society. The human race has long since abandoned us. You live under the sun, but we are forever in darkness. Faramir's voice suddenly became abnormally mournful, like a malicious spirit. Thunder seemed to have exploded in Wang Ting's mind. A white light flashed, and he almost blurted out, "You're a hybrid." Faramir was stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Ting to have guessed his identity. He was somewhat stunned. How did you know? Wang Ting didn't speak again. The words he had blurted out just now had already made him somewhat passive. Back then, he had unfortunately fallen into that low-level world of darkness and learned of the existence of hybrids. In the end, this was something he couldn't say in public. Hybrid? What's a hybrid? Wang Ting seems to know something? Damn, why did he stop halfway through? This was the first time most people had heard of a hybrid. They were all full of doubts, not knowing what it was. It's actually a hybrid. The middle-aged Imperial muttered to himself. He couldn't help but frown. How did he know? It doesn't matter how you know about the existence of hybrids. Today, you must die here. Faramir didn't waste any more words. The black fog around him swept out and filled the entire sky, covering the sun and the sky. No one could see the situation inside clearly. Wang Ting and Faramir's figures disappeared into the black fog at the same time. Everyone was shocked and looked at the black fog worriedly. Boom, a roar immediately came from the black fog. The black fog was tumbling, and they could feel that the two people inside were fighting fiercely. We can't see anything at all. The second prince and the others frowned and clenched their fists slightly. That black fog seems to contain the power of a domain, D. Moses observed for a moment and said in a deep voice. This is the opponent's domain. A calm voice came from the Crown Prince's mouth. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Crown Prince in surprise. They didn't expect that even he couldn't help but speak. The domain of a dark apparition is very troublesome. Ji Haochen's expression was serious. He said worriedly, do we need to make a move? The military and 7-star academies haven't made a move yet. We can't make a move at will. The second prince shook his head. With his strength, he should be able to break this domain, the Crown Prince said calmly. The second prince and the others looked at the Crown Prince in surprise again. They didn't expect him to have such a high opinion of Wang Ting and think that Wang Ting could break the dark apparition's domain by himself. It should be known that these genius warriors from various families had all fought against dark apparitions before. Naturally, they knew how difficult it was to deal with dark apparitions. This was especially true for dark apparitions that had comprehended the power of a domain. Their domains were strange and unpredictable. No one knew what kind of power they had. If they rashly fell into their domain, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, since the Crown Prince had said so, they couldn't say anything else. Moreover, this was the genius battle. Since the 7-star academies hadn't announced the end of the competition, they could only watch. In the black fog, Faramir's voice came from all directions. Wang Ting, once you fall into my black fog domain, you'll never be able to escape. As his voice fell, the surrounding black fog tumbled and formed black snakes that pounced toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting's expression was a little strange. Speaking of which, before he came from Defense Star 6 to participate in the competition, he seemed to have received guidance from an upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparition. He wasn't unfamiliar with the dark apparition's domain at all. Therefore, he waved his hand and an invisible force erupted. The giant pythons formed by the black fog all exploded and turned back into clouds of black fog. There was a moment of silence in the black fog. This domain of yours doesn't seem to work, Wang Ting said leisurely as he stood with his hands behind his back. After a moment, Faramir's voice came again, with a hint of disbelief. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Didn't you see it? I just waved my hand and your attack dissipated on its own, Wang Ting said very calmly. Faramir. Waving your hand? Did he think that the black fog in his domain was the clouds in the sky? It came and went as he waved it. Faramir suddenly felt extremely depressed, as if he had punched cotton with all his strength. Faramir, listen to your brother Wang's advice. This domain is a very profound thing. If you don't understand it enough, don't take it out and embarrass yourself. You can't grasp it, so take it back, Wang Ting said slowly. Bullsh *T. Faramir was furious. He had painstakingly comprehended this domain. Even among the pure-blooded dark apparitions, he was an extremely talented existence. Now, Wang Ting had belittled it as worthless. How could he stand it? He immediately roared, since you look down on my domain, I'll let you see its true power. Boom, endless black fog tumbled and condensed into a huge and ferocious black head. It was shaped like a demon lizard, but there were countless lumps on its head. In its huge eye sockets, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up and stared viciously at Wang Ting. What is this? Wang Ting couldn't help but frown. Roar, a roar came from the huge demon lizard's head, echoing in the black fog. It even penetrated and passed into the ears of everyone outside. What happened? The second prince and the others felt their hearts tighten. This sound seems to have a very strong mental attack. We just listened to it from the outside, and we felt dizzy and confused. If we were inside the domain, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? D. Moses said with some horror. I wonder how Wang Ting is doing. Everyone was even more worried. In the black fog, Wang Ting looked up at the huge demon lizard's head and felt a strong mental attack. The 9 treasures pagoda in his mind emitted a bright golden light, dispelling it. You're actually immune to mental attacks. Faramir said in disbelief. He didn't know what to say anymore. This guy in front of him was somewhat beyond his control. So noisy. Wang Ting picked his ear, a trace of impatience appearing on his face. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shameless boasting. Faramir's figure appeared on the huge demon lizard's head, looking down at Wang Ting. He made the first move and coldly shouted, Die. Roar, the huge demon lizard roared and pounced at Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't move, actually allowing it to swallow him whole. A cold smile appeared on Faramir's face. Daring to look down on his domain? Courting death, however, before his sneer could fully spread, it suddenly froze at the edge of his mouth, and his eyes widened. What's that? Streaks of dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the head of the gigantic demonic lizard. The head of the demonic lizard, which was condensed from black mist, suddenly let out a series of sizzling noises. It was as if it had encountered its nemesis, and it quickly melted away. Faramir was stunned, his face full of disbelief. At this moment, a ray of light soared into the sky from below. Not good. Faramir's heart skipped a beat. Ignoring the shock in his heart, he hurriedly dodged and hid back into the black fog. Want to leave? Wang Ting's voice came, and the ray of light directly dispersed the black fog, forcing Faramir out. This was Wang Ting's escape light, which was as fast as light. Light element. Faramir was shocked. Wang Ting used Radiant Fist. Light seals condensed, and endless rays of light blasted forward. Faramir was shocked and angry, constantly retreating, but Wang Ting's escape light was too fast, and he had nowhere to run. Radiant Fist bombarded his body. Boom! 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 Explosions reverberated. Wherever the Radiant Fist passed, it contained the power of the Radiant Domain, and the black fog melted. Faramir was like a sandbag, desperately resisting, but it was all in vain. Wang Ting! He screamed miserably. I'll send you back to darkness. Wang Ting's voice came, and the fist bombarded, forcibly forcing Faramir's screams back. Boom! Finally, the area covered by the black fog was completely destroyed. Balls of white light burst out from the black fog, illuminating the surroundings. It was as if a small sun had exploded within it. The black fog slowly dissipated, and Wang Ting appeared in front of everyone, holding a person in his hand like a dead dog. It was Faramir. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Wang Ting, one? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the figure in the sky above the arena. Their expressions were filled with indescribable shock. Their gazes shifted from Wang Ting's face to his hands and the figure that was being carried. It's Faramir. A cry of surprise rang out. Faramir was bleeding all over, and the scales on his body were shattered. He looked extremely miserable. It was obvious that he had been beaten to a pulp. The thick arm that had reverted back to its ancestral form was hanging limply, as if it had no bones. Looking at Wang Ting, he was as calm as ever. It was as if he had not experienced a huge battle and had just gone out for a stroll. Everyone was finally certain that Wang Ting had really defeated this dark apparition. This was not an illusion. They were not seeing things. The originally arrogant and insufferably arrogant dark apparition was now being held in Wang Ting's hands like a dead dog. What else could be more convincing than this? Many ordinary warriors felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. Their original fear and panic disappeared without a trace, and they could not help but cheer loudly. Wang Ting! Wang Ting! Wang Ting! The warriors from all over the Qian Empire, as well as the spectators outside Warstar, were all shouting Wang Ting's name to vent their suppressed emotions. Before this, everyone's support for Wang Ting was a form of acknowledgement of his strength and talent. Now, however, they could not help but feel a trace of respect and admiration in their hearts. A warrior who could easily defeat a dark apparition was a warrior that the Qian Empire could be proud of. Everyone feared the dark apparition from the bottom of their hearts, but Wang Ting had killed it like a dog. Such a strong contrast formed a stark contrast. How could they not be shocked? Within the army's giant fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the others had returned. They did not find any traces of other dark apparitions and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, they also saw the live broadcast on the screen and smiled. This kid. General Habakkuk laughed. He really has some skills. Defeating a martial artist who was bewitched by a dark apparition in a fair and square manner is enough to restore morale. It seems like he has understood our intentions. Well done. General Fu Xinglan nodded with satisfaction in his eyes. That's good. General Tang Wuwei nodded. In a moment, have someone bring Faramir back for interrogation to prevent any mistakes. General Fu Xinglan muttered. Of course, General Habakkuk agreed. That's right, that attack just now should have been caused by light origin power, right? It should be light origin power. I didn't expect him to have cultivated light origin power to such an extent. This brat is truly a monster. General Fu Xinglan sighed. I'm starting to think more and more highly of him. Perhaps he really will be able to reach that level in the future, General Habakkuk said in a serious manner. General Fu Xinglan and General Tang Wuwei's eyes flickered, and they couldn't help but nod. On the royal family's ship, the middle-aged royal family man smiled and said, This brat really didn't disappoint me. I didn't expect this Wang Ting to defeat a martial artist who was bewitched by a dark apparition so easily and perfectly resolve this matter, the royal family sector Lord Elder said with a complicated expression. I'll go take a look at the military department. The royal family middle-aged man didn't say anything else. He left behind a sentence and disappeared. A hybrid? The sector Lord Elder's eyes flickered as he looked at the direction where the middle-aged man disappeared and pondered. On the Pyrax family's ship, the Raging Flames sector lord and the others were expressionless as they looked at the young man on the screen. How good would it be if we didn't become enemies with him? At this moment, the Raging Flames sector lord had such a ridiculous thought. Walthegu, Sink Raymond, and the others didn't say anything. However, their flickering eyes proved that their hearts weren't calm at all. Jade Star, Wu Xingyun, Master Han, and the others finally relaxed. When they saw a martial artist bewitched by a dark apparition appear in the genius battle, they broke out in cold sweat for Wang Ting. A martial artist who was bewitched by a dark apparition appeared in the genius battle and was even encountered by Wang Ting. They didn't know what kind of luck this was. Fortunately, Wang Ting successfully dealt with him. Now that they relaxed, they couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect dark apparitions to exist in the universe. Moreover, they were much stronger than the dark apparitions that appeared on Earth. If such a powerful dark apparition appeared on Earth, Earth would have been finished long ago. There would be no chance for it to rise again. It seems that other than various challenges and dangers in the universe, there are also threats from dark apparitions, Wu Xingyun said with a serious expression. It said that the defense planet that Wang Ting went to was to defend against dark apparitions. Master Han sighed. Using a planet to defend against dark apparitions. How tragic is the situation there? Yes. Hong Shui and the others were deeply touched. Their expressions were serious as they said, the situation in the universe is much more complicated than we imagined. We have to become stronger as soon as possible. I don't know what Wang Ting went through to be able to grow to this extent in such a short period of time. Han Zhu and the others sighed with mixed feelings. On the Battle Rock Mercenary Group spaceship, Lin Chuhan gently exhaled. His nervous expression relaxed slightly. Why is this fellow so worrisome even during a competition? Lin Chuhan couldn't help but grumble in his heart. In the sky above the arena, Wang Ting landed with Faramir. Immediately, a team of military martial artists appeared and took Faramir away. Faramir seemed to have stopped breathing, but in reality, he was only heavily injured. He wasn't completely dead yet. Wang Ting had left him with one last breath. Wang Ting knew that this matter wouldn't end here. However, he still had to continue with the competition, so he couldn't care too much for now. Then, he returned to the stone platform in the first forbidden area. As soon as he sat down and stretched, he immediately attracted the complicated gazes of the second prince and the others. Ji Haochen sized up Wang Ting. Seeing that he wasn't injured at all, he couldn't help but say, "You're too sick." Stretch and Lan Dang looked at Wang Ting with mixed feelings. They had to admit that there were some things that they couldn't do, but Wang Ting could do very well. If they encountered the same situation, they probably wouldn't be able to do what Wang Ting did. How am I sick? Wang Ting was speechless. That's a martial artist who obtained the power of darkness. You defeated him so easily. Isn't that sick enough? Ji Haochen said. It's okay. Actually, this Faramir isn't as strong as you think. If you meet him, you can also defeat him easily, Wang Ting said. Do you think we're blind? We can't tell if Faramir is strong or not. D. Moses couldn't help but interrupt. Cough, cough. I was afraid of hurting you, so I comforted you. Wang Ting saw that he was ruthlessly exposed and couldn't help but let out a dry cough. We really have to thank you. Ji Haochen was speechless. Who comforted people like this? It couldn't be any more fake. Saying that Faramir wasn't strong was just to set off your own strength. Old Versailles. Wang Ting, are you sure that was a mixed blood? At this time, the second prince asked in a serious voice. Second prince also knows about the existence of mixed blood? Wang Ting didn't rush to answer. Instead, he asked another question. People like us have more or less heard about it. Ji Haochen said. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that these people from the upper clans knew more than he thought. Faramir is indeed a mixed blood. Wang Ting didn't hide it and nodded. The second prince took a deep breath and said, I'm afraid there will be a problem with the appearance of a mixed blood. Although the mixed blood has half the blood of the dark world, the other half has the blood of the light faction. Are they all enemies? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask as he thought of Little Violet Knight and the others he met in the low-level dark world. This matter isn't that simple. The second prince looked deeply at Wang Ting and said. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. From the second prince's words, he could already guess how the upper echelons of the light faction viewed the mixed blood. After all, the mixed blood has half the blood of the dark apparitions. Although some of them lean towards the light faction and hope to return, there are also some who lean towards the dark faction. The second prince didn't say it directly this time. Instead, he transmitted a message. So, once this opening is opened, it's equivalent to giving the dark apparitions a chance. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He continued, a chance to enter our world easier. Yes, it seems like you already understand. The second prince nodded. We once speculated that there were a lot of mixed blood. If all of them returned, our world would be riddled with holes and would no longer be an obstacle in the eyes of the dark world. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. How could he not understand this? However, those mixed blood were indeed pitiful. Were they going to fall into the darkness forever and never see the light again? This time, the mixed blood brazenly appeared in the Battle of the Geniuses. Regardless of whether it's the Qian Empire or the Seven-Star Academies, it's a huge provocation. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble, the second prince said. This world isn't just black and white. Wang Ting said meaningfully and didn't say anything else. The second prince glanced at him, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. It was as if he didn't expect him to say such a thing. However, seeing that Wang Ting had already closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to talk anymore, the second prince could only swallow his words. However, this sentence still lingered in his heart for a long time. He couldn't figure out what Wang Ting meant by this sentence. After Wang Ting closed his eyes, his mind silently sank into the attribute panel. In the battle just now, he had picked up quite a few dark attribute bubbles. However, most of them were the dark star force and the dark esoteric meaning. They weren't very useful to Wang Ting. His dark star force had already reached level 9 perfection, and his dark esoteric meaning was also at level 10 perfection. Only the Black Fog territory was relatively new, however, Wang Ting didn't plan to use it alone. Instead, he planned to integrate it into the dark territory. Other things aside, the Black Fog born from the Black Fog territory had a very strong ability to confuse and conceal. It could be considered a very good ability. If this Black Fog was integrated into the dark territory, it would be equivalent to having an additional means of attack, and it would make the dark territory even more powerful. With this thought in mind, he took advantage of the fact that the insights in the attribute bubbles hadn't completely dissipated to merge the two territories. When absorbing the insights from the attribute bubbles, it was when the insights were the deepest. It was as if a light bulb had suddenly appeared in his mind. Wang Ting only needed to seize this light bulb. You don't mind if I hitch a ride, right? Although the match between Wang Ting and Farum had already ended, the battle just now was still being discussed enthusiastically. As a result, many people weren't in the mood to watch the next few matches. Fortunately, after the Crown Prince appeared, the audience's attention was finally pulled back. The Crown Prince versus Lu Tai. Lu Tai was ranked 5th in the 3rd restricted area of the elimination round. He wasn't weak, but when he found out that his opponent was the Crown Prince, his entire face turned green. It wasn't easy for him to make it to the top 36, but in the end, he encountered the Crown Prince. It seemed that he could only go this far. Even so, he could only brace himself and go on stage to have the final battle with the Crown Prince. Both sides appeared in the sky. The battle had begun, the two of them didn't say anything unnecessary and directly began to collide. Lu Tai's strength was indeed very good. He was a wood element martial artist. With a battle sword in hand, he erupted with streaks of green sword light, giving off a feeling of endless vitality as he continuously bombarded out. This sword technique was undoubtedly very powerful and quite extraordinary, which surprised many people. Lu Tai relied on this sword technique and the 100% wood element profundity that he had comprehended to reach this stage. Unfortunately, he encountered the Crown Prince and was defeated in the end. The Crown Prince's sword technique was very domineering. It directly passed through the middle of Lu Tai's sword light and struck Lu Tai's chest, causing him to vomit blood and be seriously injured. After the battle, everyone was amazed by the Crown Prince's sword technique. It was probably comparable to Su Jianquan's. This was very shocking. one had to know that not only was Crown Prince's sword technique powerful, but he also had other means. On the other hand, Xianxia used his sword technique to dominate the genius. Competition. Now, many people thought that the Crown Prince's sword technique was comparable to Xianxia's or even stronger. It was undoubtedly another increase in their estimation of the Crown Prince's strength. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. Instead, the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He was extremely eager to fight with the Crown Prince. In the Tianluo Empire, the king of the Tianluo Empire looked at the battle that had just ended on the screen and frowned. "King, what do you think of the Crown Prince's sword technique compared to Xianxia's?" the sector lord below asked. "It's hard to say." The king of the Tianluo Empire shook his head and said, "The Crown Prince has only used one sword technique so far, but I can see that he has more than one sword technique." More than one sword technique. The people below took a deep breath. They felt that it was very troublesome and were worried for Xianxia. "There's no need for that. Xianxia has successfully entered the top 18 and is very close to the top 10. I believe that he will definitely enter the top 10, the king of the Tianluo Empire said. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles that the Crown Prince and Lu Tai had dropped. Overlord Emperor's 12 swords, Sword 1, * 3000, Overlord Emperor's Finger * 1600, Metal Element Star Force * 8200, Wood Element Star Force * 7800, Wood Esoteric * 3500, Sacred Wood Element Talent * 2600, Qingyuan Sword Technique * 4000. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, a series of realizations appeared in his mind. Overlord Emperor's 12 swords had been upgraded, but it was a pity that it was still at the entry level. Overlord Emperor's 12 swords, Sword 1, 7500100000, entry, Overlord Emperor's Finger, had also been upgraded from entry level to proficiency. The next time he fought with the Crown Prince, if he used Overlord Emperor's Finger, he wondered if the Crown Prince would be shocked. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. He was only at the proficiency level. The Crown Prince, the original owner, must have cultivated to a higher level. Wang Ting knew his limits and wouldn't use his weakness to clash with the Crown Prince's strength. Overlord Emperor's Finger, 1005000, proficiency. Looking at the attribute panel, Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. Although he couldn't do it now, there would be a day when he could surpass the Crown Prince. What surprised Wang Ting was that there was another Sacred Wood Element talent. Lu Tai had actually dropped a Sacred Wood Element talent, and this talent happened to be a sacred talent that Wang Ting didn't have. Sacred Wood Element talent, 26005000. The surprise came a little too suddenly, and Wang Ting felt that he should thank Lu Tai. And have a safe journey. In addition, Lu Tai had also dropped a sword technique attribute, Qingyuan Sword Technique. This was a sector lord level wood element sword technique, and it was the one that Lu Tai had used before. It was quite powerful, and Wang Ting happily accepted it. Qingyuan Sword Technique, 1005000, proficiency, a total of 4000 attribute points. This sword technique directly went from entry level to proficiency, saving Wang Ting a lot of time. Following the end of the Crown Prince's battle, another battle was held, and the top 18 were finally decided. Wang Ting's gaze swept across them, and almost all of them were familiar faces. The Crown Prince, the Second Prince, Stretch, Lan Dang, Ji Haochen, D. Moses, Sawyer, Xiahou Zun, Ling Yangshu, Bokda, Lung Qianxue, Jiang Weisheng, Gunter, Su Jianchen, Rabbit Little 8, Yu Qiqiao, and Situ Wan. These people had all entered the top 18, and the last person was Wang Ting himself. The others were also sizing each other up. After all, they were going to compete for the top 10. The top 10 was too important. Only by entering the top 10 would they have the right to choose the 7-star academies that they liked. Otherwise, they could only be chosen without any autonomy. Wang Ting was very surprised because he saw Situ Wan. This woman who didn't look very strong had actually reached this step and surpassed most cultivators. There was even Jiang Weisheng, the genius of the Jiang royal family. His sister had been kicked out, but he had persevered. To Wang Ting's regret, there were still 2 people from the Pyrax family who had entered the top 18. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't meet them in the competition. He couldn't control the matching of the participants in the competition. But it didn't matter. In the next round, everyone would have to fight, and they would definitely meet. Congratulations, everyone, for entering the top 18. Your strength has been recognized by everyone. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the light ball. Next, you have 10 days to rest. After 10 days, the top 10 will compete. After the top 18 were decided, there were 10 days to rest. Wang Ting thought that he could properly absorb what he had gained, but he didn't expect that someone would come to him immediately. Colonel Wang Ting, the generals want to see you. The person who came was Major Maxwell, who was in charge of receiving Wang Ting. He saluted Wang Ting, and his eyes seemed to be even more respectful. The generals want to see me? Wang Ting frowned and said strangely, it's the competition now, I can't just leave, right? Don't worry, the generals have already obtained permission from the invigilators of the 7-star academies, and they're also here. Major Maxwell said with a smile. The invigilators of the 7-star academies are also here. Before Wang Ting said anything, the second prince and the others exclaimed. Wang Ting was also a little surprised. The invigilators of the 7-star academies didn't show up from the beginning to the end. They only made a sound when the thunder monster appeared. He didn't expect them to show up in person now. However, he quickly realized that it should be because of the mixed blood. It seemed that the 7-star academies also paid attention to the mixed blood. That. Xianxia couldn't help but say, can we go? This. Maxwell was a little stunned and said hesitantly, those officials only said that they wanted to invite Colonel Wang Ting, so, Xianxia lowered his head and stamped his feet. He looked at Wang Ting with envy and jealousy, why can't I have this kind of good thing? Yeah, why can't we have a share in this kind of good thing? D. Moses also said enviously. You guys don't have to go that far, right? This is not a good thing. Wang Ting was speechless. This is not a good thing? Those are the invigilators of the 7-star academies. The competition is not over yet, and you can see them in advance. This means that you have already attracted their attention. You can also get close to them and leave a good impression. When the time comes, you can go to whichever academy you want to go to. Xianxia shouted. Don't say that. Wang Ting patted on Xianxia's shoulder and said, even if I don't go to see them in advance, I can still go to whichever school I want. People are different. Xianxia covered his chest with his hands, took a step backward and yelled, piss off. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh when he saw the look of shock on his face. Alright. Hurry up and go. Don't let the invigilators of the 7-star academies wait for too long. The second prince waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. Let's go. Wang Ting didn't waste any more words. He called out to Major Maxwell, and the two left together. After the top 18 were decided, Xianxia, Gunter, and the others had already gathered with Wang Ting's group. At this time, they also heard the news. Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a strange light in her eyes as she looked at Wang Ting's back. She felt that this youth was a little mysterious. Gunter, Jiang Weisheng, Stretch, and the others had a trace of jealousy in their eyes. They wanted to replace him, but unfortunately, they couldn't. Wang Ting followed Maxwell to the military's huge battleship and saw Fu Xinglan and the other two immortal rank generals again. Beside them, there were a few figures whose strength he couldn't tell. Since Wang Ting came in, their gazes fell on him. That kind of scrutinizing gaze made Wang Ting's heart skip a beat. These people should be the invigilators of the 7-star academies. They seemed to be very strong. Even Eye of Truth couldn't see their specific realms. It was as if there was a hazy fog shrouding their bodies. In Wang Ting's eyes, these experts were probably immortal rank existences. There should be a total of 7 invigilators of the 7-star academies. When Wang Ting saw the 8th person, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. King Chongshan. This was a middle-aged man with a stalwart figure and thick black hair. He emitted a faint noble aura. He didn't have the arrogance and indifference of a superior person, but it made people want to lower their heads and not dare to look directly at him. If it wasn't for Wang Ting's strong will, he probably couldn't help but crawl on the ground to show his submission. This person was King Chongshan, whom he had met once before. Wang Ting, come and greet King Chongshan and the invigilators of the 7-star academies, General Fu Xinglan said. Wang Ting nodded and went forward to salute. Greetings, King Chongshan, invigilators. Wang Ting, you did well in this competition. King Chongshan couldn't help but laugh. You flatter me, King Chongshan, Wang Ting said humbly. Your performance was indeed amazing. I've been an invigilator for many years, but it's my first time seeing such an outstanding performance. A middle-aged man with half-white hair spoke with a warm smile on his face. Let me introduce myself. I'm the invigilator of the 7th Star Academy, Sikong Air. Sikong Air? Wang Ting was stunned. What's this name? My name is a bit special. If there's a chance in the future, just call me Instructor Sikong. Sikong Air seemed to have seen through Wang Ting's thoughts and smiled. Instructor Sikong. Wang Ting quickly called out. Who cares if there's a chance in the future, I'll call him first. Anyway, there's nothing to lose. Ha ha ha. Sikong Air was obviously stunned by Wang Ting and couldn't help but laugh. You little guy, you're quite interesting. Second brother Sikong, are you trying to beat us to it? We're still watching from the side. An old invigilator next to him said to Wang Ting, boy, remember, I'm the invigilator of the 5th Star Academy. You can call me Old Wang. Old Wang. Wang Ting naturally also hurriedly called out. No matter which Star Sky Academy he chose in the future, he had to build a relationship first. I'm the invigilator of the 2nd Star Sky Academy, Nancy. The third person who spoke was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She had long blonde hair and a plump figure. She didn't look like an invigilator at all. Hello, Invigilator Nancy. Wang Ting glanced at her without leaving a trace. Good heavens, with such a big light, driving must be smooth. Wang Ting, our 2nd Star Sky Academy has a lot of beauties. If you can enter the top 10, you can choose our 2nd Star Sky Academy. Nancy glanced at Wang Ting with a smile that was not a smile. Ahem, Nancy, you're wrong. You came to Star Sky Academy to learn and cultivate, how can you go for beauties? Another middle-aged man said to Wang Ting, I'm the invigilator of the 3rd Star Sky Academy, my name is Trollop. By the way, our 3rd Star Sky Academy also has a few very famous beauties. Their looks are unrivaled in Star Sky, and they are listed on the Goddess of Star Sky list. They are very suitable for learning and exchange. Wang Ting, Nancy, General Fu Xinglan and others, King Chongshan, the other invigilators of Star Sky Academy, Trollop, do you have any shame? Old Wang said snappily. As an invigilator of Star Sky Academy, you actually used beauties to attract students. I despise you. Sikong II disdainfully said, then turned to Wang Ting and said, our 7th Star Sky Academy also has a student on the goddess list, you can rest assured. I'm not saying this to attract you, but to state a fact. Our 7th Star Sky Academy has never lost. As for exchange, that's your own business. Righteous words, shameless, Old Wang, Nancy, and the other invigilators were stunned. What a shameless person, saying it in such a dignified manner, they almost believed him. Wang Ting. Did these invigilators misunderstand something? And the level of shamelessness of this Sikong II invigilator really opened his eyes. He was a strange person. But, why did he feel that he was a little to his liking? He was not that kind of person. Cough cough, everyone, let's talk business. General Fu Xinglan coughed dryly, interrupting the competition between the invigilators. That's right, let's talk about business first. Sikong II nodded and said to Wang Ting, as for the goddess list, I will have a private discussion with you later. Wang Ting. I can't avoid the goddess list, right? Then the other. Invigilators of Star Sky Academy also reported their school and name. It seemed that they valued Wang Ting very much, otherwise they would not lower themselves to introduce themselves, and would not be so amiable to him. Of course, it could not be ruled out that they were just so approachable. Such an attitude made Wang Ting feel a little flattered. In his mind, the invigilators of 7-star academies should have a very strict and cold image. But now it had completely collapsed. General Fu Xinglan and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a smile. This wave was in the bag. After the introductions, everyone finally talked about business. General Fu Xinglan's expression was solemn as he said, "After our tests, Faramir is indeed a mixed blood." According to what he said during the competition, he was probably ordered by the dark apparition to ambush and kill our genius fighters. After that, he glanced at Wang Ting. He did say that at that time. Wang Ting nodded and said in a low voice, "I don't know if there are any other motives." Ambush our genius martial artists. The invigilator of the 5th Star Sky Academy, Elder Wang, snorted and said, "These dark apparitions are really daring." "These dark apparitions are getting more and more rampant," Sikong II said with a serious expression. "I wonder if there are other hybrids sneaking into the genius competitions in other regions?" Wang Ting suddenly asked. The invigilator of the 1st Star Sky Academy was a rather dignified man named Gong Han. When he heard Wang Ting's words, he couldn't help but cast a look of approval at him and said, "We've already notified the other regions. I believe there will be a result soon." Wang Ting just realized that he thought too late. These invigilators had already taken action. "I called you over this time mainly to ask you, how did you know the other party is a hybrid?" General Fu Xinglan suddenly asked. "This isn't a secret. I've entered a low-level dark world before. There are quite a lot of hybrids there. I've interacted with them before, so I'm not unfamiliar with them." Wang Ting realized and didn't hide anything. Low-level dark world. Everyone was stunned and looked strangely at Wang Ting. "You've entered a low-level dark world before?" "Yes." Wang Ting saw that they didn't seem to believe him, so he could only nod and explain, "Before I reached the planetary state, I was dragged into that low-level dark world by a dark apparition at the Demon King level." TSK, you're indeed a little sick. You haven't even reached the planet level, yet you were forcefully pulled into a low-class dark world. Yet, you managed to come out alive. Elder Wang sized up Wang Ting and complimented him. "I was just lucky." Wang Ting shook his head. "This isn't something that can be described by luck." The invigilator of the 2nd Star Sky Academy, Nancy, seemed to be re-evaluating Wang Ting and smiled. Wang Ting smiled shyly. "Do these invigilators like to praise people this much? If so, please praise me more." He liked to be praised too. Everyone cooperated. Wang Ting's planet was once invaded by dark apparitions, General Fu Xinglan added. "I see." Gong Han nodded thoughtfully. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Wang Ting, what do you think of hybrids?" Wang Ting's heart moved. He didn't expect the other party to ask him this question. He had just discussed it with the second prince. General Fu Xinglan and the other two and King Chongshan raised their brows and looked at Wang Ting with an unknown light in their eyes. This world isn't black and white. Wang Ting remembered what he had said to the second prince. Without much hesitation, he smiled faintly and said it out loud. The invigilator's eyes flashed. They seemed to be a little surprised and looked at each other without leaving a trace. "Interesting answer," Gong Han said with a smile. General Fu Xinglan and the other two also looked at Wang Ting in surprise. They didn't expect him to say such a thing. After all, to ordinary people, dark apparitions represented darkness. Everyone was afraid of them. Even a half-blooded hybrid was no different from a dark apparition in everyone's eyes. However, they seemed to have heard another answer from Wang Ting. "I heard that you're very good at dealing with dark apparitions. Can you interrogate Faramir? We want to know something from him." Gong Han didn't continue asking and changed the topic. Wang Ting looked at him in surprise and nodded. "I can try, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to get anything out of him." "Just try," Gong Han said with a smile. Then, Wang Ting was taken to the place where Faramir was locked up. The invigilators of the 7-Star Academies looked at his back as he left. After a while, Gong Han said, "What do you think?" "He's determined and has his own ideas. He's also very talented and powerful. At the same time, it can be seen that he has a lot of experience. He's not comparable to those children of big families." "It's been a long time since I've seen such a young prodigy," Nancy said with interest. "A very interesting little guy. He's very suitable for our 7th Star Academy," Sikong Er said. "Bulge *T, he's obviously suitable for our 5th Star Academy." "It's a waste to give him to your 7th Star Academy," Old Wing scolded directly. He belongs to our first-star academy, Gong Han said. That's not necessarily true. It depends on little Wang's choice, Sikong Er said with a flash in his eyes. Yes. Yes. The other invigilators agreed. They didn't deliberately avoid General Fu Xinglan and the other two and King Chongshan. They didn't care about being hurt at all. General Fu Xinglan and the others couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in their hearts. The competition wasn't over yet, but the 7-star academies were already fighting over Wangting. Faramir was locked up in a room that looked like a laboratory. His limbs were shackled with runes, and his body was covered with tubes. It looked like he had been studied for a while. He was just short of being sliced into pieces. He had already woken up. He lay there with a hopeless expression, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had already experienced the terrifying side of the human race. Wangting walked in front of him. The others didn't follow. For a moment, only he and Faramir were left in the room. They looked at each other in silence. Hello. Wangting raised his hand and greeted him, breaking the silence. Faramir didn't want to cooperate. Hey, brother, is there something you can't let go of? Share it with me. Wangting could only continue. Faramir was speechless. It's not good for you to be like this. If you don't cooperate, it'll make things difficult for me, Wangting said quietly. Faramir didn't know why, but when he heard his tone, he suddenly had a bad premonition. As the saying goes, a great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "What are you trying to do?" That's more like it. Wangting nodded with a smile. If there's something, let's talk about it. Don't make it sound like there's some deep hatred between us. Faramir was speechless. He really wanted to say that there was a deep hatred between them, the kind that couldn't wait to kill each other. How did this bastard's brain work? Did he really think that he wouldn't hold a grudge against him for beating him up before? Alright, I'm not going to waste words with you. Wangting said. If you confess, I'll be lenient. If you resist, I'll be strict. So, tell me honestly. What's your goal in sneaking into the battle of geniuses? I told you before. I'm here to kill the human race's genius martial artists, Faramir said with a cold smile. With your strength, you want to kill the human race's genius martial artists? Who gave you the confidence? Wangting said indifferently. Faramir's face turned black from choking. Clearly, it was you who was too abnormal, not him who wasn't strong enough. How could he have imagined that such an anomaly would appear in the battle of geniuses? Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed light origin power, which just so happened to restrain his darkness origin power. Just thinking about the light attribute battle skills Wangting had used previously made his scalp go numb. You're not the only mixed blood to enter the battle of geniuses, right? Wangting stroked his chin. What did you say? I don't understand. A trace of panic flashed through Faramir's eyes, but he didn't reveal it as he spoke in a hoarse voice. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, I have a way to make you speak the truth, Wangting said. What are you trying to do? Faramo's heart skipped a beat as he stared at Wangting. Don't be nervous, it'll be over soon. It doesn't hurt. At all, Wangting said as a strange red light flashed through his eyes, piercing straight into Faramir's eyes. You. Faramir only had time to spit out a single word before he felt a powerful spiritual force pierce into his mind. He gradually lost consciousness, his eyes becoming hazy. Bewitch, Wangting observed and scanned the room with his spiritual force, finally ensuring that there were no surveillance devices in the room before using Bewitch. Everyone had their secrets, and most outsiders wouldn't pry into them. The military, in particular, was his backer, and wouldn't do such a thing. However, Wangting couldn't guarantee that the invigilators of the 7-star academies wouldn't do such a thing. So, for safety's sake, he still checked the room. It was best not to expose Bewitch, a technique that could control the mind of others, lest it attract the attention of others. After being controlled by bewitchment, Faramir naturally answered every question, and quickly revealed the information he knew. However, Faramir wasn't sure if there were other hybrids in the Qian Empire's battle of geniuses. They didn't have any direct contact at all, and this was only his own guess. The dark apparitions are very cautious. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Apart from that, he also found out a shocking piece of information. There were already many hybrids who had silently entered their world. Many of them maintained the characteristics of their original race, but they only had half of the dark apparition's bloodline. It was impossible to tell anything from their appearance. If they used special methods to hide their bloodline and the dark origin power in their bodies, they would be like all creatures of the light faction. It was very difficult to see through them. This was a very serious problem. Wang Ting didn't expect that a casual question would yield such a huge piece of information. It was better to quickly tell General Fu Xinglan and the others. Shaking his head, Wang Ting hurriedly turned around and walked out of the room. Colonel Wang Ting, are you done asking? Major Maxwell was waiting outside. Seeing Wang Ting come out, he immediately asked softly. I'm done. Let's go back and report, Wang Ting said. Maxwell nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The hybrids were a secret, and he didn't have the qualifications to know. The two returned to the main control room. Wang Ting immediately told General Fu Xinglan and the others, as well as the invigilators of the 7-star academies, about the information he obtained. He didn't hide anything. General Fu Xinglan and the others became serious. How confident are you about this information? 100%. Wang Ting said calmly. Everyone looked at him thoughtfully. Such confidence meant that it wasn't an ordinary method. Combined with Wang Ting's previous performance, General Fu Xinglan and the others didn't have any doubts about him. Back on Defense Star 6, it was Wang Ting who discovered the Dark Apparition's goal. In the end, he led the battle that was almost impossible to win and obtained the final victory. At that time, many people didn't believe Wang Ting. In the end, it was General Mokallan of Defense Star 6 who chose to believe Wang Ting. After the battle, these Mokallan generals reported everything to the higher-ups of the military, so General Fu Xinglan and the others knew about it very well. Did you find out where their stronghold is? General Fu Xinglan asked. Wang Ting nodded. He told them the location he got from them. It's actually there. General Fu Xinglan and the others were shocked. Then, they sneered. They're really hiding in the city. But the Genius Tournament is broadcasted to the entire universe. Those people probably moved away after seeing Faramir get captured, Wang Ting said. You're right. General Fu Xinglan nodded. But we still need to send someone to check and see if we can find any clues. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. You just said that you think there are other hybrids in this Genius Tournament? First Starry Sky Academy's Invigilator Gong Han asked. It's just a guess. Wang Ting shook his head. According to Faramir, these mixed bloods have one-way connections. That's why he doesn't know about the existence of other mixed bloods. It's just his own guess. However, this guess coincides with mine. The cultivators who enter the top 18 are basically the geniuses of their respective families. Even Yu Qiqiao, Su Jianchen, and the others can also be investigated. It shouldn't be them, so if there are other mixed bloods, it is very likely that they are hidden among the cultivators in the top 1,000, Old Wang stroked his white beard and said. Let's check again. It would be a huge joke if a hybrid sneaked into our 7-star academies, 3rd Starry Sky Academy's Invigilator Trollop said. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment before saying, it's best to check the geniuses in the top 18. We can't rule out the possibility that it's a fake. You've thought it through. Let's do that. Gong Han looked at Wang Ting with praise and nodded. Little Wang, if you say that, won't you be checked as well? Si Kong Tu laughed. Little Wang? Wang Ting was speechless. What kind of name was this? He complained and said, I don't mind. You can check as much as you want. System, quickly protect me. At the same time, Wang Ting shouted in his heart. Si Kong Tu was just joking. None of them thought that Wang Ting was related to the dark apparitions. Not to mention the fact that he had killed so many dark apparitions, just the light origin power he had used in the battle with Faramir was enough for them to confirm that there was no problem with Wang Ting's identity. How could a person have both light and dark origin power in their body? Wasn't that just courting death? General Fu Xinglan and the others were very fast. After the order was passed down, they immediately checked every participant. Wang Ting returned to Warstar and met up with the second prince and the others. The second prince and the others had just been checked by the military and felt something. Seeing Wang Ting return, they all gathered around to ask. Wang Ting, what's going on? Xianxia asked in a low voice. It's nothing. It's just a check to rule out some possibilities, Wang Ting said with a smile. No way. Are the higher-ups suspecting us? Moses couldn't help but say. Just in case. Wang Ting naturally wouldn't tell them that this was his idea. Otherwise, he might be beaten up. The imperial prince glanced at Wang Ting. He had sharp senses and felt that this guy was a little guilty. Even so, it's still a little unpleasant to be suspected, Xianxia said. Facts have proven that there's nothing wrong with everyone. Isn't this a happy ending? Wang Ting laughed. Everyone knew this, so they didn't say anything else. Right, did you see the invigilator of the 7-star academies? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. I did. Wang Ting nodded. How was it? How was the invigilator of the 7-star academies? Xianxia hurriedly asked. The second prince and the others all looked over, clearly curious about this. Even the imperial prince looked at Wang Ting. He wasn't indifferent. It's okay. The invigilators of the 7-star academies are super easy to talk to. Wang Ting recalled the appearance of the 7 invigilators and said so. Everyone obviously didn't believe him. Are you sure? Xianxia asked. Yes, why would I lie to you? Wang Ting nodded as if it was true. Then did they say anything to you? The second prince asked suspiciously. Oh, they said that there are many beautiful girls in their academy. They asked me to go to their academy and have a good chat with them. Wang Ting said. He only remembered that the invigilator of the 7-star academies had told him this. The second prince and the others were dumbfounded. There were many beautiful girls in the academy, and they even asked Wang Ting to go to the academy and have a good chat with them. What the hell was going on? They couldn't help but wonder if Wang Ting had seen fake invigilators of the 7-star academies. It had to be fake, it couldn't be real at all. The imperial prince's expression became a little strange. He glanced at Wang Ting, thinking that Wang Ting was joking. Don't doubt it. When you see them, you'll know that I'm telling the truth. Wang Ting couldn't help but say. Forget it, let's not ask anymore. I feel that even if we ask again, we won't be able to get anything out of them. The second prince waved his hand tiredly. As long as we enter the top 10, we will have a chance to see the invigilators of the 7-star academies. I want to see if it's as you said. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said. The others nodded, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. They were definitely going to fight for the top 10 spots. No one could stop them. But then again, were you recruited in advance? The second prince asked. Not really. In the end, it still depends on the ranking. Wang Ting said, if I can't get first place, it's all for naught. As he spoke, he glanced at the imperial prince. Their gazes met in the air, and they both saw a trace of fighting spirit in each other's eyes. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle of geniuses for the top 10 had finally begun. Countless spectators once again poured into the virtual universe. It was extremely lively, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Even those who didn't watch much of the competition couldn't help but enter the virtual universe to witness the final battle. The battle for the top 10 is about to begin. Everyone, sit tight. It's finally about to begin. I've waited for 10 days. I haven't eaten or drunk anything. I've lost weight from hunger. Mom asked me why I stayed in the virtual universe and didn't want to go home. I told her it was because I wanted to wait for the battle to begin. Get lost, don't hold me back. No one can stop me from watching the final battle for the top 10. The spectators were very excited. After 10 days, everyone's anticipation had reached its peak. They couldn't wait for the competition to begin. Right at this moment, one figure after another shot up into the sky from below the arena like a flash of light. A total of 18 figures, 18 genius fighters appeared in the air above the arena continent and floated there. Every genius fighter was filled with a unique aura. Their bodies emitted powerful auras, and they stood alone in the sandstorm, attracting the attention of the world. they're out. The genius fighters are all out. Ah, Goddessling. That's my Goddessling Xianxia. Prince. Prince. Prince is invincible. I really want to see what Prince looks like. Ling Yangshu. So handsome. Second Prince. Second Prince. The second Prince is indeed extraordinary. He has an air of nobility about him. That's my dream guy. Second Prince, I love you. The spectators recognized the genius fighters one by one. Everyone had their own supporters, and they shouted in the virtual universe, their voices shaking the heavens. Even though Prince and the others couldn't hear them, they couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the spectators. One had to admit that the battle for the top 10 was a grand event. Regardless of whether it was the younger fighters or the older fighters, they all paid close attention to the battle for the top 10. Some even looked forward to it. Ordinary fighters didn't have the chance to participate in the battle for the top 10, but because of this, they looked forward to it even more. One genius martial artist after another attracted the attention of the audience. And at the forefront of these 18 genius martial artists, a black-haired youth stood with his hands behind his back. His appearance was perfect, as if it was carved by the heavens. His skin seemed to emit a faint radiance, like the best jade in the world, and his hair was jet black and sparkling, every strand distinct. His temperament surpassed almost all martial artists. He was very outstanding and stood out from the crowd. Just by appearing there, it attracted a lot of attention. Look, that's Wang Ting. He's standing in the front. He's indeed the publicly acknowledged genius of this year's Battle of Geniuses. Ah, Wang Ting. Wang Ting. Wang Ting. I love you. Wang Ting is invincible. Wang Ting is invincible. When the crowd saw Wang Ting appear, their gazes were immediately attracted, and they let out even more enthusiastic cheers. There were too many people who supported Wang Ting. Obviously, the appearance of the hybrid didn't affect the progress of the Battle of Geniuses. The main reason was that Wang Ting had gotten rid of his opponent during the competition, allowing everything to return to the right track. There weren't any uncontrollable situations. Otherwise, the audience's mood would have been affected, and they wouldn't be as enthusiastic as they were now. They even paid more attention to Wang Ting. Now, they were looking forward to Wang Ting's appearance the most. It was worth mentioning that after Wang Ting had gotten rid of Faramir, his popularity had completely surpassed that of the emperor. He occupied the first place, and the emperor didn't overtake him anymore. It had to be said that this was a small gain. Of course, Wang Ting didn't actually pay attention to these things. To him, popularity didn't have any substantial benefits. It was just an empty reputation. If the virtual universe company was willing to pay, he would be happy to be the first. Jade Star, Wu Xingyun, Master Han, and the others also saw Wang Ting through the broadcast screen, and their gazes instantly focused on him. Wang Ting is going up. At their age, they couldn't help but get excited. If he can get first place, our Earth Star will be able to bask in his glory too, Han Shui said expectantly. That's right, said Master Han. The first place of this Battle of Geniuses is too extraordinary. He'll definitely leave his name in the annals of history. Han Zhu, Ji Xiaoming, and the other young fighters were also looking at the screen. Their eyes were also filled with excitement, yearning, and envy. On the Battle Rock Mercenary Group spaceship, Lin Shuhan's eyes were gleaming as he stared at the figure on the screen. At this moment, Wang Ting's gaze swept across the fighters around him, but he was thinking about something else. General Fu Xinglan and the others had informed him that they hadn't found another hybrid among the other geniuses. This made Wang Ting a little worried. He had a premonition that there were definitely other hybrids among the geniuses. However, he didn't know what method the other party used to prevent detection, but they weren't discovered. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Wang Ting used his eye of truth to look at the 18 fighters around him again. Unfortunately, he still didn't find anything. This made him doubt his suspicions a little. He could see through all the fighters except for the Emperor's son with his eye of truth. However, there was nothing wrong with them. The Emperor's son was the only one he couldn't see through. It was as if there was a layer of mist shrouding him, similar to the invigilators of the 7-star academies. It couldn't be that the emperor's son was a hybrid, right? Wang Ting shook his head and laughed in his heart. He felt that his thoughts were too ridiculous. At this moment, a voice came from the ball of light above the arena. Wang Ting was already familiar with the voice of the invigilators of the 7-star academies. He realized that the voice coming from the ball of light didn't seem to belong to any of them. For the top 10, each of you will have to fight against the other 17 participants. You will be ranked according to the number of victories you have. Now, contestants, please choose your order of appearance. The voice echoed, and everyone couldn't help but be a little stunned. This last round of the top 10 seemed a little casual. It wasn't a big deal that they would be ranked according to the number of victories they had. After all, in the last round, everyone's ranking change was related to their opponents. If they didn't fight in this way, it would inevitably be unfair. However, what the hell was this choose your order? Why did it feel like a street fight to let everyone choose when they would fight? The second prince, Xianxia, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They were also a little confused by this rule. The last round of the top 10 is actually like this. Aren't they going to arrange it for them? It feels a little like child's play. This rule is really a little strange. Every warrior has to fight against the other 17 warriors. This round of the competition seems to be very difficult. The more difficult the competition, the more it can set off the strength of these genius fighters. Whoever gets first place in the end is really quite terrifying. I wonder how many rounds they have to win to get first place. Why don't we all make a bet and see who will get first place in the end and how many rounds they have to win to get first place? Come, open the bets. Open the bets. I bet that Wang Ting will get first place and win at least 16 rounds. I also bet on Wang Ting, but I think it'll be good if he can win 13 rounds. After all, this is equivalent to a tag team battle. After so many rounds, the exhaustion will definitely be severe. That makes sense, but I want to bet on the emperor. I think the emperor hasn't fully displayed his strength. He's very likely to get first place and win at least 15 rounds. For a time, on the virtual universe communication platform, everyone was discussing who would get first place and how many rounds they had to win to get first place. It had to be said that everyone had a strong expectation for the first place. On the contrary, not many people were discussing the second and third place. However, the dispute for first place was still between Wang Ting and the emperor. Although more and more people were supporting Wang Ting, there were still many people who felt that the emperor also had a high chance of winning because he hadn't displayed his full strength. It was precisely because of this uncertainty that the competition was even more interesting. In the sky, Wang Ting saw that no one had made a decision for a long time and asked, "Who wants to go first?" Everyone was speechless. They didn't want to go first. With this kind of competition mechanism, whoever went first would definitely be at a disadvantage. Since no one wants to go first, then I'll go first. Wang Ting smiled calmly. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Wang Ting to so easily choose to go first. Was he really that confident? The calmer and more confident Wang Ting appeared, the more serious everyone felt. Even the emperor didn't choose to go first. It was obvious that he wasn't 100% confident in this kind of mechanism. However, Wang Ting didn't hesitate at all. However, since Wang Ting said so, they were naturally happy to see it happen and all backed down. Stretch, Gunter, and the others even sneered. They felt that Wang Ting was too confident and didn't want to fail miserably in the end. They were very happy to see such a situation. If Wang Ting's ranking was really bad, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Wang Ting ignored everyone's thoughts and didn't know what they were thinking. He turned to look at the ball of light above his head and said, "I wonder if I can ask a question?" Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what Wang Ting was going to do. He actually asked a question to the ball of light. "Ask." A voice came from the ball of light. That. Wang Ting seemed to be a little embarrassed. He looked around and said, "Can I fight 17 people at once?" The ball of light. The second prince and the others. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at Wang Ting as if they had seen a ghost, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. After a short moment of silence, there was an earth-shattering uproar. What did Wang Ting just say? Fight 17 people at once? Did I hear wrongly? Come and give me a slap. I feel like my ears aren't working well. You didn't hear wrongly. It's really 17 people at once. Oh my god, is Wang Ting crazy? These are all genius fighters who made it to the end. Every one of them is very strong. Is Wang Ting overconfident? He's too strong. I can't imagine fighting 17 people at once. How is he going to fight? No, don't do it. He has such a high chance of winning. Don't do it yourself. That's right. Let's fight them one by one. Hold on. Wang Ting, don't be a coward. Everyone, come and beat me up. Pfft, why are you so naughty? Aren't you afraid that Wang Ting will secretly kill you? I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything. When the audience heard that Wang Ting was going to fight 17 people at once, they immediately went into an uproar. They almost turned the virtual universe upside down. Wang Ting's words were like a deep water bomb that blew up everyone. Their hearts were like raging waves, and they couldn't calm down. Many people who supported Wang Ting shouted for him to hold on and not do it. Their concern for him was obvious. Unfortunately, Wang Ting couldn't hear these voices. Of course, even if he heard them, it wouldn't change his mind. The second prince, Xianxia, and the others finally came back to their senses. They felt that they were humiliated. They all looked at Wang Ting with complicated expressions. This guy didn't treat them as equal opponents at all. Stretch, Gunter, and the others' eyes were spitting fire. They couldn't wait to beat this guy who looked down on them and let him know how powerful they were. Xianxia's gaze was complicated, but there was also a trace of dissatisfaction in her calm eyes. Su Jianxian clenched the sword in his hand. His gaze suddenly became sharp. It was like a sword piercing toward Wang Ting. Unfortunately, it was a waste. There were too many gazes on Wang Ting at this moment, and he couldn't care less. A carrot-like weapon appeared in Rabbit 8's hand. She widened her eyes and gritted her teeth in anger. It seemed that she wanted to use that carrot-like weapon to knock Wang Ting's head. He actually dared to look down on her. She was so angry. Yu Qiqiao's eyes flashed with a strange light as she sized up Wang Ting. She was naturally no stranger to Wang Ting. This youth was the most outstanding genius in this year's Genius Tournament. Since the elimination round, he had been the focus of attention. She also watched all the subsequent matches without missing a single one. As for Wang Ting, she only had 2 words to describe her feelings: admiration, but now, she didn't admire him anymore. She felt that Wang Ting was a bit asking for a beating. This had nothing to do with who was strong or weak. The main thing was that this person's words were too infuriating. Fighting 17 people at once? How could you be so capable? Why don't you go to heaven? The Thearcha's son looked at Wang Ting with an ambiguous expression. Jade Star, Wu Xingyun, Master Han, and the others couldn't help but look at each other with a strange expression. Hong Shui couldn't help but say, Wang Ting is too reckless. As expected of the most unexpected. Wu Xingyun said with a headache. He's capable of doing anything. Speaking of which, is he that confident? Master Han couldn't help but ask. Who knows? Hong Shui and the others shook their heads. They were very worried. This was no joke. Fighting 17 people at once was really a bit reckless. This guy. On the Battle Cliff Mercenary Group's small team spaceship, Lin Chuhan pouted and glared at Wang Ting. Her delicate appearance stunned Isaiah, who was standing at the side. Unfortunately, he only dared to drool at the side. After being scolded by Lin Chuhan a few times, he didn't even have the courage to approach. There was only a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. On the military's giant fortress, General Fu Xinglan couldn't help but frown. He felt that Wang Ting was too reckless. Fighting 17 people at once, was this something a human would do? How could he say that? General Habakkuk couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, this kid is like me when I was young. You? General Fu Xinglan looked at him and said with disdain, it's already not bad if you can fight 3. You're looking down on me. No matter what, it has to be 4, General Habakkuk said angrily. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you. General Fu Xinglan said angrily, right now, Wang Ting's matter is the problem we should be worried about. It wasn't easy for him to enter the eyes of the 7-star Academy's invigilators. If their impression of Wang Ting is lowered because of this, wouldn't it be too unworthy? What can we do? Who asked him to speak? It's too late to take it back. General Habakkuk wasn't too worried and said, I think he might really be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat even if he doesn't really defeat the 17 prodigies. As long as he can defeat 7 or 8 of them, it'll be a great success. I'm sure the invigilators of the 7-star academies will be able to see Wang Ting's strength. You're right. I'm too anxious. General Fu Xinglan looked at General Habakkuk in surprise and nodded. You're too concerned. General Habakkuk smiled. On the royal ship, King Chongshan was a little stunned by Wang Ting's actions. He then laughed and said, this kid is really daring. He's overestimating himself. The sector lord elder snorted. Obviously, he didn't like Wang Ting's actions and said, even the emperor's son doesn't dare to do this. He actually dares to think about it. Isn't he afraid of being embarrassed? At least he dares to think and do it. King Chongshan smiled. He had always admired Yi Shiwen. Aren't you a little too biased towards him? The sector lord elder couldn't help but ask. King Chongshan was stunned for a moment. He then smiled and shook his head without saying anything. On the Pyrax family's ship, Raging Flame sector lord laughed and said, this kid is courting death. How dare he make such a request? If that's the case, Stretch and the others will have a greater chance of killing him. Baltega said excitedly. With Wang Ting's display of strength, he originally thought that Stretch and Landon would no longer have a chance to kill Wang Ting. He didn't expect Wang Ting to court death by digging such a big hole for himself. God was really helping them, in the sky above the arena continent. Under everyone's different gazes, Wang Ting stood calmly in the sky without moving at all. Why did you make such a choice? After a while, a voice came from the light ball. To save time. Wang Ting said without thinking. Everyone. What the hell, fighting 17 people at once was just to save time. What exactly was this guy thinking? Wang Ting's words caused everyone to fall into a daze. To save time, he had to fight 17 people at once. This sentence was not very offensive, but it was extremely insulting. For a moment, the second prince and the others, including the crown prince, all felt offended. If you want to save time, you should find another way. What's with humiliating people for no reason? For a moment, everyone regarded Wang Ting as their number one enemy. Even the second prince, Ji Haochen, Di Mosi, and the other geniuses who had a good relationship with Wang Ting felt that they should beat him up first. The audience was also speechless. They did not expect that Wang Ting would choose to fight 17 people at once for such a strange reason. If he had found a better reason, they would feel that it was very reasonable. Saving time was ridiculous. Are you sure? The voice in the light ball was silent for a while, seeming a little hesitant. I'm sure. Wang Ting said. Yes. The voice in the light ball did not say anything else this time. It only said one word, and then went completely silent, as if talking to Wang Ting was very tiring. That's good. Wang Ting's face actually showed a trace of a smile, as if relieved of a burden. He was afraid of being rejected. In fact, he was just thinking about it. After all, the top 10's rules were a little casual. There was no saying that he could not fight 17 people at once. It was fine as long as he could beat them all. So there was nothing wrong with it. Wang Ting turned to the second prince and said, well, let's fight together. Everyone. So infuriating, they really wanted to beat this bastard to death. Wang Ting, you're too mean. The second prince was incomparably gentle, but now he was so angry that his teeth were itching. Second prince, don't be like this. After this fight, we'll still be good friends. Wang Ting said. Wang Ting, we can't be friends anymore. Ji Haochen's face darkened. Yes, you've been abandoned. Di Mosi said. Cough cough, so serious? Wang Ting was sweating. He felt like he had poked a hornet's nest and was going to be finished. What do you think? The second prince said angrily, 1 against 17, can you do it? It's okay. Actually, I don't mean to look down on you guys. It's mainly to save time. You all understand. Wang Ting said embarrassedly. Understand my ass. Ji Haochen directly cursed. If it weren't for the fact that they were friends, if it were anyone else, they would have already fallen out with him. Seeing this scene, for some reason, the audience didn't know why. I've angered everyone. Why are you talking nonsense with him? If he wants to fight, then let's fight. Otherwise, people will think we're afraid of him. So many people are watching. Stretch's eyes flashed, fanning the flames. Stretch, don't talk nonsense here. We know how to choose. It's none of your business. D. Moses and the others were not stupid. They glanced at him and said coldly. Up to you. I'm not the one who will lose face. Stretch snorted. Wang Ting glanced at Stretch. He secretly decided that he would take good care of him later. But he forgot that he didn't plan to let Stretch go. So even if Stretch didn't say what he said, there was no difference. Wang Ting, are you sure you want to fight 17 of us at once? The second prince took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said in a deep voice. Now that things have come to this, is there any room for regret? Wang Ting said with a smile. Okay, since you've made your choice, we won't be afraid of anything. But if we really fight, we won't hold back. The second prince said. If we're friends, then we'll do our best. Wang Ting said solemnly. The second prince and the others were speechless. Why was everything this guy said so infuriating? What do you guys think? The second prince looked at the others and asked. Since he wants to fight, then let's fight. Ji Haochen said. I have no objections. D. Moses said. Ling Qianxia, Su Jianchen, and the others agreed. They all decided to teach Wang Ting a lesson. This bastard was too much of a bully. Now that things had come to this, they couldn't refuse even if they wanted to. Otherwise, like Stretch said, they would be laughed at. I'll be the last one. DZ said calmly. The others looked at DZ and didn't say anything. It was a silent agreement. Many people had expected that with DZ's pride, he wouldn't really fight Wang Ting with them. Now, it was as expected. They didn't force him. DZ's strength wasn't on the same level as everyone else. He chose to fight Wang Ting alone because he had the confidence to do so. And they were still a little weaker. If they insisted on fighting one-on-one, it wasn't impossible. It was just that if they lost in the end, it would inevitably be criticized. So since it had already come to this point, everyone didn't hesitate anymore. Wang Ting glanced at DZ and didn't say anything. He would fight 16 people first and leave DZ for last. After all, he couldn't see through DZ's strength. Although he wasn't afraid, since DZ had said so, if he forced DZ to fight, wouldn't he be looking down on him? The second prince and the others had already returned to their seats and were ready to watch the competition. Now, they had to fight again. One by one, figures rushed into the sky and came in front of Wang Ting. The aura of the 16 genius martial artists surged. Just one person's aura was very powerful. The combined aura of the 16 martial artists was even more terrifying. It filled the sky and was enough to make any stellar-level martial artist breathless. The audience also felt the heavy atmosphere. Their voices gradually disappeared as they stared intently at the competition that was about to start on the screen. Wang Ting stood in front of everyone. His expression was very calm. He completely turned a blind eye to the terrifying aura and was not affected at all. Boom, the second prince and the others looked at each other. Their aura suddenly erupted. The 16 auras merged into one and crushed toward Wang Ting. They really didn't believe it. The 16 of them couldn't suppress Wang Ting alone. What a powerful aura. They're competing with their auras. Look, the yellow sand floating in the air is all still. This is because of the pressure of an invisible aura, forming an absolute vacuum region. 16 people released their auras at the same time. Can Wang Ting withstand it? It's hard to say. No matter how strong Wang Ting is, it's impossible for his aura to be stronger than 16 people. Although the audience couldn't feel the existence of the aura, they could see something from the appearance of the screen. They couldn't help but worry for Wang Ting. In the sky, Wang Ting smiled faintly. How could he not know what everyone was thinking? They wanted to use their aura to suppress him. If he lost, it would naturally make him feel afraid. Being afraid before the battle was a big taboo. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated in the end. In terms of aura, Wang Ting had never lost. Boom, a majestic aura suddenly rose from Wang Ting. Since they were going to compete, then he would let them lose wholeheartedly and without any ability to resist. Boom, the two invisible auras collided in the sky. It was like a dragon and a tiger fighting, stirring up the clouds and rolling up the air in the sky. The yellow sand, which was originally still, rushed into the sky at this time. It was like a yellow tornado, spiraling up between Wang Ting and the 16 genius martial artists. Hua! The audience was in an uproar. They had thought that Wang Ting couldn't withstand the aura of the second prince and the others. They didn't expect that they were evenly matched. It seemed that their auras were no weaker than those of the 16 geniuses. This was unbelievable. How could a person's aura be so strong? I wonder which one of them has the stronger aura. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. They couldn't help but feel nervous. They clenched their fists and their palms were sweaty. Boom, the roar of the collision of auras reverberated in the sky. A dark light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. Another powerful aura burst out from his body. Again. Suddenly, the second prince and the others' faces changed slightly. What a strong murderous intent. They felt a strong murderous intent from Wang Ting's aura. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were coming at them. Countless cries of agony echoed in their ears. It was frightening, such a strong murderous intent. How many people had Wang Ting killed? This question came to everyone's mind. They couldn't help but think of Wang Ting's experience. This guy was someone who had killed his way out of Defense Star 6. He was completely different from ordinary martial artists. The situation had reversed. Originally, their auras were crushing Wang Ting. Now, it was the other way around. Wang Ting's aura was pressing down on their heads inch by inch. The second prince and the others tried their best to release their auras, but they couldn't resist the powerful aura that was full of murderous intent. Boom, another rumbling sound rang out. Wang Ting's aura contained murderous intent. It was like a killing knife, slashing down with unstoppable force. The second prince and the others retreated. They didn't look too good. There was still a trace of fear in their eyes. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and bitterness. It was very complicated. It was obvious that they had lost in terms of aura. Lost? The aura of 16 genius martial artists lost to Wang Ting. Unbelievable. Wang Ting is awesome. One person against 16. I'm starting to believe that he can do it. Wang Ting, you can do it. Try not to get beaten up. The audience was shocked. They didn't expect this result. Their faces were full of shock. Humph. Among the 16 genius martial artists, the poison element martial artist, Gunter, had an ugly expression. The aura of the 16 of them combined still lost. It was really embarrassing. He snorted coldly. The force in his body burst out and rushed toward Wang Ting. There was no nonsense. The battle started immediately. Boom, a strange sickle-like weapon appeared in Gunter's hand. Poison force was attached to it. It released a dark green light and slashed toward Wang Ting. When the others saw him make a move, they all rushed out and released powerful attacks toward Wang Ting. The battle had begun. The battle erupted. 16 geniuses attacked Wang Ting from all directions. Different attacks emitted dazzling origin force radiance that drowned Wang Ting. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sound of explosions reverberated between heaven and earth. Such momentum could be described as earth-shattering and abnormally terrifying. The audience finally knew how terrifying the attacks launched by the 16 genius martial artists were. And Wang Ting had to face them alone. In the midst of that terrifying origin force explosion, a figure emitting intense light rushed out. The light of his fist illuminated the heavens and the earth, destroying all the attacks. The fierce wind blew his thick black hair, making him look even more refined in the sky. Wang Ting, you're too conceited. Today, I'll let you know the true strength of the Pyrax family. Stretch was bathed in green flames. The flames quickly contracted and adhered to the surface of his body, forming strange green flame patterns. Scorching heat erupted along with a powerful aura. He punched out with both fists, carrying terrifying origin force. They condensed into green fist imprints that blasted towards Wang Ting. Ha ha ha, Wang Ting laughed, his eyes filled with disdain. He punched out, no longer holding back. The five elements fist was fully displayed. The fist imprints were like mountains, a five elements mountain, the light of the five origin forces illuminated the sky. The terrifying fist imprints fell from the sky. It was simply terrifying, as if a mountain was pressing down. What? Stretch was shocked, his pupils rapidly shrinking. He felt the terror of this fist and resisted with all his might. Origin force erupted from his body. Boom, both sides collided. Stretch spat out a large mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his powerful body after using the dragon blood battle body, as if it was about to collapse. His body trembled as he was blasted thousands of meters away, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Five elements origin force. The second prince and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Ting didn't just possess water, wood, earth, fire, wind, and lightning origin force. He had 7 origin forces. Other than the 2 special origin forces of wind and lightning, he had gathered all 5 origin forces. Most importantly, he was so strong, that punch just now had directly injured Stretch. Its power was shocking. This meant that Wang Ting's 5 elemental origin powers were all extremely powerful and not a single one of them was lacking. Otherwise, he would never have been able to display such a balanced and powerful fist technique. Freak! Xianxia cursed out loud. His eyes were still shaking, and he couldn't calm down. On the virtual universe exchange platform, everyone was stunned when they saw Wang Ting use the 5 elements. F***CK. 5 elements force. I thought Wang Ting only had 6 types of force. I didn't expect him to have maxed out all 5 types of force. Including the wind and lightning elements, there are a total of 7 elements. Too terrifying. Is he still human? Wang Ting's talent is too terrifying, isn't it? He has so many kinds of origin powers, and he has cultivated them to such a powerful level. I seriously suspect that he's not human. Agreed. Agreed. Wang Ting didn't know that the audience had already treated him as an inhuman, and he didn't care about the second prince and the others. Stretch had already been injured by him, so he immediately wanted to follow up with another attack. A silhouette attacked from the side. It was Lan Dang, who had also used the dragon blood war body. The flame patterns on the surface of his body were grayish-white and had a strange power. He didn't say a word. The long spear in his hand turned into an endless amount of grayish-white light and pierced towards Xianxia. Densely packed, it was like raindrops. Behind Wang Ting, another silhouette appeared. It was Gunter. He waved the sickle-like weapon in his hand and slashed out streaks of green light that emitted a strong fishy smell. A normal fighter would probably be poisoned by this fishy smell just by smelling it. Hence, when he attacked, the other fighters around him stayed far away from him. They didn't dare to get close to him in case they were affected. Unfortunately, what Gunter didn't expect was that Wang Ting wasn't affected at all. Xianxia's body moved skillfully in the air and dodged Lan Dang and Gunter's attacks by a hair's breadth. But at this moment, a few more fighters arrived. Rabbit Little 8 silently appeared behind Wang Ting. The carrot-like weapon in his hand was about to hit Wang Ting's head. Xianxia and Mosi attacked from the left and right. At this moment, they didn't hold back at all. They both used their battle skills to attack Wang Ting. Damn, you guys are so cruel. Wang Ting shouted. A battle sword appeared in his hand and he swung it out, blocking the two's attacks. Aren't you powerful? Xianxia and Mosi laughed out loud, taking pleasure in Wang Ting's misfortune. Boom, boom, a loud explosion was heard, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. The sword glow that Wang Ting executed was so powerful that their palms turned numb. Their bodies were sent flying. Damn. Freak. Both of them cursed. They were extremely shocked. Wang Ting didn't pay any attention to them. At the same time, he disappeared from where he was, causing Rabbit Little 8's carrot-like weapon to hit nothing. Ah. Where did he go? Rabbit Little 8 screamed. He opened his eyes wide and turned his little head left and right. Little Rabbit, how dare you hit my head? Wang Ting appeared behind Rabbit Little 8 and grabbed its two long rabbit ears. Eh? But as soon as he touched it, he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but exclaim. He grabbed nothing, only an afterimage was left in front of him. This little rabbit's speed was not much slower than his. Hee hee, you can't hit me. Rabbit Little 8 appeared in the distance and stuck out his tongue at Wang Ting. Wang Ting was speechless. He didn't think that he would be teased one day. This little rabbit had guts. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a dangerous glint, scaring Rabbit Little 8. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't come for me. Go for them. I'm going for you." Wang Ting grinned. Suddenly, double images appeared on his body. One by one, figures appeared. Doppelganger. Wang Ting suddenly split into 6 doppelgangers. Including his main body, there were a total of 7 figures in the sky. Then, they instantly charged at the genius martial artists. Rabbit Little 8 was dumbfounded. The other martial artists were also shocked. Although they had expected Wang Ting to use doppelgangers, the impact was still too great when they saw it with their own eyes. Cheating! Demosi shouted and retreated. He was targeted by a doppelganger and had to give up on Wang Ting's main body to fight it. The other genius martial artists were also held back by the doppelgangers. An intense battle broke out. Wang Ting was too monstrous. Even if it was just a doppelganger, he could still hold back 2 or 3 of them. In an instant, the pressure on Wang Ting was greatly reduced. His main body charged directly at Rabbit Little 8, wanting to teach this little rabbit a lesson. Wah, don't come for me. Rabbit Little 8 jumped in the sky. Every time he jumped, his figure would disappear on the spot. He was so fast that only afterimages were left. Don't run. Hit me once. Wang Ting took out the thunder brick and shouted from behind, just once. It won't hurt. Trust me. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You're a big bad wolf. Rabbit Little 8 shouted as he ran. When he saw the purple brick, he was frightened and ran even faster. Little kid, why would Big Brother lie to you? It'll really be just once. Just a tremor, and you won't feel anything after that, Wang Ting said. You want to hit me with that brick? Don't think I don't know. I saw you hit people just now. Rabbit Little 8 did not believe Wang Ting's words at all. He said angrily, I'm a rabbit human. I don't want to become a pig head. No, I don't like pig heads. Wang Ting said, rabbits are so cute. I like braised rabbit heads the most. Wah, you want to eat rabbit heads? Rabbit Little 8 was finally scared out of his wits. Her face turned pale. Wang Ting suddenly turned from a big bad wolf to a demon king in her eyes. It was too scary. When the others saw this scene, their expressions became extremely strange. When they looked at Wang Ting, they could not help but be speechless. Wang Ting, this guy, actually went to scare a little girl. That's too evil. 2333, I'm dying of laughter. This little rabbit is targeted by Wang Ting. What? Rabbits are so cute. I like braised rabbit heads the most. Wang Ting is the worst person I've ever seen. Rabbits are so cute. Of course the spicy rabbit head is the best. Damn it, where do you think my spicy rabbit head is? Braised rabbit head reporting. That's enough. Rabbits are so cute. You'll scare them. Rabbit Little 8 will probably be scared out of their wits. They'll never dare to show their rabbit ears again. Just hiding the rabbit ears is not enough. They'll have to grind out their teeth. I suddenly pity Rabbit Little 8. Wang Ting is a demon. Bullying a little girl like that, how can he bear to do that? Such a fun thing, why don't you bring us along? Right, how can you enjoy it alone? Let's do it together. On the virtual universe platform, everyone saw Rabbit Little 8 being chased all over the place by Wang Ting. She was even scared pale by Wang Ting's words. They couldn't help but laugh loudly, watching the show. Rabbit Little 8 had made many fighters suffer in the previous matches. Her carrot-like weapon had left many bumps on their heads. Now that she met Wang Ting, she couldn't even stand up. Instead, she was being chased until she screamed. The two of them were quite similar. They both liked to attack other people's heads. Their weapons were also so weird. A carrot, a brick. Thinking about it, everyone suddenly felt that the two of them were quite compatible. Why not form a carrot and brick combo in the future and trick people everywhere? Just thinking about it made them excited. In the air above the arena continent, even though Wang Ting and Rabbit Little 8 had appeared, the battle was still very intense. What's the point of bullying a little girl? Xianxia shouted softly. She rushed over from the side and wielded her battle sword. Beams of water genetic energy condensed into her blade light and swept over. The sword light looked very ordinary, but there was a hidden killing intent. Wang Ting didn't forget that Xianxia was a telekinesis master. No one knew better than him the methods of a telekinesis master. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. The battle sword in his hand also swept out and collided with the opponent's sword light. However, he immediately noticed that although he blocked most of the opponent's sword light, there was still a small portion of sword light that seemed to have deviated from its original position and pierced towards him. Xianxia's sword light could turn. Wang Ting smiled faintly. He punched out and destroyed all the sword light. He took a step forward and charged towards Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was the closest to him. Boom, a cold current rushed over from not far away. Xianxia stretched out her hand. Endless coldness erupted from her body and turned into a powerful attack. No one dared to underestimate it. Wang Ting's body was blocked. He punched out and the power of fire burst out, dispersing the coldness and blocking Xianxia's attack. On the other side, Situwaner held her battle sword. With genetic force burst out and turned into beams of sword light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth toward Wang Ting. You come too. Wang Ting couldn't help but say. I can't watch you bully a little girl like this. Situwaner smiled and said, besides, who told you to choose to fight 1 against 16? It seems that I have become public enemy number 1. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. The battle sword in his hand exploded with blazing heat. Fire genetic force condensed into a large sword light and collided with Situwaner's sword light. At the same level, the fire attribute star origin power naturally countered the wood attribute star origin power. Moreover, Wang Ting's attack didn't just contain fire genetic force. It also contained a special flame power. Normal wood genetic force couldn't block it at all. Situwaner felt that it was troublesome. Her eyes flashed and she immediately dodged. Sister Yu, Sister Situ, Sister Lung, I'll help you. Seeing the girls coming to help her, Rabbit 8 immediately turned back and joined the battle. You've come at the right time. All of you, come in. A glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. A strange wave was emitted from his body. It instantly turned into a special red domain that covered a few thousand meters. Xianxia, Situwaner, Xianxia, and Rabbit 8's expressions changed slightly. Before they could react, they were all pulled into Wang Ting's domain. The second prince and the others were being held back by Wang Ting's clones. When they saw the scene, they immediately became nervous. Not good. They have been pulled into Wang Ting's domain. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to escape. Demosi's expression was grave. There are 4 of them. Wang Ting won't be able to defeat them in a short time. Let's deal with these clones first. The second prince said. Okay. Jihaochen and the others replied. On the virtual universe communication platform, when everyone saw Wang Ting being surrounded by the 4 girls, they were all jubilant. They felt that it was very interesting and they were quite happy to see it. Ha ha ha, 4 female warriors besieging him. Wang Ting's luck with women is quite good. I don't know if it's luck with women or not. I'm just afraid that Wang Ting can't take it. After all, there are 4 of them. Goddess Lang and the other 3 have been pulled into the domain. Won't they be, he he he? F***ck. How dare you blaspheme my 4 goddesses? It's over. Why am I a little excited? Something's wrong with me. It's not your problem. I'm excited too. The story between Wang Ting and the 4 female warriors has to be told. How can I not be excited? Within the domain, countless huge rocks were suspended in the air. Wang Ting stood on a huge rock and looked down at the four girls. Welcome to my domain. Third-tier domain. Yu Qiqiao's eyes flashed as she looked up at Wang Ting. Not necessarily. Situoner also raised her head to look at Wang Ting. Her slender and fair neck was exposed, and there was a complicated look in her eyes. This guy has already grown to such a level. She still remembered the first time she met Wang Ting at his barren banquet. His strength hadn't reached such a level yet, but now he stood above all the other geniuses. Even she had to look up to him. Situoner could be considered someone who understood Wang Ting very well. She knew that Wang Ting's domain was definitely not at this level. Yu Qiqiao heard her and couldn't help but glance at her. Sisters, why don't we use our domains together and push his domain apart? Bunny 8 said angrily. I don't believe that with the four of us, we can't break through this Demon King's domain. Demon King. Yu Qiqiao, Situoner, and the others looked at her strangely. This nickname was really, inexplicably appropriate. Hey, little bunny, if you give me a random nickname again, I'll deal with you specifically later, Wang Ting said. Humph, I have four sisters to help me. I'm not afraid of you. Bunny 8 waved her carrot-like weapon at Wang Ting, as if to prove that she wasn't afraid of him. Your four sisters might not be able to protect you, Wang Ting said with a smile. Humph, I hope you'll still be so confident later. Yu Qiqiao snorted coldly and turned to Xianxia and the others. Everyone, since that's the case, let's work together. I have no objections, Situoner said with a smile. Xianxia nodded. Clearly, Wang Ting's contempt for them was something that even someone as cold as her couldn't stand. Then, let's begin. Yu Qiqiao said. As soon as her voice fell, a special wave of energy erupted from the four of them at the same time. However, it was different and had its own characteristics. It suddenly spread out and formed four different domains. Yu Qiqiao's domain was water blue, like a body of water. Xianxia's domain was snow white, and it was like a world of ice and snow. Snowflakes drifted down, filled with a cold chill. Situoner had obviously also comprehended a domain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach this step. Her domain was green, and it was full of vitality. It was full of all kinds of trees and vines, like a small forest. Bunny 8's domain was a little strange. It was full of all kinds of carrots, inserted one by one in all directions of the domain. There were carrots everywhere. People who didn't know might think that this was someone's vegetable garden, the kind that only grew carrots. Wang Ting naturally saw Bunny 8's domain, and his expression was a little strange. How much did this rabbit like to eat carrots? Xianxia, Yu Qiqiao, and Situoner also had strange expressions. They looked at Bunny 8's domain, and no one knew what they were thinking. Hee, my carrot domain is very strong. Bunny 8 chuckled. Yu Qiqiao and Situoner didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't help but laugh. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. It looked like she wanted to laugh too, but she still held it in. Great Demon King, let's have a showdown. Bunny 8 looked at Wang Ting, pointed at him with the carrot in his hand, and shouted loudly. Relying on your carrots? Wang Ting laughed. Yes, relying on my beloved carrots, Bunny 8 said confidently. Then come, let me see how strong your carrots are, Wang Ting said. Humph, just watch. Bunny 8 snorted. The four girls looked at each other. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, they released their domains and bombarded Wang Ting's domain. A full moon rose in Yu Qiqiao's domain. Mist rose around the full moon, and it looked like a dream. Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water. This was her aqua moon domain. Once this domain was activated, it would cause people to hallucinate, and it worked on the spiritual level. When ordinary warriors encountered such a domain, they would only fall for it. Just like Ji Tianquang from before. As a genius of the Ji royal family, he was strong enough, but in the end, he was defeated by Yu Qiqiao's aqua moon domain. However, Wang Ting was different. Not only was his spiritual power strong, but he also understood the mysteries of the aqua moon domain in advance. Therefore, this domain posed no threat to him. Xianxia's domain was the ice domain. It didn't have any special power, only the incomparably strong power of ice and snow. It swept out and formed a powerful ice dragon, roaring in the domain. Its attack power was incomparably strong. Countless vines rushed out of Situanur's domain. They were densely packed like green pythons, sweeping toward Wanting's domain. In Bunny 8's domain, the carrots rose from the ground. The carrots were aimed at Wanting's domain and rushed straight toward it. 4 types of domains, 4 types of attacks. Wanting narrowed his eyes slightly. With a wave of his hand, the countless boulders in the domain suddenly ignited into flames. They were like meteorites that streaked across the sky and bombarded down. The boulders streaked across the sky, dragging a long flame tail behind them. It was like a meteor. Boom! 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 A violent roar reverberated. The meteor-like boulders collided with the power of the 4 girls' domains. The full moon in Xianxia's aqua moon domain trembled violently and finally disappeared. The ice dragon controlled by Xianxia roared and hit the boulder head-on. However, it could not resist the terrifying impact and the scorching heat emitted from the boulder. Its body melted and shattered, instantly turning into countless ice dregs. The vines from Situanur's domain bombarded the boulder. They were like green spears, trying to pierce through the boulder. There were also many vines wrapped around the boulder, holding it back. Unfortunately, the vines only pierced less than a third of the way into the boulder before they were incinerated by the high temperature of the boulder. The vines wrapped around the surface of the boulder could only hold on for a few breaths before they were also incinerated. When the carrots shot out of Bunny 8's domain hit the boulder, there was a violent explosion, blocking the boulder for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. The terrifying boulder still roared and rushed down. The 4 girls' expression suddenly changed. A trace of shock and horror appeared on their delicate faces at the same time. Boom! In the terrible roar, the domains of the 4 girls suddenly shattered. A strong fluctuation of force swept in all directions, and the 4 figures flew backward. When the audience saw the appearance of the 4 figures, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. The 4 goddesses joined forces, but they were still defeated, and they were defeated so quickly. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure caught up and appeared behind the 4 girls. A purple light flashed in his hand. Don't! Xiao's voice sounded like a scream. No! Her shrieking voice reverberated in the sky, stunning everyone. Xiao was now a goddess-like figure, yet she let out such a cry that damaged her image. It was unbelievable. However, one could also see the fear and uneasiness in her heart. If she wasn't desperate, she would never let out such a cry. The second prince and the others in the distance were also alarmed. They didn't even care about fighting Wanting's clone. They all looked at Xiao and the other girls in a daze. What happened? Why did she scream so miserably? What did Wanting do? Why did he bully a lady to this extent? Soon, they noticed the situation of Wanting and Xiao. Wanting appeared behind Xiao and the other girls. He was holding the evil brick in his hand and smashing it at the back of their heads. Bang! Xiao was the first to be hit. A big bump appeared on the back of her head. She rolled her beautiful eyes and fainted. The other 3 girls turned pale. Even Xianxia was no exception. She was so scared that she couldn't maintain her cold expression. Great Demon King, don't hit me. I don't want to become a pig head. Rabbit Little Boss screamed. Her eyes were pitiful. Wanting, let's talk nicely. Don't be like this. Situanur tried to make her voice as gentle as possible to avoid angering the guy behind her. However, she still couldn't stop her voice from trembling. It showed that her heart was extremely uneasy. Wanting, you and I don't have any grudges. It's all a misunderstanding. Xianxia's tone was still cold, but she spoke much faster. There was also a slight tremor in her voice. Coupled with her cold tone, it sounded very pleasant. Many men would like such a voice. They knew that it was useless to admit defeat at this time. Wanting did not intend to kill them. He was only preparing to take revenge. The 7-star academies would not care so much. Don't worry, it won't hurt too much. I know what I'm doing. Also, I'll leave you with some dignity. No matter what, you're all recognized as goddesses, Wanting promised. Xianxia and the other 2 wanted to say something, but unfortunately, they didn't have that much time. It might sound long, but in reality, it only took 1 or 2 breaths. Xianxia and the other two hadn't stopped flying, so they couldn't block Wang Ting's attack at all. Bang, 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 Wang Ting's hand speed was very fast. Before they could react, he hit them 3 times in a row, not letting any of them off. He treated them equally and ruthlessly destroyed them. As a result, these 4 genius martial artists, who were rated as goddesses by the audience, all fainted under Wang Ting's hands. Wang Ting said that he would give them dignity, so he would definitely give them dignity. Each of them was only hit once. Other than a big bump growing on the back of their heads, their delicate and pretty faces weren't damaged at all. They were still perfect. However, their brows were slightly furrowed, and they looked very weak and pitiful. People couldn't help but have a desire to protect them. Therefore, the audience directly exploded and collectively condemned Wang Ting. God damn it, how could Wang Ting do this? The 4 goddesses are so pitiful. They actually have to suffer such inhumane treatment. Is Wang Ting a straight man? He can even do this to goddesses. Isn't he afraid of being alone for the rest of his life? I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Wang Ting, I'm not convinced by anyone. Uncle will help you. Awesome, Old Wang, ruthlessly destroying the flowers. Wang Ting, please call me Wang Ruthless Destroying Flowers Ting in the future. How terrifying. Wang Ting is a ruthless person. From now on, I'm willing to respect him as the strongest goddess public enemy. Damn it, let go of the 4 girls. Let me protect them. Get lost. You can't even take a brick from Wang Ting. Too pitiful. The 4 goddesses have bumps on the back of their heads. Will it affect their intelligence when they have children in the future? Pfft, the person above is so talented. What does the goddess's children have to do with you? I'm just a warm-hearted citizen of the universe who cares about the future of the goddesses. 666666, the audience was excited. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a competition, they would have rushed up to protect Yu Qiqiao and the other 2 girls. They were goddesses. Wang Ting was really inhumane. On the Battle Rock Mercenary Group spaceship, a strange expression appeared on Lin Chuhan's pretty face. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She felt that she could rest assured and let Wang Ting wander around outside alone. If this could still attract bees and butterflies, she definitely wouldn't care about Wang Ting. Yes, this was what she, Lin Chuhan, had said. She didn't believe that other than her, there would be other women who would fancy such a super straight man. In the sky above the arena continent, the second prince and the others recovered from their stupor and looked at Wang Ting with admiration. They wanted to give him a thumbs up. This was really ruthless. Wang Ting activated the wind force to form a gentle wind and gently sent Yu Qiqiao and the other 3 girls out of the battlefield. It was very gentle, and one couldn't see his ruthlessness at all. Xianxia and the other 2 girls were eliminated. Then, he looked at the second prince and the others. His gaze swept across and locked onto Stretch. Although this guy's body was cracked by him, he still didn't admit defeat. At this time, he was besieging one of his doppelgangers with Lan Dang. With a cold smile, Wang Ting's figure flashed and directly rushed over. Boom, the 5 elemental fist seal erupted and charged towards Stretch and Lan Dang from behind. Stretch's face was ugly, and his eyes were trembling rapidly. Wang Ting's strength was completely beyond his expectations. When they first fought, he was mercilessly suppressed and almost eliminated. This was simply a disgrace. Moreover, he shouted so loudly, but the result was like this. It was very embarrassing, and many people were probably laughing at him. All of this was thanks to Wang Ting. Facing Wang Ting's 5 elements fist, Stretch and Lan Dang didn't dare to take it head-on. They both retreated, but they were entangled by Wang Ting's doppelgangers. In the end, they could only take it head-on. Boom, the 2 of them trembled and were sent flying. The weapons in their hands were buzzing, and they were almost sent flying. The 2 of them had already activated the Dragon Blood Battle Body, but they were still sent flying. They were shocked. Damn it! How can his body be so strong? Stretch's face was extremely ugly. Even the Dragon Blood Battle Body was no match for him. How strong was Wang Ting's body? The collision between Wang Ting and the Pyrax family's martial artist attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was amazed by the strength of Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting is too strong. His force suppressed all the geniuses. Even his body is better than the Pyrax family's dragon blood battle body. He has almost no shortcomings. His body is like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Stretch and Lan Dang were both beaten to the point of doubting their lives. Terrifying. Terrifying. His body is very strong. Don't take it head-on. Just use your domains, Lan Dang's eyes flashed as he shouted. Without any hesitation, a strong wave of energy burst out from his body and spread in all directions. Stretch saw this and naturally didn't hesitate. He also released a wave of energy from his body and spread to the surroundings. Boom, 2 domains appeared in the sky, and they were both flame domains. One domain was filled with green flames, the other domain was filled with grayish-white flames. The Pyrax family's domains were very similar. They relied on flames to erupt with extremely strong offensive power. However, in Stretch's domain, the green flames condensed into a tall strange tree. Flame-like patterns covered the surface of the tree, and every leaf was clearly visible as if they were real. The big tree swayed in the flames. The leaves fell and turned into flames. In Lan Dang's domain, the grayish-white flames gathered into huge fireballs. They floated in the air and emitted a terrifying wave of energy. The 2 domains emitted a terrifying temperature that spread between heaven and earth, causing the surrounding space to distort. He can't win with his body, so he has to use his domains. The domains of the 2 genius martial artists of the Pyrax family seem to be very strong. 2 fire domains, and it looks very similar to the special flames that they have mastered. Such domains are definitely stronger than ordinary fire domains. I wonder if Wang Ting can block them. He should be able to. Wang Ting killed Xianxia and the other 3 by himself. This means that his domains are definitely very strong. When the crowd saw the domains displayed by Stretch and Lan Dang, they couldn't help but be shocked. They immediately began to discuss. In the sky above the arena continent, Wang Ting looked at the 2 domains opposite him. His eyes flashed slightly, but he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Wang Ting, no matter how strong your domains are, can you block our domains? Your mistake is that you shouldn't be so conceited. Now you're suffering the consequences of your own actions, Stretch said coldly. It's too early for you to be proud. Wang Ting chuckled. Humph. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Stretch snorted coldly. He looked at Lan Dang and shouted, do it. Their domains erupted at the same time. They didn't attack Wang Ting, but collided in the same direction. Boom, a violent roar suddenly sounded. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He stared at the place where the 2 domains collided and frowned slightly. He saw that the 2 domains actually showed signs of merging. The green flames and the gray-white flames blended together like 2 tree branches, entwining together. The strange tree turned into a strange existence where green and gray-white colors intertwined. An even more ferocious temperature swept out. The domains merged. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't that domains couldn't be merged. It was just that the difficulty was very high. Merging 2 domains of the same person was already very difficult. Ordinary people couldn't do it at all. Not to mention that it was 2 people's domains. The difficulty would only be higher, at least several times higher. Not only did the 2 people have to have a high degree of control over their domains, but it also took a long time for them to merge. It couldn't be done overnight. Now, Stretch and Lan Dang's domains had merged. It was unbelievable. Wang Ting, die. Stretch's roar suddenly rang out. Before he could finish his sentence, the giant tree in the territory rushed out with a loud bang. It was engulfed in flames as it swept towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the flames sweep towards him. His expression was very calm and he didn't move at all. Boom, in the next moment, the green and gray-white flames instantly drowned Wang Ting, turning him into a sea of fire. The audience widened their eyes and looked very nervous. That was the fusion of 2 domains. The power was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Its power might even be stronger than the fusion of 2 domains of the same person. The second prince and the others also looked over and their expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect Stretch and Lan Dang to have such a method. Stretch and Lan Dang stood in the distance and watched Wang Ting being drowned in flames with their own eyes. Lan Dang felt a little relieved. Wang Ting was too strong, which made him feel uncertain. Now, it seemed that he could defeat him. It was no wonder. He had fought Xianxia and the other 3 in a row and had probably consumed a lot of energy. Now, how? Could he block the combined attack of the 2 of them? Ha ha ha. Stretch laughed loudly and his laughter resounded in the sky. What could make one feel better than seeing one's greatest opponent defeated? However, at this moment, the sea of fire in front of them suddenly rolled as if there was an even more violent force stirring within. Boom! In the next moment, the entire sea of fire suddenly exploded and rolled in all directions. Stretch's eyes widened and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Lan Dang's expression was calm, but at this moment, his pupils contracted and he looked in front of him in disbelief. Amidst the flames, a figure slowly emerged. A strange green flame slowly rose and spiraled upwards, as if a green dragon was guarding his side. There were even some small green flames intimately entwined around his body, as if he could control them as he wished. The huge green and gray-white flames in the sea of fire retreated at this moment as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying and didn't dare to come any closer. In front of the green flames, they were like civilians meeting a king and could only bow down to him. The figure surrounded by the green flames was Wang Ting, who had been engulfed by the green and gray-white flames previously. This scene shocked the entire audience. What was going on? What was that green flame? Why did the green and gray-white flames seem to have met their nemesis? Countless questions surfaced in the minds of the audience. Heaven and earth variant flame. Stretch stared hard at the green flame. Within it was fear, envy, even jealousy, and greed. It was extremely complicated. The moment he said this, it immediately caused a huge uproar on the virtual universe platform. Heaven and earth variant flame. Did I hear wrongly? That heaven and earth variant flame? Damn. Damn. Heaven and earth variant flame? That green flame is a heaven and earth variant flame? It can't be wrong. Stretch is a fighter from the Pyrax family. How could he not know about the heaven and earth variant flame? Wang Ting actually has a heaven and earth variant flame. Just how many tricks does he have? I'm going to kneel down. Nobody help me up. I'm definitely going to kneel down and watch this match. The second prince and the others all looked at Wang Ting, their expressions serious. Had he finally used the heaven and earth variant flame? Many of them knew that Wang Ting had a heaven and earth variant flame. Seeing him use it now, they all let out a sigh of relief. If Wang Ting had been hiding it, they would have to worry if he was preparing some terrifying attack. Gunter, Bokta, Su Jianchen, and the others didn't know that Wang Ting actually had a heaven and earth variant flame. Seeing the green flame, their expressions all became serious. Heaven and earth variant flame, that was the strongest flame in the world. Once touched, the consequences would be unthinkable. Wang Ting was actually able to subdue it. It was unbelievable. Wang Ting didn't care about what the others were thinking. His gaze landed on Stretch and Lan Dang as he stepped forward. Everywhere he passed, the green and gray-white flames retreated, not daring to get close at all. This made Stretch's expression turn even uglier. Lan Dang's expression also became incomparably serious. What other tricks do you have? A calm voice came out of Wang Ting's mouth, but it was extremely oppressive, landing heavily on Stretch and Lan Dang's hearts. They looked at the young man walking out of the flames in front of them, step by step. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, making them feel breathless. Bastard! Stretch flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was actually frightened by Wang Ting. It was simply unbearable. If not, then you can die. Wang Ting's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile as he calmly said. Want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Stretch was furious and said coldly. I'll give you a chance. If you can escape from me, I'll spare your life, Wang Ting said. Good. 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 Stretch was so angry that he laughed. He said coldly, this is the first time I've met someone who dares to act so arrogantly against the Lax family. Very good indeed. I didn't want to use this move at first. But since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. You forced me to do all of this. As soon as he finished speaking, Stretch took a deep breath. Landon's expression changed slightly, as if he already knew what Stretch was going to do. All of a sudden, the green flames around him surged back and entered Stretch's body. His head suddenly turned red and blue veins popped out on his forehead. Boom, in an instant, a strong wave of energy exploded from Stretch's body. At the same time, his body began to undergo a strange transformation. His upper body continued to expand, his muscles knotted, and his clothes burst open. Pieces of flame-like scales appeared on his body. His hands turned into the claws of a beast, vaguely resembling dragon claws. There were even 2 dragon horns growing out of his forehead. In just a short moment, Stretch had turned into a half-human, half-dragon monster. Hiss! Many people sucked in a cold breath. What's that? A half-dragon? I've never heard of the Lax family being able to turn into a half-dragon. Everyone was shocked. They stared at Stretch's current appearance with wide eyes and erupted into earth-shattering discussions. On the Lax family's ship, the raging flame sector lord and the others had solemn expressions. Stretch still used that drop of dragon blood. He wasted a drop of precious dragon blood on Wang Ting. He must pay the price, Valtega said coldly. Now that Stretch has turned into a half-dragon, he can definitely kill Wang Ting, Sinclair said, his eyes flashing red. On the Calendesh family's ship, Baragu and Dubois saw Stretch's transformation and their expressions changed. The Lax family actually fused a drop of dragon blood into Stretch. Baragu said in a deep voice. This dragon blood is very precious and needs to be extracted from some astral beasts with ancient dragon bloodlines. The Lax family doesn't have much of it. I didn't expect them to use it on a young warrior, Dubois said in disbelief. Maybe they did it to deal with Wang Ting, Baragu guessed. Then they really hate Wang Ting to the bone. Dubois shook his head and said, however, there are pros and cons to this half-dragon transformation. Although he can display strength several times greater than his realm for a short period of time, he will also be affected by the dragon blood and have his mind invaded by his bestial nature. If he stays in this half-dragon state for too long, it will be very difficult for him to return to his original body. They're crazy. Baragu's voice had a trace of coldness. Father, how many times will Stretch's strength increase after turning into a half-dragon? Tiki asked worriedly. At least 3 times. If Stretch absorbs it more thoroughly, it might be 4 times, or even 5 times, Baragu said solemnly. Then isn't Big Brother Wang Ting in danger? Olivia couldn't help but exclaim. Let's wait and see. Wang Ting is very strong. Even we can't see through him. Maybe he can handle it, Baragu said. Everyone stopped talking and stared intently at the match on the screen. Atop the military's giant fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the others were watching the screen with furrowed brows. They were no strangers to the Pyrax family's methods. The half-dragon transformation was also in the military's files, and some of the higher-ups knew about it. Therefore, when they saw Stretch's half-dragon transformation, they immediately knew what was going on. The Pyrax family's people are using dragon blood. What's the difference between that and using external forces? General Habakkuk snorted, looking down on this method. The Pyrax family's dragon blood has been refined and integrated into their body through special means. It's already considered an offensive method, so it can't be considered an external force. General Fu Xinglan shook his head. What half-dragon transformation? I think it's a crooked method. General Habakkuk snorted. General Fu Xinglan shook his head and said no more. In the sky above the arena, Stretch had completely completed his draconic form. His body was emitting hot air, and a scorching heat was emitted from his body. He slowly raised his head and stared at Wang Ting with a hint of madness in his eyes. Little dragon, is that you? Wang Ting looked at Stretch strangely and asked. Before Stretch could vent his anger, he was stunned by Wang Ting's question. The second prince and the others looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. At a time like this, Wang Ting was still in the mood to talk big. But your green scales are a little ugly. Why are they green? Look, they've grown all the way to your head. They say a little green on the head is enough to get by. Are you the same? Wang Ting said. Everyone. How sarcastic was his mouth, it only had some green scales, not grass growing on its head. King. Tongue. Stretch's voice became a little low, like a beast's roar. It came from his throat, suppressing his endless anger. What? Wang Ting replied. Die. Stretch roared and suddenly disappeared on the spot, rushing toward Wang Ting. Everywhere he passed, the space around him distorted. A terrifying temperature exploded from his body, like magma spewing out from the ground. No, the temperature was even more terrifying than magma. A green trace streaked across the sky and instantly appeared in front of Wang Ting. Stretch's body appeared. He was half a body taller than Wang Ting and cast a shadow over Wang Ting. A dragon claw reached out and grabbed at Wang Ting's neck. So what if you're so loud? Wang Ting threw out a punch. His fist exploded and collided with Stretch's dragon claw. Boom! With a loud boom, the two of them were sent flying back several thousand meters before they managed to stop themselves. So hard. Wang Ting looked at Stretch in surprise. He felt his fist go numb. His opponent's body had become extraordinarily strong in his half-dragon form. Roar! Stretch roared and rushed over again. A pair of dragon claws crazily attacked Wang Ting. Wang Ting used the Five Elements fist and integrated the Five Elements esoteric force into it, maximizing the power of the Five Elements fist. Boom! 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 Terrifying booms echoed in the sky. Both of them were attacking with their physical bodies. It was violent to the extreme, making the blood of the spectators boil. At this time, Landon moved as well. The spear in his hand turned into countless gray flaming spear lights to stop Wang Ting. It was unknown when Bacta got rid of one of Wang Ting's doppelgangers and attacked from the other side. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Wang Ting, I lost to you last time. You lifted my leg and swung it around. This time, I must beat you up. He shouted loudly and executed his giant boulder body. His attack rumbled as he charged at Wang Ting. Forget it. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he shouted in his heart. Ancient God Body. In an instant, Wang Ting activated this incomparably powerful physique. Thump. Thump. Thump, his heart was beating steadily and powerfully. The blood in his body was like mercury slurry, flowing through his limbs and bones like a great river, erupting with rumbling sounds. His bones, skin, marrow, tendons, and everything else seemed to have been injected with a mysterious power, becoming extremely powerful. A complex and mysterious golden pattern appeared between his eyebrows. Boom! The next moment, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from Wang Ting's body. It was frightening. Stretch could not help but stop and look at Wang Ting in shock. Although he had lost some of his rationality after transforming into a half-dragon, his senses had become sharper. When facing an existence stronger than himself, he would feel a sense of danger. Wang Ting's current state undoubtedly made him feel a great threat. Boom! At this moment, Wang Ting stomped his foot in the air, causing a thunderous boom to resound in the air. His figure had already disappeared from where he was and could not be seen clearly. Stretch was extremely shocked. Before he could even react, he was struck by a huge force. His body bent like a shrimp as he was sent flying at an extremely fast speed. Wang Ting's figure appeared at the spot where Stretch was standing just now. In a flash, he disappeared again. Boom! Stretch was still in the air when he was hit by a huge force, causing the green scales on his body to shatter and blood to spurt out. Boom! 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 Wang Ting showed no mercy. Both his fists bombarded his opponent's body. Roar! Stretch was both shocked and furious. He let out a series of roars and threw out a dragon claw to meet Wang Ting's attack. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from his arm. Stretch suddenly let out a painful scream. His arm was actually broken. What kind of terrifying power was this? At this moment, a trace of fear finally appeared in the depths of his heart. His eyes were trembling rapidly. Come on, what are you afraid of? Wang Ting shouted. His fists continued to bombard Stretch's body, causing him to bleed all over. It was extremely miserable. Scram! Stretch roared. He wanted to retreat, but he could not shake off Wang Ting. The injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. Blood spilled out like it was worthless. His green scales were blown away and his 2 dragon claws were broken. He was unable to resist at all. Roar, Stretch let out a sorrowful roar. It was especially mournful. It's over. Wang Ting shouted coldly. He raised his leg and kicked Stretch down from the sky. Stretch was no longer able to control his body. He plummeted downwards and crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom, Wang Ting swooped down and stomped Stretch into the ground. One of his feet crushed Stretch's face. Silence, the surroundings immediately fell into an eerie silence. What just happened? Wang Ting's attack was too fast. No one could react in time. He chased after Stretch and attacked him crazily. Stretch could not fight back at all. Everything was like a dream. It was extremely unreal. It was too terrifying. Stretch used his half-dragon form and his body was extremely strong. However, he was still stomped into the ground by Wang Ting. I said I would stomp you under my feet. Wang Ting said. He stepped on Stretch's face and pressed him into the dust. Roar. Let go of me. Stretch was covered in blood, but he was still struggling. He was filled with unwillingness. A pair of blood-red eyes glared at Wang Ting from below. The hatred in his eyes was almost overflowing. You can still struggle. Wang Ting raised his foot and stomped down again, ruthlessly stomping on Stretch's face. Boom, Stretch's body was still outside. His head was directly pressed into the ground and was stomped into the pit. King. Tongue. A furious roar was heard. Boom, 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 Wang Ting did not waste any time. He stomped down again and again, stomping on Stretch's head. The muscles on the faces of the surrounding people twitched crazily. They were shocked by Wang Ting's fierceness. Landon and Bacta's expression stiffened. They did not dare to come closer. They felt that Wang Ting was too terrifying. After an unknown period of time, Stretch did not make any more sounds. Wang Ting also stopped. The second prince and the others could sense that Stretch was no longer breathing. His vitality had dissipated. Stretch was dead. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Even the half-dragon form Stretch was killed. Wang Ting's strength was unimaginable. Hua, the audience was in an uproar. They looked at the young man on the screen in shock. They could not calm down for a long time. Wang Ting stomped a genius warrior of the Pyrax family to death. This was crazy. The battle between Wang Ting and Stretch ended in a way that left everyone flabbergasted. It ended with Stretch's death. It was extremely tragic, everyone sighed. Another fighter from the Pyrax family had died. This year's Battle of Geniuses seemed to have become a nightmare for the Pyrax family. The raging flame sector lord's face was filled with dark clouds. The anger in his heart had been suppressed to the extreme. However, he didn't roar this time. He seemed to know that it was useless and would only make a joke out of himself. He didn't say a word. He stared at Wang Ting on the screen as if he could eat him alive. Waltgu and Sinclair didn't dare to say a word. They were afraid of angering the raging flame sector lord. They were also extremely angry. Their fear of Wang Ting grew deeper and deeper. On the virtual universe communication platform, many people were discussing what battle technique Wang Ting had just used. It was actually so powerful. Just relying on the power of his physical body, he was able to suppress the half-dragon human form Stretch. Wang Ting's physical body had definitely reached an extremely ridiculous level. Within the army's huge fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the other two looked at the mysterious imprint between Wang Ting's eyebrows through the screen. Their eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. That's ancient race language? General Habakkuk said with uncertainty. It's very similar. It might really be an ancient race language. General Fu Xinglan pondered for a moment and said. Seems like Wang Ting has obtained an ancient race's physical body inheritance. General Habakkuk speculated. To be able to obtain an ancient race's inheritance, Wang Ting's luck. General Fu Xinglan shook his head and sighed. No one knew better than them. How rare an ancient race inheritance was. Furthermore, every ancient race inheritance was definitely incomparably powerful. When Wang Ting used that physical body technique just now, an ancient race language appeared on his forehead. It was obviously left behind by the ancient race. Its power was indeed much stronger than ordinary battle techniques. Even immortal rank experts like them were envious when they saw it. On the royal family's spaceship, King Chongshan's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, "Ancient language? You're talking about ancient race language?" The sector lord old man asked uncertainly. "I thought I saw wrong." "That's right." King Chongshan nodded. "If that's the case, what Wang Ting used just now was an ancient race physical body battle technique?" The sector lord old man's eyes were filled with shock. "Yes, if I'm not wrong, it's an ancient tribe combat skill," King Chongshan said. "This Wang Ting is just from a backward planet, how can he have ancient race battle techniques?" The sector lord old man was shocked. He has been in the universe for such a long time. Perhaps he obtained an inheritance from somewhere. King Chongshan calmed down and said, "This Wang Ting is really lucky." The sector lord old man took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a trace of envy. Above the arena continent, Lan Dang and Bacta watched Wang Ting stomp Stretch to death and were shocked, not daring to go forward. Wang Ting looked up and locked his gaze on them. "It's your turn." A voice came from Wang Ting's mouth. Boom, he stomped on the ground and turned into a stream of light, charging towards Lan Dang and Bacta. "I admit defeat." However, to everyone's surprise, Lan Dang retreated and left the battlefield, choosing to admit defeat. Everyone was stunned. Lan Dang chose to admit defeat. Was he scared out of his wits by Wang Ting's brutality? Wang Ting stopped and looked at Lan Dang, who had left the battlefield. His eyes flashed with a trace of deep meaning. He knew that Lan Dang had the rank 4 dragon blood battle body and was stronger than Stretch. However, in the battle just now, he didn't show it at all. His body strength was at most on par with Stretch. When Stretch was stomped to death, Lan Dang didn't rush to save him. Instead, he acted like he was scared. Now that he admitted defeat, Wang Ting didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. However, since Lan Dang admitted defeat, Wang Ting didn't plan on chasing him. He still had some use for Lan Dang. Seeing that Wang Ting didn't chase him, Lan Dang let out a sigh of relief and left the arena. Seeing Lan Dang leave, the audience wasn't too surprised. Although Lan Dang's admission of defeat was shocking, seeing Stretch's outcome, it was understandable. Wang Ting killed Pyrax family's fighter. What else could Lan Dang do but admit defeat? Was he going to watch as he followed in Stretch's footsteps? No one was that stupid. It was just a competition, why put his life on the line? Admitting defeat was a wise choice. Wang Ting looked at Bacta and grinned. "Didn't you want to beat me up? Come, let's fight one-on-one now." Bacta was speechless. Was it too late for him to take back his words? At this moment, Bacta felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom, Wang Ting didn't waste any time and charged straight at him. Berkeley shouted and activated his giant boulder talent. His body swelled up, and he charged at Wang Ting with an indomitable will. If he died, so be it. There was no way he was going to admit defeat. At most, he'd be beaten up again. Boom, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This time, Wang Ting didn't use his boulder body. His ancient god body was still active, so he used his physical strength to fight Bacta head-on. The two figures, one big and one small, collided in the sky. Bacta's body became huge, but he was still agile. However, Wang Ting was faster. He flashed around Bacta's body and bombarded the other party's body with his fists, producing muffled sounds. Bacta attacked wildly, but it was all in vain. He couldn't harm Wang Ting at all. Moments later, Wang Ting appeared in front of Bacta and punched out. Origin power condensed into a giant fist and blasted toward Bacta's face. Bacta was dizzy, and Wang Ting seized the opportunity. His hands formed claws and dug into the rock layer around Bacta's thighs, exerting force. Boom, Bacta's giant body was actually swung into the air and smashed toward the ground. Rumbles echoed continuously, kicking up a large cloud of dust. This scene was extremely impactful and even more terrifying than the last time. Just like before, Wang Ting's body was even bigger than Bacta's. It looked like he was bullying the other party. At this moment, his body was like an ant compared to Bacta's. An ant hugging an elephant's leg and smashing it to the ground. This scene was undoubtedly more impactful. Boom. Boom. Boom, after some time, Wang Ting finally let go of his hands. Bogda had already fallen to the ground, completely unconscious. Bogda, defeated, the moment he lost consciousness, his heart collapsed, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what a bully. On the virtual universe communication platform, the audience was dumbfounded and broke out into shocking discussions. F asterisk CK. That's too cruel. He got smashed again. What did Bogda do wrong for wanting to do this to him? How pitiful. Bogda probably won't dare to fight Wang Ting again. The second prince and the others also had strange expressions. How could Bogda be so unlucky to be smashed by Wang Ting twice in a row? He must have been traumatized. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked. They hadn't expected Bogda to be unable to block Wang Ting for even a moment and be knocked out in just a few hits. He also looked miserable. The rocks on his body had been shattered, and he had completely lost consciousness. At this moment, Jiang Weixing's expression changed slightly. After seeing Wang Ting defeat Bogda, he wanted to curse in his heart. Of all the people, why did he choose him? Was this guy trying to take revenge? Back then, their family didn't want to get involved in the feud between Wang Ting and the Pyrax family and had cut ties with them early on. Wang Ting must have been very unhappy. Wang Ting didn't think so much. It was just that Jiang Weixing was the closest to him. In an instant, Wang Ting charged toward Jiang Weixing and punched him. Boom, the fist imprint exploded, bringing with it the terrifying power of flames. Scorching heat swept out. Jiang Weixing's expression changed slightly. Thinking of Stretch and Bogda's ending, he didn't dare to take this punch head-on and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the battle saber in his hand swept toward Wang Ting. Thunder exploded on the battle saber. Its power was shocking. The thunder turned into a saber radiance and slashed toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a strange expression. This Jiang Weixing was actually a thunder attribute martial artist. He hadn't used it in the previous battles, which was surprising. The genius battle of prodigies was indeed extraordinary. The thunder attribute force was very special and had a very small chance of being born. Only some extremely talented martial artists could have thunder attribute force. However, up until now, there had already been a few geniuses with thunder attribute force. Xianxia was one, the third prince was another, and now Jiang Weixing was also a thunder attribute martial artist. Wang Ting didn't dodge. A sector master battle sword appeared in his hand. The power of thunder also exploded, turning into a sword radiance and slashing out. Boom, the attacks of both sides collided, and a loud explosion erupted. The power of thunder clashed like the might of the heavens, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to surge. Bolts of lightning that were like silver-white spiritual snakes slithered through the clouds. Again! Wang Ting shouted. The battle sword in his hand slashed out continuously. His 100% thunder attribute profound erupted, turning into sword radiance. Jiang Weixing's expression was extremely serious. His thunder attribute profound was also his strongest force. He had comprehended 90% of the profound, but he was still inferior to Wang Ting. He was very depressed. He didn't expect this little baron from a backward planet to have such terrifying talent. He had developed every type of force to such a terrifying degree. It was really inhuman. Previously, when Wang Ting fought with other martial artists, he only watched from the sidelines and didn't have such a deep understanding. Now that they were truly fighting, he could feel Wang Ting's power. As the profound collided, Jiang Weixing instantly fell into a disadvantage. He was constantly pushed back by Wang Ting's attacks. He was in a very sorry state. Who will help me? Jiang Weixing's expression was ugly. He couldn't help but shout. Who's going to help me? Jiang Weixing let out a loud shout, which surprised everyone. After all, he was the first one to ask for help. Warriors who reached this step were all geniuses among geniuses. Who wasn't arrogant and confident, no one would be so shameless as to ask for help. However, Jiang Weixing broke the pride of the genius martial artists and directly asked for help. The audience's expression became strange. Was Jiang Weixing serious? He actually asked for help. Was he so shameless? He was a genius from one of the 8 royal families. At this moment, on the Jiang royal family's flying ship, Jiang Weixing's father, Jiang Hanfeng, as well as the Jiang royal family's sector lord, had a dark expression. What a disgraceful thing. What a disgrace, in the air above the arena continent. Jiang Weisheng didn't think so much. He didn't want to admit defeat so easily, so he could only ask for help. After all, they were ganging up on him and not fighting one-on-one. He wasn't an idiot. He wanted to fight a maniac like Wang Ting alone. They didn't have the advantage they should have. When it was time to gang up on him, they should gang up on him. What was there to care about now? However, they originally had 16 people, but now there were only 9 left. Wang Ting had 6 clones, so they needed at least 6 people to stall him. They could only spare 3 people. I'll do it. Gunter shouted coldly. He and Xiahou Zun were attacking one of Wang Ting's clones. They wanted to get rid of him first. However, he couldn't care so much now. He immediately got rid of this clone and threw it to Xiahou Zun. Then, he charged towards Wang Ting. Xiahou Zun didn't say much and did his best to stall Wang Ting's clone. He knew that this was the best method. Since they couldn't deal with Wang Ting's clone in a short time, they could only stall him and send others to deal with Wang Ting's main body. Su Jianshan, you go help them too. On the other side, Ji Haochen shouted. He repelled the doppelganger in front of him and pulled the doppelganger in front of Su Jianshan into his battle circle, allowing Su Jianshan to escape. Su Jianshan did not hesitate and immediately turned to rush toward Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting's 2 clones didn't chase after Su Jianshan either. Instead, they looked at Ji Haochen, grinned and said, "Aren't you afraid that you'll be eliminated first by fighting against my 2 clones alone? All I need to do is to stall you." Ji Haochen was a bit nervous, but still, he showed no fear on his face. Come on then. The 2 clones of Wang Ting launched the 5 elements boxing simultaneously, striking towards Ji Haochen. Seeing that terrifying fist, Ji Haochen's expression changed slightly. He immediately stepped back, not wanting to face it head-on. Wang Ting's fist skill was already famous. He used this fist skill to defeat many opponents during the Battle of Prodigies. Even geniuses like Stretch and Bacta couldn't fight back. Ji Haochen didn't focus on body cultivation, so how could he dare to face it head-on? Fortunately, he only needed to stall Wang Ting's 2 clones. He didn't need to face them head-on, so he was able to handle it with ease. Not far away, Ling Yanshu also broke free. He held a long spear and rushed toward Wang Ting's body. For a moment, Wang Ting's body was surrounded by 4 figures with powerful auras. They each stood in a direction, surrounding Wang Ting in the middle. Your choice is very unwise. Wang Ting looked around and smiled faintly. The 4 of you are no threat to me. Ling Qianxue and the other 3 are the best proof. Humph. Gunter snorted and looked at Wang Ting unhappily. He said coldly, shameless boasting. I remember the way you looked at me before. It made me very uncomfortable. Wang Ting glanced at the poison cultivator. Your body is very good. It's very suitable for me to study poisons. Gunter smiled sinisterly. Ling Yanshu, Jiang Weisheng, and Su Jianshan couldn't help but glance at him. No wonder Gunter always looked at them with a strange gaze. It turned out that he had bad thoughts about their bodies. Were all poison attribute martial artists so abnormal? They secretly paid attention. It was better to be careful of Gunter in the future. They didn't want to be used to study poisons. Poison cultivators were indeed very troublesome. They made people wary. Interesting. Someone actually dares to use my body to study poisons. Wang Ting didn't mind and smiled. Let's see if you can still smile later. Gunter snorted. Haven't you noticed that your poison has no effect on me? Wang Ting said. Impossible. Gunter frowned. He did notice that the poison he used to attack Wang Ting didn't hurt Wang Ting at all. However, he didn't believe that Wang Ting was completely immune to his poison. Wang Ting must have some way to resist his poison. Nothing is impossible. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Wang Ting said. Those are just my most basic poisons. I haven't used the truly powerful ones yet. Don't be too proud. Gunter said. Then come and try. Wang Ting shook his head and hooked his finger. This guy won't cry until he sees the coffin. This contemptuous action made Gunter's expression turn ugly. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's attack together," Ling Yanshu said coldly. "Isn't this my defeated opponent?" Wang Ting looked at Ling Yanshu and smiled. "Losing once doesn't mean I'll lose every time." "Wang Ting, you're too confident." Ling Yanshu snorted coldly. As his voice fell, he no longer hesitated. The majestic thunder origin force in his body burst out and gathered on the purple spear in his hand. Boom, bolts of thunder fell from the sky and connected with the tip of the spear in his hand. Compared to his performance in the elimination round, the thunder origin force that Ling Yanshu summoned seemed to be much stronger. This made Wang Ting look at him strangely. It seemed that the #1 prodigy of Deqian Academy had made a breakthrough in the short time of the competition. His previous defeat didn't make him depressed. As expected of a prodigy, Wang Ting sighed in his heart. Jiang Weixing couldn't help but look at Ling Yanshu. His pupils shrank. They both had thunder origin force, but he could feel that Ling Yanshu's control of it was much higher than his. This made him feel a little unconvinced. He knew of Ling Yanshu's identity. He was only from a galactic family and could not be compared to the 8 royal families with different surnames. However, the other party had entered the Great Qian Academy and was valued by the dean of the Great Qian Academy. Under the dean's careful nurturing, he possessed such powerful strength. Boom, Jiang Weixing was not willing to be outdone. He raised the saber in his hand high above his head and guided the power of thunder down. It connected to the sky and condensed into a terrifying saber light. It seemed to have the intention of competing with Ling Yanshu. Wang Ting found it interesting. When these two thunder origin martial artists met, they started to fight. This was normal. They were both thunder origin martial artists. When they met, they naturally wouldn't give in to each other. If they didn't have to face a strong enemy like Wang Ting, they probably couldn't help but fight. On the other side, Su Jianchen didn't say a word. The battle sword in his hand began to condense a sword light. A strong sword intent rose from his body and seemed to merge with the sword in his hand, bursting out a terrifying sword light. Wang Ting's pupils shrank slightly. He felt a trace of threat from Su Jianchen. He had to admit that Su Jianchen's understanding of the sword surpassed all the sword geniuses that Wang Ting had seen so far. Even the Emperor's son was inferior. A cold glint flashed in Gunter's eyes. A green light began to condense on the sickle in his hand. A dark green mist seemed to float in the surroundings like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Wang Ting's eyes swept across and stopped on the dark green fog for a moment. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became tense. The air seemed to have frozen. Lightning flashed, sword intent sword, there was also a dark green fog in the air, swords were drawn, everything seemed to have stopped. The audience opened their eyes wide and held their breaths. They stared at the battle without blinking. A gust of wind suddenly blew from afar, lifting up the yellow sand in the sky. Boom, in the next moment, Su Jianchen and the other 3 attacked at the same time, as if they had agreed to it. They bombarded Wang Ting. The thunder condensed on the spear in Ling Yanshu's hand turned into a peerless spear light. The thunder force gathered and a purple dragon wrapped around the spear light. It roared to the sky. He could feel that the dragon's body contained a faintly discernible domain power. Ling Yanshu fused all of the thunder domain that he had comprehended into that spear. One spear was a domain, peerless power. Jiang Weixing attacked at the same time. The battle sword slashed down from the top of his head. The thunder force turned into a sword light. The sword light was connected with countless thunder. It was like a heavenly sword slashing down from the sky. His thunder sword light had also integrated the thunder domain power. The sword light had a domain change, as if it contained a purple world. Ha ha ha, when Wang Ting saw this, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he felt heroic and couldn't help but laugh. Come on. Let's see if your thunder force is stronger or if my thunder force is stronger. His voice echoed in the sky. He didn't look sideways. His eyes reflected the lightning. Suddenly, he stretched out a hand toward the sky. A special domain spread out from his body. Boom, under the effect of Wang Ting's thunder domain, the violent thunder force fell and gathered in his hand. Hiss. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Catching the thunder with bare hands. Boom, thunder gathered at an extremely fast speed. In almost an instant, it condensed into an ancient and strange spear in Wang Ting's hand. Complex and mysterious purple patterns appeared on the spear, like thunder force. This spear suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's hand, triggering countless thunder force. It was even more terrifying than the thunder force that Ling Yangshu and Jiang Weixing had gathered. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but happened in the blink of an eye. It was as if Wang Ting's hand had traveled through time and space to retrieve the spear from an ancient battlefield, and was now fighting for him. Boom, in the blink of an eye, Ling Yangshu and Jiang Weixing's attacks were already in front of him. Wang Ting didn't hesitate at all. His eyes were filled with thunder light, and he was bathed in thunder force. Endless thunder power gathered on his body, as if the thunder god had descended. Boom, in the next moment, the thunder spear was thrown out from his hand. It turned into a shocking bolt of lightning and collided with the spear and saber light in front of him. Boom, a terrifying roar echoed between heaven and earth. All sounds seemed to disappear, leaving only the roar of thunder. The entire gray sky was filled with the light produced by the collision of thunder and lightning. Nothing could be seen clearly, however, the audience was still unwilling to look away. They were still staring at the scene on the light screen. Fortunately, they were warriors and could use force to protect their eyes. Otherwise, if they looked for too long, their eyes would probably go blind. The collision between the two sides was instantly decided. The thunder force was annihilated, and two figures flew out. It was Ling Yangshu and Jiang Weixing. Poochie, they were still in midair when they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned pale and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their attacks were actually blocked by Wang Ting alone. Wang Ting ignored the two of them and turned to look to the other side. At the same time, Su Jianquan's attack also approached. An astonishing sword light shot out from Su Jianquan's battle sword. It was as if there was nothing else in the world except for this one sword. The sharp sword intent seemed to pierce through Wang Ting's body. His hair and clothes were blown back by the strong wind. Wang Ting was not in a hurry. The battle sword in his hand also condensed a terrifying sword light. His whole body seemed to have merged with the battle sword in his hand. I am the sword is me. This feeling arose spontaneously in Wang Ting's heart. Although it was the first time he had used the union of man and sword, Wang Ting was not unfamiliar with it at all. It was as if he had already comprehended it countless times. He closed his eyes, and there was only a dazzling white sword light in his mind. At this moment, Su Jianquan's sword light was already a few hundred meters in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it was about to slash down on his head. Many people saw this scene and their hearts could not help but tighten. They were sweating for Wang Ting. Boom, at this moment, the battle sword in Wang Ting's hand slashed out unhurriedly. Two sword lights from both sides crossed the sky and collided in the sky. Wang Ting's figure flashed and disappeared. He did not look at the collision of sword lights again. The sword light had already been released. There was no need to look anymore, he had the confidence to win. Then another strange wave of energy erupted from his body, turning into a domain that was completely different from before. Boom, a sickle-like attack with a large amount of dark green fog swept over and collided with his domain. Gunter's pupils shrank. He found that his attack had completely fallen into Wang Ting's domain. Moreover, the dark green fog seemed to have touched something and was quickly melting. His heart was filled with shock, and he immediately retreated without thinking. But it was too late. Wang Ting's domain spread out at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, instantly pulling him into it. Gunter's expression was extremely ugly as he looked around. He saw that he was surrounded by a deep blue color. It was like the deep sea, making him feel as if he was in the depths of the sea. At the same time, he sensed an extremely faint sense of death from the blue water, as if something terrifying was hiding in it. What kind of domain is this? Gunter couldn't help but murmur to himself. He felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, he suddenly found that a few more figures showed up in the domain. They were the second prince, Jihaochen, and the others. Even you guys were pulled in. Gunter exclaimed. This is... Jihaochen looked around and was a little surprised. This is my Yellow Spring domain. Wang Ting appeared above the group of people. The few clones showed up around him as well, then slowly disappeared. Seeing this, the group of people didn't relax at all. Instead, their hearts were in their mouths. Yellow Spring Domain. The second prince repeated Wang Ting's words with a serious look. He had a bad feeling. Yellow Spring Domain. How arrogant. Xiahou Zun snorted coldly. It's just SOSO. Wang Ting glanced at him and said blandly. Wang Ting, it seems like you want to catch all of us in one fell swoop. Mosi looked around and said. If you want to say it like that, it's not impossible. Wang Ting chuckled. There are 6 of us left. Even if we only release our domains, it's enough to break your so-called Yellow Spring Domain. Jihaochen said. Then you can give it a try. Wang Ting said carelessly. So confident. The second prince stared at Wang Ting's eyes and guessed, this should be your second domain, right? Why don't you use the merged domain from before? Is this Yellow Spring Domain even more powerful? I'm tired of using the previous domain, so I changed to a new one. Wang Ting said. The second prince. The others. Was this something a human would say, tired of using one domain, so he changed to a new one? Did he think his domain was cabbage? Everyone was speechless. They didn't know how to express their feelings. Why waste time talking to him? Let's just activate our domains. I don't believe that we can't break his domain if we work together. Gunter said coldly. All right. The second prince took a deep breath and said, everyone, let's work together. The others all agreed. They all agreed to work together to defeat Wang Ting. Wang Ting gave them too much pressure, so much so that they couldn't even think about fighting him alone. Boom, suddenly, everyone activated their domains. Strange auras burst out from their bodies, turning into special domains that filled Wang Ting's Yellow Spring Domain. There were 6 people left in the domain. That was 6 domains. Obviously, those who were able to reach this stage had undoubtedly comprehended their own domains. 6 terrifying domains expanded in Wang Ting's Yellow Spring Domain. Powerful domains swept out and bombarded the Yellow Spring Domain. Something's not right. However, the second prince and the others immediately realized that something was wrong. Their expressions turned solemn. Although their domains kept expanding, they couldn't break Wang Ting's Yellow Spring Domain. The power of this domain was beyond their imagination. Among the 6 domains, the second prince, Mosi, Jihaochen, and Gunter had the strongest domains. They had all reached the 3rd stage. Although Xiahou Zun and Sawyer's domains were only at the 2nd stage, they were still fused domains. Even so, they couldn't break Wang Ting's domain. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but have an unbelievable thought. The Yellow Spring Domain in front of them probably surpassed the 3rd stage. Your fields are not bad, but they're not strong enough. Wang Ting's calm voice came from above. The second prince and the others were shocked. Your domain is a 4th stage domain. The second prince said in disbelief. A 4th stage domain. Gunter and the others were in disbelief. They were confident that they could comprehend a 2nd or even 3rd stage domain when they were still in the star level. They didn't expect Wang Ting's domain to be at the 4th stage. How is this possible? Xiahou Zun was shocked. No one has ever comprehended a 4th stage domain at the star level. Don't talk nonsense if you're inexperienced, Wang Ting said. It's just a 4th stage domain. It's not a big deal. Xiahou Zun's face turned red. He was being mocked for being inexperienced. And Wang Ting's tone was too arrogant. A 4th stage domain, not a big deal. Did this guy know what a 4th stage domain meant? He had never heard of a participant reaching the 4th stage domain after so many years of the Genius Tournament. There seemed to be a huge threshold between the 3rd stage and the 4th stage that kept them out. Only after reaching the universe level and having a deeper understanding of their origin power could they break through the 4th stage domain. Let's end this. Wang Ting's voice was heard. Countless blue water droplets appeared within the domain and floated around it. With a wave of Wang Ting's hand, all the water droplets fell down. It was as though there was a heavy rain within the domain. It was a blue rain. Boom. The 6 domains trembled under the blue rain, and the domain power melted away like the water of the Yellow Spring, erasing everything. In the sky, the dark blue domain disappeared. The terrifying dark blue raindrops also disappeared, as if they had never appeared. It was like a dream, the 6 domains of the second prince and the others had already melted. They stood in the sky in a daze, as if they hadn't recovered from their shock. One of them was in a miserable state. Gunter, his face was bruised and swollen, and his head was full of bumps. It was impossible to recognize his original appearance. He stood there shakily, and his eyes were so swollen that only a slit could be seen. A resentful and frightened gaze shot out from the slit, staring at the youth in front of him. In the distance, Su Jianchen was seriously injured. There was a sword wound on his chest, and blood was spreading out. He looked over, and his pupils shrank. Ling Yangshu and Jiang Weixing stood further away, holding their chests. Their faces were pale, and it was obvious that they had been seriously injured. The surroundings suddenly quieted down, absolute silence, the competition was over, the audience looked at each other, and they still hadn't recovered from their shock. The series of battles just now happened too quickly. From Ling Yangshu and the other 3 besieging Wang Ting, to Wang Ting defeating them one by one, and then pulling the second prince and the others into his domain. All of this dazzled the audience. They were only focused on the competition and didn't have time to think about it. How did the competition end in the blink of an eye? Many people were still puzzled, feeling that they hadn't seen enough. We lost, the second prince said. He looked a little dejected, and he was still unwilling to accept it. Ji Haochen, Diamoshi, Xiahozun, Sawyer, Gunter, and the others were all silent. They looked at the youth in front of them, and their eyes dimmed. Lost, the combined forces of the 16 of them still lost to Wang Ting. This result was unacceptable, but it was a fact that they had to accept. To these genius fighters, this was undoubtedly a huge blow, and it would probably become the hardest shadow to erase in their path of martial arts. Perhaps even after countless years had passed, they would still remember that there was a person who had suppressed them to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. Everyone looked forward with complicated looks in their eyes. That figure stood in the void, and his thick black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was aloof and peerless, and they seemed to have dimmed by a lot. Boom, in an instant, the audience erupted, countless voices resounded throughout the virtual universe platform. We won. Wang Ting won. 1 against 16, and he still won. Unbelievable. Wang Ting is too strong. He's not human. This is an invincible talent. Invincible talent, a peerless genius. Wang Ting. A peerless genius. Wang Ting. A peerless genius. Wang Ting. A peerless genius. Thousands of galaxies in the Qian Empire, countless planets, and countless creatures were all staring at the figure on the light screen. They were all shouting Wang Ting's name in excitement. To be able to witness the rise of such a peerless genius with their own eyes, everyone felt proud in their hearts. On Earth, countless people on Earth cheered. Many people who were familiar with Wang Ting looked at the figure on the light screen, and their eyes couldn't help but be filled with shock. Even Wang Ting's territory in the Qian Empire, the Milky Way galaxy, and the Yulan galaxy, the fighters in these 2 galaxies were all excited. Because Wang Ting was the master of these 2 territories. As people of these 2 galaxies, seeing Wang Ting rise, that kind of glory, made them feel an indescribable feeling. On the army's huge fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the other 2 couldn't hold back their smiles. Their eyes were filled with gratification. Good kid. General Habakkuk couldn't help but laugh. He was very happy, really happy. He had never been so happy before, not because of any other reason, but simply because he saw a successor. Looking at Wang Ting on the light screen, he felt like he was looking at a powerful warrior who could suppress the world, rising like a star. Even if they fall, there would be others who could take over their positions. On the royal family's spaceship, King Chongshan let out a long breath and said, although I expected this kid to be extraordinary, I didn't expect him to be so abnormal. 1 against 16. Even I couldn't do that when I was young. The sector lord elder next to him was also in shock. He shook his head and sighed. I'm old. I made a mistake. You're better at judging people. King Chongshan smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Ting is indeed a great enemy of the Emperor's son, the sector lord elder said again. At this moment, there was finally a hint of worry in his eyes. Previously, he felt that Wang Ting couldn't possibly be a match for the Emperor's son. No matter what, the emperor would definitely get first place in the genius battle. But now, as Wang Ting's performance became more and more monstrous, he had a premonition that Wang Ting would be a great enemy of the emperor's son. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. On the path of martial arts, it's exciting to have an opponent. King Chongshan said meaningfully, only then can you go further. The sector lord elder trembled and fell silent. He didn't say anything else. On the Calendish family spaceship, Baragu and the others were also sighing. They didn't know what expression to have. After all, their family's daimosi had also lost to Wang Ting. This guy is still so monstrous. Tiki sighed. Although daimosi's strength is not bad, it's a pity that there's still a big gap between him and Wang Ting. Du Bois shook his head. However, Wang Ting was able to defeat 16 genius martial artists by himself. It's really unimaginable. Baragu sighed. Big brother Wang Ting is so powerful. Olivia's eyes sparkled as she said excitedly. You little girl. Next to her, Letitia couldn't help but roll her eyes coquettishly. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. Her family's martial artists had lost, but she still cared about Wang Ting. However, Letitia's view of Wang Ting changed again and again. Now, Wang Ting's position in her heart was far higher than before. After this battle, Wang Ting had a 50% chance of getting first place. She had to pay attention to such a peerless prodigy. On the Pyrax family's spaceship, the raging flame sector lord and the others watched the scene in silence. 2 prodigies from the Pyrax family had lost. One had died and the other had admitted defeat. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. This year's battle of geniuses would probably become the nightmare of the Pyrax family. They would be the biggest losers. And this was all thanks to Wang Ting. On the Jiang royal family's spaceship, Jiang Hanfeng and the sector lord from the Jiang royal family had complicated expressions. They never would have thought that Wang Ting could reach this step. The youth who had been suppressed by the Pyrax family had now blossomed into his own dazzling brilliance in the battle of geniuses. Even the Pyrax family couldn't stop him. Wang Ting's rise was unstoppable. Even the Pyrax family had suffered greatly at the hands of Wang Ting. So many of their participants had almost died. The Pyrax family was definitely the most miserable one in this year's battle of geniuses. At this moment, if Jiang Hanfeng and the sector lord from the Jiang royal family said they didn't have any regrets, that would be a lie. When they saw that Wang Ting had offended the Pyrax family, according to the style of a large family, they immediately cut ties with him. Now that Wang Ting had risen, it wouldn't be of much use for them to befriend him. The icing on the cake couldn't be compared to providing help in the middle of winter. Thinking about the Ji royal family and the Kalendexiv family, they had supported Wang Ting back then. Now, Wang Ting's relationship with them was probably not bad. Sigh, I didn't think I would be wrong. Jiang Hanfeng sighed and said the same thing as the sector lord from the royal family. Forget it, my Jiang royal family doesn't lack the friendship of a genius fighter. The sector lord from the Jiang royal family said stiffly. Jiang Hanfeng sighed again and didn't say anything else. Compared to the regret of the Jiang royal clan, the atmosphere on the side of the Ji royal clan wasn't bad. Back then, the sector lord of the Ji royal clan, Xianxia, helped Wang Ting because Wang Ting had saved his life. However, in that situation, helping Wang Ting was already a huge favor. Hence, the relationship between the Ji royal family and Wang Ting was rather good. Even though it was like what the sector lord from the Jiang royal family said, as a royal family, they wouldn't be affected by missing out on the friendship of a genius fighter. But this was like an investment, one received a return while the other received nothing and even suffered a loss. Naturally, their feelings were different. The other royal family members were also feeling complicated. Their family's geniuses had all lost to Wang Ting, a fighter from a backward planet. Such feelings, to the proud royal family members, could be imagined. Yu Xingxing, Wu Xingyun, Master Han and the rest were very excited. Looking at the competition on the screen, they were all happy for Wang Ting. Wang Ting won. Master Han let out a long breath, as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. This kid is a monster. Hong Shui couldn't help but laugh and scold. When the competition started, they didn't expect Wang Ting to reach this step. After all, how long had he been in the universe? He didn't have time to grow. He couldn't be compared to the geniuses in the universe, but now, he had defeated countless opponents and rose up in the genius competition. He was only one step away from first place. This made everyone feel that it was unreal. With Wang Ting's strength, it's very likely that he'll get first place. Wu Xingyan's eyes flashed as he said. First place? Master Han couldn't help but exclaim. That emperor's strength is still very strong. It's hard to see through him. Hong Shui kept his smile and said with a serious expression. Wang Ting probably hasn't used his full strength yet. Wu Xingyan guessed. With his personality, until the end, he might really have a trick up his sleeve. Hong Shui was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. When everyone heard him say that, they couldn't help but think of Wang Ting's personality and couldn't help but laugh. On the Battle Rock Mercenary Group's small team spaceship, Lin Chuhan let out a sigh of relief as a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. When she saw Wang Ting fight 16 genius warriors by himself, she was worried to death. She was afraid that he would fail. Now that he had won, he naturally heaved a sigh of relief and felt happy for him. Wang Ting was getting closer and closer to first place. She didn't know why, but she firmly believed that Wang Ting would definitely get the first place. In the sky above the arena, Wang Ting saw the second prince admit defeat and smiled. He turned his gaze to the others. Forget it, forget it. We also admit defeat. Ji Haochen, Di Mosi, and the others waved their hands. Admit defeat. Su Jianshan looked at Wang Ting intently. He turned around and left the battlefield after throwing this sentence at him. Wang Ting's attack had left a huge impact on his mind. In his heart, Wang Ting's sword skills had reached an unprecedented height, far surpassing his own. Unfortunately, if he knew that Wang Ting's sword and man as one came from him, how would he feel? Xia Hozun, Sawyer, Jiang Weixing, and the others didn't say a word and turned to leave. Wang Ting, I'm not done with you. Gunter said in a muffled voice. It would have been better if he didn't speak, but once he did, everyone noticed his current appearance and their expressions became strange. When did Wang Ting attack Gunter? They didn't even know. However, this guy was really pitiful. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He was almost on par with the fatty from before. You're welcome to find me again. Wang Ting said with a smile. Everyone. Gunter didn't speak again. He let out a cold snort and left with a stomach full of depression and grievance. At this time, a voice came from the light sphere. The competition has ended. Wang Ting has 16 victories. His ranking is temporarily in first place. As the voice fell, Wang Ting's 1 vs 16 competition came to an end. Wang Ting was, without a doubt, the temporary first place. This match would eventually become a legend. Many years later, there would probably still be people who remembered that a prodigy once defeated all 16 of them. Due to the special circumstances, all cultivators will rest for 3 days before continuing the competition. After a pause, the voice came from the light sphere again. The second prince, Di Mosi, and the others felt humiliated. If they lost, so be it. Why did they have to suffer like this? Was this looking down on them? However, when they looked around and saw that everyone was either dead or injured, if they didn't rest for a few days, they probably wouldn't be able to continue the competition. The second prince and the others were extremely helpless and couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. This main culprit, Wang Ting, had an innocent look on his face. What did this have to do with him? It was all because they couldn't take it. As the competition ended, the second prince and the others also left the arena one after another. Before leaving, Wang Ting's mind power quietly swept out and picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. The attribute bubbles dropped by the 16 prodigies were very impressive, but he wasn't in a hurry to count them. He would go back first. Wang Ting and the others returned to the spectator area. The emperor's son had been watching the competition here. At this time, his eyes fell on Wang Ting, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Wang Ting's strength really exceeded his expectations time and time again. He had to admit that Wang Ting was comparable to those peerless prodigies outside the Qian Empire. Wang Ting noticed his gaze, turned around, and said with a smile, "It's your turn." The emperor's son's eyes flashed. He naturally knew what Wang Ting meant. His opponent's competition was over, and it was his turn. "My king." Tongue. Wang Ting had just sat down in his seat when a teeth-gnashing voice came from the side. For murderous gazes instantly fell on Wang Ting. It was Yu Qiqiao, Ling Qianxia, Rabbit Little 8, and Situ Wan. They had already woken up, and the big bumps on the back of their heads had been eliminated with force. Nothing could be seen anymore. But this did not quell their anger. As goddesses, they had actually been hit in the back of the head with a brick. This was simply something they could not imagine. When they woke up just now, they found a big bump on the back of their heads. It was very conspicuous, and they almost went crazy. One had to know that it was not in private, but in the eyes of countless spectators. Just like that, a bump appeared on their heads, and then they fainted magnificently and lost consciousness. Their image was destroyed. When they thought of that situation, they felt that they were almost socially dead. And all of this was caused by Wang Ting. This bastard, was he a man or not? He actually did such a vicious thing to women. Even if he killed them, it would be much better than this. So as soon as they woke up, they came over angrily and had to ask Wang Ting for an explanation. The second prince and the others had strange expressions. They looked at Ling Qianxia and the other women, and then looked at Wang Ting. They quietly moved away from this terrifying scene. Even the crown prince felt a murderous aura permeating the surroundings. He felt that it was better for him to stay away. So he calmly got up and walked to the side. His calm gaze swept over, ready to watch a good show. Ahem. Wang Ting coughed dryly and asked with concern, "Everyone is awake. Is your body okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Everyone was speechless. This guy actually had the nerve to ask such a question. Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? Phew. 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 It would have been better if he did not say that. Once he said that, the four women were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. He beat them up like that, and he still had the nerve to ask, where were they uncomfortable? They were uncomfortable everywhere. Everyone, don't look at me like that. It makes it seem like I abandoned you, Wang Ting said. Pooh. Although Ji Haochen and the others were a little far away, they had been paying attention to Wang Ting the whole time. Hearing his words, they instantly burst into laughter. Pfft, are you shameless? Little 8 widened its eyes and glared at Wang Ting. Are you itching for a beating again? Wang Ting glanced at her. Bunny Little 8 was a little scared. She suddenly remembered that the Demon King in front of her was not to be trifled with. He had chased her all the way in the competition, but in the end, he still caught up to her and smashed the back of her head. He was ruthless and merciless. She immediately hid behind Yu Qiqiao and poked her head out to look at Wang Ting. If you hit a girl, you won't be able to find a girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Ji Haochen finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's so funny? Wang Ting's face darkened as he glared at him. I'm fine. He was fine. You guys continue. Ji Haochen held back his laughter and waved his hand. The second prince and the others also couldn't help but laugh as they watched Wang Ting being scolded by Little 8. It was quite interesting. I already have a fiancé, what do I need a girlfriend for? Wang Ting glanced at Little 8 and said indifferently. Ji Haochen and the others couldn't help but want to give Wang Ting a thumbs up. How ruthless, he gave up the entire forest just because he had a fiancé. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Ah. Little 8 was dumbfounded and muttered to herself, how can a super straight man like you have a fiancé? Who are you talking about? Wang Ting's face darkened. This little rabbit's mouth was quite vicious. She actually called him a straight man. Humph, I'm talking about you, I'm talking about you. Little 8 snorted at Wang Ting. I suddenly feel like eating braised rabbit head today. Wang Ting rubbed his hands together and grinned evilly. You demon, how can you eat rabbit head? Little 8 was so scared that her face turned pale. I like it, can't I? Wang Ting said. You. Little 8 was so angry that her two long ears stood up straight and the white fur on them stood up. Wang Ting, how can you bully a little girl? Yu Qiqiao was usually very gentle and elegant, but she couldn't help but be angry when she saw Wang Ting. How can I? Wang Ting leaned back in his seat and said slowly, I'm thick-skinned, what's there to be embarrassed about? Xianxia choked and didn't know how to respond. She was so depressed that her chest felt tight. Okay, we won't get to know each other if we don't fight, so stop arguing. Wang Ting doesn't have any bad intentions. Situwaner finally came out to ease the atmosphere. She didn't want to see the two sides fight too much. In fact, she knew that Wang Ting was holding back. She saw that Gunter's head was full of bumps and looked very miserable. Compared to him, they were simply too dignified. Besides, Wang Ting didn't hurt them. He just knocked them out. He was already very polite. Xianxia's personality was cold and she didn't like to talk. At this time, she just glanced at Wang Ting and gave him a slightly emotional look. Then, she sat down. Since Sister Situ said so, then I won't pursue the matter. Little 8 came out from behind Xianxia and said, but you can't eat the braised rabbit head. Wang Ting was speechless. This little rabbit was really easy to fool. She really thought that he wanted to eat the braised rabbit head. Okay, I promise that he won't eat it. Situwaner gave Wang Ting a look and agreed for him. Little 8 snorted and sat down with Xianxia. Situwaner smiled slightly and pulled Xianxia to sit down as well. Xianxia frowned. She was still a little angry about Wang Ting hitting the back of her head. After all, she screamed like that before she fainted and lost her composure. And this was all caused by Wang Ting. If it was useful, it would be fine. The key was that it was useless. Wang Ting hit what should have been hit. So, she still had a lot of resentment in her heart. However, since Situwaner said so, and everyone sat down and didn't mention this matter anymore, if she still didn't let it go, it would seem that she was too petty. So, Xianxia could only sit down gloomily, but she sat as far away as possible and ignored Wang Ting. Wang Ting shrugged, but he was relieved in his heart. So scary, for women, he finally fooled them. Thank you for Situwaner's help. What a good girl. During the battle, he wasn't afraid at all, but after the battle, he really didn't know how to face them. After all, there was no hatred between them, so they didn't want to kill each other. This was very troublesome. Women were synonymous with troublesome. Jihaochen and the others saw that this matter was over so easily and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It was a pity that they didn't get to see a good show. Wang Ting saw their expressions at a glance and couldn't help but glare at them. Jihaochen and the others didn't care at all and looked at him with a smile, which made Wang Ting feel helpless. He was a little regretful. He should have beaten these guys up just now and let them know how powerful he was. But it was too late. He couldn't be merciful. Wang Ting reflected on himself in his heart. The second prince and the others didn't chat anymore. They still had many battles to go and needed to recover their force and injuries immediately. Wang Ting also stopped talking. He closed his eyes and looked at the attribute panel. This time, he fought 16 genius martial artists alone, and the harvest was quite good. Wang Ting had already reached perfection in force and profound meaning, so there was nothing to say. The main harvest was still in the aspect of domain. Everyone's domain was different, and what made Wang Ting the happiest was that these genius martial artists had every force domain when combined. So Wang Ting's various domains improved this time. Unfortunately, the second prince and the others' domains were only tier 3 at most, and Wang Ting's domains were basically all tier 4, so the improvement was also limited. His domain was still tier 4 and didn't break through to tier 5. It seemed that if he wanted to continue improving, he had to fight with stronger martial artists, or else he wouldn't be able to get any useful wool at all. The system was forcing him to fight with stronger opponents. Too cruel. He was still a baby. Couldn't he find someone his age to play happily? If the second prince and the others knew what he was thinking, they would probably spit all over his face. Peers aren't enough for you to play with anymore. Hurry up and get lost. Other than that, Wang Ting's various saint-rank talents also improved a lot. These genius martial artists all had saint-rank talents, so they provided Wang Ting with a lot of saint-rank talent attributes. Among them, there was a saint-rank poison talent that Wang Ting didn't have before, but this time, he got it from Gunter. Saint-level poison talent, 5300500000 saint-rank poison talent and demon lotus poison body. Wang Ting found that his control of poison origin power had increased countless times, and he felt very good. Many thoughts about poison star origin power appeared in his mind, and he wanted to find someone to study all kinds of poisonous things. Cough, cough. Wang Ting suddenly coughed. How did he become like Gunter? Could it be that the stronger one's poison talent was, the more abnormal one would become? No way, he was a normal person, but if he had the chance to study Gunter, it would be very interesting. Wang Ting touched his chin and thought to himself. After all, Gunter was a poison element martial artist, and his resistance to all kinds of poisonous things would definitely be higher than normal martial artists. He wouldn't die so easily. Thinking about it this way, Gunter was indeed the best subject to study. On the side, Gunter, who was meditating and recovering from his injuries, suddenly shuddered. A chill ran down his spine as he abruptly opened his eyes and looked around. He felt like someone was plotting against him. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. He could only close his eyes again and continue to cultivate. Another thing was the improvement of his physique. Xianxia dropped a lot of sacred ice body attribute bubbles during the battle, and they were all picked up by Wang Ting. Therefore, his sacred ice body had increased a lot. Sacred ice body 3800100000, stage 1. Compared to before, this physique was at least twice as powerful. Wang Ting was quite satisfied. He felt that his physique was becoming more and more abnormal. When he used the ancient god physique, he clearly felt that his physique was much stronger than before. This wasn't only because the ancient god physique had increased, but also because all kinds of special physiques had merged with his body. This caused his physique to change, which was why he was so powerful. Wang Ting suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. As he got more and more special physiques and became stronger and stronger, what would happen if he merged with them one day? There were only two possibilities. It was either he would become a monster or a demon. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit excited. Wang Ting shook his head and quickly stopped his thoughts from running further and further away. He continued to look at his status panel. Other than sacred ice body, Wang Ting's dragon blood battle body had also increased a bit. Although Landon suppressed his aura during the battle to the stage 3, dragon blood battle body level, the attribute bubbles he dropped were the stage 4, dragon blood battle body attribute bubbles. After all, he had only disguised it. It wasn't the real stage 3, dragon blood battle body 2300400000, stage 4. Seeing the changes in the attributes of dragon blood battle body, Wang Ting nodded to himself. He felt that his control of this physique had increased by a lot. Next was the man and sword as one attribute bubble. Naturally, he had obtained this attribute bubble from Su Jianchen. Among all the martial artists who had fought with him, only Su Jianchen had comprehended man and sword as one. Unfortunately, he had still lost to Wang Ting. Wang Ting had indeed used man and sword as one. However, his comprehension of man and sword as one was not as deep as Su Jianchen's. As for why Wang Ting was the one who won in the end, it was because Wang Ting had used territory power. The sword light contained a stage 4 territory power. Su Jianchen could not have blocked it no matter what. Man and sword as one, 5800100000. However, now that he had obtained the man and sword as one attribute from Su Jianchen, he should be able to surpass Su Jianchen. His man and sword as one attribute not only came from Su Jianchen, but also from the Emperor's son. Hence, he could surpass him. Otherwise, it would be hard to surpass Su Jianchen just by taking advantage of him. From the status panel, it could be seen that man and sword as one had no stages. However, from the stats, it could be seen that Wang Ting's man and sword as one wasn't perfect. The total stats needed to reach 100,000 for the comprehension of man and sword as one to be perfect. Wang Ting was still far from that. Su Jianchen was also far from it. They were both rookies who had just stepped into this realm. Next were a few battle techniques worth mentioning. Lightning Dragon Rain Spear Technique, Lightning Devouring 9-Blade Technique, Storm Palm. The main ones were these three. The Lightning Dragon Rain Spear Technique came from Ling Yangsu. This was a Sector Lord level lightning type spear technique. Its power was shocking. The Lightning Devouring 9-Blade Technique was used by Jiang Weixing. As a genius of the Jiang royal family, his blade technique grade was naturally not low. It was also Sector Lord level and Lightning type, Lightning Dragon Rain Spear Technique, 12003000, Skilled, Lightning Devouring 9 Blade Technique, 8003000, Skilled. These two battle techniques both reached the skilled level and could save a lot of training time. Wang Ting was very satisfied with these two battle techniques. He didn't have many lightning-type battle techniques. The thunder spear that he used before was very strong. However, it was an immortal-level battle technique and only had one attack. It wasn't suitable for normal attacks. Using it once consumed a lot of energy. If it was a normal attack, the Lightning Dragon Rain Spear technique and the Lightning Devouring 9 Blade technique were more suitable. The last battle technique, Storm Palm, was a wind-type battle technique from the Rodriguez royal family. Wang Ting had obtained it before and reached the skilled level. This time, it increased by a lot and broke through to the skilled level. Storm Palm, 13005000, skilled. Wang Ting looked at the rewards displayed on his attributes panel. He felt a sense of satisfaction. This feeling was great, one battle and he had gained so much. Was there anything better than this? If the second prince and the others knew that they had been beaten up and Wang Ting had gained so much, they would probably cry in the toilet. 3 days passed quickly. The competition began again. The audience had been waiting for a long time and immediately rushed into the virtual universe. The competition is about to begin. Actually, I don't want to watch these competitions anymore. I just want to watch the final battle between Wang Ting and the Crown Prince. I also want to watch the final battle between Wang Ting and the Crown Prince. I'm super looking forward to it. Don't talk about it anymore. Where are you putting the other contestants? They are also genius martial artists, okay? It's all Wang Ting's fault. He's too bright, making the other genius fighters seem a little dull. Wang Ting, it's my fault? Those genius fighters are actually quite strong. It's not that bad. And there are the 4 goddesses. Although Wang Ting smashed them in the back of their heads and damaged their image, I won't change my mind. I'll still support them. You're really consistent from the beginning. Not only am I consistent from the beginning, but I'm also very loyal. I don't like anyone but the 4 goddesses. Pfft, those who don't know would think that the 4 goddesses are the same person. After 3 days of rest, the second prince, Jihaochen, and the others had mostly recovered. They stood up one by one and were ready to fight. For them, losing to Wang Ting in the first round was undoubtedly a huge blow. However, since it was already in the past, they could only look forward. 17 people were fighting for the top 10. 2 of them were obviously reserved by Wang Ting and the Crown Prince, which meant that there were only 8 spots left for them. They were already in a good situation. There were originally 18 of them, but Wang Ting killed Stretch. As a result, they had an extra spot in the top 10, otherwise, with Stretch's strength, he would definitely be in the top 10. However, no matter what, the following battles would definitely be very intense. No one dared to be negligent. Wang Ting sat in his seat without moving. Next, it was time to watch the competition mode. It wasn't time for him to fight yet. At this moment, the Crown Prince stood up. Light reflected in his eyes as he passed everyone and appeared in the sky. Who wants to fight? A calm and confident voice came from the Crown Prince's mouth. His gaze was disdainful, like the son of a true god. His aura was extremely intimidating. The second prince and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions. The Crown Prince gave them too much pressure. It was completely different from Wang Ting. In the end, the second prince took a deep breath and stepped forward to stand in front of the Crown Prince. Both of them were from the royal family and had the same noble blood flowing in their veins. However, they had no choice but to fight at this moment. The Crown Prince's face was calm. The second prince had a complicated look on his face as he cupped his hands at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince nodded in response. Then, the 2 of them didn't waste any time and started the competition. Boom, both sides turned into rays of light and rushed out. An intense battle erupted in the sky. Rumbling sounds reverberated as weapons clashed. What was surprising was that the second prince possessed both metal and fire origin powers. When they were unleashed at the same time, the power was astonishing. He held his sword and slashed out streaks of sword light. In a short period of time, he was able to fight evenly with the imperial prince. However, he wasn't a match for the crown prince with just his sword skills. He had to use his domain to attack the crown prince. His domain was a third-stage fire-type domain. Streaks of sword light erupted in the domain and rushed toward the crown prince like a river of swords. The second prince could be said to be one of the strongest people besides Wang Ting who had comprehended a third-stage domain. Unfortunately, it was futile. He was defeated. The crown prince's sword slashed through his domain and pressed the battle sword against the second prince's forehead. The second prince's face was slightly dazed. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "I've lost." Many people weren't surprised that the second prince had lost to the crown prince. They only felt that it was a pity. Next, the crown prince didn't go down to rest. Instead, he fought the other genius martial artists one by one. Ji Haochen, Di Mosi, Xia Hozun, Sawyer, Jiang Weisheng, Lan Dang, and the others went up one after another. Without exception, they were all defeated. Su Jianchen also went up. Previously, he was injured by Wang Ting and his strength was affected, so he didn't continue fighting. He used his strongest move as soon as he went up, one with the sword. The crown prince respected every opponent. When he saw Su Jianchen use one with the sword, his eyes flickered and he also chose to use one with the sword. The two sides clashed in the sky, the two streaks of sword light almost split the sky in half. It was extremely bright and reflected in everyone's eyes. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boom, one sword to determine the winner. Su Jianchen still lost to the crown prince. His one with the sword was inferior to the crown prince's. This made him feel extremely frustrated. The first time, he lost to Wang Ting. The second time, he lost to the crown prince. This was the biggest defeat he had ever suffered since his debut. Unfortunately, whether it was Wang Ting or the crown prince, both of them were too dazzling. It was as if they were the main characters of this world. This sword genius was overshadowed. Many people felt that it was a pity. The king of the Tianluo Empire sat on the throne with a look of disappointment on his face. He originally thought that Su Jianchen and Wang Ting wouldn't be too different from the crown prince. Only now did he realize how naive his thoughts were. Those two were definitely rare geniuses that only appeared once in a million years. At least in his long life, he had never seen such a monstrous existence. Su Jianchen's defeat was not unjustified. The realm lords and region lords of the Tianluo Empire lost their voices and fell silent. They were so confident before, but now they were so embarrassed. Wang Ting observed the crown prince's match and realized that he still hadn't used his full strength. He was still fighting with ease against the various martial artists. Moreover, the crown prince's comprehension of one with the sword was definitely much higher than Su Jianchen's. He might even be stronger than Su Jianchen. Right, let's pick up an attribute bubble first. One with the sword * 1400. Wang Ting looked at the attribute value in the attribute bubble and smiled. Very good, he felt that his comprehension of one with the sword had improved by a lot. Perhaps after the crown prince finished this match, he could surpass him. Just thinking about it made him happy. At this moment, the crown prince had already defeated more than half of the martial artists. Only Xianxia and the others had yet to appear. The audience was also looking forward to it. The crown prince was going to win consecutively. Although it wasn't as shocking as Wang Ting defeating all 16 opponents by himself, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Xianxia appeared. The power of ice and snow swept out from her hand, turning the sky into ice. A longbow appeared in her hand. She didn't fight the crown prince in close combat. Instead, she shot out ice arrows from afar, blocking all of the crown prince's paths of attack. Then, she activated her third-stage ice domain and attacked the crown prince. The crown prince's body suddenly emitted the power of flames. A fire element domain erupted and collided with Xianxia's ice domain. A terrifying heat swept through the world. The ice domain was no match for it and gradually melted away. Xianxia was defeated. 3 types of origin power. The crown prince has 3 types of origin power: water, metal, and fire. Many people were shocked. The crown prince's strength was being displayed bit by bit, causing everyone to be shocked. more importantly, the Crown Prince's fire origin power was very powerful. It could actually disintegrate Xianxia's ice domain. This wasn't something that an ordinary flame domain could do. Interesting. Wang Ting rubbed his chin and looked at the Crown Prince with a strange gaze. Taking advantage of the end of the match, Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles. Ice domain *200, fire domain *800, cold spring arrow *3500. Wang Ting felt the two domain attribute bubbles in his hands and was a little surprised. One was surprised that there were so few attributes for the ice domain attribute. The other was surprised that the fire domain attribute wasn't low. It was understandable that the ice domain attribute was low because Xianxia had only comprehended this domain to the third stage. It wasn't of much help to Wang Ting. However, Wang Ting's fire domain had also reached the fourth stage. At this moment, the fire domain attribute dropped by the Crown Prince had reached 800 points. This meant that his fire domain was at least at the fourth stage. It was definitely not much lower than Wang Ting's. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to drop so many attribute bubbles. After thinking this through, Wang Ting looked at the Crown Prince again. This opponent was getting more and more interesting. When the last attribute bubble was absorbed, Wang Ting couldn't help but be stunned. Cold Spring Arrow, it's actually a Sector Lord level archery battle skill. Wang Ting muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and comprehended the cultivation method. Cold Spring Arrow, 25003000, proficient. The 3500 attribute points allowed Wang Ting's mastery of the Cold Spring Arrow to reach the proficient stage. A Sector Lord level archery battle skill was quite a good gain. However, what made Wang Ting very strange was why this archery battle skill didn't drop before. He remembered that Xianxia had once shot an arrow at him. Could it be that he wasn't worthy of Xianxia using this archery battle skill? Wang Ting thought to himself with resentment. After all, Xianxia had used this archery battle skill on the Crown Prince but not him. In comparison, it seemed that Xianxia didn't value him enough. If Xianxia knew what he was thinking, she would probably be speechless on the spot. What kind of person was this? Did she have to use the Sector Lord level scissors to shoot him? She didn't use this archery skill on Wang Ting not because Wang Ting wasn't strong enough, but because he was too strong and she couldn't find a chance to use it. One had to know that archery was a long-range attack, and when Wang Ting fought with her, his speed was too fast, so she couldn't pinpoint his exact position. How was she going to fight? Wasn't that just making things difficult for her? As for the first time meeting in the elimination round, she didn't know Wang Ting's strength, so she naturally wouldn't use her Sector Lord level archery skill. The Crown Prince's competition continued. After Xianxia, Bokta, Rabbit Little 8, and Yu Qiqiao came out one after another. Unfortunately, they were all defeated by the Crown Prince. The last one was Gunter. His face was still swollen, and when he appeared on the stage, everyone laughed. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his original vicious and fierce appearance was gone. He actually looked a little silly now. The Crown Prince's expression was a little strange. This Gunter had been harmed by Wang Ting. Gunter was in a very bad mood, and at the same time, he noticed the Crown Prince's gaze. However, the other party was the Crown Prince, so he was very wary and didn't dare to say anything. He directly started the battle. A poison-type domain instantly spread out and pulled the Crown Prince into it. It was clear that Gunter had used his most powerful attack from the get-go against the powerful Crown Prince. He didn't hold back at all. The Crown Prince still used his fire domain, and endless flames swept out, causing Gunter's poison domain to boil like boiling water. The poisonous gas and mist from the domain couldn't hurt the Crown Prince at all. Gunter's expression was very ugly. He controlled the domain to condense terrifying poisonous creatures that continuously charged at the Crown Prince's domain. However, it was useless. The Emperor stood within his fire domain, and boundless flames gathered on the sword in his hand, turning into sword light as he slashed out. Boom! Gunter's poison domain violently trembled, and a hole was instantly torn open, causing it to collapse. Gunter's eyes were filled with shock as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was heavily injured. Gunter had lost. The Crown Prince dissipated his domain and appeared before everyone. The audience quieted down and looked at the peerless figure in shock. Their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. 3 days ago, another heaven's favorite appeared out of nowhere. How similar were the two of them? In the end, all 15 cultivators had been defeated. Since then, the crown prince had defeated all the geniuses after Wan Ting. Because he had one less person than Wan Ting, he was temporarily in second place. However, many people knew that even if Stretch didn't die, he wouldn't be a match for the crown prince. The audience immediately went into an uproar. Although the crown prince's battle wasn't as monstrous as Wan Ting's, it was still very exciting and shocking. He had fought 15 battles in a row without resting at all, and he had won all of them. He had won all of them. He had won all of them. Which martial artist could do such a thing? The audience cheered and shouted the crown prince's name. Crown prince! Crown prince! Crown prince is invincible! The emperor's son had won 15 battles. The cheers of the audience lingered for a long time, and they were quite excited. Although the emperor's son's battle record surprised Wan Ting, it was not too surprising. This was the emperor's son's true strength. Wan Ting looked at the figure in the sky in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This was more worthy of him fighting seriously. A strong enough opponent was more worth looking forward to than an ordinary genius warrior. What a monster! The second prince muttered. After saying that, he couldn't help but look at Wan Ting and ask, the emperor's son has shown such strength. Do you feel any pressure? I fought 16 people alone, and he only fought 15. Obviously, he's not as good as me. He should be the one feeling pressure. Wan Ting smiled and said lightly. F***ck, you can even pretend to be one. Ji Haochen was listening attentively, but he was caught off guard by Wan Ting's pretentious act. How can you compare this? The emperor's son fought 15 because you killed one. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to fight 16. The second prince was speechless. I fought 16 people alone. Would he dare? Wan Ting said. The second prince was speechless. Okay, you're good. By the way, have you always been so confident? You're not afraid of any opponent. Mosi couldn't help but say. If I'm not confident, how can I be invincible? Wan Ting said calmly. Invincible? Everyone was stunned and shocked. They didn't expect Wan Ting to have such a strong mentality. A warrior dared to say that he wanted to walk the path of invincibility. Who knew how many powerful opponents he would have to face in the future? Without an incomparably strong mentality, it was impossible to support such a belief. For a moment, everyone looked at Wan Ting with extremely complicated expressions. They didn't think that Wan Ting was joking. His expression was very calm, but his eyes were extremely serious. This sentence must have come from the bottom of his heart. At this time, the emperor's son also walked over from afar. When he heard Wan Ting's words, his heart trembled, and his gaze fell on Wan Ting. He had seen many geniuses who were on par with him, and even stronger people, but none of them dared to say that they wanted to walk the path of invincibility. Now, the young man in front of him actually said such words. It caused a huge wave in his heart. Wan Ting's image in Dz's heart became more and more vivid. He was like a luminous object. His face couldn't be seen clearly at first, but now his true appearance was gradually revealed. This was a person who was different from all the geniuses he had seen before. The emperor returned to his seat. At the same time, he made a unique comment about Wan Ting in his heart. This was already an extremely high evaluation in his heart. There were only 5 people who could surpass him. Wan Ting glanced at the sky in front of him. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles that Gunter had dropped. Poison Domain *600, Poison Star Force *8800, Wan Ting's Poison Domain had been upgraded to Stage 3. This time, he had obtained 600 attribute points, but it didn't improve. It only deepened his understanding of it, but it was better than nothing. After the emperor's son's competition ended, the remaining geniuses competed for the last 8 spots in the next few days. Time passed day by day, and the second prince and the others entered the final battle. The battle was extremely intense. Even if they were injured, they still went on. No one chose to give up. 15 days later, everyone's ranking was finally decided. From the 3rd to the 10th place, they were the second prince, Lan Deng, Di Moses, Ling Yanxiu, Ji Haochen, Lin Qianxue, Su Jianchen, and Yu Qiqiao, Sawyer, Xiahou Zun, Jiang Weixing, Bokta, Rabbit 8, Gunter, and Siduwaner didn't make it into the top 10. There was also the dead stretch. It could be said that the top 18 geniuses were all here. Now, there was only the last battle left, the battle between the 1st and 2nd place. Although Wang Ting was temporarily in 1st place, he hadn't defeated the emperor's son yet, so he wasn't the real 1st place. Therefore, Wang Ting and the emperor's son still had a battle. While the other geniuses were competing, Wang Ting and the emperor's son had already rested for more than 10 days and had already adjusted their conditions to their best. On this day, early in the morning, Wang Ting and the emperor's son appeared in the sky at the same time, facing each other from afar. Their gazes met in the air, and their fighting spirit soared. The audience had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Now that they saw the two peerless geniuses appear, they finally erupted. It's about to begin. The final battle is about to begin. I'm so excited, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. It's finally about to begin. Who will stand in the end, Wang Ting or the emperor's son? Who will be first? It all depends on this battle. In the sky above the arena continent, Wang Ting and the emperor's son looked at each other in silence. Fierce winds blew from time to time, circling between them. In the beginning, when I returned to the Qian Empire, I didn't expect to meet an opponent who was strong enough for me to take seriously, the emperor's son said. I walked out of the Qian Empire and met many geniuses. Among those geniuses, there were many who were on par with me. From then on, I realized how vast the outside world was. It was also from then on that I gradually restrained my inner pride and began to examine myself. Wang Ting looked at the emperor's son with some surprise. The emperor's son had never spoken so much since the beginning of the battle. Today, when he was about to fight with him, it was as if he had become a different person. Could it be that he was actually a chatterbox? The second prince and the others were also very surprised, but they quickly understood that the emperor's son had regarded Wang Ting as a worthy opponent, which was why he had said so much. I know my own shortcomings and I know my own path. That was how I was able to defeat countless opponents and gradually get to where I am today, the emperor's son continued. So? Wang Ting asked. You said that you want to walk the path of invincibility. Have you examined yourself? The emperor's son stared at Wang Ting and said. Wang Ting suddenly understood. It turned out that the emperor's son had heard what he had said before and probably thought that he was overestimating himself. That was why he had said so much. He shook his head and laughed. Let's fight first, and then I'll tell you. You are very different. You are the most different of all the geniuses I have ever seen, the emperor's son said. But you have not seen the wider world. You should not say such things. Is that so? Wang Ting looked at the emperor's son calmly and said, let's start. If I defeat you, I will naturally be able to see the wider world. You are very confident. The emperor's son did not say anything more. A ball of light burst out from his eyes, and he said calmly, then, let's fight. Although his voice was not loud, it reverberated in the sky and became the bugle call for the start of this battle. Boom! In the next moment, both sides disappeared at the same time and turned into two rays of light that rushed into the sky. Like two giant dragons, they collided with each other. The emperor's son held his battle sword and directly used, man and sword as one, to sweep towards Wang Ting. At their level of battle, there was no need to test the other party. Only by using a truly powerful attack could one defeat the other party. Wang Ting felt the strong sword intent. The battle sword in his hand also condensed origin power. His entire body seemed to have become one with the sword in his hand as he slashed out. Boom! 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 The sword lights of both sides collided in the sky and finally shattered and were annihilated. The sharp sword light swept across the ground, leaving sword marks on the desolate ground that was full of scars. Some were as thin as a blade of grass, some were as thick as an arm, and some were so deep that one could not see the bottom. It was as if a deep abyss had been created. Yellow sand flew up into the sky, causing the sky to be dark and hazy. When the Emperor's son saw that Wang Ting's sword technique was actually on par with his, a strange light flashed in his eyes. His free hand pointed at Wang Ting. Emperor's finger, a finger that contained terrifying mysteries, appeared in the sky. It was as if a terrifying giant had pointed his finger in the void. It directly penetrated the void and descended on this world. It was extremely domineering. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and did not retreat at all. No one knew what he thought, but a malicious light flashed in his eyes. He laughed in his heart and also pointed his finger forward. Boom! Similarly, a terrifying finger stretched out from the void. It contained terrifying mysteries and was extremely domineering. The Emperor's son's pupils suddenly shrank as if he had seen something extremely unbelievable. F***ck. Why are the battle techniques used by Wang Ting and the Emperor's son so similar? On the virtual universe communication platform, the audience was dumbfounded. The second prince and the others were also extremely shocked. They stared at the two huge fingers in the sky, as if trying to find the difference. Boom! In an instant, the two huge fingers that were almost the same size collided with a loud bang, causing a terrifying explosion. The fingers shattered inch by inch and exploded at the same time. Wang Ting and the Emperor's son were both sent flying backward and appeared 1,000 meters away. You secretly learned my battle technique. The Emperor's son's voice contained a hint of disbelief. He stared at Wang Ting, unable to calm down. Wang Ting's finger just now was extremely similar to his Emperor's finger. Whether it was the appearance, the mysteries contained within, or the domineering aura it emitted, they were all almost identical. But, how was this possible? He had painstakingly obtained this battle technique from that inheritance. How could it appear on Wang Ting? He could only think of one possibility, and that was that Wang Ting had secretly learned his battle technique. However, this was an extremely unbelievable situation. In the previous battle, he had only used the Emperor's finger a few times. How could Wang Ting have secretly learned it? Could there really be such a monstrous existence in this world? Countless questions surfaced in the Emperor's son's mind, causing his originally calm mind to be stirred up. Take a guess. Wang Ting said with a smile. Just now, when he saw that the Emperor's son wanted to educate him in all seriousness, he could not help but feel a little evil in his heart. He wanted to see how the Emperor's son would feel if he knew that he had secretly learned his battle technique. Now it seemed that the effect was not bad. The Emperor's son's expression was exactly as he had expected. As for whether it would be exposed or not, that was even more nonsense. At most, it would only prove that he was very talented. The Emperor's son did not expect Wang Ting to answer him like this. He felt as if his chest was blocked, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Again, Wang Ting said to the Emperor's son. The Emperor's son took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Finally, a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. Whether Wang Ting had secretly learned his battle technique or not, it was an indisputable fact that he had provoked him. He was angry. Boom! The battle between the two broke out again, and it was even more intense than before. The roars continued to reverberate in the sky, shaking all directions as if the space was about to shatter. Let's see if you can secretly learn this sword move. The Emperor's son's eyes were domineering. He slashed the sky, and an unparalleled sword light swept out. The Overlord's 12 swords, Sword 1, the Emperor's son had used the man and sword realm for this sword move. He had even integrated his own territory into it, and its power was unparalleled. Wang Ting saw that the Emperor's son was competing with him, and he could not help but smile in his heart. He looked at the attribute panel. The Overlord's 12 swords, Sword 17500100000, beginner, he still needed 2,500 attribute points to reach the proficiency stage. Without any hesitation, he directly added points to a blank attribute. In an instant, the proficiency of the Overlord's 12 swords, Sword 1, increased rapidly from beginner to proficient, and then to expert. It required 30,000 points to go from proficient to expert, so, Wang Ting spent a total of 32,500 blank attribute points. The Overlord's 12 swords, Sword 1 150,000, expert. In an instant, countless insights entered his mind. A sword light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He casually raised his sword and slashed down, man and sword 1, the metal territory integrated into it. Boom! The domineering golden sword light slashed out and met the Emperor's son's sword. The Emperor's son's pupils suddenly contracted. After a hazy light, his face stiffened. Boom, two extremely domineering golden sword rays collided in the sky, erupting with a violent roar. Wherever the sword light passed, the void collapsed, and pitch-black cracks appeared. These two terrifying sword lights actually tore open space. The sharp and tiny sword rays swept in all directions, forming an extremely terrifying scene. The sky within a radius of thousands of meters where the two sword rays collided became a death zone. The audience was dumbfounded. Cold sweat broke out on their backs, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. This is too terrifying. Wang Tang and the Emperor's son's sword techniques are both so terrifying. Is this really an attack from a stellar-level martial artist? I feel like I can't even block it as a universe-level martial artist. I'm afraid we're living in a different world from them. By the way, didn't you guys notice that Wang Tang and the Emperor's son's attacks are very similar? Similar my ass, they're clearly identical. F***ck, why do I feel like Wang Tang secretly learned the Emperor's son's combat technique? Even the finger technique from before was the same. That can't be. How can Wang Tang learn such advanced battle techniques secretly? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There can't be such a monster in this world, right? Although I admit that Wang Tang is very monstrous, to be able to secretly learn such a combat technique is beyond the description of a monster. Could it be a coincidence that the Emperor's son knows it, and Wang Tang knows it too? That's really a coincidence. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Tang and the Emperor's son's combat techniques were almost exactly the same. The Emperor's son's combat technique was used first, and Wang Tang only used it when he fought the Emperor's son. Therefore, either Wang Tang secretly learned the Emperor's son's combat technique, or the two of them really happened to obtain the same combat technique inheritance. In the eyes of many people, although the former possibility was also very ridiculous, the probability was much higher than the latter possibility. If it was just an ordinary battle skill, anyone could learn it. Naturally, there would be situations where the battle skills clashed. However, the Crown Prince's battle skill was clearly extraordinary. It was a legacy left behind by an expert, and it was not something that ordinary battle skills could compare to. Therefore, it was almost impossible for two people to obtain the same inheritance at the same time. Normally, very few experts would be so bored as to leave behind two inheritances. On the royal family's spaceship, even King Chongshan was stunned at this moment. He carefully looked at the two people's battle skills on the screen and could not see any difference. In the end, he confirmed that they were using the same battle skill and was speechless. Why do I feel like I underestimated Wang Tang? King Chongshan muttered to himself. Even he could not see through the depth of the inheritance that the Crown Prince had received. He only knew that it was definitely above the immortal rank. However, a battle skill of this level was not something that could be learned easily. Even if they knew the cultivation method, many people would not be able to cultivate it, let alone secretly learn it. The Sector Lord Elder next to him opened his mouth and was speechless for a long time. Although he felt that it was immoral to secretly learn it, they could not find any fault with him since he had blatantly learned it and did not use any underhanded means to steal the cultivation method. This was his ability, what could they blame him for? This Sector Lord Elder from the royal family was naturally on the Crown Prince's side, so he was very depressed now. Apart from the royal family members, the other members of the royal family were also shocked when they saw this scene. They all wondered if Wang Tang had really secretly learned the Crown Prince's battle skill. This was King Monster, this was King Shameless. General Fu Xinglan and the other two looked at each other with a strange expression. They did not expect Wang Tang to do such a thing. What a monster! General Habakkuk sighed and felt a little complicated. If he really learned it secretly, he's quite capable. General Fu Xinglan shook his head and sighed. In the sky above the arena continent, Wang Tang and the Crown Prince's sword lights were both destroyed, and the domineering aftershock swept out in all directions. The two of them were both pushed thousands of meters away. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that the Crown Prince had been pushed back more than 3,000 meters, while Wang Tang had only been pushed back more than 2,000 meters. In the collision just now, there was still a difference in strength. Wang Tang was slightly better. The Crown Prince stood in the distance with the sword in his hand pointed to the ground. However, his eyes were fixed on Wang Ting, and an extremely complicated light flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that the sword technique Wang Ting had just used was the first sword of his 12 Overlord Emperor swords. It could not be any other sword technique. He could not help but think of what he had said before. He wanted Wang Ting to have the ability to secretly learn the 12 Overlord Emperor swords. In the end, he really did it. This slap to the face was a little painful. What do you think of my sword technique? Wang Ting held the sword in his hand and asked faintly as he walked in the air. It's not bad. The Crown Prince's eyes twitched. He replied faintly and walked forward. The two of them only took one step and directly turned into afterimages, rushing toward each other again. Boom, a terrifying battle broke out with a bang. The two of them collided in the sky like two small suns, erupting with extremely powerful energy fluctuations that swept out in all directions. I still have the second sword technique. Please enlighten me. The Crown Prince's voice came out, and the battle sword in his hand burst out a strong golden light, illuminating the sky. Wang Ting could not help but raise his eyebrows. I have never used the second sword technique. Let's see how you can secretly learn it, the Crown Prince said faintly. It doesn't matter. You can use it once, and I'll learn it, Wang Ting said. No matter how well-mannered the Crown Prince was, at this moment, when he heard this sentence, he wanted to blurt out a curse in his heart. However, he did not believe that Wang Ting could learn it after seeing it once. Moreover, the second sword technique was much more difficult than the first. Back then, when he practiced it himself, it took him a lot of time to comprehend it. It was absolutely impossible for Wang Ting to learn it after seeing it once. In an instant, a special domain spread out from the Crown Prince's body, and within a radius of thousands of meters, everything turned into a world of swords. The Crown Prince's first sword technique could be integrated with the power of the domain, so that the first sword of the 12 Overlord Emperor swords had the power of the domain. And this second sword technique required the full use of the power of the domain to exert the power of the domain to the extreme. For the 12 Overlord Emperor swords, the domain was to serve it. The person who used it also had to master the domain in order to display the true power of the 12 Overlord Emperor swords. This was a threshold. A combat skill could only be displayed after comprehending the domain. Perhaps only a divine-level combat skill could be so powerful and have such harsh requirements. The Crown Prince unfolded his own gold domain and turned it into a world of swords. Countless domain power gathered on the tip of his sword, like golden streams of light descending from the sky and converging on the tip of the sword. A terrifying aura then bloomed, boom, the surrounding space distorted, and small cracks appeared. The entire ground below also cracked, as if it had been cut by countless sharp swords. Thousands of meters away, Wang Ting also felt a sharp sense coming straight at him. There seemed to be thin swords on the surface of his body cutting his skin, causing him to feel a slight tingling pain. However, his physical body was strong, and at this time, he had directly activated the ancient god body. No external force could hurt him at all. Even his black hair had become extremely tough. Each strand of hair was shining brightly, and sword could not break it. Although the Crown Prince's sword was terrifying, it did not really descend, so it could not hurt him. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes. The second sword was indeed much stronger than the first. The Crown Prince had indeed held back in the previous battle and did not use his full strength. On the virtual universe communication platform, when the audience saw this scene, they were all shocked and erupted into earth-shattering discussions. What a terrifying sword. The space is distorted, as if a space crack has appeared. Oh my god, the Crown Prince only used this sword now. He did not use it in the previous matches. Is it because he disdains to use it, or is there no need to? I'm afraid only Wang Ting can force the Crown Prince to use his true strength. How terrifying. The combat skill of a stellar-level warrior can actually shake space. It's unbelievable. I'm afraid Wang Ting can't secretly learn this sword. After all, it's the first time he used it. No matter how powerful Wang Ting is, he can't make something out of nothing. But then again, Wang Ting has many tricks up his sleeve. Do you remember the thunderstorm that Wang Ting used during the elimination battle? Yes, that move should be enough to deal with this sword. The second prince and the others watched the Crown Prince's sword in shock. Their mouths were slightly agape, and they could not close them. Fourth Order Domain. Fourth order domain again. Ji Haochen was shocked. Wang Ting's domain has reached the fourth order, and so has the crown prince's. And that sword, it's terrifying. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to block it, Di Mosi said solemnly. I wonder how powerful a fourth order domain can be. It's really unimaginable, the second prince said. Su Jianchen stared fixedly at the crown prince's sword as if he was crazy, as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. The second sword, there's a second sword. He muttered to himself, I can only make him use the first sword. It was undoubtedly a huge blow to Su Jianchen. In terms of sword Dao, not only did he lose to Wang Ting, but he also lost to the crown prince. Wang Ting could make the crown prince use the second sword, but he could not. He could only force the crown prince to use the first sword at most. That was the difference. At this moment, a strong sense of unwillingness emerged from the bottom of Su Jianchen's heart. He could not suppress it. On the royal family's spaceship, King Chongshan stared at the screen and sighed. I don't know where he got this sword technique from, but it seems to be beyond the immortal level. Beyond the immortal level. The sector lord old man next to him was shocked. Could it be, with this opportunity, his future is limitless? King Chongshan did not answer directly. Great! 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 The sector lord old man was overjoyed. He nodded and said, it's a blessing for the royal family to have such a prodigy. King Chongshan's eyes were deep. There were some things that he did not say. The more outstanding a prodigy was, the more difficult his path would be. The future would depend on the crown prince himself. In the military's giant fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the other two looked solemn. This sword is very powerful. General Habakkak's eyes were shocked as he said in a deep voice. This combat technique should be above the immortal level. I didn't expect it to appear in the hands of the crown prince. General Fu Xinglan could not help but look surprised as he said. Yes, these young people are really terrifying. They can actually master such a combat technique, General Habakkak said. Very powerful. Even General Tang Wuwei could not help but praise Crown Prince's sword. In the sky above the arena continent, the sword light that Crown Prince was brewing had reached its peak. The golden light illuminated the sky, and all the domain power gathered in it. It was majestic. Sword 2. Crown Prince's eyes were burning as he slashed out with his sword. In an instant, the golden sword light burst out, and the golden light filled the sky. The endless sword light seemed to cover the sky. This was the sword 2 of the Overlord's 12 swords. With one sword, all the space was sealed, and there was no way to dodge. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to be negligent. The battle sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, and a battle saber appeared in his hand. A sword in exchange for a saber. Many people were stunned. What was Wang Ting doing? Why did he suddenly change from a battle sword to a battle saber? Could it be that his saber cultivation was stronger than his sword cultivation? Questions suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. They all looked at Wang Ting with question marks in their heads. The emperor's son frowned. He didn't know what Wang Ting wanted to do. Why would he change his weapon in the middle of the battle? Was this child's play? Wang Ting did not care about what others thought. A terrifying saber intent flashed in his eyes as he raised the battle saber in his hand. Boom! The earth domain erupted. Although Wang Ting had combined his earth domain and fire domain to evolve into the meteor domain, his comprehension was still there. There was no problem for him to use the earth domain. At this moment, the earth domain erupted, as if it had turned into a yellow sky. A terrifying yellow saber light condensed on his battle saber, piercing through heaven and earth, as if it was the only existence in the world. This is... Crown Prince's pupils constricted, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. Huang Xinghua, who was watching the battle outside the arena, suddenly widened his eyes. The look on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. He was shocked and in disbelief. His expression was extremely complicated. At the same time, when many people saw this saber, they could not help but think of the Huang family's saber technique that Huang Xinghua had used back then. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The sword 2 of the Emperor's 12 swords had appeared hundreds of meters in front of Wang Ting and was about to slash down. The light in Wang Ting's eyes soared. He looked up as if he wanted to pierce through the sky, and he had already slashed out with his saber. All of a sudden, the world darkened, and all the light dimmed. Only the saber that seemed to carry the power of the yellow sky was left. This was the real heavenly saber. Boom! The saber light pierced through the void and instantly collided with the Crown Prince's golden sword light. A terrifying roar echoed between heaven and earth, and the entire sky turned into a golden color. Half of it was gold, and the other half was yellow. The saber light and the sword light were in a stalemate for a moment, and finally, a series of cracking sounds were heard. Crown Prince's expression changed slightly. Cracks appeared on the golden sword light, and then it collapsed with a loud bang, turning into countless golden fragments that scattered down. The yellow saber light slashed down toward Crown Prince. Boom! When the Thearch's son saw the yellow saber light slashing toward him, his expression finally changed. He immediately retreated, but it was still too late. The yellow saber light swept across the sky and instantly landed on his body, drowning him. All of this happened in a flash. From the collapse of the golden sword light to Wang Ting's saber light drowning the Thearch's son, it was just a short moment, and it was overwhelming. When the audience reacted, they were shocked and gasped in shock. Hiss, the Thearch's son, lost. Everyone was filled with disbelief. The Thearch's son's powerful sword was still defeated by Wang Ting in the end. What a powerful saber! The second prince and the others were also in disbelief. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. It turned out that Wang Ting was not only powerful in sword technique, but also in saber technique. How in the world did this guy cultivate? Huang Xinghua was excited, and his eyes were filled with passion as he stared at Wang Ting. Yellow saber slash. It was definitely his family's yellow saber slash. It turned out that the yellow saber slash could really unleash such powerful power. At this moment, he couldn't care less about why Wang Ting knew their family's inherited saber technique. He was completely attracted by the power of this saber technique. Previously, he had used the yellow saber slash, but he was defeated by the Thearch's son's first move. However, Wang Ting's yellow saber slash could defeat the Thearch's son's second move. This meant that, it wasn't that the saber technique wasn't strong enough, but the person who used it wasn't strong enough. The problem wasn't the saber technique, but the person. If it weren't for the fact that the competition wasn't over yet, he would have rushed up to ask Wang Ting for advice. On the royal family's spaceship, King Chongshan couldn't help but be stunned. He had previously praised the Thearch's son's extraordinary move, which was equivalent to saying that the Thearch's son was likely to defeat Wang Ting. However, now, Wang Ting had defeated the Thearch's son with a saber technique. It was a slap to his face. The Thearch's son's son lost? The sector lord elder next to him was also in disbelief. Incredible, incredible. I really can't see through the youngsters nowadays. The seriously injured king shook his head. Wait, Wang Ting's blade technique seems to be the Huang family blade technique that Huang Xinghua used before, right? The sector lord elder suddenly thought of something and said. It should be. That kid probably stole Huang Xinghua's saber skill and even surpassed Huang Xinghua's attainment in a short period of time. This is really. King Chongshan's expression was a little complicated. He shook his head and could only find one word to describe it: terrifying. See. The sector lord old man took in a cold breath, not knowing what to say. In the sky above the arena continent, Wang Ting looked ahead and raised his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, a figure charged out from where the saber light had struck. It was none other than the Crown Prince. His entire body was emitting a dazzling light, as if a light barrier was protecting him. Other than looking a little disheveled, he was not injured. The Crown Prince didn't lose. Many people breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the Crown Prince was safe and sound. Did you steal your blade technique from Huang Xinghua? The Crown Prince's hair was a little messy, and his breathing was a little rapid. However, his eyes were fixed on Wang Ting and he could not help but ask. Guess. Wang Ting said. The Crown Prince was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It's the same word again. Guess. Guess, my ass. At this moment, even with the Crown Prince's temperament, he could not help but want to curse. This Wang Ting was too evil. He never answered his questions properly. Take a guess. If he was sure, would he still need to ask? Your strength has indeed surprised me. The Crown Prince took a deep breath and said slowly. How many more swords do you have? Wang Ting asked curiously. It seems that you're very familiar with my sword technique. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed as he said meaningfully. Ahahaha, I'm just asking. Wang Ting laughed. He could not tell the Crown Prince that he knew that there were 12 swords in the Overlord Emperor's 12 swords. That would be tantamount to admitting it. I've comprehended a total of 3 swords. The Crown Prince did not dwell on this matter. He took a deep look at Wang Ting and said. 3 swords. Wang Ting laughed. Then you have a chance to use one more sword. In the distance, Su Jianchen was shocked. The Crown Prince still had one more sword. The second sword was already so powerful. How powerful would the third sword be? I haven't fully comprehended the third sword. I can use it, but I can't control it. The Crown Prince was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he said, so, if I use it, you will probably die. Die? Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to have heard something funny. What are you laughing at? The Crown Prince frowned. Then you don't have to worry about killing me. Just use it. If you die, it's on me, Wang Ting said. You're too conceited. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with anger. Wang Ting's words made him feel belittled. No one had ever dared to belittle him like this. Whether I'm conceited or not depends on whether I have the strength. Wang Ting's expression was calm as he said, use your third sword. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Okay, the Crown Prince said softly as he stared at Wang Ting and said, since you have such a request, I'll fulfill your wish. Ever since I comprehended the third sword, I've defeated all my opponents. I've never failed. Watch carefully. Before he finished speaking, 2 strange sword lights seemed to shoot out from his eyes and shot into the sky, a majestic aura suddenly erupted, and a terrifying force surged out of his body like seawater. The golden force converged into a thick pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Although the Crown Prince was only at the peak of the star level 9, his metal force was unimaginably powerful. It had completely exceeded the scope of a star-level martial artist. At this moment, the explosion of this massive amount of metal force was truly shocking. The second prince and the others looked at the pillar of light formed by the metal force and were shocked. It was too terrifying. At this moment, they finally realized the gap between them and the Crown Prince. They were all genius martial artists, and their accumulation of origin power had surpassed countless ordinary martial artists. Otherwise, if they only relied on the most basic star level 9 origin power, they would not be able to use Domain Lord or even Sector Lord level battle techniques, let alone the higher Immortal level battle techniques. Wang Ting was also astonished. As expected, the Emperor's son wasn't an ordinary genius. He must have practiced a high-level technique to have such strong metal origin force. From Wang Ting's perspective, this was at least an Immortal level cultivation technique, or even a divine level cultivation technique. Thinking about how the Crown Prince had a divine level battle technique like the Overlord's 12 swords, it seemed that it was not impossible for him to have a divine level cultivation technique. Moreover, the divine level cultivation technique that the Crown Prince had should be a metal force cultivation technique. Otherwise, his other 2 origin powers would not be so different from the metal force. At this moment, the golden pillar of light shot into the sky, and an invisible pressure was emitted, causing the earth to tremble and dust to rise into the sky. Even Wang Ting, who was a few thousand meters away, could feel the terrifying aura. It seemed that the third sword was indeed very terrifying. Wang Ting's expression was slightly serious. He was not in a hurry to make a move and continued to observe the Crown Prince's third sword. At this moment, he felt a strange wave being emitted from the Crown Prince's body. That was the power of origin laws. The Crown Prince had actually grasped the power of origin laws. This time, Wang Ting was really shocked. It was not strange that he had grasped the power of origin laws. After all, he had cheated. However, the Crown Prince had actually grasped the metal force of origin laws. Although from Wang Ting's perspective, the amount of origin laws that he had grasped was very little, it was still grasping. Whether he had crossed that threshold or not was a completely different world. Now that the Crown Prince had crossed this threshold and grasped the power of origin laws, he was standing on the same level as him. No wonder the Crown Prince said that his third sword had never met a worthy opponent. There were really too few stellar-level martial artists who could grasp the power of origin laws. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince had encountered Wang Ting. If Wang Ting could see that the Crown Prince had grasped the power of origin laws, the experts of the various factions could naturally see it as well. They were instantly shocked. On the Pyrax family's spaceship, the raging flame sector lord looked at the Crown Prince on the screen in shock and said, "The Crown Prince is really talented. He actually grasped the power of origin laws at the stellar level. Wang Ting is going to lose. Ha ha ha, he's definitely going to lose." Hearing this, Waltigu and Syncramond were both surprised and delighted. Now that the Crown Prince had grasped the power of origin laws, how could Wang Ting compete with him? Inside the military's giant fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the other two were also shocked. It's hard to imagine that the Crown Prince has grasped the power of origin laws. Wang Ting is in danger, General Habakkuk said with a solemn expression. On the Calendesh family's spaceship, Du Bois and Baragu both felt something at the same time and looked at each other in shock. "I didn't expect the Crown Prince to have grasped the power of origin laws," Baragu said in disbelief. "I'm afraid Wang Ting is going to lose." Du Bois shook his head and said, "How can this be? How can brother Wang Ting lose?" Olivia said in disbelief with a pale face. "The power of origin laws is a power that only sector lords can grasp. Now that the Crown Prince has grasped the power of origin laws, he's already in an invincible position in this competition," Baragu explained with a sigh. Although he was very optimistic about Wang Ting, in the face of the power of origin laws, Wang Ting's powerful battle techniques seemed to be slightly inferior. Everyone's heart sank when they heard this. On the royal spaceship, King Chongshan's eyes flashed with a strange light as he muttered to himself, "He actually grasped a trace of the power of origin laws. How surprising. It seems that Wang Ting is going to lose." As soon as the Crown Prince displayed the power of origin laws, everyone felt that Wang Ting was going to lose without a doubt and had no chance of winning. This was because the power was not on the same level. Boom, in the sky above the arena continent, the Crown Prince stood in the golden light pillar. A terrifying golden sword light condensed above his head, emitting an extremely terrifying fluctuation. Wang Ting looked at the sword light and smiled slightly in his heart. He raised the battle blade in his hand again, and it was the same yellow sky blade from before. When the Crown Prince saw this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. It was still the same blade. Was there no other way? It seemed that Wang Ting had run out of tricks. When everyone saw that Wang Ting was still using the same blade technique, they were all stunned. They could not understand why Wang Ting continued to use the same blade technique. Could it be that he really had no other means? Many people could not help but shake their heads and feel sorry for Wang Ting. It seemed that the Crown Prince had won this match. Only Huang Xinghua was faintly excited. He remembered an absurd rumor that had been passed down in his family. Their family's yellow sky blade was very special and did not seem to be limited by level. As long as the user was strong enough, the power would continue to increase as if there was no upper limit. In the past, Huang Xinghua did not believe this rumor and felt that it was complete nonsense. However, after seeing Wang Ting use the yellow sky blade, his thoughts were shaken. A bold idea was wildly growing in his heart. Perhaps in Wang Ting's hands, the yellow sky blade could really contend with the Crown Prince's third sword. With this thought, Huang Xinghua stared at Wang Ting in the sky with a burning gaze. He stared at the blade in his hand, hoping to see the scene he wanted to see the most. In the sky, the Crown Prince's third sword had been completely condensed. After integrating with the origin energy, strange and mysterious patterns appeared on the surface of the sword light. It was like the manifestation of the origin law, emitting the power of heaven and earth. The third sword. The Crown Prince's eyes shone with golden light as he slashed out with the battle sword in his hand. In an instant, the light beam suddenly converged and disappeared into the golden sword light. Then, the golden sword light suddenly slashed toward Wang Ting. This sword seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed and dark and deep space cracks appeared. It was extremely horrifying. There was a yellow light above Wang Ting's head. It was like a yellow sky. The yellow sword light soared into the sky, but it was extremely restrained. Strange and mysterious patterns appeared on it. Huh? King Chongshan was shocked when he saw this. This is... At the same time, the experts from various clans also noticed the changes in the sword light and were shocked. Slash. In the sky, Wang Ting slashed out with his sword and the yellow sword light collided with the Crown Prince's third sword. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. The Crown Prince's face was pale. He had exhausted his force to perform the third sword, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth at this moment. He did not need to look to know that Wang Ting's sword light must have shattered. How could that sword light be a match for his third sword? Wang Ting was defeated by him in the end, however, the smile at the corner of his mouth soon stiffened as he looked ahead in disbelief. An unexpected situation occurred. The Crown Prince's third sword that contained the origin energy collapsed. Cracks appeared on the golden sword light, and then it turned into countless golden light spots that floated in the sky with a boom. The yellow sword light landed on the Crown Prince's body as he was stunned. Pfft! The Crown Prince spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He only stopped after he was 10,000 meters away. You've lost. Wang Ting held his battle sword and looked at the Crown Prince calmly. How is this possible? How could I have lost? The Crown Prince could not accept this fact. His eyes, which were originally filled with divine light, became slack and his pupils lost focus. Dead silence, everyone fell into a dead silence. The Crown Prince had been defeated. When the audience saw this scene, they did not know what words to use to express their feelings. The Crown Prince was severely injured and vomited blood. His originally otherworldly temperament was now in an extremely sorry state. His eyes had lost their luster as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The Crown Prince was like a completely different person from before. In the beginning, the Crown Prince had arrived on the giant star beast, the golden-winged red sky tiger. It was so shocking that no one could compare to him, but now, the light on the Crown Prince's body seemed to have disappeared, as if he had fallen from heaven to the dust. The stark contrast immediately appeared in front of everyone. That kind of impact was indeed a bit too great. At the same time, another figure became more and more dazzling. His light directly overshadowed the Crown Prince and became the most eye-catching existence in this competition. Everyone's eyes shifted from the Crown Prince to the figure standing in the sky with a saber. There was only shock in their eyes. The Crown Prince's third sword was so terrifying that even through the light curtain, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure from it. In the end, such a sword was still shattered by Wang Ting's saber. Whether it was the second or the third sword, Wang Ting only used one saber move, the same saber move. What kind of confidence was that? What kind of grace was that? What kind of powerful saber move did he use just now? The audience could not imagine. Domineering, stunning, they did not know what words to use to describe it. Many people could see that the saber move was very similar to Huang Xinghua's. It was almost exactly the same. They had reason to suspect that Wang Ting had secretly learned Huang Xinghua's combat skills. However, in Huang Xinghua's hands, the saber move that could only block the Crown Prince's first sword move was several times more powerful than Huang Xinghua's in Wang Ting's hands. Could this be the legendary? The waves behind surpass the waves before, and the waves in front die on the beach. Many people's eyes fell on Huang Xinghua, wanting to sympathize with him. In the end, they found that the expression of the person in question was a bit strange. What was with that passionate and infatuated look? Hiss. Could it be that after seeing Wang Ting's peerless charm, he was turned gay by Wang Ting? Many people thought maliciously. At the same time, all the experts were astounded. When they saw DZ use origin energy, they all thought that Wang Ting would definitely lose. They never thought that the final outcome would be reversed. The winner was Wang Ting. Everyone had seen wrongly. Alas! On the royal family's spaceship, King Chongshan shook his head with a trace of regret on his face. After all, the Crown Prince was the strongest genius of the royal family. Now that he had been defeated, he also felt that it was a pity. However, when he thought of Wang Ting's talent and strength, he couldn't help but feel amazed. He had never seen Wang Ting's talent before. The prince lost. The Sector Lord Elder was stunned, unable to accept it. Wang Ting has also grasped origin energy, and it's even more powerful, said King Chongshan. You're saying that Wang Ting's slash contained an origin energy attack? The Sector Lord Elder said in disbelief. That's right. His origin energy was very reserved, and it only appeared at the last moment. At that time, he had already attacked, so you didn't notice it. King Chongshan nodded. He can do that. The Sector Lord Elder was shocked. This is something that only a Sector Lord can do. Is he really a stellar-level martial artist? He was a Sector Lord himself, so no one knew better than him the difficulty of controlling origin energy. It was unbelievable that Wang Teng, a stellar-level martial artist, could control origin energy to such an exquisite degree. That's why I said that his talent is too strong. King Chongshan exclaimed again with a rare complicated expression. For a powerhouse at his level, his experience was extremely rich. Normally speaking, no matter what he saw, he would be able to maintain a calm state of mind and would not reveal such a complicated expression. However, Wang Teng's performance had completely shattered his state of mind. Wang Teng, 1. On the military's giant fortress, General Fu Xinglan and the other two were stunned. Wang Teng's last slash was beyond everyone's expectations. Even they were surprised. Wang Teng's last slash should contain Earth origin energy. General Fu Xinglan's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene of the slash. I almost thought that my eyes were playing tricks on me. The power of origin only appeared on the blade glow at the last moment. Wang Teng hit it well. General Habakkuk shook his head and sighed. It's even stronger than the Emperor's origin energy, General Tang Wuwei said after a moment of silence. Wang Teng's origin energy is indeed much stronger than the Emperor's, so his last slash was stronger than the Emperor's third slash. However, what I don't understand is why the Huang family's saber technique is so powerful. General Fu Xinglan frowned and seemed to be puzzled. Could it be that there's something special about that saber technique? We didn't notice it, but Wang Teng saw through it, General Habakkuk speculated while rubbing his chin. It's very likely. Back then, the immortal from the Huang family relied on this saber technique to dominate the universe and left behind quite a reputation. It's obvious that this saber technique isn't ordinary, General Fu Xinglan said. It's amazing, General Habakkuk exclaimed. He was talking about Wang Teng, not the Huang family's saber technique or the immortal from the Huang family. In their opinion, this saber technique was secretly learned by Wang Teng, but it turned out to be even more terrifying than Huang Xinghua's. What was this if not abnormal? On the Pyrax family's spaceship, the raging flame sector lord's face stiffened. Why did Wang Teng, who was clearly about to lose, turn the tables and defeat the Emperor's son in one slash? This result was even more unacceptable than the Imperial family's sector lord powerhouse. While Thegu and Sync Raymond looked at each other and could see the shock and astonishment on each other's faces. Their hearts were extremely unsettled. After a while, the raging flame sector lord gritted his teeth and said, "That kid has mastered the origin energy." No one knew how unsettled his heart was at this moment. A Stargrade martialist had mastered the origin energy. What kind of talent was this? He didn't dare to imagine. The origin energy. While Thegu and Synchramon's hearts were in turmoil. The origin energy was something that only sector lords could master. Even they, two domain lords, couldn't touch it, yet Wang Teng had mastered it. How could they not be shocked? He must be eliminated. He must be eliminated. The raging flame sector lord muttered to himself. The killing intent in his eyes soared to the extreme. Wang Teng's talent even terrified him. Phew. On the Kalandic family spaceship, Baragu, Tiki, Olivia, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were also very shocked by this result, seeing Wang Teng turn the tables was really like a huge stone falling to the ground. Great, big brother Wang Teng is indeed the strongest. Olivia looked at the figure holding the battle blade on the screen with a strange light in her eyes. Defeating the Emperor's son in one slash was really, too cool. What was with Wang Teng's last slash? Didn't they say that the Emperor's son had comprehended the origin energy? How could he still be defeated by Wang Teng in one slash? Letitia was shocked and asked in surprise. He should have comprehended the origin energy too, Dubois said. Baraga thought for a moment and nodded. It is indeed the origin energy. If I'm not wrong, his last slash did reveal the origin energy. I didn't expect Wang Teng to have comprehended the origin energy too. Wang Teng and the Emperor's son are both too terrifying, Letitia exclaimed. Tiki heard their conversation and was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Wang Teng was really too monstrous. The speed of his growth was amazing. When he first met Wang Teng on defense planet number 4, Wang Ting was still being chased by universe-level fighters like a stray dog. There was a huge gap between them. Now, Wang Ting had already left him in the dust. This kind of disparity instantly caused his mood to become extremely complicated. Jade Star, Wu Xingyun, Master Han, and the others stared at the screen and couldn't help but hold their breaths. Did Wang Ting win? Master Han muttered to himself with a dry mouth. He should have won. That Emperor's son has already been defeated. Wu Xingyun's eyes sparkled as he suppressed his excitement and said. Wang Ting won. Han Zhu and the others were all excited when they heard this. Although there were many things they couldn't understand in such a high-end competition, they only needed to know the result. It didn't matter if they understood it or not. Wang Ting won. In their eyes, Wang Ting represented Earth. He had won supreme glory for Earth. On the Battle Rock Mercenary Group spaceship, Lin Chuhan stared at the screen with excitement. Even with her temperament, she almost cheered. Next to her, Isaiah and the others all looked at the figure on the screen with deep shock and awe in their eyes. This kind of prodigy wasn't someone they could hope to reach. It was as if they lived in a completely different world from Wang Ting, who had defeated the Emperor's son. The gap was too big. In the sky above the arena, Wang Ting looked at the Emperor's son in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Did he suffer a blow? It can't be, he had only lost once, and he was already like this. His will wasn't strong enough. Previously, he had said that he had to examine himself and fight against many prodigies to reach this point. This didn't seem like it at all. Now, do you still think I'm too conceited? Wang Ting asked calmly. The Emperor's son suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Ting. His eyes seemed to be a little bloodshot. He had said that Wang Ting was too conceited, but now that Wang Ting had defeated him and caused him to suffer a huge setback, what right did he have to say that? Actually, I haven't used my full strength yet, but you've already lost. Wang Ting shook his head and left after saying that. He had already won this match. Wow. When the audience heard Wang Ting's words, they immediately went into an uproar. After defeating the Emperor's son, Wang Ting actually didn't use his full strength. Was this true? King Chongshan, General Fu Xinglan, and the others were all stunned. They didn't expect Wang Ting to say such a thing. It's useless. Full strength. It can't be? The second prince and the others looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Impossible. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the sky above the arena. I used someone else's combat skill. Do you think I used my full strength? Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. After saying that, he walked into the distance again without even looking back. The Emperor's son felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils contracted rapidly, and he couldn't accept this fact. He lowered his head, and no one could see his expression. He just stood quietly in the sky like a walking corpse. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The Emperor's son was too pitiful. He had lost and was beaten black and blue by Wang Ting. It was fine that he had lost, but his opponent hadn't even used his full strength. With the Emperor's pride, how could he accept this? King! Tung! Suddenly, the Emperor's son roared furiously. Boom! Then, a powerful and terrifying wave was emitted from his body. It swept across heaven and earth and turned into an invisible pressure that filled the entire sky. This is? Wang Ting immediately felt the change behind him. He suddenly turned around and his pupils constricted. The Emperor's son suddenly raised his head, and his eyes turned pitch black without any white in them. His black hair danced wildly, and a rich black light burst out from his facial features and shot into the sky. Roar! A beast-like roar came from his mouth. In an instant, endless black fog surged out from his body and filled the sky. At the same time, rolling black fog wrapped around his body like black pythons. Countless voices that sounded like the ravings of demons could be heard, causing one's mind to collapse and go crazy. At this moment, he was like a demonic son. Has he been infected by the dark origin power? Wang Ting frowned. The mental power in his sea of consciousness swept out to resist the crazy whispers. No, that's not right. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary dark corruption. He activated the Eye of Truth and peered into the Emperor's body. He found that it was somewhat different from the dark corruption he had seen in the past. In the previous dark corruption state, the infected person, whether it was their body or soul, was already entangled with the darkness and could not be distinguished from it. However, the emperor's current situation was very special. Whether it was the origin power or soul in his body, they were clearly separated from this incomparably pure dark power. However, at this moment, the dark power had suppressed the emperor's subjective consciousness, causing it to shrink into a corner of his sea of consciousness. The dark power was also crazily invading the emperor's consciousness, but it was blocked outside. The emperor's consciousness seemed to be protected by something. What happened? At the same time, countless people widened their eyes in shock when they saw the scene. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Bedevilment. King Chongshan's expression changed abruptly. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his calm expression. The expressions of General Fu Xinglan and the other two also changed drastically. With their temperament, they should not be like this, but this matter was too shocking. Moreover, it was related to the strongest genius of the royal family, so they had to take it seriously. End of chapter 1326. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.